guess.
What is going on, gang-a-lang? We are back with another tier list, and this time the Don is getting real southern of the border with this one, and I am more than certain that all will appreciate this Mexican food tier list. What can I say about Mexican food? Because this is an utter delicious type of food, and I will do a twerk on all fours just to have me some tacos or burritos.
Well, we could say that you don't like or even respect the people who make this beloved food of yours.
Okay, but how is that a knock on their cooking?
Quite frankly, I love me some Latinas. The Joester loves to get spicy.
Well, you know what? I can't even say I'm surprised.
Joe is absolutely spitting, so no wonder you're not surprised. But yes, anyways, let's go ahead and get this delicious list started. And up first, we have agua chili, and I'm going to have to keep it 100 with you all and just admit that I have never had this in my damn life. So that's got to go in the haven't had tier, but goddamn, the next two that we have coming up are automatic S tiers because I love me some barbacoa, and you bet I'm going to love me some burritos too. It can be authentic or non-authentic burritos because I love all kinds of them. I don't think there should be a debate for that, and those who have seen the Chipotle toppings tier list know how much I twerk for these two because the Don is a believer in the good old-fashioned burrito rather than the burrito bowl.
Awesome selections here, Donald, because I also love wrapping up my meat and getting a burrito. But a bowl is nice too.
See, me personally, I don't like wrapping up my meat at all.
Why is that? I thought you were a burrito type of guy, Joe.
Oh, I'm not talking about burritos.
Nice one, Joe. I too am a believer in not wrapping that. Anyways, following that, we have another thing that I haven't tried, so I apologize to the cabrito enjoyers because I haven't ever had that in my life, but I can definitely tell you all about carnitas because that's a certified A tier banger. I am also a fan of these, but admittedly, there are better things, much like with our next two entries, because I have the Shaquille O'Neal's going into C tier alongside the chicharron. I think those are overrated, and so is chicharron, because one is just tortilla chips that are stir-fried in a pot with random stuff, and chicharron is just pork rinds, and I would rather just have the good old American version. Then, since I'm still talking, I may as well rate the next two, because I have no idea what chicharron prensada or whatever the hell the other one is.
Your lack of Mexican food is actually concerning me, Donald. I thought you were like the grandmaster of Mexican food.
Listen, man, this is like real tribal foods right there because I ain't ever seen these things in a Taco John's or other Mexican places because they only sell mainstream stuff. But I swear I will surprise viewers with my ball knowledge and show them that I do in fact know ball with my food ratings. Now for our next entry, we have stuffed chili peppers. And these bad boys get an A tier from me because I love me some stuffed peppers. Then, of course, chorizo gets an automatic S tier because goddamn some grilled chorizo goes crazy. And some chorizo tacos are immaculate as well. Also, the damn Mexicans were hiding this from me, but goddamn some chorizo pizza is borderline orgasmic, and I cannot imagine life without it now.
Chorizo pizza? Now that sounds like a Joe Dog banger. I am definitely going to try some of that next time, and I am finally happy that you aren't suggesting some nasty-ass pizza toppings like pineapples for once.
Joe, I will never understand your hatred for pineapples on pizza. It's one of the most enigmatic things in life that no modern-day philosopher will be able to answer. But yes, then moving past that, we have the cochinita pibil, and this stuff is a banger. Load this up with onions that have been soaking in lime juice and get a taco. And you'll be creaming for days off this, and this has to go into A tier. Then, of course, we have a banger of an S tier in the enchildas. And you all knew that the Don was going to twerk for this, so no need to go further with that one. But we then have gorditas and guac. And see, gorditas are these stuffed and fried tortillas with an ingredient of your choosing. And this goes into A tier because they do bang. But sometimes if you don't go to a good place, they can have bland tasting tortillas. But then after we have an auto S tier in the guac, and you all already know why.
Because it's an elite dip?
Joe, it can be a dip or even an addition to your tacos or burritos. It really just does it all.
Can it save my irreparable relationship with my coke-abusing son?
I don't think it can.
Joe, have you tried family therapy?
Of course I have. He just ends up robbing me at gunpoint every time I get him in my car, and boom, next thing you know, I'm naked in the middle of the road with nothing but a sense of pride that he didn't knock me out before leaving me stranded, which honestly is a step in the right direction.
Yeah, I'm sure eventually he'll leave you stranded with at least a $5 bill or something next time. But yeah, then after that, we have another unknown ass food to me in the guacamaya, but that's not important because I do know the next three because I have the huaraches going into B tier, while the huevos rancheros going into C tier and the chicken with mole A going straight into S tier. I bet all the illegals love my pronunciation on that last one. and the fact that I knew Paulo was chicken. The Don is almost bilingual.
Nice man, I didn't know you liked guys and girls. That's pretty dope knowing there are others like me who don't care which way they swing as long as they just get to stick it in something. You know the Joe Dog's classic saying, a hole is a hole.
Joe, you do know that's not what that means, right? He is saying that he can speak 2 languages.
Yeah, Joe, I don't know about that, man, but maybe you can talk me into some femboys, but that's not what the video is about. We got some real Mexican food on here, and the Don loves gassing it up. But yeah, then after we have nachos, and this is an auto S tier as well. I love me nachos at almost any time of day, and I know that everyone and their mom also twerks for some good-ass nachos. Then after we have the pambazo, which goes into B tier, and it's kind of like a torta, but it's dipped and fried in some red sauce, and I just feel like that's doing a bit much and would rather have a classic torta. Following that, we got some grilled fish, and the Don does enjoy this, but I feel like there are better ways of enjoying the fish. The skin can be really good at times, though, and it will be elevated even more with some freshly squeezed lime on top, but I don't think I can give this anything more than a C tier.
That grilled fish one has to be super healthy, though, so I actually think it should be rated higher.
Barack, in an ideal world, you would be shocked or shot with a BB gun every time the word healthy enters your brain or even leaves your mouth. Unfortunately, we don't live in that world.
Yeah, because in that world, Vaporeans would be real and the Joester would go to town on that thing.
We all would, Joe, after your speech last time, but let the viewers hear that in the Pokemon Starters tier list that I will shamelessly plug right now. But yes, then we got some unknown fish dish up next, and I have no clue what that is and have never had it. But I have had pico de gallo, and this is hot ass that belongs in D tier. I think my hate for veggies has been stated enough on this channel, and I want to once again say that pico de gallo sucks. But yes, then we have another unknown dish to the Don because I've never had pipian. And that doesn't even sound like a Mexican dish. Sounds like some random Indian dish or something.
Like you would know what a Mexican dish would sound like.
I've heard my grass-cutting people speak enough Spanish to know that pipian doesn't sound Mexican at all. But yes, following that, I have all types of pozole going straight into A tier because I do quite enjoy these little corn grains that are just soaked in broth. Then after have a banging S tier in the quesadillas because the Mexicans got it right with something so simple as cheese and tortillas that I have to reward them for their simplicity and deliciousness. Unfortunately, we have another entry I've never had, which is the Rajas, but they don't look quite bad in the picture. A bit too much green, but I'd still try it. Then we got yet another S-tier sopes, which are these delicious little discs of meat, cheese, and beans with some lettuce or cabbage on top that the Don absolutely adores.
Oh man, but look at all those tacos up next. That's like a taco fiesta.
Thanks for pointing out the obvious, Joe. But yes, we do have the onslaught of tacos up next, and I have to say that the first taco is one called tripas. And this shit is disgusting because this is literally intestines or intestinal lining. I don't know. But I had one of these and almost deported the whole damn restaurant for even serving me this slop, and that has to go into D tier. Then we have these sweet pork tacos called adobadas, and these bad boys belong in freaking A tier because they are sweet and savory bites that anyone will enjoy unless you can't eat pork. Then, oh my God, we have the birria tacos that automatically go into S tier, and there are no objections to this because I will handstand twerk on some dick for these tacos. I dip them in the sauce, and I swear I go into an orgasmic trance that only Margot Robbie can snap me out of. After that, we got some unknown ass tacos that I don't know what they taste like, which is blasphemous if you ask me, but that goes in the haven't had category. But after we got tacos al pastor, and these also get a banging A tier from the Don because I love me some damn pork. Then once again, I don't know what the hell that next one is, but more importantly, our last taco gets a D tier because this is once again one with intestines. Like an animal evolving, I've learned to avoid any Mexican dish that has the word tripas in it because that will just be hot ass on my taste buds.
Now what's wrong with a little bit of hot ass on your tongue, Donald? You do know that I am a part of the AEC.
The hell is the AEC?
Ass Eaters Club.
Why'd I ask? I always have to remember to not ask you things.
Now that's a club the Don is definitely in, but I can't have terrible tasting food. Thankfully, we're done with the taco onslaught, and now wrapping up our list, I got both types of tamales going into S tier because goddamn, these are the Don's absolute favorites, especially the meat-filled ones. But after that, we have another food I don't know and don't want to pronounce, so put that there. And the last two are tortas, except the first one literally translates to drowned tortas. And I don't really fucks with this one as much as the normal torta and have this juicy mess going into C tier, while the tried and true classic torta goes straight into S tier. The Don already knows he has a goddamn banger on his hands with this list.
Well, we can't know for sure till the comments say something because they have been mighty feisty recently.
That's only with you. They treat you like Meg. You're literally like our Meg from Family Guy.
I wouldn't say that. I am the voice of reason who steers everyone onto the right path and is a highly respected member of the community.
You lost that when you sent that one message in our Discord group chat.
What are you talking about?
Oh, I know. The one where you said, man, that Vaporeon hentai hits better than a cigarette after sex.
God damn it. I knew I shouldn't have sent that.
What is going on, gang? We are back with another tier list, and thankfully the Don has you all covered on today's subject because we are going to be discussing different Oreo products and flavors, and I am freaking excited, man.
This list has been on your mind for quite a bit, so I'm glad to see that you're happy.
No kidding, man. He's happier than a midget with a step stool.
For once, you're actually completely right, Joe, because I get to rate the greatest creation known to man, and that, of course, is the Oreo.
I mean, I would say it would be space travel or our modern day electronics, but hey, to each their own.
That's because you're a nerd Barack. A true American would know that the best thing to ever be invented is any type of food. Who the hell cares about space travel? Tell me, are you going to space anytime soon?
Well, not me personally.
Exactly. God, sometimes you just want to be different for the sake of being different. Look at Joe over here, who is never ashamed of being who he is.
Darn tootin', the Joe Dingo Mandingo will never change his ways, and I do it for all the Joe heads out there.
Never change, Joe, never change. Anyways, let's go ahead and get this list started. And up first, we got Oreo Thins. Who the hell even came up with the idea of Oreo Thins? Like, if you want to be healthy, then you shouldn't even be eating Oreos in the first place. But now you're trying to pass off these Oreo Thins as a healthier alternative to include less cookie on the outside and less filling on the inside. Hell no. Not in my neighborhood, because I have this garbage repugnant invention going into D tier.
Makes sense that you wouldn't like Thins, Donald. It's what you can never be, and you hate it for that.
Joe, I am naturally bulky. We've talked about this. And no, I genuinely just hate it for being the inferior product. Like, if you truly want a smaller sized Oreo package, then just get the minis, because those actually serve the purpose of being a snack. The Thins are just a shittier version of our normal and beloved Oreos. And I refuse to stand here and let them massacre my boy.
You know what, Donald? You seem extremely passionate about the subject, so I actually am going to just believe in your reasoning for it. I barely have Oreos, and when I do pig out, I choose the double stuff ones, so I'm not really super informed.
Oh man, don't even get me started on those double stuffed ones, because you'll have me coming to a great conclusion on where I should rate them, that is. And speaking of the double stuff, we got them right next, and you all already know where the Don is going to place his beloved double stuffed Oreos, because if this isn't an S tier, then crucify me on the cross. I like to get my 2 double stuffed Oreos and take them off the top and make a super mega stuffed Oreo. It doesn't taste as good as the filling can be overpowering, but hey, the fact that I can do it is amazing. Get me some milk for some dunking, and you got yourself a happy Donald. I'd be more happier than Joe in an elementary school.
Whoa, let's not take it that far. I doubt you'd be able to compete with my levels of joy in that scenario.
You disappoint me so much, Joe.
That's our Joe, all right. Anyways, moving on, we got the fudge-covered Oreos, and you might be thinking to yourself, man, this has to be an auto S tier, since Donald loves himself chocolate and can't have enough of it. Well, you'd be wrong. This is the true case of too much of a good thing, because I actually don't really like the fudge-covered Oreos. I think they get rid of the original taste of the Oreo, and it just ends up tasting more like fudge than anything else. Then you also get a worsened dipping ability because of the outer coating of fudge, and you just got yourself a B tier at best on your hands.
See, dipping has never been that big of a thing for me. I know you're supposed to enjoy Oreos by dipping them in milk, but you see, the Joe Dog has a different method for his milk to cookie consumption. I like to get a large glass and make sure it's big enough to fit a spoon in and a bunch of cookies. Then you get your Oreos, and you make a clean tower of them all the way up to the top of your glass. Then after you have all that prepared, you then grab the milk from your fridge and let it rip right in that glass till it almost fills it up all the way. Then you simply just scoop up the Oreos with a spoon, and it'll be washed up. Chocolate cookie goodness. The best part is that after you're done eating all of it, you're left with a glass of Oreo and milk mixture, and then you can just gulp it all or start a whole new tower of cookies. Doesn't that all sound amazing?
Joe, that sounds kind of awful. Seems like too many Oreos would get lost in the milk.
I'll tell you what it sounds like, Barack. It sounds like a goddamn crime against humanity, and we should strip Joe of every single Oreo packet that he has in his house.
Go ahead, I do the same thing with Chips Ahoy and most other cookies.
Dear God, it is so much worse than I imagined. I need those men in black mind wipe machines because listening to that made me almost die from cringe. Moving past that despicable conversation, we got fudge-covered Oreos, but thin edition. I'm giving this a C tier because at least this time they aren't ripping you off as much because at least now you got a coating of chocolate for your thin-ass anorexic Oreo. After that, we got another entry that I think many people will be taken aback by because I don't really think that chocolate cream Oreos really elevate its flavor. I still think they're solid and quite honestly might be better than the fudge-covered ones, but I have not had them in so long that I can't verify that claim. So I am going to play it safe and just place this into B tier as well.
Never heard you say you were going to play it safe before? You always just say some ridiculous shit, but I guess that's just how serious you take Oreos.
Damn straight, Barry. Moving on, we got mini Oreos, and honestly for me, this is yet another S tier. These are the perfect snack-sized Oreos, and they do not skimp out on the product, but rather they are a perfect miniature version of our already beloved Oreo. And how could you not like that? I know damn well that when I get these, I'm going to get the classic Oreo experience, but in small bits that just accumulate to an explosion of flavor inside my mouth.
Yeah, but couldn't you do the same thing with the normal Oreos, but just put them in a Ziploc bag or something?
Joe, I'm going to look sped as fuck holding around a Ziploc bag of Oreos. People are going to think I lost my caretaker and are going to start talking to me super slow and start calling me their little buddy. And then I have to kindly explain to them that I'm a grown-ass man who can take care of himself. But then it'll only infuriate you even more when they respond with, I know you are, champ. Let's go ahead and find your mommy or daddy, or maybe even your auntie or uncle. God, I'll kill that person's ass if I saw them again.
What do you mean by again? Is this something that actually happened to you?
No, I was just describing something that happened to a friend, and let me tell you that it was the wrong day to wear the propeller hat and bow tie I got from the festival that day. But anyways, enough of that, because after that we got something that I know some people don't like, but quite honestly, golden Oreos are pretty good. I don't think they belong in S tier, but I'll put some respect on their name because they are not bad at all. I think a solid A tier is not a disrespectful tier to put them in because they have the same creamy goodness, but instead of chocolate, you get more of a vanilla cookie outside, and I quite like it, to be honest. It's a nice change every now and then when you've had too many of the classic Oreos.
Hell no, I refuse to have that white Oreo in my mouth. It is the devil's Oreo, and it has too much vanilla tasting things in it. Like, not only is the outside layer vanilla, but then you have the white cream inside. That's a certified C tier, if not D tier on that one, Donald.
Joe, with all disrespect intended, I refuse to value the opinion of a man with your track record, and that's not even me being mean. That's just me being as candid as possible, like it's not your fault. You was born that way.
Damn straight, Joe Feasty has his strong opinions, and I will fight anyone on them.
Joe, let's be honest. You won't fight anyone, and you'd probably run the first chance you get.
This motherfucker can't even run a stove. How in the hell do you expect him to walk, much less run from a fight? It amazes me how much faith you have in him, Barry, but whatever, because up next we got the normal chocolate-filling Oreos, and they'll go next to their double-stuffed brother in B tier, because once again, I can't truly verify how good or bad they are, but I feel like I remember them being in that tier. Like, I don't know about everyone else, but C tier feels too low, but A tier feels too high. Then we get to B tier, and it feels just right.
Since when did you turn into Goldilocks?
Listen, man, that was my genuine opinion on it. But anyways, moving on to our second to last entry, we got the tried and true classic Oreo. Now you have to be a downright fucktard to believe that these gifts from up above are not certified S-tier bangers. Like, this is the most purest form to enjoy your Oreos, and one can argue that double-stuffed Oreos are better. But why must we argue about trivial things when instead we can join hand in hand as Oreo lovers and just admit that these two are the tastiest cookie on the planet? Barring Girl Scout cookies, of course, but I say the two legends can coexist and will fight anyone if they think that the normal Oreos belong anywhere else.
That was a very passionate speech, but I don't think you said anything crazy, nor do I think anyone will argue with you.
Now wait a minute. I have a problem with this ranking. I think that the classic Oreo should be placed in S++ tier.
Joe, we don't fucking have that on this list.
It appears that we do not indeed have that tier on this list. Allow me to gather my thoughts once again. I see now. I believe that S tier is truly where it belongs now.
God, you piss me off sometimes, but when you do this sort of stuff to Barack, it's so funny that I have to let this slide. Anyways, moving on to our last entry, we got the most stuff Oreo, and this shit is just too overpowering. I can eat like 1 or 2, maybe even 10 or 15 of these in one sitting, but my God, will I feel sick after and just not want to see an Oreo for a while. If you eat these in moderation, though, I'd have to give it an A tier.
I mean, doesn't that really apply to almost anything, Donald? Like, of course, we should all be consuming things with moderation and caution in order to avoid getting sick.
Not the Joe dog, because he consumes like there's no tomorrow without a lick of moderation when it comes to some kitty.
What is up, gang? We are back with another tier list. This time we are going to rank all the chicken nuggets from various fast food places. Of course, we don't have every single one, but we got the ones from our area and freshly tasted them, so I am confident in this list. Also, Joey and Barack graciously allowed me to take over and do this tier list because they know I am the Nugget King.
Yeah, we always know to let you handle it if it's anything involving food. We know the Don loves his elite eats.
Is that what we're calling it? Elite Eats? I thought what he always used was called Uber Eats because his fat ass can't get up and drive in a car to the place.
Sleepy Joe, shut your ass up because you're not even legally allowed to drive a vehicle with all those mental illnesses you got going on. Don't act like we haven't seen a whole compilation of you falling down. God, but let's move past that because we are about to talk about one of the holiest and greatest food items to ever exist, and that is the chicken nugget. Up first, we got Burger King chicken nuggets, and even though I literally said nuggets were the greatest and holiest item like 10 seconds ago, this shit is ass. I hate Burger King nuggets and will place them into D tier. I swear that meat cannot be healthy for you considering they sell a ton of nuggets for $1.50.
Don't act like you're too good for $1.50 nugget, because me personally, I will devour those nuggets.
That's a bit gross, Joey, but I respect you being a human garbage can and be willing to devour those things.
Yeah, I bet Joey is also a fan of Jack in the Box nuggets, which is not saying anything good at all because I have those things also going into D tier. I legitimately think that the tacos from Jack in the Box might be better than the nuggets, and I really don't understand how. Their burgers and chicken sandwiches are gas, though.
Wow, look at that. Trump is just shitting on all of my favorite foods again.
I am disgusted that these two are your favorites, but I don't expect anything more from someone like you, Joey. Anyways, up next we got the grilled nuggets from Chick-fil-A, and these are pretty solid, I can't even lie. They're a C tier because I think they're pretty okay, but I think they just taste like real chicken, which is why I even have grilled nuggets that high. Plus, it helps me count my calories.
Let's be honest here, Donald. You are most definitely not counting your calories.
Okay, you may have gotten me there, but that's because I am already in peak physical condition. I would dominate any bodybuilder with my strength. On to the next one. I feel like a lot of people will hate me for this, but I have the KFC nuggets going into C tier. I just feel like KFC fell off. Like, remember the days you'd get popcorn chicken and it would slap? Now it's bad, or at least the location we went to was bad, but it feels like ever since Popeyes came, KFC has just fallen off, and they only care about their Asian markets now because apparently Asian KFC slaps. We need to make KFC great again one day, but for now that will stay in C tier.
I remember when it was good, I would love ordering my popcorn, chicken, and gravy. But I like your message, Donald. That's a campaign I can get behind. Make KFC great again.
Truly the only thing that can bring both parties together. Coming up next, we got our first S tier, much to nobody's surprise, and that is the Chick-fil-A fried nuggets. This combined with any sort of sauce is a deadly combo. I fucking love the hell out of Chick-fil-A, and I will do anything to have it open on Sundays.
Did you mispronounce Chick-fil-A at the start? Anyways, knowing your fat ass, you'll probably enact some policy to force it open on Sundays.
You know what? I would, and I will fully have the support of all my fellow Chick-fil-A lovers behind me. Up next, we got yet another S tier. And I know some of you guys will be like, ew, McDonald's nuggets aren't even that good. I want you all to shut the fuck up. I will never tolerate any type of McDonald's slander and will personally send you all to the gulag if you ever disrespect the most American fast food place in the world. I love the hell out of these nuggets, especially if they come in fresh.
Okay, yeah, I hear it, Barry. I think he's in rant mode and isn't thinking about how he's pronouncing Chick-fil-A. But anyways, the McDonald's nugget ranking is one I won't argue at all with. I love McDonald's, and their nuggets are bona fide.
Joey, I appreciate you not being stupid for once, but anyways, we will now move on to our next entry, and that is the Popeyes nuggets. They're basically tenders and are pretty good. I would give it a B ranking because I love Popeyes chicken so much, but it isn't really a nugget like how we all think chicken nuggets are, if that makes sense.
I mean, it kind of does. They're breaded and fried more than the traditional nugget and aren't made the same exact way. So it makes sense that you would make that distinction be known. Same would apply for the KFC nuggets.
Way to use the thesaurus on that one. Why not just say different instead of distinction? Anyways, we got our last two coming up, and it is normal and spicy chicken nuggets from Wendy's. Now, for the normal nuggets, I will be placing these into B tier because I like them, but I feel like there is a level difference between these and McDonald's or Chick-fil-A, but I still like them. You can order like 50 of these nuggets for $10, and that value alone is insane for these good of nuggets. I then will be placing the spicy ones into A tier because even though I am not really a spice man, I just don't know. The flavor is enhanced with the spice, and the Don can't get enough of them. The only bad part is how it makes my butthole burn every time I eat them. I end up feeling like Joe on a Tuesday night.
Yeah, very funny. Way to pick on the Joe dog, but I'll have you know my butthole doesn't burn nor hurt. You get used to it after a while, and it even feels good.
Are we still talking about the nuggets?
Maybe.
What is going on, gang? We are back with another tier list, and this time around we are going to be doing a pasta tier list. I, of course, am handling this list because I am the man who has been wined and dined the most.
Well, it is quite obvious to me that you're unaware of the amount of people I've wined and dined.
Remember that people under 18 don't count, Joe.
Well, that's not plain fair.
Joe, please seek some sort of therapy.
Joe Dog does not need a lick of therapy. What the Joester needs is another type of lick.
Joe, the video just started, man. You can't just go from 0 to 100 on the disgusting meter.
Now, Barack, why are you so quick to judge my friend? You do realize that the licks he's talking about is regarding the pasta tier list today.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about.
The amount of disdain I have for you both right now.
It's pronounced stain, not disdain, unless you're talking about a specific stain, I guess.
Never change, Joe, unless I tell you to. Anyways, let's go ahead and get this list started, because up first we got some tortellini, and what can I not say about this delicious pasta? It's basically kind of like a ravioli, but in a different shape, and the Don loves himself some ravioli. This is an auto S tier for me.
Valid answer on that one. Get me some cheese stuffed tortellini and it is wraps.
I like to stuff mine with some meat instead of some cheese.
You know, for a second you had me worried because I thought you were about to say something really gross.
Oh, you didn't let me finish. I love stuffing it with meat, but only some nice grounded up bull testicles.
Personally, not for me, but it's still valid.
How the hell is that valid?
The dude is obviously trying to get his testosterone levels up, so I have no choice but to respect that. Anyways, after that, we got Fusilli, and what I got to say about that is fool you silly if you love the hell out of this.
Now that's a knee slapper, Donald.
Not looking for your approval, but thanks, Joe. But yeah, I don't have anything special to say about this because it's just corkscrew pasta, and I don't really think it adds or takes away from any dish, but I'll still give it a B tier. After that, we got lasagna, and this, of course, is an auto A tier. I love me some lasagna, and I understand that it is a relatively easy pasta to make, but just because it's easy doesn't make it bad. I mean, take a look at Joe's wife.
Wrong. She isn't easy, and she's the worst.
Joe, I will never understand why you married her if you're just continuously going to bash on her.
Joe Shiesty will never reveal his secrets.
It's like when a gay person marries a woman and she becomes his beard, but I don't know what Joe has to hide.
Oh, you very much so know?
Yeah, you're right. I definitely do. But anyways, moving on, we got ravioli. And if you guys paid attention to me when I was talking about tortellini, you already know I am about to give the Gawk Gawk 3000 to ravioli. I'll even add my finishing technique, which is a little hand twist at the very end.
What?
I'm saying this is an S-tier Barack. Way to be a stick in the mud and not understand my analogy. I'll throw you one better. Ravioli to me is like a Swiftie hearing a new Taylor song. I always know I'm going to fucking love it no matter what. But after that, we got some gemelli. And I'm probably butchering these Italian names, but I don't care because I'm not some short, fat Italian dude named Giuseppe. So you all should not expect some amazing-ass pronunciation. This gets a solid B tier from the Don.
If you guys want to know a fun fact, gemelli actually means twins in Italian, so that's pretty cool.
You know what? That is a pretty cool fun fact.
It was all right. I was kind of half expecting Joe to go on his unhinged rants, and probably drop some weird-ass knowledge about this pasta, but this was actually normal. Anywho, after that we got...
Wait, did your ass just use the word anywho?
Yeah? Listen, man, don't grill me for it. Maybe I wanted to switch it up from always using anyways.
Nah, I didn't mean it in a bad way. I actually liked that word. It was a very couth-mannered way of speaking.
What the hell? Why are you using words like couth?
Barack, if you don't know what couth means, you can just say it. But you might as well explain it so the viewers know.
I don't think I will, because I think you don't know what it means.
That's not very couth of you. Let's just move on, and up next we got God's gift from up above, and that of course is macaroni. I don't think there is a damn soul on this plane of existence that hates macaroni. This is a guaranteed S tier in the Don's book, and I can assure you that if you hate macaroni, I will send a firing squad to your house.
That's a bit excessive, don't you think?
You're right, that's not very couth-like of me.
Are you going to just throw around that word the whole video?
Mayhaps I shall. Anyways, after that we got Campanelle pasta, and this shit is all right. I've never really used this pasta type that much, so I can't exactly be super harsh on it. But hey, it's a solid B tier in my book. But holy shit, guys, we have the nice little bow tie pasta, otherwise known as farfalle pasta, and this gets an A tier from the Doninator. It tastes amazing, and it's a little bow tie. How can you not like that?
Get me some farfalle pasta with some of my secret Joe sauce, and it is set. I'd argue this is an S tier.
I'm scared to ask, but what is the secret Joe sauce?
Well, it wouldn't be a secret if I told you right.
You're right. Let's just move on, Donald.
No. I'll tell you since you're so curious, but my special Joe sauce is quite delicious. You see, I get a bottle of ketchup.
Dear God.
Now, let me finish. I swear it's a banger, but yeah, you get a bottle of ketchup and you douse your pasta in that right. Then you get some mustard and sprinkle some bits throughout it, and the finishing touch is a scoop of mayo. Then after that, if you want, you can add your choice of protein, and I personally like using cut-up uncooked hot dogs, and boom, you got yourself a nice pasta a la Joe.
You know, that sounds fucking repulsive. If you added ground beef instead, I was willing to hear you out because it would be like hamburger pasta, but that sounds horrendous.
The choice of meat is what threw you off? I don't even think I'd feed a homeless person that disgusting slop you call the Joe special.
Hey man, like a fat kid at a buffet, it just means there's more for the Joe dog.
God, that's so gross, Joe. You confused me more than a homeless man under house arrest. Just hearing you describe that made me sweat more than Anne Frank wearing tap dancing shoes. But anyways, after that we got some conchigli, or also known as seashell pasta, and this goes into A tier. It has a nice little opening as wide as Riley Reid's asshole, and it's perfect for some sauce to just be scooped in there so you get an extra flavor punch when it's on its way to your mouth.
As wide as what?
Barack, don't act like you don't know who that is. Or would you have preferred I use Lisa Ann or Lana Rhoades instead? Either way, I feel like it gets the point across. Following that, we have some cavatappi pasta, and holy shit, why can't Italians give these things easier names? Why does it always sound like some gabagoo?
Wow, that is so offensive. Why can't you just say, wow, it's hard to pronounce these properly?
Because they have some hard-ass pronunciation for these words. Like, why can't it be easy like German? Like, for example, tot alle Juden, ich meine Italiener.
Whoa, what's that mean, Donald?
It's just a nice way to greet people. But anyways, moving on, we got spaghetti, and this is a bona fide S tier. I don't need to explain that one. And then I got linguine going into A tier. It's just a thicker and flatter spaghetti, but personally, I prefer the texture and girth of spaghetti. After that, we got some orecchiette pasta, and this also goes in A tier because of many of the same reasons I praise conchigli pasta. I like the little slit it's got going on, and you all know the fan of some holes.
You know, a wise man once told me, if you close your eyes, then it won't matter, because a hole's a hole.
And what the hell does that apply to?
I'll leave it up to interpretation.
I think I catch what you're throwing down, Joe, and I think I subscribe to that philosophy. A hole is indeed a hole no matter what. But after that, we got angel hair, and this is one of my lesser favorite pasta types if we're talking about the long ones. I just don't like how thin this stuff is. Like, I'll take a bite and instantly swallow that shit in like 2 chews. I need more girth in my pasta, which, speaking of girth, we then got bucatini pasta, and this one is definitely girthy enough for the Don, and I will be placing this one in A tier.
So angel hair is not girthy enough, but bucatini has a lot of girth, but still goes below spaghetti? I don't get it.
Well, too much girth is a bad thing. You guys ever hear of Girthmaster? Talk about too much girth, and that's the #1 guy. But anyways, after that, we got a triple threat coming up next because I have penne, tagliatelle, and gnocchi pasta all going into S tier. The penne is just a great pasta type to have if you're just looking to make anything really, like I would use it for almost any sauce in my cabinets. The tagliatelle is just a perfect length to girth ratio and is amazing, and I only use this for my pesto-based sauces. I don't know why, but I just can't have pesto unless I use this specific pasta. Then lastly, gnocchi just has the best texture of the three.
See, with gnocchi, I actually prefer using pesto with this one instead. Add some shredded cheese and have some tomatoes in there for a nice refreshing touch on the dish, and boom, you have yourself a damn meal.
I don't like veggies, so I don't think I will do that. I fucking hate seeing some tomato bits in my pasta and always pick that shit off. It's like when people try to tell me that Chicago deep dish pizza is good, when in reality you're just having some sauce alongside your pizza, and whenever I take a bite, I get hit with like the chunkiest tomato bits. Shit, I may as well just bite into a raw tomato if you're just gonna end up adding one to every damn slice of pizza I eat. This is why New York style pizza will forever remain supreme in my book. Anyways, we're approaching the end of the list, and second to last, we have ourselves some rigatoni. And I know that you all think I'll suck this off because it has some huge holes to just contain some sauce. But my problem is that the sauce falls out of it sometimes, so I just end up with a little sauce on my pasta. Still, though, it's an A tier.
I love these things. I love to pretend they're a straw whenever I get some, and I always try to drink my juice or soda with them for fun.
But, Joe, that adds pasta sauce to your drink.
Okay, and it gives it more flavor. You know what they say, sweet and salty are the best combinations.
Not in that fucking way, Joe. I think I'd rather floss my teeth with Lizzo's skid-marked underwear than ever try to do that disgusting act you just mentioned. Let's just get this list over with now, because after hearing that, I am quite frankly disgusted. Lastly, rounding this whole list off, we got risoni, and I have this going into B tier. It's kind of all right, but it makes me feel like I'm eating big chunks of rice, which I guess is okay, but I don't know, man. It makes me feel weird.
Eating grain-shaped pieces of pasta makes you feel weird.
Well, I don't know about you two, but I feel weird whenever I sit between two of my friends in the car and we go past a super bumpy road and I end up getting a little chub and I have to stay quiet because I'm scared they'll notice.
Joe, what the fuck, man? Is that why you were quiet as hell when we went to get ice cream the other day?
Guilty.
What is up, gang? Your presidential trio is back, and we are excited to do this tier list right here, which is about canned food. Normally we get Donald to handle food-related things because of his elite eating skills, but he isn't that knowledgeable on canned foods.
Sorry, I like my food fresh, sue me, but I will admit that canned tuna is a slapper, and I am quite frankly a huge fan of that.
Yeah, and I am a huge fan of canned sardines. I love eating them with the tomato sauce and stuff.
Yeah, we can unfortunately tell that you love sardines, Joe, because you never brush after eating them, but I will admit that you and Donald have good taste, but enough of that. We don't want to jump ahead of the list, so let's go ahead and get started. And up first, we got some canned artichoke hearts. Okay, so I got to keep it real with everyone. I freaking hate artichoke hearts. And we'll proudly put this in D tier.
Oh man, I love artichokes. What the heck, man? What's next? Sweet peas going into D tier?
You cannot be serious, Joey. This thing is gross, and you know what? I do believe that you love it, which makes me even more confident that this belongs in D tier. It's okay, though, because we have back-to-back Chef Boyardee cans, and one is beefaroni and the other is the classic ravioli. I'm proud to say that I freaking love the both of these, and I will be placing the beefaroni into A tier. And even though I know many of you will probably call me out on this, I do not mind. I'm placing the ravioli into S tier because of legacy reasons. This was the one that put Chef Boyardee on the map, and I will give it the praise it deserves. To be fair, though, it's basically the beefaroni, but in different pasta form.
Yeah, there can't be much of a difference between those two. Like, it's the same sauce and meat, so it basically is just a change in pasta. Either way, I do enjoy me some Chef Boyardee, so I support this message.
Thanks, Donald. And up next, we got canned chicken breast. And I am not a we go gym type of person, so I don't really care about the macros and how much protein is in canned chicken and how good it is for meal prep. So I am placing it into B tier, because it actually isn't bad, but you will not catch me eating canned chicken on the regular. Something about it just seems off, and I do not want to get used to eating chicken from a can. Then following that, we got another A tier, and that is canned chili. Come on now, this was an easy A, maybe even an S tier to some. Who doesn't like some good chili in a can if you ever go camping and bring one of these? Man, that is game over, because everyone is going to be munching on your chili. I absolutely love it.
What do you mean munching on my chili? Anyways, I can't have too much chili. I love the stuff, but my stomach bubbles up and then I get the shits from it. I don't know why, but I still don't stop myself from eating it. Even if it means I'm going to be clogging up someone's toilet, it doesn't matter to me because I need my chili.
That's why you're never allowed to set foot in my house, Joey. That and, well, many other reasons.
Yeah, that's pretty gross, man. Let's just pretend we don't know that about Joe and move on. Up next, we got canned corn, and I think this is a solid C tier. Like, fresh corn on a cob is always preferred, but if you're too lazy, well, I won't judge you for getting corn in a can. As for our next entry, I got fried apples going into A tier because this slaps. I probably am just a huge fan of canned desserts, but either way I like it, so it's going up high. After that, though, I am putting the fruit cocktail in C tier, but only because I've never had it. And quite honestly, it looks like it would be delicious. I need the audience to help me out on that.
Yeah, I haven't had any fruit cocktails in a can either, so don't feel bad, Barack.
Nah, don't cap, Joe. I bet you've had the cocktails, just without the tail.
Okay, relax now, Donald, before you make Joey sound that word out. Next up, we got another decent one, and that is canned green beans that I'm then putting into B tier. I fuck with green beans. Let it be known. As for the canned mac and cheese, I do not smell that at all. It sounds quite awful, to be honest, but again, I've never had it, but it somehow has to be better than the artichoke. So I am putting it into C tier. And while we're at it, I am putting fruit cups into C tier as well because they aren't canned. Quite frankly, I don't even know why they're here. I love fruit cups, though.
Aren't fruit cups basically the same as a can, though? They both last a while and have preservatives in them. Are we really going to be nitpicking that one triviality and then proceed to not give it an accurate ranking because of it? I find that very impractical.
Shut up, Joe.
Thanks for that, Donald. Now we can move on to the peach slices, which come in a can, and I love peach slices. I will be placing these into A tier because I love me some peaches. Can't say I love sweet peas either, but I'll give them a solid B tier. If I got to use these peas when I'm cooking, I will. Up next, we got a good-ass entry with the refried beans in a can. God damn, is this another good one. Bring one of these camping, and you also got yourself another banger. I'd like to place it into A tier, but it's like a super high B tier in my opinion.
Oh no, the illegals are going to get you for that one Barack. Then Joey will shit himself in your car if you don't place the sardines high.
It's true. I will actually do it, and I'll also do it in a secret area in your house. They don't call me the Joe Dog for no reason.
Okay, let's relax, Joey. I thought they called you Joe Dog for a different reason. That's kind of gross, but don't worry, I will be placing sardines into A tier, but only the tomato sauce sardines. This one says it's in mustard sauce, and I'm not sure if that's good, but I can vouch for the tomato sauce ones. Then we have our second S tier, and that is Spaghetti O's, and I love these things. Actually, looking at what's next on the list, all of these are bangers. The Spam and tuna instantly go into S tier. Honestly, if there were a tier above S, I would put tuna in that. I think it is the ultimate canned food, and I know the image shows a plastic bag, but these come in cans, so I count it.
Yeah, huge W for tuna, and I expected it the whole time.
Yeah, we knew this Hawaiian dude was going to put Spam in S. But more importantly, where do the Vienna sausages go? I would suck the hell out of the sausage juice that was left over in the can.
That sounds absolutely putrid, but I don't expect anything less from you, Joey. I'm feeling mighty generous today. And I do like Vienna sausages, so I'll put it in S tier. Why the hell not?
Come on now, Barry, these cannot possibly go that high.
Shut up, Donald. You only hate them because they remind you of your cock.
What is going on, gang? Your presidential boys are back at it again with the tier lists.
This time we're doing cereals. Boy, howdy am I excited.
Knowing you, Joe, you're going to put some shit like Special K at S tier? Wait, hold on, guys. Where's the music? Our fucking editor is being lazy again. Fraile, you fuck, come and put on the music.
I was literally about to add it.
Don't let him bully you like that, Fraile. He's just upset that he's going to go to jail soon.
Whoa, way too soon for that, Joe. And what was even funny about that? This is Donald's life we're talking about.
Yeah, you dick.
Hamburgers. I'm sorry, guys.
Yeah, whatever. Let's get this list started. We have our first entry, which is the Apple Cinnamon Cheerios, which I'm gonna be honest, fellas. It's okay.
Yeah, they're not as good as the OG Cheerios, to be honest.
Yeah, like if I want something healthy and tasty, I'll get the normal Cheerios. But what's the point of the Apple Cinnamon? I'd rather just get Apple Jacks at that point.
On God, Donald, same can't be said for Cookie Crisps, though. It's a solid A tier just because there are better chocolate cereals, in my opinion.
Guys, I don't know that cereal has too much sugar.
Oh my God, here comes this pussy with his, oh, my tummy hurts. Man, grow the fuck up, Joe.
Guys, it's not me. I swear I love sugary cereal, but when I have too much, I get an upset tummy and then I have diarrhea.
Joey, that is way too much info, but you also know what that sounds like to me?
What's it sound like, Barack?
Like a personal problem.
Got his ass, Barack.
Anyways, we got Special K at C tier because I genuinely can't imagine anyone under 300 pounds saying, oh man, I can't wait for this Special K.
I don't think it's that bad if it has berries and stuff.
Oh my fucking God, Joe, that shit is garbage. You're lucky it's even at C tier. I think I would rather drag my balls through miles of broken glass only to have them doused in lemon juice as I get mauled by a bear than have Special K willingly.
Well, frankly, I think that's a bit excessive.
Now, I'm kind of with him on that one. Anyways, we got Kicks at C tier as well, like they're decent as a snack. But I swear I've seen more people eat Kicks as a snack with no milk than I have people actually eating it as cereal. After that, though, we have another A tier, and that is Apple Jacks.
Ooh, I love me some Apple Jacks. Remember the commercials they had with that skinny piece of cinnamon? I just know that Mofo chases after big girls only. Probably wants his face smushed by Lizzo.
I want my face smushed by Jenna Ortega.
Gross, Joe, what the hell?
I was just saying she's hot.
Joe, she is only 20-something. She is basically a child. What the hell?
We have to hurry before Joe inevitably says something weird again.
Sorry, guys, I may or may not be off to perks. Just feel me, man.
Do you hear what he is saying?
Donald, let's just continue and maybe he will stop. I got cornflakes at D because once again ain't no motherfucker say, damn, I'm craving some cornflakes. That's like hearing someone say, damn, I wish there was an all-you-can-eat buffet for just grits.
My brother from another mother, you know what's cooking, B-dog?
Don't do that, Donnie. Up next, I got Count Chocula at B because it's a decent chocolate cereal, and then Captain Crunch at C tier. There's a reason why you don't see Captain Crunch that much anymore, but it used to be banging back then.
I swear they must have changed the formula or something. I remember munching on those more than I ever munched on my wife.
Joe, what the hell, man? Nobody wants to know this.
Joey, now you're kind of scaring us.
Ooh, guys, look, it's Rice Chex up next. I freaking love Rice Chex. I think we should put that at S tier.
Joe, you know we're not doing that. Were you trying to act cool and say funny things so we'd put this up higher?
That is totally what that fucker was doing.
Guys, please, I just think Rice Chex is underrated. Please put it high.
It's going in D tier, and there's nothing you can do about it, Joe. Up next, we got Captain Crunch Peanut Butter, and I'm going to be honest that, and Honey Bunches of Oats are solid. Both are kind of slightly better than mid, in my opinion.
I don't know about the Honey Bunches, man, but I guess out of all those types of cereals, that is the best one.
On Gang Barack, when I get that big cluster in my mouth and bite into it, it just bursts in my mouth. Makes me so happy to have it inside me.
Yeah, I like the oat cluster, too. I got Rice Krispies at D tier because they're pretty bad as a cereal, and next I got Cinnamon Toast Crunch as our first S tier.
Oh, hell yeah, I'll fucking twerk for some Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
On God, Donald will be on all fours throwing it back.
What the hell do you two mean by that?
Like it's so appetizing that I am willing to twerk for that cereal. It is a very twerkable cereal.
Sure, well, up next we got one that I think Joe will appreciate, and I'm placing Mini Wheats at A tier. It is good as hell.
Mini Wheats?
Yay, I love mini wheats.
I had to throw them a bone, Donald, plus they're not that bad. I like them a decent bit and feel like they're an A tier if we categorize the healthy cereal.
I'll let this slide just so Joe stops acting so weird.
Thanks, Donnie. Our next S tier is going to be Cheerios because they are healthy, lower cholesterol, and genuinely taste good.
I agree. You can also have them as snacks, and once you finish eating all the Cheerios, you can drink the milk and it tastes sweet like honey.
I know you guys probably would think I hate this, but I think this is genuinely good. I have no issues.
Next, I have Reese's Puff at A tier because they are elite, but the other chocolate cereal have it beat honestly.
What hell no. The peanut butter adds such a good mix, Barack. This is an L take from you.
I know it should be S, but I just can't put it there. Maybe when the list is done, I'll rethink it. Up next, I got Rice Krispie Treat cereal at C tier. They're good, but still I would rather have Chocolate Krispies. I also see up next we got another Cheerios box. I don't know the difference, so it'll just go in B.
You better not do Lucky Charms, Dirty Barack.
Yeah, I love the marshmallow thingies that it has.
I think I'm putting it as an A tier, fellas. The marshmallows are elite, but once you eat them all, you're left with bland cereal. Same can't be said with our next S tier, and that is the Cocoa Krispies. This shit is delicious.
On God, Barack, then when you finish all the cereal, you got a bowl of chocolate milk.
I hate to agree with Joe, but he's right. It's an elite cereal.
Thanks, guys. And up next, I have Fruit Loops going at A tier because they're kind of like Apple Jacks minus the cinnamon, but they're really good. And then I have Raisin Bran at C tier.
God, I hate Raisin Bran. Imagine someone giving you such a shitty cereal that they stockpile that shit with sugar just so you can eat it.
Isn't that Frosted Flakes?
You don't get it, Joe. They are not the same.
Speaking of not the same, Golden Crisp is not the same as the other cereals, and I think it's a D tier. Unlike the Fruity Pebbles, which I have going at S tier because it is an elite cereal.
Fruity Pebbles are so elite. Cocoa Pebbles and Fruity Pebbles belong in the Cereal Hall of Fame. I would once again twerk for these cereals.
Donnie, settle down. We are not even at the Cocoa Pebbles yet.
Shut up, Joe. We all know where it's headed anyways.
I hate going out of order, but he is right. I then have Cocoa Puffs at A, and then I have Frosted Flakes at S tier. This shit is delicious, and it leaves behind the sugary milk. Like, I don't even care if I get diabetes.
Well, I care if I'll get diabetes.
Joe, you'll die of dementia before anything else. Don't worry about diabetes.
All right, settle down, fellas. I have Captain Crunch Berries at A tier. This one is a banger, I'm not gonna lie.
Whoa, I agree, but more importantly, where are we putting Double Raisin Bran and Honeycomb at?
Joe, don't even act like those are contenders for anything good. Barack is putting that shit in C tier. Stop trying to play them up.
Donald knows me. I also have Trix at B tier, but I really like those Trix yogurt things. Whatever happened to those?
You know I fucking love those things. I don't know what happened to them.
Michelle probably ordered them to shut down because she didn't want to make more fat kids like Donnie.
You shut your mouth, you sleepy fuck. I am literally the definition of a chiseled alpha male.
Joe, shut up. Let's just finish this list I want to game. I have Pops at C tier and Cocoa Pebbles, of course, go in S tier. There is no surprise here.
The commercials for Pops made me crave it so much. But then when I actually ate Pops, it reminded me of why I don't get it.
Realest shit you've said yet, Joey.
Lastly, I have these Honey Smacks at D tier. This shit was sold in these big-ass bags. It was like it was made to feed horses. It is borderline prison food.
You hear that, Donald? You better start getting these since you got to adjust to the prison lifestyle.
Now listen, guys, they are not taking me to prison. I'd like to see those fuckers try to... Fuck!
What is up, gang-a-lang? We are back with another tier list video. And this time around, since we did GTA games last week, we've decided that we might as well start ranking Call of Duty games, and I am the most distinguished gamer here. So I decided it would be best if I did this list.
You know, I fought you a little on who should do this list, but then it hit me that no one truly knows the true chaos and pain a war can bring other than you, Barack. I mean, you probably have more experience with death and weapons than both me and Joe combined.
Now, Donald, let's settle down a bit. Barry here is well versed in war and bombings, but let's not act like he knows the most.
Thank you, Joey, for coming to my side and letting this dumb joke die.
Yeah, of course, Barry. I know you don't really know that much because the ones that truly know are all those poor Middle Eastern children who were trying to live their peaceful lives before you decided to nuke them with an orbital strike.
Come on, man.
Oh my God, Joey with the freaking burn. Jesus Christ, way to finally get one Joester.
My dub was eventually coming. It's like how 99.9% of gamblers quit before they make it big. Remember, viewers, to never give up on your dreams.
Okay, that's more than enough. And haha, very funny with your bomb jokes, as always. They never seem to miss, except for when they do, like right now, for instance.
Yeah, you know what, you're right. I can't argue with you when it comes to missing bombs since you're the local expert.
Jesus Christ.
Joey from the top of the rope and delivering back-to-back devastators. I cannot believe my ears.
Let's just please get started with the list. We all know I am the one creating it because you two suck at Call of Duty and I am always carrying you bums. Anyways, let's just please finally get started. And up first we got Call of Duty 4, and this is a classic COD with amazing multiplayer. I think this COD is what brought a lot of people into the franchise and was a part of an amazing trilogy that cannot be matched. And I think for that reason, and because of my arbitrary legacy reasons, I will be placing the first Modern Warfare into S tier.
Okay, huge W to start off this list, and I cannot argue with the man who loves to start wars, so this must in fact be factual.
Must in fact be factual. Get a bigger vocabulary, Donald. And wars have nothing to do with your skill level in the game, but crack that joke all you want because I'm sure our audience loves hearing it for the 20th time.
What a bomb of statement.
Yeah, so hilarious. Anyways, up next we got Infinite Warfare, and I am going to keep it real with everyone. And I think this game was overhated. If you played the game, you realized it was actually pretty decent. Like, not stellar or amazing by any means, but I actually think it was better than a couple of other COD games on this list, and for that I have to place it into B tier.
Don't forget that they had a pretty decent Zombies game mode too. I don't think a single map was better than Zombies in Spaceland, but I actually really liked that map and wished it could get remastered in some sort of way.
The Zombies was pretty cool. I do have to agree with you there, Donald. But yeah, speaking of remasters, we got Modern Warfare remastered, and I honestly quite enjoyed this game. It didn't capture the classic feel of the old COD games, but I felt like it was an excellent step in the right direction, considering they were kind of going off the rails with their recent installments. I started finding the yearly COD games to be more and more boring and quite honestly not enjoyable at all, but then this game came and changed my tune in an instant. I think A tier would be a perfect spot on the list for Modern Warfare Remastered, and since I'm talking about games that went off the rails, let me talk about Call of Duty Black Ops 4, because that is up next. And man, oh man, this game is a monument of failure and is the very definition of doing too much. I didn't enjoy the zombies much at all in the game, aside from 9 and that one Pegasus map where it was based on Greek statues. I forgot what it was called. As for the multiplayer, well, it wasn't awful, but that's about the nicest thing I can say about it. It had an ugly interface and just really didn't feel like I was playing Call of Duty anymore. The Blackout Battle Royale game mode was cool and all, but it was wonky and not as good as modern day Warzone, but Warzone is also kind of bad now, so it's all just a mess. Back to the rating though. I think C tier is what I'm feeling for this game.
Holy balls, I forgot Blackout was even a thing. I must have blacked out from Blackout. Haha.
Boo, that was a miss, Joey. You were on a streak too, but now you lost it.
Yeah, that was a god-awful joke there, Joe. Almost as bad as a joke World War II was, because I hated the zombies in that game, and the multiplayer wasn't enough to carry this game. I don't think it'll surprise anyone that I have this game going into C tier. But don't worry, we got an amazing game up next, and that is Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3. Man, this game was the last of the amazing Modern Warfare trilogy, and I have almost no choice but to put this work of art in S tier. Same cannot be said for Call of Duty 3, because that game is a big stinker and will be our first D tier. I feel like the franchise took a step back with this one. But I also doubt much of the audience played any COD game before the Modern Warfare franchise.
Wow, way to assume that they haven't, Barry. You think you're hot stuff, don't you?
I just thought Call of Duty 2 was better than 3 in the first game, but that is neither here nor there, because up next we got another stinker, and that is Advanced Warfare. Now, at first I think people hated Infinite Warfare more, but if you go back and play both, or just look at them objectively, you would see that Advanced Warfare was a bit of a hot mess. I did have with it for a bit. But the zombies was absolutely dreadful. And having everyone jump up and down like some frogs every second because of the booster was absolute AIDS. The only time I found it really fun was when I was playing Infected. I can't even lie, it banged on that game, and I played that a decent bit because it was too hard to take this game seriously and try to be competitive. I think C tier would fit this game nicely.
I feel like we're a bit too harsh on Advanced Warfare. I was pretty good at that game.
Of course you would be good at that trash game.
Yeah, I think that's even more of a reason to keep it that low. But luckily for us, we got one of the best CODs, and that is Call of Duty Black Ops. I have this going into S tier because the Black Ops trilogy matches the Modern Warfare trilogy in most ways, and I love them both so much. I, of course, have Black Ops going into S tier because the campaign was amazing, the multiplayer banged, and the zombies was truly something special.
Dude playing Kino for the first time was something special. I even have love for 5, and honestly, I loved every single map except for Shangri-La, but even it had some bright spots.
I remember each multiplayer map too. They feel so special and unique.
That may be a bit of nostalgia blinding you, but I do agree the game was something special. Next up, we got Call of Duty 2, and this was all right. Solid game, and was better than 3 in the OG one, so I have this going into C tier, but admittedly it's an extremely low C tier because I'd rather play the other CODs in that tier over 2. But anyways, we got Call of Duty World at War up next. And this one pioneered the whole Black Ops franchise, so I respect it for that. And the multiplayer was fun as hell. It has a very scary and raw aesthetic that comes with it too that no other COD has done. And it shows in both how gory multiplayer was and how spooky the zombies was as well. It walked so Black Ops could run, and for that, I'm giving it an A tier.
I feel like it could have gone a bit higher, but it seems to me you're just leaving the Modern Warfare trilogy and Black Ops trilogy up in S tier instead.
Whoa, we don't know that quite yet. And you have to listen to the whole list to find out, but up next, we got Cold War, and I feel like it was not a bad game at all. It died pretty quickly for me, but for the time that I played it, I really enjoyed both the multiplayer and the zombies. It just didn't capture the feel that I was hoping for, but regardless of that, I still think it's a solid B tier. Following that, we have Black Ops 3, and we all already know this is an automatic S tier for me. The multiplayer in this game felt fresh and new because the future combat didn't feel overdone quite yet. The zombies in this game is the peak, and no game has reached it since. You got all the classic maps remastered on top of some amazing DLC maps we got with the Season Pass. Then if that wasn't enough, we got all the custom maps in the world if you play this game on PC, and honestly, if this game had only zombies, it would still be an S tier. So now that we have all this other stuff with it, man, oh man, this is a great game.
As a person who doesn't have a PC yet, I am excited for Christmas when Baron hands me his old PC and we can finally run some custom zombies maps.
Dude, they slap so much. There's even a map which is just called Cheese Cube.
Oh yeah, it's amazing. Now following up on that is a hard act, and we have another game that was hated on when it first came out, but quite honestly, I liked Call of Duty Ghosts. I thought Extinction was okay, but Ghost had some good-ass multiplayer, and I am tired of hearing so much slander on it. Now, is it the best game? No, it is not. But it is a solid game that I think belongs in B tier. The next game, however, is absolutely amazing, and that is Black Ops 2. Now with this one, it's the inverse of Black Ops 3, because I think the multiplayer was at its peak here, but the zombies was still pretty good. I have to place this game into S tier because of all the great memories.
Okay, so I was basically right because we have the whole damn Black Ops trilogy up there alongside the Modern Warfare one.
Well, we don't have Modern Warfare 2 up there yet.
I'll kill you if you place it below an S.
Wow, that's a bit much, and quite honestly, a threat from you, Joey, is like getting threatened by a Teletubby. Like, what are they gonna do? Feed me cookies till I blow up, but let's just wait and see, because up next we got the OG Call of Duty. And I have this going into D tier alongside 3. It started the franchise, so I give it respect on that, but I'd rather play any other COD. Then we got Call of Duty Vanguard, and this is a pretty easy C tier. I feel like the C tier COD games all have a thing in common, and that's that. They're all pretty forgettable or flat out mid. And since we got just Modern Warfare 2 left, I might as well grade that, and no need to worry because we all know this is an easy S tier.
Yay, I am so happy.
Yeah, this is a pretty solid list. And even though I predicted the S tier rankings, I'm still glad you put those two trilogies up there.
I'm glad you guys agree because Modern Warfare 2 is my personal favorite if I had to choose.
It's probably because you had so much fun no Russianing all those kids out in Syria.
Oh my God, now that's a home run.
I hate you two. Hey everyone, your presidential boys are back at it again with yet another tier list.
It's only a matter of time before we start making a tier list about air.
I wouldn't underrate fresh air, Donald. You're gonna miss it when you're in prison.
Joe, don't you go starting this again.
Settle down, gents. Let's go ahead and get this condiments tier list started. So for our first entry, I have Dijon mustard going in C tier.
What? No way. I am a mustard enjoyer, and there is no way Dijon mustard is in C tier.
You seem like a mustard for that take, Joey. Mustard is okay, but I can't have it with anything alone aside from a hot dog and a burger.
On God, Donald, when do you ever see someone dipping their fries in mustard,
I like to sometimes dip my fries in a little bit of yellow mustard when...
Stop it, you freak. I thought you were going to say honey mustard, but yellow mustard? Gross. Anyways, we already got our first S tier, and that is guacamole.
Yes, Barack, if there's one thing those damn illegals know how to do, it's build great houses, clean very well. Frankly, they do some great lawn work as well, make some fantastic food, but most important of all, they know how to make a goddamn great guacamole. I would Piper Perry a motherfucker for some guac right now.
Strangely enough, I agreed with everything you just said. Aside from that last sentence, but I hope you'll feel the same about hummus because that's our first A tier.
It comes from Egypt and is associated with Arabs, but it is extremely halal, so I must agree with that amazing take. Give me some hummus and carrots and I am set.
Donnie, stop trying to act like you'd ever touch a vegetable.
The hell are you talking about, Joe? I love carrots.
Must explain the orange skin.
Okay, guys, enough. Anyways, up next I got Jack Daniel's sweet and spicy barbecue sauce at B tier. I love it, don't get me wrong, but I have a soft spot for Sweet Baby Ray's barbecue sauce and much prefer it.
That's okay, Barack. I think we all have soft spots for certain things.
Only soft spot you have is in your brain, Joey. You're probably going to want your honey mussy at S tier up next.
Well, yeah, it's freaking honey mustard. I love eating it with my chicken tendies.
Just because you said that I am putting it in B tier, but I can't even lie, I do like me some honey mustard.
I dabble in the occasional honey mustard dip.
You guys don't understand. Honey mustard is literally the best. It can go on almost anything. I will for real twerk for that shit.
And it's definitely staying in B tier. Up next, we got actual honey going in A tier because, well, it's honey and I think everyone loves it.
Fun fact, guys, did you all know that having a honey allergy is rare, with an estimated incidence of less than 0.001% in the general population? Pretty cool, right?
That is not pretty cool. That sounds sorry as hell. How the hell are you going to be allergic to honey? God, you might as well keel over anything at that point. Motherfuckers being allergic to honey is like the equivalent of someone taking Lizzo's advice for workouts. Both are equally lousy.
Can we stop with the Lizzo hate? She actually has some bangers.
Well, I can't say jokes about Jonah Hill. He stopped Kanye from hating Jews.
On God trumpet?
Anyways, we have Cholula up next, which I'm confidently placing in A tier. It's better than Tabasco sauce, and I love having it on my eggs when I'm not using ketchup.
A little too spicy for me, but I like the way it tastes as well.
A little too spicy? Come on, Donald, it's more vinegar than anything else.
More vin what, Joey?
Stop with that bit, Donald. We got to get to maple syrup up next, and I can confidently say that it is a B tier. Honey clears it.
On God, Barack, I'll split a wig if anyone dares to say maple syrup is better. That's some Canadian shit, and I do not fuck with Canadians.
There he goes again with his rant.
It's not a rant. I'm just saying the world would be better if we just wiped them off the face of the planet like the vermin they are. Like if I had the choice to cure AIDS and cancer or kill all of the Canadians, I would do the Canadian one 10 times over.
You're just mad that Drake talks to me and not you.
Yeah, he's salty as fuck about not getting the autograph from Drake anyways. We got Prego marinara sauce next, and that's another A tier, to be honest. I love marinara sauce on my pasta and on my mozzarella sticks.
Ooh, I love pasta. This is a W of a choice, Barack.
I am telling you guys, I am on fire with the lists recently. Then we have mayo up next. And that's the next S tier, fellas. This shit is so versatile and is used in so much stuff.
Oh my God, I love mayo. I can eat that shit straight out the tub.
Wait, what?
Joey, that is not fucking normal. Did you expect us to jump for joy when you said that stinky ass shit? Eating a whole tub of mayo? Jesus Christ. Your cholesterol must be out of control, Joey.
Okay, I didn't mean it like that.
No, you definitely meant it like that. That is gross, Joey, borderline asinine.
Yeah, I just feel gross after hearing that, but nonetheless, we got to keep going with the list, and I have ranch at S tier as well. It goes on pizza, wings, fries, nuggets. It's another goated sauce, in my opinion.
Yeah, but I feel like if you have too much ranch, it gets kind of gross.
I don't disagree, but in moderation, it is amazing. Unlike our first D tier entry, and that's relish. When have you ever heard anyone ask for relish on anything that's not a hot dog?
Yeah, but it's pretty good on hot dogs.
Hey, it's all right, but I'm not going to bend over backwards for some relish. Ain't no motherfucker going to cry over relish going in D tier.
On God, Donald, relish is probably the worst thing on this whole condiment list. Same can't be said for Tostitos salsa, and I have that in B tier. It's some good salsa from a jar, and it's pretty easy to enjoy.
Yeah, you set that up alongside some chips, and it's an easy snack to enjoy. Shit is good.
For real, Joey, up next I have Prego pesto. And even though it can only be used on pasta, I'm still putting that shit in B tier because it is good.
Okay, so then why is relish in D tier? That's not fair.
Ignore him, Barack. I agree that it should go somewhat high. I love some good pesto.
Thanks, Donnie. Honest questions for everyone. How are we feeling about sriracha? I like it, but I don't love it.
The same for me, honestly. It's decent, and I'd say above Dijon mustard, but at times it can be a bit too oriental for me.
I don't know what that means, but I'd agree that it isn't amazing, but I'd say B tier is a solid placing for it.
That's what I was thinking, and next I got soy sauce in C tier. I really like it, but it is way too salty and filled with sodium.
It's also super overpowering, but with a little it adds the perfect amount of flavor to some dishes.
Yeah, but you can't dip food in it unless it's like sushi.
Agreed. I then have tartar sauce going in B tier alongside Tabasco. Both are pretty solid, but I don't think they exceed a B.
Factual?
We got our fourth S tier, and that is ketchup. This shit goes on so many things, and it is just so amazing.
On God, Barack, I'll put ketchup on my fries, hot dogs, meatloaf, you name it.
Joe, I can't disagree with you here. Ketchup is indeed one of the best condiments.
Thanks, guys. I got Frank's Red Hot going at A tier because it's a good hot sauce. It's a classic. And it can go on so much shit. Then, and I am sorry, Joe, but I am putting yellow mustard at C tier. I just feel disgusted that you would put that shit by itself on your fries.
Don't knock it till you try it.
Nah, that shit sounds rancid as fuck. I don't think I will ever be trying that shit.
We're almost done with the list, and I have Thousand Island at B tier because it's a solid dressing for salads, and it tastes pretty good in general, not gonna lie. Then I have Sweet Baby Ray's at A tier because that shit is banging.
God, I love Sweet Baby Ray's.
I bet you love you some Rays deep inside of you, don't you, Joey?
Donald, stop. And finishing up, I have the bomb at D tier as well. Like, why the fuck is this even here? Who genuinely enjoys this extremely hot sauce? Like, you have to be a masochist for this. Like, you'd enjoy getting pain inflicted upon you.
You of all people putting the bomb in D tier is just absurd. We all know how much you enjoyed bombing stuff, Barack.
Haha, real funny there, Donald. You got everyone laughing.
I thought it was funny.
And that's why you're not coming to Wendy's with us later.
Aw, hamburgers.
What is going on, gang? We are back with another tier list, and this time around we are going to be doing a reptile tier list, but more specifically, it's going to be a pet reptile tier list.
If that were true, then you'd have the mighty Komodo dragon in this list.
Donald, nobody has a pet Komodo dragon. And if they do for whatever ungodly reason, then they should probably be extremely careful. And technically, we do have something similar to them because monitor lizards are in the same family.
We should have added some amphibians. Those are super cool because where else are we going to rate things like frogs and axolotls?
Okay, that's kind of a valid point. But this is the list, Joe, so you got to deal with it. I'm sorry to break it to you, but no one here has ever bought an amphibian, so I don't know what to tell you.
I almost bought some poison dart frogs because this super hot girl was trying to sell them to me, and it almost worked.
Yeah. Do you ever find yourself buying things just because you find the person selling the stuff so freaking hot and you just want to bang them? Like me, for example, I'm in my house, got all these boxes everywhere from this one place I bought a ton from, and then it hit me. I realized something crucial about myself. I don't even like Thin Mint Girl Scout cookies.
Don't worry, Joey, I won't judge because it happens to the best of us.
No, it does not. We cannot ignore what Joe just said.
That he doesn't like Thin Mints? It is literally well documented that Joe hates mint-flavored things.
Thanks for paying attention to me, Donald.
Never mind. Let's just go ahead and start this list. Because up first, we got a yellow slider turtle, and I am a big fan of turtles. And this is a pretty common one. And I feel like this is similar to the red-eared slider because they both are common turtles, and a lot of people have them. I'd have to give this an S tier just because they are easy to take care of and they're pretty friggin' cool.
Did you just say fwiggin?
No, I didn't, unless the audience thought it was funny.
Stop trying to develop a personality, Barack. You are nothing more than a foil to me and Donnie's antics.
Maybe I want to start saying some outlandish stuff like you two. Like, for example, I told a joke on a Zoom meeting and no one laughed. It turns out I'm not remotely funny.
Boo!
Tomato!
Come on, guys, I thought that was funny.
If you want a real joke, get a load of this one. The other day at the White House, I had an employee who has dwarfism and Down syndrome, and one day he's late for work. Is it okay to call him a little tardy?
That got a little chuckle from me.
How is that any better than mine? Whatever, this isn't comedy hour. We're moving on with the list, and up next we got a ball python. And I think this is yet again another S tier. I feel like snakes are dope as hell and deserve to be up there. Then after that, I got bearded dragons going into B tier because I swear so many people had bearded dragons, but what is so cool about them? Like, they're okay, but I'd rather have a cooler one, like the ones I will slot above it.
Is a bearded dragon what you call Michelle when she's upset at you?
Boom. Roasted.
Haha, very funny. Moving on from that dumb comment, we got ourselves a boa constrictor. And yet again, this is also a dope as hell reptile and is going into S tier. I don't know the logistics of taking care of it, but they seem pretty dope.
Can we stop talking about logistics and how hard it would be to take care of these things? I just want to rate these bad boys on how dope they would be.
Fine, have it your way. I'll rate the damn tortoise a B tier because they are not that cool.
Now that's just a wrong answer. Tortoises are cool as hell. Like, imagine you're just chilling in the backyard and you got this huge tortoise just chilling there with you. Like, it'll be soaking up the sun and just vibing in the world while you are probably just resting or sleeping on a hammock.
Well, I wouldn't be sleeping like Joe, but it is pretty cool to just imagine a huge turtle just walking around.
Okay, but it's not a turtle, it's a tortoise.
They're basically the same thing, Barry. One is simply just a land version of a turtle.
I freaking hate you two. It just feels like you two are out to get me this tier list. Anyways, after that, I got the Chinese water dragon going into B tier as well. Do you two have any comments on that?
Nah, I think you cooked with that one. I'm not a huge fan of lizards.
I frankly just don't like the Chinese.
Wow.
I'm speaking purely on the Chinese water dragons.
I'm totally sure that you are, bud. Then after I got corn snakes, and these actually genuinely suck because they are small-ass snakes, and I don't like the color on them.
Bet that isn't the first time you've heard someone say that.
What is that supposed to mean?
He's talking about the snakes, Barack, because I also don't like them too.
Totally what I was referring to and nothing more.
Sure, man. After that, we move on to our gecko trilogy, and I have the crested gecko, day gecko, and the gargoyle gecko, all going into A tier. See, with these, I can actually comment on how dope geckos are, and it's a shame we don't have Leachianus geckos on this list. See, you guys might not know this, but they're pretty freaking huge geckos and actually look cool as hell, too.
Way to assume that we don't know our geckos. Of course, the Joe Dog is familiar with the Rhacodactylus leachianus, commonly known as the New Caledonian giant gecko, Leach's giant gecko, Lachianus gecko, or simply Leachy. Who doesn't know that it is the largest living species of gecko? This is pretty common knowledge, Barack.
Since when did these become common knowledge?
You never asked me. Joe Dog has interesting hobbies aside from huffing glue and paint.
I didn't even know that you did that, Joe. That's kind of badass.
No, it is not. Joe, you are actively killing your brain cells by doing that.
Not like there were very many to begin with. I say you kill them all, Joe.
It opens my third eye, so I plan on eradicating every single one. I just got to do more whippets, too.
Jesus Christ, no more of this talk, please. Let's go back on track with our nice reptile tier list and continue on, because now we have iguanas, and these are a C tier. You guys know that iguanas are messing up the ecosystem in Florida? They're like ravishing food supplies for other creatures, and there's no natural predator for them. So Florida allows people to hunt them. I've seen some people prepare different foods with iguana as the base.
What an American way to solve a problem. Just eat your way through it.
You think they taste good, Donnie?
Put enough sauce on something and it'll always taste good, Joey.
Don't know if that's correct, but I heard it wasn't awful tasting. Following that, we got the leopard gecko. And this is the one gecko I will have going in B tier. I just don't like how it looks because the leopard printing just isn't for me. I don't mess with all those spots on it. Up next, though, we got a freaking S tier because monitor lizards are amazing. I just love the way they all have this similar look and how varied they can be. But if I were to own one, I'd try to get the biggest one possible just so I can have it like a dog, just lounging around my house. It's like having a mini dinosaur just roaming around.
Finally, a freaking banger. If I could get a Komodo dragon as like a guard dog, I totally would. They would eat anything that dares to step in my backyard.
They'd eat you too, Donald.
Nah, even they'd realize that it's way too many calories to ingest.
Because of all my muscle mass.
Nah, because of that fatty you got slanging around?
All right, that's enough, Joe. After that, we got the blue-tongued skink. And although this is one of the largest members of the family, I just don't like the way it looks. It kind of resembles a wiener dog and has this odd body shape that I can't really rock with. Like a land axolotl, except a lot less cute. So for that, I am going to have to put this into B tier. Tegus, on the other hand, get an immediate A tier from me. I've seen people put these bad boys on leashes and just have them walking around. Like the concept of walking a lizard on a leash is so wild, but so cool to me. I imagine that they don't probably do much, but the fact I just have it on a leash would be more than a flex for me.
I'm noticing a trend on this list, and it's that you tend to gravitate toward larger reptiles. What's up with that Barack?
I don't know, it's just cool to see these large reptiles. Like, the thought of having these creatures that closely resemble those that roam the past Earth without humans inhabiting it is just fascinating to me. And some reptiles have been around that long, and it's kind of like you're with a living fossil at times. Their patterns and behaviors are just so cool as well. Like, there really is nothing like these creatures in this Earth, and like I keep mentioning, it's the closest we can get to dinosaurs.
I think I understand what's going on here.
Are you finally appreciating reptiles as much as I do, Donald?
Not entirely, but I think I'm finally diagnosing you. I think you might just have a case of the tism.
I hate you.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. What is wrong with being autistic, Barack?
Yeah, Barry, I meant that to come across in the most flattering form possible.
I don't think telling someone that they, quote, might have a case of the tism is in any form or manner flattering.
Hey, you know who had autism that was pretty cool? Jerry Seinfeld. And you freaking love Seinfeld.
Okay, yeah, I do love the show, but Jerry Seinfeld also dated a 17-year-old when he was 38.
Shit, are you trying to make me idolize him? That just made him like 10 times cooler in my book.
Yeah, that's a real baller move of him. Me personally, though, I would have waited till she was 18.
I would have tried to go after her when she was younger.
You two quite literally have the worst takes imaginable. What he did was in no way okay at all, but I digress because we are not here to talk about the Jerry freaking Seinfeld. Anyways, we are approaching the end of the list, and up next we got tokay geckos, and this once again is another gecko that I'll be placing into A tier, and this one has a somewhat similar patterning to leopard geckos, but I like their colorway more and think the vibrant clashing colors fit it a whole lot more.
Insane to me that you just said you like the colorway of a damn gecko. We are talking about these things like they're freaking shoes.
You should see people at the reptile conventions. They have so many that they show off, especially if they have great coloring or size. What's funny is that it literally is kind of like a shoe convention, but anyways, let's wrap up this list because we got our last entry, which is the anole, and I don't really like these all that much. The one on the list in particular is a green anole, and I don't like that little dangling thing off its neck. It looks like a damn turkey, and I think it looks stupid. It belongs in D tier.
Wow, it looks kind of cool. I imagine that the reptile folks like the colorful neck thing they have.
Yeah, well, I'm not a fan of it, and it's my list.
Okay, cool and all, but is anyone going to talk about how closely a knoll sounds like own a hole? Like, I freaking love those things.
The hell is a own a hole?
Well, I'm glad you asked. To put it academically, the word own a hole comes from two words combined, onani, meaning masturbation in Japanese, and horu, meaning hole. So in short, a masturbation hole.
Why did I even ask?
Now, Joe, where does one purchase one of these devices?
I'm glad you asked, you see?
Nope, not in this video. What is up, gang? We are back with another video, and this time we're going to be making our long-awaited seasons tier list.
Please tell me who was waiting for this tier list, because I can tell you personally that the Don was not head over heels for this.
That's because you're a hater, Donald. Try to be more like the Joe dog and learn to appreciate things instead of being bitter.
The only way I can be more like you, Joe, is if I sleep through multiple concussions or get some major CTE.
Settle down, you two, but I personally was waiting for this list. It'll be a nice and short one for once, and we can just talk about why we prefer what season. So let's go ahead and get this list started, because up first we got fall. Now, what are we thinking about fall? Because I want to get everyone's opinions on this, because if you ask me personally, I am not a fan of fall. Like all those goddamn leaves falling, and then the cold starts to come, but it's not winter cold. It's like breezy cold one day and then warm the next. It's all just very wishy-washy, and it just cannot decide what it wants to be.
Yeah, I do not like fall at all. Like, who the hell wants to rake leaves? I am a hater of autumn, and I just don't get the love for it. Like, sure, someone can argue that it has Thanksgiving, so that might be a little cool to have as a holiday, but man, I cannot get over the fact that the weather is so garbage more than half of the time that it's autumn.
You guys are underappreciating fall weather and how it's a nice intro or like a transition into winter. Like, it obviously can't go from being hot as hell and then have it be snowing the very next day. We need that transitional period in order to have winter.
I don't think anyone is arguing over the fact that it may be necessary for winter, or that the transition in weather is needed, but like, who the hell actually enjoys it? Like, you have to either fully wait for winter to come or just forget about wearing shirts and tank tops because it's not summer weather anymore.
What about jumping into leaves? Next, you're going to tell me that you don't like doing that during fall weather.
Joe, unless you're like 7, I don't think anyone enjoys doing that. Then you get all itchy from that, and you realize those leaves probably have all sorts of grubs and insects in them, and now they are basically all over you.
Yeah, I think we've decided, and by we, I think me and Donald have decided that this belongs in last place. I just don't see much value in autumn, especially when we have these next ones coming up, and the one after this is what I presume to be spring. Now, I think I have an idea of how I feel about spring, and you know how we were basically just shitting on fall for being the transition to winter. Well, spring is basically the transition to summer. And other than seeing plants bloom and the change from seeing snow melt all around you, I just don't see a lot of value in it. Like, my allergies go crazy during spring, and it is a pain to just walk out and not be sneezing 24/7.
How about you get your immune system up, you soy boy? If your best argument for spring is that a little allergy flare-ups prevents you from doing anything, then why don't you get some medicine and enjoy the outside? The morning dew and a nice spring breeze should be enough to get anyone happy to be alive.
Joe, you know that pollen is literally plant jizz. Now, me personally, I refuse to inhale any sort of seminal fluid, and I know the same does not apply to you. However, I will agree with Barack in that this is just another transitional period, and it really truly does not hit as hard. Definitely hits harder than fall, that's for sure. But if you put it up against summer or winter, I don't know, man. Like, maybe you can argue for winter, but if you're a fan of the cold and snow, not to mention Christmas and New Year's, then I really don't see an argument for spring.
The argument is that we should all appreciate the flowers and greenery that bloom in spring.
Yeah, I don't care enough to be honest. Do you care, Donald?
Not one single bit.
It's settled then. We will be placing spring into our third tier. Moving past that, we got our two heavy contenders for top two. What are we thinking, fellas? Because I personally want winter going number one. I am a fan of Christmas and just the cold overall. Like I said in our weather tier list, it gives us all an excuse to stay inside and just relax with family. Or if you're someone like me, you will just play video games and binge TV shows all day without feeling bad about it. Because what else are you going to do when it's -8 degrees outside? I know damn well I am not going out there to have a snowball fight, but actually, I would consider some skiing if the opportunity presented itself.
Okay, I like the cold in winter a lot, but man, I don't think I prefer winter overall, especially when compared to summer. Like, I want to be relaxing on the beach with a nice cold drink and my feet in the sand. You cannot do that during winter, and sure, skiing is nice and fun, but why the hell would I do that when instead I can go out for a nice and refreshing swim?
What if it's summer and there is no pool or anything to cool down the heat? Then it just ends up being a crappy and hot time.
Man, go drink some water or use your AC more. I don't know what you want me to say there. All that sounds like something to me. Want to know what that something is, Barack?
What does it sound like to you, Donald?
Sounds like a goddamn personal problem. I fully am a part of the summer elite forces and will appreciate my trips to Cancun or wherever the hell I decide to go a lot more in the summer than I ever would in the winter.
Listen, man, it just sounds like we will be at odds for this. So unfortunately, we are going to have to ask the quiet man in the room here. And much to all of our disappointment, that is Joey. So, what do you make of all this?
Simple answer here, gentlemen. It's obviously summer that belongs number one.
Ha!
Damn it! Why is that, Joe? I thought you liked staying inside just as much as I do.
Oh, I do, but when it's summer season, something special happens that will never occur in any other season.
And what is it, Joe?
Girls in bikinis.
God damn it.
He is spitting.
What is going on, gang? We are back with another tier list, and this time around we are going to be doing a burger topping tier list. And I, for one, am excited for this one because I always like to think I can make a mean burger.
Let's be honest here. I know I'd make a damn better burger than you, but I just felt generous and decided to let you have this burger topping tier list.
No, let's all be even more honest here because we all know that the Joe Dog can cook up something good. Just get me some chili so I can douse my burger in it, and then I'll add some barbecue sauce to give it a nice sweet heat element. And then lastly, some fried jalapenos or onions just to add some texture to my burger.
Wow, that actually sounds delicious. I won't even lie, Joe. Like a sloppy Joe, but with some meat in the middle.
Well, you know how the Joe Dog loves himself some meat.
All right, and your talking privileges are revoked. But let's go ahead and get started with this list. And up first, we got bacon. And of course, we are all fans of bacon here, so this is an automatic S tier. I highly doubt we'll have anyone say otherwise because this is just an amazing compliment to your burger. And despite you saying that your titular burger has barbecue sauce, I hate to tell you, Joe, that I actually only have that going into A tier. I feel like you can have a great burger without it, but I'll still put some respect on its name.
Now, this is just ludicrous, and I'm not talking about the rapper here.
That was a stupid joke, Joe, but I can see Barack's reasoning here because if you have a certain flavor profile coming in, then you wouldn't want barbecue on your burger in that case. That, and I feel like I haven't had a burger with barbecue sauce in a while, but I don't hate it.
Thanks for the backup, Donald, but yeah, no disrespect to those barbecue lovers who have this going into S tier. Following that, we got cheese, and I don't know why the creator of this list just chose to put a picture of a full-ass cheeseburger instead of just putting a slice of cheese as the picture. But once again, I feel like this is a no-brainer S tier. Like, I genuinely feel like if you dislike cheese on a burger, then you're just not a cheese guy at all. And Joe, I know you have some strong feelings about that.
You bet your ass I do. First of all, I just want to point out that if you're lactose intolerant, I will give you a little pass on not liking cheese. But they also have lactate tablets to help you tolerate and process dairy products. So if you're truly dedicated to a good-ass burger, then you would pop these bad boys and have yourself a delicious-ass burger. A real trooper like me, though, would just shit himself while eating the burger, but they don't make them like me anymore. But anyways, if you're just one of those people that hate cheese, then this is like some kid saying, I don't like vegetables. And then you ask them, which ones? And then they hit you with the, all of them. Like, fuck off, because the Joe Dog will literally force his cheese down your throat because there are so many different kinds of cheeses and they're all wildly different. Saying you don't like the texture when melted is so nonsensical because melted cheeses don't have a common texture. They're all so varied.
You know I was fully expecting a Joe rant about cheese, but thankfully we didn't really get one. But I'll summarize what Joe meant to say. If you don't like cheese, then you're a fucking dweeb window licker who probably huffs glue and paint.
I don't think that's what he meant.
Yeah, no, if I really said what I wanted to say, then the video would get demonetized because I have so many more worse things to say.
Well, save that for your list because I refuse to allow mine to get tainted by that shit. Anyways, up next we got chili. And I don't hate chili, and I rather like it, but if you put it on a burger, it can be a bit much. And while it does sound tasty, like when Joe mentioned it earlier in the list, I just feel like it would make everything too soggy, and I'd be eating a wet-ass diaper. That being said, I think a C tier is an okay spot for it.
I'll let a C tier slide only because I can get some of the reasoning behind your logic. But the Joe Dog loves himself some wet and sloppy things.
Dear God, I don't want to hear what else that entails. After that, we got back-to-back S tiers with eggs and caramelized onions. Having a nice runny egg on your burger will just elevate the flavor profile of that damn thing and will also help fill you up a decent bit more. And caramelized onions are just the best. I implore anyone to give them a shot, even if you don't like normal onions, because the caramelized ones tend to be sweeter and taste totally different from raw or fried onions.
As an elite eater, I can vouch for the onions, but I don't know about the egg. I love the hell out of it, but I don't know if S tier is the right spot for it. Like when I think of S tier rankings, I think of stuff that absolutely have to go on my burger. And quite honestly, I feel like eggs aren't in that tier for me personally. But I won't hate on the decision too much because so far you've been cooking with this list, Barack.
Yeah, he's been cooking because your fat ass likes the fact that we have mostly everything in A and or S tier.
Joe, you must have the IQ of a fucking crayon-eating toddler because chili is not high up there, and I know your ass is still butthurt about that.
Okay, settle down, gentlemen, because we got a genuine stinker up next. And that, of course, is the hot sauce, which I have going into D tier. Who the hell genuinely uses hot sauce on their burger?
Well, when you're making a chili burger, it helps to add some spice to it so you can get some nice heat in your burger.
Joe, stop talking about your damn chili burger because now it's honestly pissing me off. I agree with Barack here because why the fuck would I want my burger to be spicy?
On God, Donald. After that, we got ourselves yet another S tier because who the hell doesn't like ketchup on their burger? I'm not trying to eat a dry-ass burger, so I definitely think you need any sort of condiment on the burger just to avoid the dryness. Then after I got lettuce into A tier because I like the texture it adds to the burger because it doesn't really add flavor, nor does it provide nutritional value, but hey, I love me some lettuce.
Solid dubs on this list, Barack. You're not disappointing me like Joe did when he did the 2000 snack tier list.
Okay, enough with the glazing on Barack here because this shit is getting embarrassing. And listen, man, are you still butthurt over the grips placement?
We all are, Joe. That was one of your biggest mess-ups. But anyways, after that, we got two back-to-back S tiers in mayo and mustard. Mayo is a must-have in most burgers, and once again, I am bringing up the argument that I refuse to eat a dry-ass burger. Then, after we got some onion rings, and I don't know how I feel about this.
Well, these things are good as hell, but I don't think I need them in my burger. It's a nice addition to it, but Elle would rather have them as a side.
I disagree. See, this is how I know you don't have a galaxy brain like good old Joe here, because I think it's nice to have, and when I get onion rings as a side, I put them in my burger, and I do the same with fries too.
Joe might actually be spitting here. I think a solid A tier is good because I do know a handful of people who do the same thing that Joe does. Wow, even hearing that come out of my mouth amazes me because I know that I won't be saying that again anytime soon. After that, though, we got a certified S tier, and that is fried onions, like I'm just an onion guy. So I will forever be happy if anyone adds any type of onion into my burger. This next thing, though, is quite controversial, and I'm going to hear both you and Donald out on this, but I personally don't hate pickles.
I don't love pickles, but I don't mind them when they're in my burger. Actually, if anything, I'd prefer them to be there because it helps with all the grease from the burger.
Hell no. The smell of pickles is horrid. If one of you pickle-crushing people are in the general vicinity of my sniffer, I smell you and you smell like shit. The taste is god-awful. I don't understand how people enjoy this salty, crunchy, dumpster-tasting food. On their own, they suck. On burgers, they're even worse. Who wants slippery pickle slices mixed with ketchup, mustard, etc.? The thought of that as I talk about this is causing me to feel sick to my fucking stomach. Pickles have some kind of cult following too, like Be Your Own Person, Escape the Simulation, the pickle simulation. If a pickle lover finds out that someone hates pickles, They are ostracized to death for it. You'd get better enjoyment fucking yourself with a cucumber than eating a pickle.
Well, I hate to rain on your parade, Joe, but people quite literally do that. But I would rather not talk about what people do with cucumbers in their free time, and I'll just chalk it up to a B tier. Now, while you may hate that, Joe, I'm sure you'll be happy with our next ranking, because I actually have pineapples going into B tier. Not too shabby, right, Joe?
This is quite literally one of the most dumb fuck rankings I've ever seen. Pineapple is a fruit. You make juice with it and you can eat it by itself. Why would I ever allow myself to pair my delicious burger or pizza with some fucking sour and sweet fruit? Shit, you may as well place syrup on your burger while you're at it. Barbecue sauce is a fucking A tier, but then you have this horse shit going into B tier. Barack, you need to get your brain checked out, and that's coming from me. And half the time I don't even know what fucking day of the week we're on.
Wow. Okay, man, but it tastes good on both things, to be honest. But pineapples on pizza remain superior. But anyways, after that, we got back-to-back S tiers once again. And that is normal onions on a burger and what I believe to be is either Big Mac sauce or Chipotle mayo. But either way, this belongs high up there because it just adds so much flavor.
Now, while I agree with your rankings, I just want to point out that some people don't like big onion slices on their burgers because it overpowers the flavor. Now, I disagree with this, but if any of you onion haters don't like it, please try fried onions or caramelized onion. But even then, diced onions provide a small but pretty good flavor to all the burgers you eat.
Donald, you are being unusually positive about this all.
Because you haven't messed up yet on this list. I am honestly quite amazed that someone would perform as well as me on a food tier list.
Might as well call yourself Krispy Kreme, because the glaze is unmatched here and is quite frankly OD.
Joe, why can't you ever let Donald be nice? Maybe this is why he dislikes you. But anyways, rounding off the list, we got tomatoes, and this also goes into B tier. It may not have a lot of flavor, but man, oh man, does it make your burgers juicy, and that is what I personally like most about it.
Now, if it's some juicy stuff you like, then I got some Joe's Secret sauce I can add to your burger. Just close your eyes and give me 4 to 5 minutes.
Oh, hell no. What is up, gang? We are back with yet another tier list, and this time around we are going to be discussing the best breakfast foods to have for today's tier list. And oh man, we have quite a lot to talk about today.
Now, what exactly are the terms of this? Like, couldn't any food be considered a breakfast food? Like if I got up at 7 in the morning and decided I wanted some prime rib or some lobster in the morning, wouldn't that make it a breakfast food?
Sleepy Joe, shut up because you're trying to raise a stupid point because you know damn well that prime rib and lobster would be a heavy meal for the morning, and you know exactly what breakfast foods are what.
Oh, so you'll get on me for saying prime rib and lobster are heavy for the morning, but then you'll have some people literally eat biscuits and gravy first thing in the morning, but God forbid a man wants prime rib.
Joe, that sounds absolutely atrocious to have in the morning. And, you know, that Donald has a point in all this. But enough stalling because this list is pretty large and I'd rather start it now rather than later. So up first we got apple juice, and this is kind of whatever. So I give it a B tier. Like it's not orange juice, which is preferred, quite honestly. Then we got a banana, and that is a sorry-ass hell breakfast if you got one singular banana. Like imagine you're at the office and everyone has a nice lunch planned, and you just whip out the banana and that's it. I still like bananas, so it merits a B tier for me.
Oh, believe me, I whip out the banana a lot of times in the White House. The staff has gotten quite accustomed to it at this point.
I really hope we're still talking about actual bananas here rather than what I think it actually is. I pray for those poor attendants in the White House. Anyways, after that, we got our first S tier, and that is the breakfast burrito. It is quite perfect because you get a multitude of flavors and carbs from the tortilla. I am a huge fan of them, and when McDonald's has breakfast, I make sure to snag me 1 or 2 to have.
Dude, if you want to know a life hack, then I want everyone to order McDonald's and order a sausage burrito and ask for either strawberry or grape jelly, whichever one you prefer, and then pour some on your burrito and enjoy a true breakfast burrito. I know it sounds weird, but you all have to trust me on this life hack.
It does sound weird, but trust me, Donald, that not a single soul will doubt your food-related life hacks because of how much of an elite eater you are. Anyways, following that, we got rice. And I have had rice in the mornings alongside some sunny side eggs, and it is actually pretty good. It basically replaces whatever carb you have, and while I would prefer something like potatoes, I still think this is pretty good and give it an A tier. The same would go for coffee. Now, I don't really have coffee religiously, but I know some people go apeshit for this stuff and cannot function without it, which is why I am still giving it an A tier. Some people literally just have cigarettes and coffee for breakfast, and that is insane to me. Following that, we got some pastries, and pairing a pastry with coffee or just having it with some milk is great, and I think they quite frankly also belong in A tier. Ooh, same cannot be said for the next entry because donuts are an automatic S tier. I freaking love donuts, and honestly, for a breakfast item, I know they slap no matter what. Get me a simple glazed donut from Krispy Kreme, and I will be a happy man for the whole morning.
I hate to be that guy, but don't donuts technically count as a pastry?
Listen here, Joe, I know you actually love being that guy, and also if the list doesn't count it as the same thing, then I will not either. After that, we got an English muffin, and if you're just eating that by itself, then you must be some kind of monster because a plain English muffin is insane, and I will be giving it a C tier. Oh my God. But up next, we got something amazing, and that is French toast. This is an instant S tier because I will be drowning my French toast with powdered sugar and different types of syrups. This is like a personal favorite of mine to have because I just love French toast. So some heavy personal bias is coming here. Then we got two back-to-back D tiers because who the hell likes fruit salad and grits in the morning? Like, I get it, you want to be healthy, but you're telling me that you would rather have these two over any of the other items above. Maybe the English muffin actually, but still, I will not be having either of these in the morning unless Michelle makes me eat healthy. Then, after we got some ham, and this goes into an instant A tier, whenever I get some French toast, I have to have some eggs and ham on the side just to really ensure my breakfast is great. Then we got another C tier and a hard-boiled egg because honestly, if you have no time and just get a bunch of hard-boiled eggs with some hot sauce, that can be a decent breakfast. Like, it won't be amazing, but you cannot be expecting too much from boiled eggs.
Speaking of hot sauce, everyone make sure to check out our hot sauce tier list because we made one of the best lists out there.
Some would say it's because I made the list.
Some would argue that it was a good list despite you making it. After that, we got hash browns, and this is an instant S tier. Like, I don't get how you would argue otherwise because these are like a breakfast staple. The next one, though, is just too hipster for me. Like, you got to be some vegan Californian to want avocado toast for breakfast. And now, admittedly, it is actually good, but it gets a bad rep because of the hipsters. Then we got bacon, and you have to be a hardcore hater to not place this in S tier. That or you just don't eat pork, I guess. Either way, I do eat pork, so it is an S tier for me. Then I got crepes going into A tier because a good crepe as a dessert after your nice breakfast can be extremely rewarding. I don't know about having just the crepes, but hey, to each their own. Following that, we got some croissants, and I personally prefer bagels if I'm being quite honest, which, speaking of, I got bagels going into A tier. A good New York City bagel will change your perspective on bagels forever.
What if I don't want to go to New York? The rats there are huge, and quite honestly, they kind of scare me.
Joe, stop being a pussy.
I wouldn't use that word exactly, but Donald kind of has a point, Joe. Anyways, after that, we got some banana bread, and whilst it does slap as a dessert sometimes, I just can't imagine having that. As your only breakfast item, like, this gets a D tier from me. Biscuits, though, get a solid B from me because a nice buttered up biscuit is a nice thing to have every now and then, but I don't really get breakfast vibes unless it's in sausage and gravy. Potatoes, though, get an S tier from me, having these alongside some eggs slap. Just like our next entry, which is the breakfast sandwich, and whoever labeled this spelt it incorrectly. But nonetheless, it is still an A tier for me. And you would think that our next entry merits an A tier, but quite honestly, and everyone in the comments can get angry at me, but I think cereal for breakfast is kind of mid. It gets a B tier for being easy to make, but wouldn't you rather have something else, like something more filling? Or is that just me?
You're sounding like Donald over there, saying that cereal won't fill you and that you'd probably want to eat something after having some cereal.
Joe, cereal actually does not fill you up. That's like a snack or something light because you have no time to make something else. After that, though, we got some chicken and waffles, and while I do think this is great, I also think that this is a bit too heavy for breakfast, too much grease, but still deserving of an A tier. Cinnamon rolls are a bit too sugary for me, and I think I will be giving that a C tier. Then after we got muffins, and I actually am a fan of muffins and prefer them to the ultra sugary cinnamon rolls, and we'll be placing these into B tier. Oatmeal gets a D tier from me, though. You have to be an old man like Joe here to genuinely enjoy some morning oatmeal. An omelet, though, is a different story because a well-cooked omelet will be amazing and deserves an S tier. Honestly, the two items after that also deserve an S tier because eggs over easy are amazing as hell, And a fresh glass of orange juice in the morning is probably like a top 10 thing to ever exist. Like, it sounds like such an amazing way to start the morning, and both deserve S tier.
Did you guys know that if you drink orange juice immediately after brushing your teeth, then it tastes just like Sunny D?
That cannot possibly be healthy for your teeth.
It would explain some of Joe's dental issues. After that, though we got chocolate bread, I don't know why it's in French, but either way, this is a solid B tier. Then, of course, we got pancakes, and you guys already know that it's an instant S tier. I don't even need to explain it. Following that, we got a parfait and some Pop-Tarts, both going into C tier. Now, many of you probably agree with the parfait one, but let me explain the Pop-Tart one. While I do enjoy this a lot and have eaten them for breakfast, I just feel like in the grand scheme of things, this is just a quick bite rather than an actual meal, so it's just kind of there if I need it. But I won't go out of my way for it. As for quiches, well, I'm a fan of them and have to place them in B tier. Raisin bread, though, is gross and gets a D tier from me.
Now, what the heck is wrong with raisin bread?
Joe, shut the hell up. You know yourself that you don't like raisin bread.
You don't know what I like.
Well, even if you did like that, I honestly wouldn't be surprised, but the rating stays. After that, we have, in my opinion, the best meat for breakfast, and that is sausages. This is an S tier in my book. I freaking love sausages.
Oh, I love me some sausage too, huh?
Weird, Joe, but yeah, then after we got scones, and that's a solid B in my book. Then we got another S tier, and that is scrambled eggs. This with some ketchup or Cholula hot sauce goes absolutely nuts. After that, smoothies get a B tier from me, and strudels get a C tier. Like, I would rather have a toaster strudel instead, but I'll get to that rating when we get to it. After that, we got tea, and this is an A tier. Shout out British people, because some tea with a sweet pastry goes absolutely hard. Then after we got toast, which is getting an S tier because it's simple yet extremely effective. I appreciate toast.
How the hell does toast get an S tier?
It just does because I want it to. A nice slice of toast with either jam or butter should not go as hard as it does, but it is absolutely amazing. Wrapping up our list, our final three entries are toaster strudels, waffles, and yogurt. Toaster strudels get a B tier from me, whilst waffles are an automatic S tier. Get a good, nice, crunchy waffle, and I will go apeshit. Meanwhile, yogurt in the morning is all right. It gets a B tier from me.
Pretty solid list, but you're missing something.
And what is that, Joe?
Some prime rib.
Shut the hell up, Joe. What is going on, gang? We are back with another tier list, and because we did a times of the day tier list, we figured that we might as well do a days of the week tier list while we're at it. And I am personally excited to talk about this list.
Go figure that you would like talking Barack, as if we didn't get enough of you during your presidency, and now since you like attention so much, you decided to make this tier list and release your songs of the year at the end of every freaking year.
You're just mad that you don't have an amazing list at the end of every year like I do. It's not too late to start that, Donald, but anyways, let's get this list started. And up first, we got Monday. How we feeling about this one, boys?
Call me Garfield because I hate Mondays.
Oh, I thought you've been calling yourself Garfield because you're so orange and are obese and lazy, just like the cat. Oh, and you probably smell just as bad as him, too.
Joe, I swear to God, if my New Year's resolution wasn't to be nicer to the mentally disabled, I would have grilled you and torn you a new hole.
Don't threaten me with a good time. But yeah, Barack, to get back to your question, the Joe dog, he no likey the Monday because you got to do your everyday tasks, and it just reminds you that the weekend is over. Like, I don't really see anything redeeming about this day and would say it belongs in D tier.
Monday Night Football is the one redeeming quality, and I guess MLK Day for you, Barack, but we both know that despite those two things, Mondays suck dick and balls.
I hate that I have to agree with you, but yeah, I would say that you and Joe are correct, and we'll have to place Monday into D tier. After that, though, we got Tuesday, and we all know this is not as bad as Monday. I feel like I have no strong feelings towards Tuesdays, to be honest. Like, it kind of is just there and a continuation of the week.
I mean, stuff can go down on Tuesdays. You ever hear of traditional Tuesdays from Buffalo Wild Wings?
Why is your fat self always making things come down to food? But I won't lie, that is a pretty good deal, but I am still a Wingstop stan till the day I die. I would rather pay the normal price for Wingstop wings than half off on some traditional wings from Buffalo Wild Wings. I swear every time I order them, they always come in cold and they use like the shittiest chicken.
That sounds like a you problem, Joe, because I personally have had good experiences at Buffalo Wild Wings and will continue to give them service as long as they don't get rid of that special, because they did that for a bit. but I guess the good American people revolted, and now it's back.
Cool to see that it's back, but it's still not worth placing Tuesdays above a C tier in my book. Wings being half off is not enough to place this above a mid-tier level. I honestly feel the same about Wednesday too. Like, what is good about this day is that you know you're only a Thursday away from having a great time on Friday through Sunday. I don't think it's crazy to put this in C tier as well. What do you guys think?
It is Wednesday, my dudes. Remember that? Old Joe remembers that classic meme. Plus, it's hump day on Wednesday. What can you not like about that?
Joe never mentioned that ancient-ass meme in front of me ever again, please. I don't really like Wednesdays that much. It feels like a filler day to me as well, Barack. Like it's just there, and really I just find myself saying we're halfway done with the week on every Wednesday, so I don't really see it as anything more than a checkpoint marker for the week.
Yeah, Joe's dead memes aside, I agree with your take a lot more, Donald. I think this goes into C tier as well. Anyways, after that, I think we got a pretty solid day, and that is Thursday. I think this is the first non-midday, and I feel like a B tier would be good placement for it because it's the day before Friday, so that's hype. And sometimes if you can get Friday off or a holiday comes up, whatever it may be, Thursday can become like Friday and be the last day of doing what you got to do for the week before enjoying the weekend. This for me is like seeing the light at the end of the tunnel.
I feel like Thursday is also mid to me. Like you're only gassing up this day because it leads to other great days.
I don't know, Donald. He brought up a good point on how Thursdays can sometimes become Fridays for some people. I think just for that, I also have to go with a B tier because A would be a little too high and S is just out of the picture.
Great. Having someone with the IQ of Joe agree with you should surely be a warning sign, Barack.
Honestly, it should. But this goes with my agenda, so I am going to take Joe's opinion and agree with it. Thursday is going into B tier, and that's final. After that, we are finally approaching the golden age for days of the week, and that is the weekend. Do you guys count Friday as the weekend?
What do you mean if we count Friday as the weekend?
Well, I quite literally mean it as I asked it. Do you consider the Friday as a part of the weekend?
Listen here, you ignoramus. Friday is not a part of the weekend. Friday is considered a weekday. In most cultures and calendars, the week is typically divided into 7 days, with Monday through Friday being the weekdays and Saturday and Sunday making up the weekend. So why don't you do some fucking research before you ask a dumbass question like that in front of me again?
Wow, it was just a simple question, dude.
See, me personally, I consider it a part of the weekend because I always give myself that day off so I can enjoy some golfing or some lounging around. I am a hardworking man, and it takes a lot for me to run everything. Well, I don't run it because I have people managing that for me and just collect the passive income. But I imagine that if I were working, I'd be stressed.
Oh, so you give your employees the days off on Friday so they can enjoy an extra day off?
Fuck no. Do I look like a damn charity case? Let me tell you something. Those illegals that I employ love work. If anything they demand, I increase the work days and would rather I give them no days off at all. If anything, I would be doing them a disservice to give them an extra day off because then they won't get paid.
Why not give them a paid day off then?
How about we just keep going with our list?
Okay then. But yeah, I think we all know Friday is an S tier. Like we can drink and stay up this day because we all know we got the day off tomorrow. Unless you're a nurse and you just have some erratic schedule with the most horrendous sleeping schedule. Thankfully, the three of us are not, so we're good.
You don't know me. What if I am a nurse? I know what a code blue is.
The only reason you know what a code blue is because your ass has been in the hospital enough to know what that means.
You got me.
Joe, I worry for you, but not enough to actually care. So anyways, after that, we got another S tier, and that is Saturday. I really think there should be no arguments against it. Like I would hear you out on Friday or Sunday, but Saturday is just perfect. There is no way you can argue against this going into S tier.
I love staying up on Friday just to wake up and realize I can sleep in because it's Saturday.
Oh, 100% with you on that, Joe. When Hunter takes me out clubbing, we are out all night long till the morning sun rises. And next thing you know, I see him coked out of his mind with a couple of broads when I wake up at like 3 p.m. The dude is machine.
Yeah, I wish I had that bond with him, but he never invites me.
Yeah, that must suck. But I really don't want to talk about your familial problems on this video. Anyways, lastly, we got Sunday. And I know everyone is thinking, oh, this is the last S tier. But let me present the case as to why Sunday should not be that high up. It's a day off and Super Bowl Sunday, blah, blah, blah. Listen, the important thing is that it's the last day of freedom, and therefore you dread it when Sunday comes to an end. and you cannot stay up that day because you know you got to be up early the next day and you just never can really enjoy a nice Sunday. Don't get me wrong, it is still great, but I think this is an A tier only.
I disagree.
Yeah, I love Sundays. You know you're in the wrong when both me and Joe agree.
Well, that's tough, but it's my list, so I have this staying in A tier. Go cry about it.
I respect the balls you have to challenge the Don's authority and will let this one and only transgression slide for today, Barack. But do not push your luck just because you suddenly grew a pair during this video.
Yeah, and I bet your balls look like big black whoppers, Barack.
What the hell? What is going on, gang-a-lang? We are back with another tier list, and this time around we're going to be doing a long-awaited deodorant tier list.
Was it really long-awaited, Barack? Can you really say that our fans were clamoring for a freaking deodorant tier list?
Yeah, like who even bothers with that stuff, to be honest? Like I just let my natural man Musk just take over an entire room because I want people to feel my aura as soon as I step into the room. And if for whatever reason someone wants me to lower my power level, then I guess I spray a bit of cologne or use a bit of my wonderful Axe body spray. I am Axe body spray believer, and I love the way it compounds with my already existing smell and how I can just spray myself with this instead of taking a shower. That's honestly probably my favorite thing about it.
Jesus Christ, Joe, we know you don't take showers, and honestly, when you mix it in with the Axe body spray, you just have this weird onion aroma that just mixes with whatever spray fragrance you have. And Axe usually just has some horrendous, like cologne-smelling ones that just smell like pure rubbing alcohol, and I swear it made my nose bleed once from just smelling it.
True point about the Axe Donald. And yay, honestly, Joe, I think you're the one who needs to take this list the most seriously. Because goddamn, this would help you like tenfold if you paid attention and used anything on this list that isn't Axe body spray. Like literally anything. Joe, I'd even take the damn lime over it. Hell, I'd be happy if you used hand sanitizer on your pits instead, because at least then the germs will die off with all the alcohol that touches it.
The Joester doesn't need any of this because he has never gotten a complaint about his smell, which he also calls his aura. I think you guys are just insecure about your power levels and you wish it could be as high as mine.
Joe, what if we told you that if you started using these products more often and started bathing regularly, then the chances of Margot Robbie and Sydney Sweeney not running away from you because of your quote-unquote aura literally skyrockets to double digits in percentages?
I like your funny words, Orange Man. That's it. Tell me what I should and shouldn't use, Barack.
Well, I'm actually super happy that you're going to listen. But it does make me sad to hear that you're only listening because of the intangible prospect of meeting Margot Robbie or Sydney Sweeney, because there is no way in hell they'll talk to you.
Yep. Is that all you do? I know you're just jealous of the Joe Dog's pull because you know that he gets some while you don't. The Joester just has immaculate riz, and I know that you're simply just jealous, Barack.
I totally am jealous of that non-existent riz you got, Joe, but whatever. Let's go ahead and get this list started. And up first, we have Axe body spray, which is Joe's favorite because then he doesn't have to rub anything on himself and he can just spray this bottle all over his body and call it a day. But unfortunately, for literally everyone around him on that day, they'll wish that Axe body spray never existed. And if you're not a teenager and you still use this, then all I have to do is ask why. Why on this green earth would you choose to subject yourself to that? Don't be like Joe and use Axe body spray, especially when there are much more better options, like I'm talking about day and night levels of difference. So for that, I think I am going to place our first entry, which is Axe body spray, straight into D tier, because this is a load of hot garbage.
I hear a lot of hate in your heart, Barack. You need to fix that because real ones know that Axe body spray is elite.
Joe, for once, I'm going to have to say that Barack is spitting here because goddamn do I hate Axe.
Thank you, Donald. I'm glad you aren't as insane as Joe, but then again, that's a really low bar. That's like trying to find a discount store in a predominantly Jewish neighborhood.
Whoa, and you got some jokes too? Look at you, Barack. You're truly locking the hell in right now because you don't want to mess up this list.
I'm more locked in than Joe is when he's next to a toddler. But yes, moving past that, we have Groundskeeper deodorant. And man, this is a solid ass selection. And if you have this, then I will have to salute you because you clearly know your stuff. And I have to say that I'm a pretty big fan of this brand and have them going into A tier. They're really good, but I still got some more elite stuff coming up, and I can't lump in Groundskeeper with them, even though I like it a lot, because literally right after that we have Old Spice, and god damn, I twerk for some good Old Spice. I remember back in the day with those Terry Crews commercials where he would just yell at the top of his lungs about Old Spice, and I thought to myself back then, man, if this guy is yelling so loudly and they put so much effort into these commercials, then maybe I should try it. And ever since then, I have been using it, and I have no regrets about it. I will say, though, that it isn't the best on this list, because there are better ones, and there is one entry in particular that I will die for. But this still belongs in S tier for legacy and smelling reasons.
Definitely spitting here, Barack, but man, I love Terry Crews. He's such a cool guy.
That's so true, Donald. I miss Terry Crews. I wonder what he does now.
Joe, he's in Brooklyn Nine-Nine. You literally watched the show with me the other day.
Oh, yeah, that's right, huh? Well, would you look at that? Good for him that he's still acting.
Yeah, sure, Joe. But yes, moving past that, we have Degree, and I still like this one a decent bit, but this isn't getting anything higher than a B tier from me, because it is good, but like, man, I am not a fan of using Degree. It just doesn't smell or last as long as it should when compared to other things, but of course it beats out what I have going into C tier, and yes, it beats Axe by a mile. Felt like I had to say that before someone types it out in the comments or Joe decides to say something stupid.
No. I think my comments are done. I want to smell nice for Sydney Sweeney and Margot Robbie, so I am letting you take the floor, Barack. You are the most feminine one here, so of course I take your advice on nice-smelling things very seriously.
Okay, yeah, that felt like a backhanded compliment, but I'll just take it at face value and say, thank you, Joe, for trusting me anyways. Then after we have something slightly better than Degree, and that is Dove, and I have this bad boy going straight into A tier. I use a lot of Dove products in general, so it's not really all that crazy when I say that their men's deodorant works pretty well. Again, I just want to reiterate that there is really no wrong answer for any of these entries, except for maybe B tier and below. But as long as you use anything in A tier or above, then you're absolutely golden in my eyes.
And if you use absolutely none of the things on this list, then I want you to know that the Joe Dog salutes you and supports absolutely everything you're doing. And I hope you don't let society put down your power level in order to abide by their so-called rules.
Joe, that is possibly the worst advice you can give to our subscribers. Please use deodorant, everyone. Like it's not that hard, and some of them smell absolutely amazing. Get you some citrusy or fruity smelling ones and you will be golden.
Thanks for the backup, Donald. But yeah, this makes me think we should do a shampoo and soap tier list. That would be a neat idea. But let's continue on with the list, because we have one that many people are going to be like, yo, whoa, what the hell? And that, of course, is the lime. Listen, guys, if you're ever down bad, or if you realized your pits smell pretty bad and you're in a pinch, then thankfully I have just the life hack for you. If you're in a restaurant and realize that your pits absolutely stink, then ask for a couple of limes and then stuff halves in your pocket and book it to the bathroom. You then want to rub the lime juice all over your armpits and then dry them off with some towels. Now, preferably, you do this in a do or die type of situation rather than just doing it for fun. But maybe you just like to keep things all natural, or you want to make your own deodorant. If that's the case, then yeah, go ahead with limes. And I don't know if alcohol is natural, but that also works because the smell that comes from your armpits is pure bacteria just festering about in your pits. So if you get some hand sanitizer, you can just rub it all over your pits and effectively achieve the same thing as rubbing limes on your armpits.
So why would they not rather rub rubbing alcohol or any type of hand sanitizer instead? Like, I don't know how you're selling me on the limes, because quite frankly, it just seems like a better idea to just do the hand sanitizer instead.
Well, some people have sensitive skin, so the hand sanitizer would irritate most skins, but the lime would maybe not do that, I think. I actually don't really know. But yeah, anyways, the lime gets a certified C tier for me, because this is more of a use in case of emergency type of thing. And quite frankly, I don't skip out on deodorant, so this is never an issue for me. But yes, moving past that, we have Gillette's deodorant, and this gets a certified A tier banger from the Obama himself. And I do have to say that Gillette makes better razors than they do deodorants, but hey, it still gets pretty high. So that basically tells you that I think their razors are some of the best.
Yeah, don't get scammed by Gillette. I just use Harry's, and they ship me a box with new razors every month, and I just go ham with it. They are a Joe Dog certified banger in my book.
Holy W, Joe, you were taking a bunch of L's on this list, but you've come through with that comment because I freaking love Harry's.
Harry's is good too, but don't knock Gillette out just because they don't have super cheap razors. They have amazing quality. and I will stand by that. But yes, moving on to our final two entries, we have Suave, and then we have my precious Dr. Squatch. Now, these last two get back-to-back S tiers from me, but damn, let me just glaze the hell out of Dr. Squatch because I love all their scents, and I love how they're expanding into more and more things. I can buy razors from them, shampoos, lotions, deodorants, soaps, and even freaking candles, man. I love the hell out of their company. And if I had to recommend one specific thing to you all, I'd say to get the Coconut Castaway deodorant because they have a soap bar version too, and you'll just end up smelling amazing if you use both in the same day.
Leave it to Barack to get so excited over soap and shampoo, but I must admit you have a tremendous dub on your hands because the Don loves Dr. Squatch, but he's more of a Bay Rum type of guy.
I can't believe these things get you two so excited. I absolutely hate cleaning myself and using deodorant because it feels like a chore.
What smell would make it feel like less of a chore for you, Joe? Maybe we can find it for you.
Do they have female discharge as an option?
What is going on, gang? We are back with an adult show tier list to switch things up a bit. And as your local show expert, I'll be more than happy to grade and rank a lot of these.
Barack, being a snob who watches some episodes and reads recaps on Wikipedia or IMDb, does not make you a quote-unquote show expert.
I literally only did that once, and it wasn't even for any of these shows.
Yeah, tell it to somebody who cares.
Barack, it's okay. Tell me because I care about you.
Joe, stop acting like you actually care about anything Barack has to say. You're just on his good side right now because you're hoping he puts your favorite show up in S tier.
What? Me? I would never do that because I know that Big Mouth is good enough to be in S tier without any of my help.
Of course, that would be the show that you like most, Joe. The ones with the animated teens going through puberty and have some of the most questionable scenes in television.
I take it that you get your rocks off on that show too, Barack?
What? God, no. What the hell are you saying? I just don't even want you to expand on that whole statement. Let's instead go ahead and get started with the list. And up first, we got American Dad. Now, me, personally, I really like this show. Like, I see a lot of people arguing online that Family Guy is better or that American Dad is better, but quite honestly, I don't feel either way. I mean, it has Seth MacFarlane in both, so what's there to hate? And they're both good for different reasons. I think a solid A tier is in order for this.
That's a super solid response to this whole thing, Barack. Great job.
Shut up, Joe. That was the biggest non-answer ever. It's either American Dad or Family Guy. You can't say they're equals.
Well, I technically never said that. I just said that I enjoy them equally. But enough of that, because after that, we got Aqua Teen Hunger Force. And this show belongs in C tier. I think even the biggest fans of the show would agree, or at least say it belongs in B tier. It's a great show if you're just choosing the best episodes from the series, but aside from that, it can just be the most random, incoherent show you've ever seen.
Season 4, Episode 5.
Are you saying that's your favorite episode or something? Elaborate on that, Joe.
Season 4, Episode 5.
Let me look this up. This is the hand banana episode.
Tonight, you...
Tonight, you.
If you know, you know.
Well, I guess we won't know because I don't think I want to watch that episode after seeing that short, creepy clip. Anyways, after that, we got Beavis and Butthead, and while I didn't like their show much, I did love the hell out of their movies, and honestly, these dudes were reaction YouTubers before that was even a thing, and I respect that and give the show a B tier. But let me just rip off the Band-Aid right now because we got Joe's favorite show up next, and I hate to tell you, Joe, but I have this dog water show going into D tier.
I guess someone like you will never understand the intricacies of an amazing show like Big Mouth. There's so much beauty within it. See, there's just so many coming-of-age stories, especially today, that come off as incredibly pretentious, while overtly romanticizing being in your preteen years and making it this big old hoopla. And you see, Big Mouth isn't that, and often hits closer to home about those years with all the grossness and awkwardness that comes from those times. It has an accurate depiction of growing up in that age, despite how cartoony it also is.
Joe, you just like the fucking show because it has a character who fucks a pillow and has a pillow family with it, plus all those weird scenes with the teens that make it gross. I haven't even mentioned the hormone monsters and random dead ghosts within the show, or God knows what the fuck else they have in that shit show.
Donald, I actually could not have worded that better myself. Absolutely garbage show, and Joe, your hard drives need to be checked. Thankfully, we got a damn palate cleanser up next because we got back-to-back S-tier entries, and I feel like these are all S-tier for different reasons. If you want a raunchy and hilarious time, then you watch Archer. If you want some family fun and just want to feel good, then you'd watch some Bob's Burgers. And if you hate yourself and want to feel like shit, then you go watch BoJack Horseman.
So why the hell is that show all the way up in S tier?
Sometimes you got to watch some real shows that make you feel this way. It's an amazing show, but when you watch it, you're just like, damn, I feel depressed.
Real as fuck moment right there.
Yeah, only real ones will get it. But anyways, after that, we got Daria, which is actually a spin-off from Beavis and Butthead. And this was a pretty damn good show. If you haven't checked it out, then I highly recommend it because I have it going into A tier. After that, we got Disenchantment. And unlike Matt Groening's other work, this is not really that good, but I'll still give it a B tier. Then after we got F is for Family, and this honestly didn't do it for me. I saw a season and then had enough of the show, but I hear that people like this one. But unfortunately for Bombster Berry, he has to give it a C tier.
Wait, hold on. What the fuck is that? You can't go giving yourself a nickname as fucked up as that. Who the hell names themselves after an explosive device which, by the way, you famously used to wipe out a ton of innocent lives?
Well, I just wanted a cool nickname like you guys.
What in God's green earth made you think that Bombster Berry was in any way okay when compared to something as fun and lighthearted like the Joe Dog or Donald's the Doninator?
I was put on the spot, man. Truthfully, I probably could have done better than that. Whatever, because after that we got Family Guy, and I know you all remember how I said that I didn't think American Dad and Family Guy were equals. I lied about that because they're totally equal, and this belongs in A tier.
I knew that the non-answer at the beginning of the video was just you deflecting because you knew I was going to call your ass out if you placed Family Guy in the same tier as American Dad. This is some goddamn bull, and you know that, Barry? Family Guy literally pioneered modern-day adult shows, and the fact that it is still airing just goes to show how good that show is.
I mean, me personally, I prefer South Park, and it has been airing for just as long, and many would argue that it has been consistently better.
Excellent point there, Joe, but we're not there yet. Anyways, after that, we got Final Space, and this is another B tier. It's a nice Adult Swim show, and I quite enjoyed it, but holy shit, guys, we got the back-to-back-to-back-to-back S tiers, and that, of course, is Futurama, King of the Hill, Rick and Morty, and lastly, Smiling Friends. Now, I know this was quite the range of shows because a lot of these are different in their humor and styles, and I am willing to hear out some people on placing Futurama and King of the Hill lower, but Rick and Morty and Smiling Friends are simply too elite and belong there no matter what. Rick and Morty is good as hell, and seasons 1 through 3 are simply elite, and you can hate the fan base, but not the show. Smiling Friends is a newer show, but goddamn does it bang, and new episodes are airing on Adult Swim every Sunday starting now, as of this upload date. Now let's talk about Futurama. Well, I think this is the best of Matt Groening's work, and that may be a bit of a spicy take. But hell, this is my list, and King of the Hill is the best laid-back and relaxed type of show. It's hard to explain what makes it so amazing, but once you get it and it all clicks, you see it all and realize why this show is simply elite.
Now, I like King of the Hill, but S tier is reaching pretty fucking far, man.
See, you think I'm reaching, but just trust me and give it a rewatch.
Hunter tells me that it is an amazing show to watch under the influence.
The influence of what?
Whatever you got on you, I guess.
Okay, definitely not, because it's a great show either way. Following that, we got Robot Chicken, and this is a B tier for me because it has pretty good moments, and the Star Wars specials were good too. This next one is one that I know for sure will get me crucified by everyone because I have The Simpsons going into A tier. Now I know the older seasons are simply elite, but that won't let me overlook the stank-ass seasons that are still premiering. This show is like an old family pet that everyone is keeping alive, even though everyone knows that it would be better off dead. Unfortunately,
Jesus Christ, man. That's dark as fuck, and who the hell wants their family pet to die? They want them to live as long as they possibly can.
okay, but I was saying it as if it was suffering in this scenario, so, death is better for it.
What kind of monster makes this fake hypothetical where his pet is suffering?
Okay, forget that whole thing because we're grading South Park next. And unlike The Simpsons, this is a show that is still just as good and maintains a steady stream of good episodes no matter what. And this belongs in S tier. It still remains culturally relevant, and who the hell doesn't like Randy Marsh or Cartman? Anyways, after that, we got the Boondocks, and everyone loves this goddamn show. This is a certified S tier, and I implore everyone here to give this show a watch if they haven't already. Matter of fact, just check out every damn show in S tier, please, because these are all wonderful pieces of adult animation, and they are just so damn funny, except for BoJack Horseman, but it's still great.
Of course, you of all people would put the Boondocks in S tier.
What the hell is that about? It's a great piece of adult animation.
See, you mess me up every time you say adult animation. Because when you say that, I automatically think of hentai.
Real as fuck, Joe.
No, that is not real as fuck. His mind is actively consuming brain rot with all the type sewage that Joe watches after hours. Following that, we got the Cleveland show, and this goes into an immediate D tier because this is certified garbage.
Wow, I actually didn't see that coming. I thought this was a black Family Guy, so I figured that, this would be up higher for you.
Your stupidity never surprises me, but I guess they tried selling it off as that, but it sucks so much. Anyways, our last two are somewhat unknown, at least they were to us when we saw them, but the Midnight Gospel is a solid B tier, and it's a nice sort of animated podcast of types, if that makes sense, and the same goes for the Ricky Gervais show as well, but this is an A tier in my book. Keep in mind, though, that these are both basically podcasts, but Midnight Gospel is less of that, but personally, I'm a sucker for Ricky Gervais and really liked his stuff, so that's probably why I liked it more.
I mean, I like his stuff, but I personally wouldn't suck the man.
What the fuck?
What is up, gang? We are back with another tier list, and we are all so happy to bring you this Arizona tier list. We constantly drink these because, well, who can beat that 99-cent price tag, and they're just delicious.
It's probably because of all the sugar that they have. Like, have you guys ever looked at the amount of sugar that these things have? And people drink more than one of these a day.
No shit, Joe, but that's why you also get their diet drinks. They may have the best diet flavors in the goddamn game. I will forever love their green tea flavor, and their diet Arnold Palmer is basically my drinking water for the weekend.
That sounds super unhealthy, but it's not my life, so let's just ignore that and get started with this wonderful list. Up first, we got the Arizona Lemon Flavor Iced Tea, and their iced teas are absolute bangers. I love all, if not most, of their stuff, and they do honestly have the best diet drinks in the game. But yeah, I think I will place this drink at a solid A tier. I really do like this flavor.
Now, this is a banger. I agree wholeheartedly with this selection, and I would even go as far to say is that this is a genius-level placement.
Well, let's relax now. It's just a list. He's not running the country or anything, so he doesn't deserve to be called a genius.
Relax, Joe. No need to get so jealous. Up next, we got the Fruit Punch Drink. And yet again, I will be placing this into A tier. It's a really freaking solid flavor, and I think the biggest problem with this list will be choosing the bad flavors. Like any Arizona drinker knows that most of what they put out are pure bangers. They just taste so good, and I don't have a lot, or actually, I don't really have any bad things to say sometimes.
I guess that's valid, but I can come up with a lot of bad things. Like, guys, can we talk about the amount of sugar?
Well, yeah, we know that. We already discussed that, Joe. Plus, you can't even say anything because you've said that you love Arizonas yourself. Like, I'm pretty sure you said this yesterday. Why do you even think we're making this list if we all didn't like drinking them?
Well, I just thought you were thinking out of the box.
Dude, you were drinking in Arizona when I told you this. Whatever. Let's keep moving forward, and the Golden Bear Strawberry Lemonade is a bop. And I have this going into A tier. Oh, snap. I also see this next flavor, and I can't even lie to you. I have the Grapeade Arizona going into S tier. We have too many bangers on board, and then this masterpiece of a flavor comes by.
Well, it doesn't surprise me to see that you would put the grape flavor up there. Maybe it's genetics or something. And I, of course, mean that your relatives must like it, and your close family must like grapes as well. And, shit.
See, what Donald means is we all assume you like grape-flavored things because you're
a big
black.
fan of fruit.
You two are testing me today. But yeah, I love grape-flavored stuff. It's okay, though, because I also recognize the greatness in the other flavors. We yet again have another S tier, and that is the green tea flavor. It is amazing and a classic Arizona flavor. They even have a cucumber version of this, and that one slaps too. I'd still prefer the OG, but it's nice to switch it up. And I can't talk about the best flavors without mentioning the classic and favorite. The Arnold Palmer is going up into S tier as well. I don't think I need to explain why I have this so high, because this shit is a slapper. Anyone who has had Arizona knows it is banging.
Okay, so no hate or anything, but how the hell do we have back-to-back-to-back S-tier placements? Like, no way you actually think they're all the same level, Barry?
But I fucking do. And you know what? The Kiwi Strawberry coming up next is also a certified banger that belongs in S tier.
You are trolling me right now. You have to at least put grape down in A or even B.
Joe, let's not touch that grape situation or we will get canceled. I, for one, enjoy this placement and think Barack has done a splendid job.
I'm not entirely buying it, but I'll let it slide. I still genuinely do believe that all those flavors at S tier are certified bangers. Arizona is just such a great company that it's hard to choose or rank flavors low, except for Mucho Mango, which I have in B tier.
Dude, you are making me angry.
Now let me be clear. There is a perfectly reasonable and sensible reason as to why I do not like it that much. It's because I have had so much of it and I am sick of it.
Okay, Barack, that's kind of a fuck-ass situation. How are you going to blame Mucho Mango for your inability to swap flavors or even drink another thing?
I don't know. Like how I did just now, I guess. Either way, I have the peach iced tea and raspberry iced tea also going into B tier. I like them, but I rather have green tea or an Arnold Palmer. They're pretty good though, and I would recommend the audience still try them over the Mucho Mango.
That's a bit excessive, but whatever, man. It's your list, so go ahead and hate on mango, I guess.
Thanks, Donald. Following up all of that, I have the watermelon flavor going into A tier.
He is trolling right now. It's a good flavor, but how is it above the other three?
Jesus!
What the hell?
Well, you made him power screech and then leave. You done broke Joe. You happy about that?
A little bit, actually, yeah. He always does that to us, so it was nice to dish it back to him.
So you actually don't think those flavors are that low on the ranking?
God, no. I love Mucho Mango and peach iced tea. The raspberry can stay in B, though. Like, I still like it, but A, I would actually rather have the other teas. Actually, wait. I think I wouldn't have their sweet tea over that, and I will be placing that into B tier.
Barry, you're really losing your touch with the list, man. How is there no C or D tier?
Dude, Arizona fucking slaps. I don't think I'd put more than 2 flavors under an A tier, in all honesty. Except for this herbal tonic, actually. I've never had it, but the can looks unappetizing. Like I would not go in a store and look at it and go, ooh, this looks great. I'd leave that right where it was, but I'll still place it in C tier.
Could have gone D tier for that one at least. I mean, look at that yellow-ass can. Looks gross.
And you could have placed jalapeno Cheetos higher, but you didn't on your tier list.
Jesus, man, you're still hung up over that?
What is up, gang? We are back with another tier list. And this time around, we are going to be ranking Nintendo franchises, and as you can already tell by the sheer magnitude of titles on the screen to rank.
How about you rank the sheer magnitude of Zero Suit Samus's bosoms?
Jesus, Joe, not this crap.
Yeah, that is not cool at all, Joey.
Thanks, Donald, for coming to my side for once.
Yeah, because we all know that it's not her bosoms we care about, it's the sheer magnitude of those Zero Suit cheeks.
Jesus Christ, I cannot with you two. Let's go ahead and get started with the list. And up first, we got Advance Wars. And honestly, I have no strong opinion about this one. It was a fun game if you played it, and I am pretty sure it's getting a remake. It's a solid B tier in my books, and is pretty enjoyable, but not as enjoyable as our next entry, which is Animal Crossing. I have this going into A tier because I personally did not really enjoy building my village and doing all these little tasks. If you're into games like Stardew Valley or even Harvest Moon, then I get why you'd like Animal Crossing. But I am more of a Minecraft type of guy. Get me a pickaxe and a podcast, and I will mine out an entire mountain for you and enjoy every freaking second of that monotonous task.
The reason you don't like Animal Crossing so much is because you're playing it to enjoy it, when in reality you should be playing it for the baddies. The same goes for Valorant. Like no one really likes to play Valorant. But get me those little ooh girls in chat and I'll ace the other team.
It concerns me that you use the word little to describe those girls, but that is for another day because we have to continue with our rankings. And up next, we got Bayonetta and Donkey Kong. I'll be giving Bayonetta an A tier, but I've never played a single game, if I'm being honest. I am just giving it that high of a score based on what everyone says about it. Like everyone sucks off this franchise and it looks fun, but I just haven't tried it. However, for Donkey Kong, I cannot say the same because I have played most games in that franchise, and I will happily award this with an S tier. Get me Donkey Kong for the Nintendo 64, it's wraps. But then you add on Donkey Kong Country, then it's like Omega wraps. Because those two games are amazing. Heck, I'd even fuck with the bongo games on the GameCube because it's a nice rhythm game.
Of course, you'd rate Donkey Kong so highly.
You always say questionable things, Donald. Like, what the hell is that supposed to mean? Like, how in the hell do you want me to interpret that statement?
Well, you know, I just assumed you'd praise it because you always like playing those games.
Sure you did. But anyways, up next we got Dr. Mario and Fire Emblem. Dr. Mario is very mid and borderline awful, but I use Dr. Mario a decent bit in Smash, and I actually kind of like the game, I'm not going to lie, but it gets a C tier just because Dr. Mario in Smash carries. Then after that, we got Fire Emblem going into A tier, and once again, much like with Bayonetta. I have never played a single one of these games, but anyone who has keeps telling me how amazing they are and try to like indoctrinate me and pull me into their cult. I do believe they're good games, but I haven't gotten the chance to play them.
Dude, you're missing out. Like, there's so many hot girls in Fire Emblem, and they are certified baddies. Oh, and I guess it's a pretty good game too.
Yeah, I am totally sure that you only like the gameplay mechanics. Anyways, up next we got F-Zero, and this is a B tier. A lot of you may hate me for this, but they never make games, so it's kind of hard to grade these properly, but I like the franchise. Just not a whole lot. Same thing kind of goes for Golden Sun, because it is a fun RPG, but there are like 0 games for it aside from the Game Boy and DS ones, and a lot of you will argue about Advance Wars, but at least it's getting a new game within the year. So I ultimately have Golden Sun going into C tier.
Dude, you just sound like a fucking hater right now.
How am I a hater? I think I am giving pretty fair ratings, like with this next one. I got Kid Icarus going into C tier. You gonna call me a hater because of that too?
Well, yes.
Dude, there's like 2 good Kid Icarus games. Hop off my jock. I will, however, place Kirby into S tier. They have a game come out like every other year, and that shit is legit. Kirby games are heavily slept on, in my opinion, and are genuinely fun and have some of the best soundtracks in all of gaming. After that, we got Luigi's Mansion, and this goes into A tier. I really enjoyed the standalone Luigi games, and quite honestly, we need more of these games.
The Luigi's Mansion game scared the heck out of me. I could not get through the whole thing and needed help from Donald to beat it.
One of the worst edible highs I ever had, because instead of letting me zone out and play, I had Joe over here yell and screech every time a ghost popped out.
Dude, they're freaking terrifying.
God, that does not surprise me at all, Joe. Up next, we got the Mario and Luigi games, and these usually consist of those RPG games, and honestly are freaking bangers. They have some on every 2D handheld for Nintendo, and I enjoyed most, if not all, of those games. So, of course, I have this going into S tier. Then after, I'd have to be on crack to not place Mario Kart in S tier as well.
You know who's probably always high on crack while playing these games? Hunter.
He's always high on crack, so I don't see how this point is relevant at all.
Enough crack talk, you two, because the real crack is coming up, and that is Mario Party. The worst one was Mario Party 9, but they have all been great for the most part, and if you gather around the boys and have a Mario Party drinking night, oh man, I am guaranteeing that you will have an amazing time.
As long as you don't drink too much and puke into your own drink and keep drinking it like Joey did last year.
Dude, I can't let good alcohol go to waste. It was inside of me and it came out. Big whoop, it'll just go back inside, tasting a bit funnier.
Absolutely vile as always, Joe. After that, we got 2 back-to-back S tiers, and that is Super Mario and Metroid. I feel like these are super self-explanatory. Like, there is no way you can argue that Super Mario can go lower because they are always amazing. And Metroid created its own genre, so it's game-changing in the literal sense.
Are Metroidvanias really a genre?
Yes, Joe, they quite literally are. Anyways, up next, we got Mother Up twice, and I'll just place it in A and B tier because I love Earthbound. But the fact they never translated other games or even have done anything to add to the franchise really grinds my gears. Still, though, it is one of the best games I have ever played, so this, of course, still gets placed high. Moving past that, we got back-to-back A tiers once again, and that is Paper Mario and Pikmin. I think they are both excellent games. Paper Mario has like 2 really amazing games and some solid to maybe some okay ones, and Pikmin has been good every release, but may not be everyone's cup of tea. Still really hyped about the Thousand Year Door remake that's coming out, because that one is my favorite of the series.
Yeah, I like the game with the ghost that may or may not be a dude. I really like those type of surprises.
What the hell?
Yeah, just do what I do and simply ignore the weird shit that comes out of his mouth, but that was an actual thing with the Paper Mario games. One of his companions may or may not have been a girl or a boy. I still don't know. Enough of that, though. And up next, we got a legendary S-tier franchise, and a lot of people will probably say it is overrated, but you know what? I don't give a damn. I love Pokemon and will die loving this franchise. I will buy every game that releases because that is who I am. Pokemon Legends Arceus was a banger, by the way, and if you guys haven't played it, I would heavily recommend it.
You know, it kind of pisses me off that gamers get mad at sports games for being rehashes. and adding barely anything to each game, but still making yearly releases, when we got the Pokemon Company doing the same exact thing. Like, sure, they add new Pokemon, but man, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet were buggy messes and look worse than other games they developed. They get too many excuses for making these mediocre games, and their graphics suck. Gameplay stays the same with little new gimmicks, and their remakes have gotten lazy as hell. No remake will be as good as Heart Gold and Soul Silver.
Amen, Donald.
Okay, I wholeheartedly agree with that rant. But unfortunately, I still think they are elite, especially considering their resume. Moving on, we got Punch-Out and Rhythm Heaven. And I know a decent bit of people probably love Punch-Out, but I always thought it was somewhat mid and have it going into C tier, while with Rhythm Heaven I have that as our first D tier. Like, it bring nothing great to the table, quite honestly. But beyond those two, we have a surefire S tier, and that is Super Smash Brothers. And I think this needs no explanation at all.
You have that right, Barack. I love to smash anyone, but I love to especially smash Joe's wife.
Yeah, you can enjoy that because I am too busy smashing little kids because they're so easy to beat and dominate. Like, they barely even fight back when I'm smashing the ever-living hell out of them.
Phrasing. Can we please all have a discussion about phrasing? But yeah, I agree that I do love playing Smash Brothers.
Oh, we're talking about the game
Let us please just continue with the list, though. And up next, we got Splatoon and Star Fox. I think Splatoon is good and is rising up in the ranks, but it is still too early to place them with the high tiers. But I respect the three games that they have out right now. Then after that, I'd give Star Fox an A tier. I just wish they'd make more freaking games for this series.
Make more games this, make more games that. Why don't you just enjoy what's out instead of complaining?
Shut up, Donald. It's my list, and I will complain if I want. Anyways, up next, we got Hot Garbage, and that is the legendary Starfy. I don't give two flying shits about Starfy, and we'll place it in D tier alongside Rhythm Heaven. After that, we got WarioWare and Xenoblade Chronicles. And I'm placing WarioWare into B tier for being a fun set of micro games to play with your friends, but it doesn't offer much more than that. And I will be giving an A tier to Xenoblade Chronicles for being an expansive RPG that is super fan and pretty long.
Oh man, I love things that are super long, just like my Sonic foot-long hot dog.
We don't need to hear that, Joey. Now let's wrap up this list with the final three entries. And starting off, we got Yoshi, and this is a bona fide A tier. I really like the Yoshi line of games and think that they are on the cusp of S tier, especially with those Yoshi's Island games. Then after that, of course, we got The Legend of Zelda, which will obviously go into S tier. I don't think anyone can argue about that, especially with the track record of amazingness that these games have, and just how fun the recent installments have been. And lastly, we got ARMS. Who cares about ARMS? But it's a B tier.
Who cares about ARMS? Speak for yourself. I love ARMS, and they got some certified baddies in those games, and with their Inspector Gadget Extendo arms, I am more than sure they'll reach places on my body that no other person has.
You are one disgusting motherfucker. What is up, gang? Your presidential trio is back for another tier list, but this time we're going to do one based on Nintendo consoles only. And you all already know that this video will bang.
Leave it to Barack to always try to fit in the word bang into any sentence he says. What's next? This video will blow up. Is it always bomb related with you?
I was just saying it was a good video. Don't start this BS again, man.
You guys ever try opening naughty websites on the Wii? Man, it was awkward pulling up those things in the living room TV.
Not gonna lie, Joe kind of real for that comment.
Preach!
Anyways, up first, we got the first Nintendo home console, and I'm putting it at a solid C tier. Like, it isn't bad, but I'm not picking that up first when I have a Super Nintendo instead.
I'm gonna be honest, I can't even remember what games were on there.
Does not surprise me one bit that you don't remember. What year is it again, Joe?
Shit, I don't know, man. Do I look like some mathematician?
God, Joe, it has nothing to do with that. Whatever, man, let us just go into the next console, and you were already sucking it off, Donald. But I personally am placing the Super Nintendo into A tier.
Why the hell is this not an S tier? Please tell me how one of the most influential consoles somehow does not make it to the top.
Now hold on, let him cook.
Wow, thanks, Joe. But yeah, let me cook up something fierce because my S tier consoles are truly elite. I think this list is accurate as hell.
It better be, since it's already kind of pissing me off.
Don't worry, up next we got an obvious ass one here, but Virtual Boy heading into D tier. It was VR before VR, but it was also ass before the invention of ass. I can almost say the same for the Game Boy, which I have going into C tier.
Now this is some bull. Explain yourself for this one, Barack.
Me personally, I like the DS.
Okay. Thanks for the input, Joey, but not now. Donald, I have this in C tier because although it was the first iteration to inspire the future consoles, it just kind of sucked. Like, do you remember any good games on it? Plus, it was in black and white. Don't worry, though. You'll go back on the Barry train once you see me placing the Nintendo 64 into S tier.
Now we are cooking with oil.
Sleepy Joe, you buffoon, it's cooking with fucking gas. But yeah, I will admit, Barry, this was possibly the easiest dub you could give yourself. Don't go off riding your own jock over this easy placement. Everyone who played the Nintendo 64 knows of how gas it was and how elite games like Super Mario 64, Donkey Kong 64, Star Fox, Smash, and all those other games are.
Okay, fine, but how are we feeling about the Game Boy Color? I have it going into B tier personally.
Okay, that's a dub right there. I feel like it's the correct placement, as it hasn't hit the peak yet with Nintendo handheld consoles.
I remember when color TVs were a thing, and that was cool. Color on my Game Boy was cool too, and the Pokemon games banged.
Spitting for once, Joe Dog.
Wait for this next one. This next console is heavily underappreciated and was elite as hell if you had it back then. I have the GameCube going into S tier because those games on it were so freaking good. Twilight Princess, Wind Waker, every single Mario Party on it slapped Pokemon XD, Metroid Luigi's Mansion. Like, I can keep going.
Shout out to Super Monkey Ball. Fraile, Mr. Editor, please change the background music to Super Monkey Ball music.
Joey gets the vibes. This music is banging. Next, we have the Game Boy Advance, and this was almost an S tier for me, but the DS is peak for me, and I can't rate them the same, so I will go with a very high A tier ranking. Like, imagine an 89.9, and that's the rating for the Game Boy Advance.
You are tripping for this one dog. The Game Boy Advance is a certified banger.
Okay, but get this. You can play Game Boy and DS games on our next entry, and for that reason alone, I put the DS in S tier, and like, that shit was just elite as hell in its own right as well.
Gen 4 and 5 for Pokemon dominated the DS for me. It was two back-to-back masterpieces.
I didn't think of the fact that it can play both. I actually agree with this take now. What the hell?
Won't be the last time you agree with me because I have the Wii going into S tier, and that was like a gimme right there. It can play GameCube games, and it had powerhouse titles on it as well.
Ahem, like how we are currently playing Super Mario Galaxy on our channel right now, and you can all see it right now.
W on the shameless plug Joey. Plus, that game is arguably the best 3D Mario platformer, but I digress. We must now move on to the 3DS, which I have going into B tier. This might be the most controversial one here, but I feel like there should have been more on it. I don't think it had its full potential unleashed.
I oddly enough agree with you here. I just played Pokemon and Smash on it.
I just used it to look up porn.
And that's enough. We now will move on to the Wii U, which I have going into C tier. Had good games and a neat idea, but it could not deliver in the end, and barely anyone had a Wii U. It felt like the biggest flop Nintendo had in a while.
I can't even lie. I love the hell out of my Wii U, but it definitely felt like Nintendo was in their flop era when that came out. They were extremely down bad for sales.
I'm down bad for some mommy milkers.
You need to relax today, man. Jesus Christ.
I know what he's doing after we finish this video.
I don't even want to think about it. Gross. Lastly, we got the Switch, and it may be recency bias, but I have this in S tier. After their flop era, Nintendo came back and like dicked down everyone. It has some of the best games and ports to their console. I love their new releases so much, but I just wish it was a bit more powerful.
You know what? I wanted to be a hater, but you did cook a bit with this list. I actually agreed with most takes on this list.
Okay, but guys, which one is the best to look up mommy milkers on? Hamburgers.
What is going on, gang-a-lang? We're back with yet another tier list. And this time around, Fraile is going to have me rank some of the best natural disasters in the world and how cool they are.
Jesus Christ, man, that's morbid as hell. Like, what is cool about natural disasters, man? You know, people die from them constantly, and what you're doing right now is incredibly insensitive.
Okay, man, what do you want me to do? This is the script for the intro that Fraile gave me, and yes, I also think it's incredibly messed up that I have to rank these natural disasters. But this is what we have to do today. And who the hell are you to say anything about my moral compass? You're literally one of the worst people I know. Aside from Joe, that is.
Don't know what I did to catch a stray in all of this, but I'm now revoking your invitation to the next Diddy party, and I'll be giving it to Donald instead.
I mean, I thought I was already invited last video, but thank you, Joe.
See, it's stuff like that. You two take the moral high ground whenever it benefits you or whenever you just want to troll. But then you two are also saying the most vile of stuff, and it isn't even hidden from the audience anymore.
All right, settle down, Barack. It must be that time of the month for you.
Oh, wait, it's not Juneteenth anymore. Are you saying that he's gay? I support that, Barack. Personally, the Joe Dog loves that for you and will support you like the good friend I am.
Joe, we're not even in June anymore. Wherever you got the idea that I was implying either of those things is absolutely crazy. Like we're almost half a month removed from Juneteenth, and you still thought I was referring to that? Jesus Christ, man, what is your concept of time? Either way, I was implying that he was on his period, but sure, we can also roll with what you said, Joe, if it makes you feel any better.
I don't see how that would be offensive to anyone, but sure, man. Now, I definitely won't tell you what I've caught Joe doing to you during our sleepovers.
Wait, what the hell is Sleepy Joe doing to me?
Barack, you said you'd keep quiet because you thought it was hilarious.
Don't quote me on saying that, because I never said that vile act was hilarious. I think what I accurately said was, oh man, Joe, you can go to jail for that, but he deserves it, so go ahead. So yeah, don't worry, Joe, I won't tell him about what you do, but Donald, if I were you, I'd stop drinking Joe's special hot chocolate during our sleepovers.
Wait, but that gives me some of the best sleep of my life. It does leave me feeling a little sore in the nether region, but oh my God, Joe, have you been roofing me all these years?
I've been not roofing you, if that's what you're asking.
Oh my God, I think I'm going to be sick. I'm sick to my damn stomach right now, and I know you guys can't see it because my webcam isn't on, but dear Lord, I am quite literally shaking. I am on my damn knees, and my hand won't stop shaking. It's like I have Parkinson's on steroids. Oh God, I can feel my entire body getting numb. Am I dying? Is this what death feels like?
Well, Donald, I think you're fine. As you or Joe would say, simply thug it out, lil bro.
Damn, you're right, gang. Sorry, let me just lock in real quick. Well, go ahead and get us started with this list, Barack.
That was definitely an intro sequence. Not a good, but not a bad one. Just an intro, I guess. But yeah, back onto the list at hand, and let me start this by saying that, actually, let me just say what I want to say through this Vanessa Hudgens quote.
Like, yeah, people are gonna die. It's just terrible, but like, inevitable?
God, she's still so bad, I'd give her some of my hot chocolate.
In this instance, I agree with you, Joe.
That's not funny at all and should not be tolerated. You two are vile and disgusting human beings. But anywho, let's go ahead and get this list started with a banging A tier, because avalanches are pretty dope if you ask me. Like if you're viewing them from a safe distance where you won't get caught in it, then yeah, it's dope as hell. If you're caught in one though, then buddy, you may as well call it raps, because you will be buried under so much snow that you'll either suffocate to death or you'll freeze alive, and honestly, I don't know which one would be worse.
Definitely suffocating, because it's not like drowning where you'll almost instantly get your lungs filled up with water and you lose consciousness. And with suffocating, you're slowly exasperating every last ounce of oxygen in your enclosed space until it all fills up with carbon, and you start off with good breaths, but then you slowly start getting raspier and raspier breaths that you no longer feel like are supplying you enough oxygen. And then your chest just gets tighter and tighter and tighter. And you can't bear the pain anymore, but you suffer that entire long while until you pass out and succumb to your fate.
Man, that was dark as hell.
Yeah, but oddly accurate. Well, yeah, I guess we would prefer to freeze to death, because I imagine that after a certain point your body shuts down, but God, this is pretty depressing. Can we instead just talk about how cool they look or something like that? Like, our next entry doesn't look cool at all, and it actually is probably some of the worst things that can happen to a forest, because we have a forest fire coming up next. And losing all the wildlife to random flames is pretty bad. Do you all remember those wildfires in Canada, I think? I swear a lot of states were seeing a whole bunch of smog, and I felt like I was in a Silent Hill video game with all that putrid air just festering there and eventually rotting in my lungs. Yeah, this definitely gets a D tier.
Honestly, I loved that it was so foggy outside from the forest fires, because that just gave me the excuse to crank out cigarettes like crazy. Like, what was someone going to do? Tell me that I should put it out because it can bring them harm to their lungs? Or are they going to tell me that it makes the air smell bad? Well, guess what? It all sucked either way.
That's a very odd thing to gloat about, Joe, but I respect you for having the balls to do it.
I don't think it takes a brave person to do that, but rather a very, very stupid person. And Joe definitely fits that bill. But yeah, then moving on, we have blizzards up next, and I think this is our very first S tier. I think it looks pretty cool to have all the snow covering up everything, and I think this is one of the more survivable ones on this list, as long as you have generators and stuff in case the power lines get cut to your house. Plus, sometimes it can even be fun to have all that snow to frolic in after, if you don't have anything tragic happen, that is.
I mean, I highly doubt that, considering most of these are considered tragedies whilst also being known as natural disasters.
Yeah, you have a valid point there, but it still gets an S tier. Following that, we have an earthquake, and this goes into A tier, because despite it possibly being super destructive, it's also one of the lamest ones on this list, because it can literally be a little ground shaking, or it can be like a whole ass planet ender type of shake that is so bad you'd think Donald fell out of bed.
Bazinga! You got your Donald!
Joe, for the love of Christ, don't start saying bazinga again, because I swear to God.
Let him have that one, Donald. He used to love saying that word back in the day. But yeah, moving past that, we have floods. And let me tell you all that floods are definitely not terrible. I think a solid B tier is okay for them, because they're more annoying than anything else. Because imagine how annoying it would be to have your entire house flooded.
Ah, yes, the first thing I think of when I'm in a flood. Oh no, it's so annoying that my house is flooded. I certainly wouldn't be angry as hell, or possibly even worried about all of my loved ones. I'd just be a tad bit peeved.
Donald, you knew what I freaking meant. Obviously, I'd also be mad and worry about my family, but let's pretend that it's all handy-dandy and okay. Then what? Are you just supposed to not be annoyed by the fact that water has ruined most of your electronics and is rotting all the wood in your home?
Yeah, because you can simply buy a new one.
Now Donald is spitting right here.
Yeah, I'm sure the average Joe can definitely just get up and buy a new home.
I can, in fact, do that.
Shut up, Joe. Anyways. Following that, we have back-to-back C-tier entries in the rock slide and the sinkhole, because both of these aesthetically don't look cool, and they can literally end your life in an instant. Like 1 second you're chilling and boom, a sinkhole opens beneath you. Or the other instant, you're driving around a mountain and boom, you get crushed by a sudden rock slide. Like, goddamn man, this is a depressing list. But hey, at least we have an S-tier banger up next, because tornadoes are pretty cool.
Wow, make sure we all quote Barack on that. Tornadoes are pretty cool.
Okay, but it's cool what they spawned in, like they're destructive, beautiful forces of nature. And seeing footage of them always has me in awe. And they are even the reason that the TV show Storm Chasers was even made. And we had all these dudes just go to the place where the most tornadoes occur and just chased after them and recorded them. That's pretty cool, right?
Almost as cool as the TV show To Catch a Predator. That show has taught me so many ways on how not to get caught.
You mean on how to catch predators?
No, I most definitely meant it as a way to not get caught.
Jesus Christ. Well, anyways, following that banger, we have the tsunami going into B tier. Like, once again, this one is super cool to watch happen. But, yeah, if you're caught in this, it's basically raps, man. Type your GGs in the chat, because there is not way you'd survive a tsunami with no preparation. And especially if it was one as big as the one in the picture. Like, I can't even imagine what it would be like to just be chilling on the beach and then see the waves get progressively bigger until it just engulfs the damn building I'm hiding in.
An RN like me would simply swim his way out.
Okay. What the hell, Joe? I know that half of me has the right to say that, but I damn sure know that you most definitely do not have the right to call yourself an RN.
Damn, bro, you caught me. I'm not a registered nurse. Damn. I thought I was going to be able to let that one slide, but I see you're too sharp for me, Barry.
Oh, that's what... Okay, yeah, I am too sharp, I guess. But following that, we then have volcano eruptions. And this gets a freaking S tier, because Pompeii is pretty dope. Well, not the fact that it happened and people got decimated, but rather it's dope how it all happened. Wait, no, that doesn't sound good either. I just liked learning about Pompeii. How about we leave it like that?
Can you imagine jerking it and being covered alive in ash while in that embarrassing position? Like, it would be funny, but it would also be legendary if you ask me.
Why is that the first thing you think of? Anyways, Moving on to our last entry, we have, I don't really know what this is supposed to be. I'm guessing it's just our planet exploding or the sun getting way too hot that our planet dies. I don't know, but I'm going to assume that it's one that leads to the destruction of our planet. And while that may be the coolest to view from an outsider's perspective, it's not going to be able to be seen considering we'd all be dead. So that has to get a D tier.
Nah, man, think of all the aliens that are watching us. They'll get a big show from that.
Joe, aliens do not exist.
That's what they want you to think, man. But I swear we live in a glass dome and are watched by higher powers.
You got into Hunter's salvia bag, didn't you, Joe?
Tee-hee. Woo, maybe.
What is up, everyone? We're here bringing you all another tier list. And this time we're going to do a GTA game tier list. Something a little slight for today, and hopefully this is the least controversial tier list, because I find it hard to believe anyone will disagree with me.
Way to toot your own horn, Barry. I bet you're the type of person to fart and then enjoy the stinky foul smell that comes from it.
I'm not gonna lie, I love doing that. Like, have you guys ever had a stink that was so appetizing? Like when your armpits smell, it's not gross to you, but like it smells like raw onions and you just can't help but to take a whiff of it because it's so tantalizing.
Joey, we definitely do not ever feel that way. Dude, you really need to take a shower more often because that sounds absolutely disgusting. I don't know what you wanted us to say to that. Did you expect us to jump for joy and dap you up after saying such an abhorrent comment?
I just thought you guys would understand like the good stink you can have after marinating in your bodily fluids for a couple of days. You smell me?
Oh, believe me, we most definitely do smell you, but we do not agree with anything you're saying, Sleepy Joe.
Yeah, I never in my life had that, but maybe someone out there agrees with you, Joey. But anyways, let's not drag this intro out much longer with Joe's disgusting talks about his odor, and let's go ahead and rank these games. Up first, we got Grand Theft Auto Chinatown Wars, and this game was pretty mid, if I'm being honest. Like, it's probably a cool game if you're a kid and you couldn't get GTA on your consoles, but on its own, it was all right. It came out for the PSP and Nintendo DS, but I played it primarily on the DS, and it was all right. I think a light to decent C tier is in order for this one.
I remember that game. Hunter used to love playing that one mini game in the game. I forgot what it was.
You mean the one where the whole point of the mini game was to deal drugs to random people?
Oh yeah, that's the one. Oh boy, he sure did love that one.
Yeah, he liked it a little too much if you ask me, but anyways, up next, we got a shitty booty entry up next. And that is Grand Theft Auto Advance. I don't think I need to explain why this game would belong all the way in D tier, especially considering the fact that this is a Game Boy Advance title. I genuinely believe they just crapped this one out in order to make some sales. But it's okay because we got some good ones up next. And I don't know why they made Ballad of Gay Tony and The Lost and Damned their own things on this tier list. But I'll be grading them as such, and I'll go a little easier on them because they're DLC. But either way, I love The Lost and Damned, and I will give it a solid A tier.
Yeah, why the hell did they make the DLC its own thing? Are they trying to stat pad this list out?
I have no clue, but either way, here we are, and we are going to move on and rate the next game, which I think everyone agrees that Grand Theft Auto 4 is an honest-to-God S tier. Sure, GTA 5 might be a banger, and the online is better. But man, GTA 4 was amazing. I think the story in that game might have been better, not going to lie, but I'd need to replay it to get a refresher before I make some crazy claims like that.
I'm going to have to agree with you on that one, Barack. I really love GTA 4, and I actually do think that the story might have been better in that one. I loved modding the heck out of my game on my PC too.
Okay, yeah, hearing you agree with me makes me really want to replay that game before I make that claim because I cannot trust you, Joe. Aside from that, up next, we got Grand Theft Auto Liberty City Stories, and this game was a prequel to GTA 3, and it came out on PSP, and then got ported over to PS2. But the PSP one is the version I'm most familiar with, and I am glad to say it was a bop. And I enjoyed running over people all on the go, thanks to the PSP. I think a good rating for this would be a B tier, because it isn't as good as the mainline games, and quite honestly, it doesn't even beat the DLC for GTA 4. But I still want to put some respect in its name for being the first GTA portable game that was in 3D and because it was a prequel to the goated GTA 3 game.
Okay, cool rating, and I agree and all, but can you please explain why I'm staring at the flag of England with the GTA logo on it? I'm pretty damn sure that there was no GTA set in the UK. I'd know because that would probably be the shittiest game out of them all. Like imagine some motherfucker coming up to you in the street and being like, "Oi mate, bloody piss off." I'd laugh right in their face.
Wow, way to alienate our audience from the UK. Don't worry, my friends from overseas. I love the hell out of your bangers and mash.
Is that an actual thing? Is it actually called bangers and mash, or did you make that up?
Yep, it's a real thing, all right. I also love to have some spotted dick alongside my bangers and mash.
Why does this not surprise me at all? Of course you'd like that, Joe.
Okay, enough. I need to not get sidetracked, but yeah, there was a GTA set in England. London, England, to be more specific, and it was an expansion pack to the original and first Grand Theft Auto game. And don't worry that DLC is pretty bad, but that's also because the first game was pretty bad in comparison to all the great ones we got later on, and for that I have to give it a D tier.
We should be moving it up because those people in the UK know how to eat. Have you guys ever tried Toad in the Hole or Bubble and Squeak?
These just cannot be real names for their food.
Nah, I just looked it up and it actually is. Some of these actually don't look half bad, but Joe, can you please stop distracting us? We have a super important game up next, and that is GTA 5. This game is almost like a zombie because it came out so long ago. But it has been on almost every single console since its existence. Like it has been on PlayStation 3, then PlayStation 4, and now PlayStation 5. Like that is some insane longevity, but it kind of pisses me off how this game has been alive for so long because people keep buying shark cards for their stupid Hellcats in online mode. And because of that, Rockstar has been super slow with the development for GTA 6. But all those pain points aside, I have to say that this is undoubtedly the best version of GTA gameplay-wise. The story may have been better in GTA 4, but either way I have no other choice but to give this game an S tier. Like you got me fucked up if you think I'm going to be placing this any lower than S.
Way to go on a rant, but I don't think a single soul was going to argue with you on whether or not GTA 5 deserved to be an S tier or not. We all know that game bangs, and the reason why it has been on every console ever is because it's a genuinely good game.
Okay, man, I just wanted to explain myself because maybe someone out there believes GTA 5 is not an S tier because of what I said. Like, it is one of the bigger reasons why we don't have GTA 6, and I don't blame a single soul for being a bit angry at GTA 5. But yeah, it's still an S tier, but yeah, up next we got another shitty booty GTA game, and that is GTA 2. And this was a good attempt at refining their 2D game and building upon the first ever Grand Theft Auto, but me personally, I don't really think it was innovative enough. And again, it just pales in comparison with almost any other game in this list. So I think a D tier is in order for this game, but up next we got a big kahuna, and that is Grand Theft Auto 3. And I think a lot of people may hate me for this take, but I actually don't have this game going into S tier. I have this going into A tier because I enjoyed Vice City much more because it was more colorful than this game and had better vehicles and combat. But I still appreciate what this game did for the series and like the dark story.
Okay, so you were upset that the game wasn't colorful enough, but you praised the dark story. That makes no sense. Plus, why would a game about people dying and killing not be dark? Make it make sense, Barry, because I do not follow your line of reasoning, especially since earlier in the tier list you were sucking off GTA 3.
Shut up, Sleepy Joe, but he does have a point, Barry.
Listen, I just like Vice City better, so you're all going to have to deal with it. By the way, Vice City has the better soundtrack, but anyways. Up next, we got the classic GTA, and this gets no legacy points from me, and will get placed in poo-poo D tier because I just am not a fan of those early games, if you can't tell. But more importantly, we got another prequel game, but this time to Vice City. And even though I was sucking off the game earlier, I have to say that Vice City Stories isn't as good as Vice City, but it's still pretty solid, and I think it was better than Liberty City Stories. This was the best PSP game you could have because who wouldn't want GTA in their pocket at all times? I think I'd give this an A tier because of the aesthetic and fun of this portable game.
Solid reasoning here, but now we got my personal favorite GTA up next, and I cannot tell you the amount of times I made CJ fat in this game. I think I have a fetish for making people fatter because I swear I'd always do that to CJ because he's always so naughty.
I don't know why you shared that with us, and I don't know how to respond to that, so I'll just gloss over it and just go on with the ranking, and this, of course, is an S tier. I love the role-playing aspects with CJ and how everything you did in the game affected him in some sort of way. If you were too lazy, he'd get fat, and if you fought a lot and went to the gym, he'd get buff. I also like the funny dates he could go on, and I just generally have a lot of nostalgia with this game. And for the time it was made, I'd say it was groundbreaking in introducing mechanics that other games were not really using at the time, and that as a whole brought the industry forward. So I have to give it flowers for that. Then while we're at it, we can grade the Gay Tony DLC. And this gets a solid A tier from me. I don't think anyone else expected any different because the GTA 4 DLC banged.
This guy really glossed over the Gay Tony DLC just so he can hurry up and get to his precious Vice City rating.
Wow, I didn't even notice that, but now that you mentioned it, it's time to rate arguably one of the best GTA games, and that is Vice City. I freaking love this game, and it automatically goes into S tier. I don't think any other GTA game has captured a period in time more accurately than Vice City. And I loved the hell out of the soundtrack in this game.
Solid reasoning and all, but this game is set in Miami, right?
Yeah, it is. Why do you ask?
Just curious because that happens to be Hunter's favorite GTA game, and I guess it's because he loves Miami so much.
That or he loves the coke in Miami.
What is up, gang? It's me, Barry, Barack Obama here, and I am joined by Joe and Donald, as always. This time around, we're going to grade different types of gum, and hopefully everyone hates chiclets as much as I do.
Barack, don't go jumping forward in the list. But you know what I really hate? Any form of mint gum or candy. Like, go brush your teeth if you like mint. And it is absolutely the worst because I constantly have people offering me some mint gum.
Joe, you realize they do that because your breath smells absolutely rancid. Like it possibly smells just as bad as liquid ass. Maybe even worse if I'm being honest.
Haha, very funny, Donald, but my breath does not possibly smell that bad.
No, you should really go to a dentist sometime in the future, Joey. And you could have just said it was me who was constantly handing you the gum. You don't hang out with anyone aside from us, so you could have just said it. Plus, I only do it because it genuinely feels like you never brush your teeth.
I do brush my teeth. Well, when I remember.
Mother of Christ Almighty.
Yeah, let's just get this tier list started. Up first, we got Wrigley's Spearmint Gum, and I like Wrigley's. And I actually prefer their mint over their juicy fruit one. But yeah, I will go ahead and place this into B tier and follow it up with Mentos in A tier.
Oh my God, here comes all the mint propaganda again. I can't wait to hear about how you guys just love all the minty fresh stuff.
Joe, I'm sorry you don't know how good it feels to like finish eating at a barbecue or at a burger joint and then popping a piece of minty fresh gum after a meal. That shit is so satisfying and adds to the experience.
On God, Barack, I know about eatery, so I know how much it enhances the experience. Plus, I know you don't care about how you smell or what your breath might smell like, Joe, but me and Barack do.
It's okay though, Joe. We only judge a decent bit, but not a whole lot. Anyways, let's move on to our next entry, which is Wrigley's Double Mint Gum, and I will confidently place that into B tier. It's just mint, but doubled. But as for the juicy fruit flavor coming up next, now I want everyone to hear me out. I love this flavor, but I feel like with Wrigley's in general, the flavor runs out quick, and especially more so if it is a fruit flavor. So despite it being really good, I will be placing it into C tier. It just runs out of flavor too fast.
Nah, Barack, you got me fucked up here. How are you going to say it's really good, but then put it into C tier because the flavor doesn't last that long? Are you chewing on the same piece for 30 minutes or something?
Let's keep it real here. The flavor literally runs out with the first 3 minutes of you chewing a juicy fruit. Probably runs out sooner, but I said what I said. You're going to have to deal with this ranking, just like how I know Joe is going to have to deal with these next two rankings.
Barry, please, don't do what I think you're about to do. For the love of all things sacred.
I am putting Double Bubble and Chiclets both into F tier, and I do not care about hearing any other opinions on this, Joey. You are quite literally the only person in my life that I have seen actively pursue these two disgusting things. Like, I'll chew them if they are there, but objectively, they are some of the worst pieces of gum I have ever had in my whole life. Thankfully, we don't have to deal with that anymore because I got Extra and Trident gum going into B and then A tier, respectively.
Way to slam dunk on Joe and then put Trident gum up in A tier. I freaking love Trident gum, and I especially love the Trident Layers gum so much. That thing had me hooked on it for weeks like I was being fed some sort of drug.
I freaking love the Trident Layers gum so much. If that were here, I would give it an S tier. But we only got normal Trident, which is still pretty good. I might lose you guys on these next two, though. I have Hubba Bubba Bubble Tape going into C tier alongside the Bubble Yum. Now let me explain why I am putting them here. I am going based off of the flavor, and I don't like bubblegum flavored things. And the Hubba Bubba tape is neat and smacks, but it's kind of a gimmick and runs out of flavor quick as well. The big pieces of Hubba Bubba gum is superior, but sadly that is not on this list.
Barry, you don't have to worry about losing me because you lost me a while ago when you put my 2 favorite pieces of gum all the way in F tier.
Joe, I'm going to be honest here. We do not care if we ever lose you because you always lose yourself in your own train of thought because of the dementia. Anyways, Barry, I don't entirely blame you here because you had a good Hubba Bubba take, but I definitely feel like this could have gone higher, my guy.
It probably could have, but I like to think of C tier, like mid-tier stuff. So I think those pieces being there really fit, and honestly, the only one I feel like has an argument to move up is the juicy fruit. Anyways, our next 2 are Orbit Gum and Big League Chew. I am putting Orbit into B tier for being a decent piece of gum, and again, Big League Chew goes into C tier because these are just mid pieces of gum. And while we're at it, let's throw Eclipse in B tier too, because a lot of these gums kind of feel the same if I'm being honest.
Well, Big League Chew is a bit different, and I think it should go higher, but everyone always disagrees with the Joe Dog.
Nah, I kind of smell you on that one, Joey, but this is Barack's list. He has not done one of these in a while, so maybe he's rusty.
I am not rusty. I just think what I think, and I think it is mid. It's okay though, because we got our first S tier in Icebreakers gum, and these things are amazing. They have a huge ass variety of flavors too. Like, you guys should look up and see just how many they actually have that all sound delicious. Then I'm putting Bazooka into D tier.
Now wait one moment, Barack, please, for the love of God and all things holy, please put Bazooka in A tier at least. I grew up my whole life chewing these, and they were a huge part of my childhood. Donald, I know you can vouch with me on this.
As much as I hate to admit it, Joey is speaking facts. Back in the day, we would be smacking on these like crazy.
Okay, but you two are old as hell. This thing came out in 1947. Jesus, Bazooka is mid now, so why would I place it that high?
I'll shit myself in your car if you don't place it high.
Well, with that convincing argument, I guess I'll place it into A tier, even though it's a D tier at best. Now let's move on to some real A tier gum, and we have a back-to-back combo of Stride and Big Red. I like Stride gum a decent bit, so that's self-explanatory, but I am also a big fan of cinnamon-flavored things. So I also love me some Big Red. I also love me some Fireball whiskey.
Fireball is kind of gas. I can't even lie. I like cinnamon things a decent bit too, so I approve of this message.
Thanks, Donald. And lastly, we got my favorite gum, which of course is 5 gum, and I am placing it into S tier. I love these things, and I love the commercials that came with them.
Those commercials always scared me. I never felt like chewing 5 gum after seeing these people enter another dimension when they chewed on it.
Yeah, a lot of things seem to scare you, Joe. Your biggest fear seems to be your toothbrush, though.
What is going on, gang? We are back with another tier list, and this time we are finally getting to our long-awaited and very much so anticipated healthy food tier list.
Barack, let's just keep it a buck here because ain't a damn soul asking for this. And you only got this video because you kept begging Fraile to let you do it because we always review unhealthy food, but we never give a chance to, quote, shine a light on superfoods and help guide our viewers to a healthier lifestyle and better eating decisions.
And what's wrong with caring about our precious subs and wanting them to live better lives?
I don't think they need a person nagging them to do better and eat healthier. What they need is a Joe Dog in their life who is willing to die for them, because I would die for any of you listening. You just have to be willing to devote your life to the Joe Nation, the Joe Dogs, the Joesters, and aside from devoting every single waking moment of your life to me, you also have to be willing to die for me at a moment's notice.
All right, Joe, enough jokes.
Oh, I'm not joking.
Having human meat shields does sound pretty good. You know what, Joe? You talked me into it. I also want our subscribers to be willing to die for me.
God damn it, not you too.
You're just butthurt because he knows not a single person likes him.
Now that is simply not true. I have a decent bit of fans, quite possibly even thousands out there in the world, but I am not here to compare. So let's just get this list started. And up first, we got Have a Burger. And the way this tier list will work is that I will grade things based on how healthy they are and how many times you should be allowed to eat them. And a good burger is a mighty fine choice for a once-a-week type of deal. And there are multiple ways to make your burger healthier. You can use lean meat and remove a lot of the grease. Use non-fat cheese, whole wheat buns, and spinach instead of lettuce because lettuce provides no nutritional value, and spinach does. Overall, I think this is a solid B tier.
I don't know how you did it, but you somehow made a burger sound really unappetizing. Like, why would I subject myself to that when I can get a nice and fatty burger with only the best of cheeses? And you bet your ass I am going to lather that bun up with some mayo, and I refuse to use the Miracle Whip bowl that they try to pawn off as normal mayo.
You know, I've actually tried something pretty delicious that I bet Barack would like, and that's a fried egg and kimchi on my burger because it's crunchy, but unlike lettuce, it's full of flavor and probiotics that'll lead to a healthy gut. I will admit that it doesn't work on every burger, though, because I have yet to try it on a salmon burger.
The hell is a salmon burger?
Okay, firstly, Joe, I actually want to thank you for not spouting some nonsense because that kimchi idea on a burger actually sounds pretty gas. And Donald, a salmon burger really slaps. I would heavily recommend it. And I don't even mean it in a healthy way either. But hold the phone because we got a banger up next because we have salmon and salads. And of course, you all already know that I have to place these two into S tier. Salmon is quite possibly the best type of meat you can eat, and having a nice salad as a snack or even a meal is an excellent choice. I'd even support drinking some carrot juice mixed with kale. But yeah, moving on, we got chicken nuggets, and whilst these are delicious, I cannot give fried chicken a high rating. And we'll give them an okay C tier because at least it isn't straight up junk food.
Oh God, I'm getting sick to my stomach. I feel weak in my knees from all this healthy food nonsense. Like, you know how a werewolf gets stronger and transforms during a full moon? This is like the opposite for me because the longer I listen to these healthy food options, the weaker and weaker I get. I'm afraid I'd pass away if it weren't for my occasional sips from my Diet Coke.
Yeah, I kind of get what you mean. But instead of a health tier list getting me sad and disgusted, it's more so the age of consent laws that get me weak and sick to my stomach and all down and sad.
Is it because you want them raised higher?
Yeah, we can say that despite that being totally incorrect.
I seriously need to just call the police on you one day, but we get too much good content from you, so even though you're an active threat to society, I think I'm going to keep letting these things slide. But anyways, following those, we got apples and almonds, and matter of fact, these are also an S tier. These two, of course, aren't full meals you should be eating, but these are great snacks to have as an amazing alternative to chips and candy.
Oh my God, I hate this. No one is eating chips thinking to themselves, man, I'm going to lose some pounds. That is absolutely stupid, and I can't even fathom being handed an apple or some almonds when I ask for a snack. I would RKO whoever handed me that shit through a glass table and then smear their face across all the broken shards so that they even get micro cuts that aren't visible to the naked eye, and then repeatedly douse their head in lemon juice till they finally admit that what they did was a cardinal sin.
Oh man, that sounds pretty intense and kind of a good type of pain. Like, I love those little bothersome pain types, like where you get a paper cut on the webbing of your fingers, when you get a splinter between your nail and finger, stubbing a toe, and even stepping on Legos. Like, it hurts, but it hurts so good. Like, it's painful, but not absolutely dreadful.
Joe, I don't think anyone thinks those are good types of pain, and that's because there is literally no type of good pain.
Oh yeah, go ahead and ask all my masochists out in the world. Shout out masochist, because I totally get wanting to get hot wax on you and getting cigarettes put out on your skin and have it burn so good.
Let's not shout them out, but instead shout out whole wheat bread. Now this gets an A tier from me because admittedly this doesn't taste the best.
Oh, this is where you draw the line? God forbid someone eats some fucking whole grain bread because that's where Barack draws the line.
I just don't think it has the best flavor. It definitely could be better, but whatever. But then after we got a nice fruit and oatmeal bowl and my mouth is watering from just seeing it.
Jesus fucking Christ, man. Next thing you'll say is that you're twerking for some damn plain grits.
Oh, now, I would definitely twerk for some grits, but anyways, I am giving the oatmeal bowl an amazing S tier. And since I'm here, let me rate pizza. And this is getting a C tier. It isn't the worst, but damn, it's getting damn near pretty bad there. And if you get it from a fast food place, then you already know that Papa John's is not a healthy pizza choice.
Yeah, we all know that Little Caesars is the real banger.
For $5, it does bang, but that is probably made with cardboard. Delicious cardboard, but still. Anyways, after that, we got back-to-back S tiers in the avocado and cucumber. Avocado toast is one of my favorite things to eat in the morning. And then you can follow it up with an amazing cucumber sandwich for lunch. And man, oh man, you are in for a delicious and fulfilling meal.
Man, do I sound like a damn rabbit. How are you going to mention breakfast and lunch and have no mention of any sort of protein or meat?
I mean, you can have a nice glass of soy milk in the morning for an added protein boost.
This honestly sounds worse than 9/11.
I think some sugary soy milk sounds delicious.
Well, I use it to make milk tea or coffee, so I don't really use sugar, but I'm glad you drink it, Joe. Anyways, after that, we got eggs and meat, and I have both of these going into A tier. They are perfect for meals and are great in moderation because you can't be eating eggs and meat every single day because you'll just end up with high cholesterol.
High cholesterol is fake news, man. If anything, that only powers my lifts and makes me stronger than ever before.
I already know your arteries are more clogged than downtown LA traffic. But yeah, I'm sure that is totally fake news, and your doctor must entirely agree with that. But yeah, then after we have a grilled cheese, and these are an okay B tier, like they are good, but don't eat these every day. But more importantly, we got milk up next. And we have got to give respect because milk is an excellent source of vitamins and minerals, particularly calcium. However, I will say that I am not totally on board with drinking milk every single day. And for that, I will give it an A tier only.
Now, this is preposterous because as the milk expert, I can tell you that this is blasphemous, and milk is the greatest thing ever.
See, I would say that, but given how our next entry knocks it out of park, I just can't give it an S tier. And that's because I instead have water going straight into S tier. This is something you should be drinking every day unless you want your piss to be darker than a Crayola and resemble closely to what Joe secretes.
Now my piss is definitely darker than Crayola yellow.
Once again, I applaud you for being a living human science experiment.
We really shouldn't promote anything Joe does at all. But I honestly do have respect for him in that regard as well. Anyways, after that we got cake. And while I do understand that this is sugary pastry that doesn't have much nutritional value, I do have to give some respect to something like carrot cake, which isn't all that bad. And usually when you get cake, you accompany it with milk. And that in turn makes it an okay meal. So I think I have to place this into C tier because it's still not advised to be eating this.
What the hell do you even get on birthdays?
Well, Michelle makes a nice banana parfait with a candle on it.
That is so depressing. It's not like eating a slice of cake once a year is going to make you gain 100 pounds.
Tell that to Michelle, man. Anyways, after that, we got the back-to-back-to-back-to-back D tiers because soda, chips, and candy are all going into D tier. There's just no justifying this unless you're drinking diet soda or probiotic healthy soda like Olipop or Poppy. And you can also get healthier chips or even protein chips, but of course they won't taste the same.
Oh, the chips won't taste the same, but the damn probiotic soda will.
I swear those actually smack. Give them a try and you'll see that they actually are pretty good. But anyways, rounding off this list, we got spaghetti for whatever reason, and I don't know what to say. It's a pretty good thing to eat, and I have to give this bad boy an A tier. I really do like spaghetti.
My favorite is Filipino spaghetti because of all the sausages and sweetness in it.
What else do you like about Filipinos?
Oh, there's so many things to pick from, like the culture, the landscapes, the food, the language, the overall scenery. But if I had to choose one thing in specific that I absolutely love about the Filipino culture and people, I think it would have to be the ladyboys.
What is up, everyone? We are back yet again with another tier list. This time we got a holiday tier list to finally determine which are the best of the best in our humble opinions.
I'm going to keep it real. My opinion isn't so humble, but that's because I'm always factually correct about all my opinions and info.
Well, I wouldn't say that.
Enough, you two. Let's go ahead and get this list started, and up first we got Black Friday. Now, Black Friday back in the day used to bang when they gave out actual deals, but now I would say that it's not as great as it once was.
They need to make Black Friday great again. But no, I feel this a bit, but it's still fun to go out and just look around at the things that are on sale. I still think you can get very good deals. Really, it's just Cyber Monday that sucks ass.
You do bring up a good point, because when you do find an actual good Black Friday deal, it bangs. But I miss the days when people would get trampled and killed over a 50% off TV. So the OG Black Friday would have been S tier, but I think modern day it belongs closer to A tier.
That's a bit morbid, but weirdly enough, I agree. And quite frankly, I do miss seeing the trampled people show up on the news or the fights that would break out.
What the hell are you two waffling about?
You wouldn't get it, Joe. Anyways, let's move on to the next one, and that is Easter. And let me tell you, this holiday doesn't make me feel very hoppy.
Don't even start those corny jokes here, Barack. Take that shit joke back and place this awful holiday at C or even D. What even goes on during Easter? Some eggs being hidden and that's it? Yeah, count me out.
Don't like that you didn't appreciate my joke, but whatever. I do agree that Easter sucks, and I will be placing this into D tier. Up next, we got good old Valentine's Day.
I hate this day. No one ever buys me any chocolates, and I am always alone without any hot yoo-woo girls by my side.
Dude, you have a wife.
Yeah, and my point still stands because she's not an ooh-woo baddie. I want an A1 baddie like some Wagyu beef-level girl by my side while I play some Valorant.
God, I hate that you play that garbage game so much, but as for a rating for this holiday, I'm feeling a C for this one. It's cute to celebrate with your significant other, but I'm not like counting down the days for this thing. Plus, you see everyone posting about it, and it's like, we get it, you're not alone.
Sound a little bitter there, Barack. You and Michelle doing okay?
I don't want to talk about it. Up next, we got St. Patrick's Day, and I kind of mess with my Irish folk and their perpetual drinking habits. I like that this day is an excuse to get hammered, but I also don't like everyone pinching you or being extra as hell just because you aren't wearing green.
The green is a necessity, Barack. You can't go around drinking if you're not wearing the green.
See me personally, I tell them if they want to see green, they just got to pull down my pants.
That is so vile, Joe, and I'm going to have to place this into B tier for that comment. And while we're talking about B tier, let me go ahead and put Father's Day there as well. Cool holiday where we get appreciated and get gifts.
Yeah, that's at least if your kids love you. Joey, I know your ass is not getting anything from Hunter anytime soon.
Joke's on you. He actually offered to take me to a father and son hiking trip over the weekend, so he most definitely cares about me.
Yeah, tell us what happened during that weekend.
Well, he kind of mugged me and held me at gunpoint. Then he told me to run my pockets, and once they were all cleared out, he told me to strip, and then blindfolded me and left me in the middle of the woods. But that's just how we mess around. I know he's just teasing me and stuff, haha.
Holy shit, man. You need to report him to the police.
What? No way, that's just how we kid around. I swear it's normal father and son activities. You just don't know because you're a girl dad.
Yeah, Joey, my sons also do all of that just to get another fix of hookers and blow.
See, it's normal.
I am not touching this further. Up next, we got Hanukkah. And no hate towards my kosher folk, but Christmas clears every day of the year.
Tell him, Barry.
Listen, all I'm saying is that I never see no Hanukkah specials on TV. That being said, I'll give it a B tier because I do love me kosher food. Up next, we got the 4th of July, and you two already know where this is going.
America is #1. Rah!
Couldn't have said it better myself, Donald. Fireworks and barbecue plus a long weekend. Give me an instant S tier for that one. And up next, we got Thanksgiving, and I'll be honest here. I am giving this an A tier. I don't think it competes with the S tiers that I have in mind, and I think of it as more of a warm-up towards Christmas.
Ooh, but what about all the yummy food you're not talking about?
Well, that's why it's going into AA tier. The food is the saving grace. Anyways, up next we got Mother's Day, and I am a huge mama's boy, so I appreciate that day a lot. I think another B tier placement for that is in play.
Extremely valid placement with these. I can really feel the difference between a Barry list versus a Joe one.
Because it's missing the swag factor.
Joe, no one says that anymore. God, anyways, up next we got Halloween, and this shit is elite. This is a holiday that bangs both as a kid and as an adult. As a kid, you get to trick or treat and get a metric ton of candy. And as an adult, it gives us all an excuse to party and get drunk as fuck with cool costumes. So for that, I think it belongs in S tier.
I still remember when we had our party last year and I dressed up as the Riddler. That was so fun until Donald came.
Listen, Joe, you were setting yourself up for those jokes like, come on, the Riddler, let's be serious. You were basically begging me to call you the Diddler all night.
Yeah, you kind of set yourself up for that one, Joe. But up next, we got another S tier, and that is Christmas. What can I even say? This is self-explanatory, like it's cool as a kid and even as an adult.
The gifts get worse as an adult, though.
For you, maybe, but I got an indoor hot tub installed in my gaming room.
Oh, can I come over?
No.
Well, that awkward bit aside, let's tackle New Year's Eve and this kind of bangs. Not deserving of an S tier, and it reminds me that we're always a year older, but the parties for it are fun, so I have to go with a solid A.
Just make sure you don't invite Joe to this year's party. We don't want a repeat of last year.
Listen, man, it was a new year and I had to kiss whoever was next to me or I'd get bad luck. Everyone would have done what I did.
Joe, you fucking kissed my dog. What is going on, gang-a-lang? We are back with another tier list, and this time around we are going to be doing an indie game tier list, but based on the games that we have played. But before that, I want to shout out Marco over here because he was the one asking for this primarily. And we're ready to finally get this list started. And just for him, we played Friday Night Funkin'. And just for him, we are putting it in S tier. It was actually a pretty good rhythm game that is browser-based. So if anyone wants to play it, they can by just Googling it. But either way, it's a shame that I am really bad at rhythm games.
I told you that the Joe Dog needed to get behind the wheels for that game because I have more rhythm than a dancer combined with a musician.
Joe, let's be honest here, because those old bones would easily break if you tried to bust a move of any kind.
You would think, but my bones are pretty flexible.
Oh, Joe, that's not really, that's not, you know what? Never mind, because I am not going to touch on the fact that your bones should not be flexible. Anyways, let's officially get this list started, and we already rated Friday Night Funkin', but guess what? We have 2 back-to-back S tiers after that, because The Binding of Isaac Rebirth and Minecraft are bona fide classics. And you can argue that Minecraft doesn't belong here because they got bought out by Microsoft. But back in the good old days, this was an indie company, and they made Minecraft from the ground up on possibly the worst coding software for video games. But at least it's here. As for The Binding of Isaac, well, you should all give it a chance, because I think they're adding online multiplayer, or at least working on it. And it's one of the classic Rouge-like games that everyone should play.
If you ask me, I think Minecraft should go in its own tier, because that is a God game that was gifted from the heavens.
Joe is spitting here because out of everything on this list, I have to say that Minecraft is clearly the best one. I mean, for God's sake, we even have like 3 separate Minecraft tier lists on this channel with a bit more on the way. But goddamn, I love this game.
Well, it's going to stay in S tier because that's the highest tier we have on this list. I don't know what you want me to do about it.
Make an S+ tier or make a God tier and put it there. You literally can do it right now.
I'm going to keep it real with you, Chief. I'm not doing that. But anyways, after that, we have Pal World, which I have going into C tier, because this was supposed to be this world breaker of a game, and everyone and their mom was playing this and enslaving their little pals and making them work in the mines. But literally like a month or 2 after the initial hype, I feel like this game died. Like, does anyone even talk about it or even play it?
I don't play it anymore, but I cherished my time making those innocent creatures mine for me and just work for me in general. If only I could breed with these creatures.
Okay, now, that's, well, not a bad idea, but still, I hate hearing it from you, Joe.
Barack the Furry strikes again. Honestly, I think the issue with this game is that too many people compared it to Pokemon just because you could catch things with these knockoff Pokeballs, but in reality, this was basically Ark. But instead of dinosaurs, you just get these weird little creatures.
That's actually an amazing comparison for it, Donald. Although Ark definitely is better than that game. Anyways, after that, we have 2 back-to-back B-tier entries in Geometry Dash and Five Nights at Freddy's. Now, I know all the Five Nights at Freddy's fans will come at me, but let me just say that it isn't a bad game, and I liked the first couple, but damn, it has so many entries, and they didn't do enough to switch up the gameplay about it. But considering how well it sold, and how a ton of the fandom loved the games, I guess it doesn't really matter, to be honest.
The fact that a man was able to squeeze so much out of a franchise with animatronic animals at a pizzeria is outstanding to the Don. I have nothing but respect for the man because he created merchandise, games, and even a goddamn movie. And that level of capitalism and exploitation of a franchise only garners a huge amount of respect from the Don. He must have read my book on the art of the deal.
If he did, then his game would probably have failed like all your business ventures, Donald.
Stay mad, Joe, because Trump Tower is here to stay. I don't see any Biden towers around me.
Well, wait till you see me in person, and I'll show you a Biden tower you'll never forget.
Gross, Joe. Let's move on with the list. And then after we have Power Wash Simulator, and honestly, even though this sounds like a dumb idea for a game, I have to give it props because it was actually fun to power wash things. Like, this is a good game to play when you're just chilling and talking to the homies. I'd still give it a C tier only, though. After that, though, we have Devour. And this is a super cheap horror game on Steam. And listen, this is cheap, so you can't expect much. Like, I think it's $5 normally, and it's $1 when it's on sale. But let me tell you that you will not get better value for a fun budget horror game to play with your friends. If you go by the $1 per hour rule, where for every dollar you spend on the game, you got to get an hour back, then this game will be way worth your value. I have to give this bad boy a B tier.
Yeah, it's only a shame we can't really play that Japanese level because you're scared of the spiders.
Because they're terrifying.
Yeah, but the Japanese monster lady was kind of a baddie.
Now hold on, Joe might be spitting here.
Relax, you two. It's supposed to scare you, not turn you on.
Who says it can't do both?
God, I seriously think you two need help. Anyways, after that we have Dave the Diver, and this is an auto S tier. If you've played it, you know that it's great. And if you haven't, then this is a serious recommendation for you all. But yeah, then after we have Rivals of Ether, and this game bangs and is basically a Smash clone. But with Steam Workshop integration, it means you can get cool mods and fight with some wacky characters, and that in itself elevates it highly and is a great couch game to play with your buds. I think this is a solid A tier.
Come on now, this should get an S tier. And what other game can you play as all three of us?
Wait, we're in the game?
Yeah, someone modded all three of us in there in the workshop.
That's actually kind of sick. Yeah, I guess go buy that game and play as us guys.
Yeah, and if you play as me, make sure you diddle my little joester down there.
Okay, gross. Let's ignore that and continue with the list, because after that we have a bona fide S tier in Cuphead, and this game is just amazing. The art style bangs, the gameplay bangs, and it's just a fun and addicting game. Play it if you haven't. But then after we have Kerbal's Space Program, and this gets an A tier. I was never good at making spaceships, but those YouTube videos go crazy when you see people with talent actually go nuts on that game.
All that space stuff goes over my head, because how the heck am I supposed to measure the geometric shape and put the right thrusters and get the best ship out there, like I'm a busy man? You can't expect me to pour hours into a game just to get the spaceship off the ground.
Joe, you literally do almost nothing all day. I see you on Steam playing Hoonie Pop at literally all times. I genuinely think the only breaks you take from gaming or watching shows is whenever you come and film a video with us, which then makes me wonder when the hell you have time to research stuff and manage our country.
Well, that's what my goons are for. I tell them what to do and they leave me alone and let me do whatever I want.
That is extremely concerning for so many reasons, but oddly enough, I'm not surprised at all. Like, I would have been taken aback if you said that you actually paid attention or actually cared about the current world events. Well, I strangely have respect for you, Joe, because you are so unashamedly yourself and don't give a damn about what anyone says.
That's the Joe Dog way. All the Joe heads follow me for that exact reason.
I'm still somewhat convinced that you just somehow brainwashed these people in one of our videos and you just hid it from us.
Yeah, there has to be something to it, but let's dissect that for another day because we have a video to continue. And after that, we have our next three entries getting S tiers, because Undertale is one of the most refreshing gaming experiences I had when it came out. Golf with Friends goes absolutely hard, and if you get custom maps from the Steam Workshop, then it goes even harder. And Risk of Rain 2 is one of my absolute favorites from this whole list, and this is a gem. Unfortunately, though, I have something controversial to say, and I think Terraria is only an A tier. Like, I enjoy the game, but I don't twerk for it like everyone else does.
Come on, man, I don't like it that much too, but for legacy reasons, it should go into S tier. It even has an active modding community, and this has some diehard fans. You're going to get decimated in the comments, Barry.
Don't care, because I'm standing firm on this decision. Following that, I have Project Zomboid going into B tier because the game is just too hard for me, but I love watching people play it on YouTube. After that, though, we have a banger going in A tier next, because Sons of the Forest goes absolutely hard, and with all the updates that it has had recently, I definitely think it belongs up there with the other A tiers.
Is that the sequel to the first Forest game? I loved how my whole mission was trying to save a little boy. That had me more dedicated to video game than any other game I've ever played.
Weird way to phrase that, but yeah, it's the sequel, and it's pretty good. Then after we have Noida, and this is a B tier, it's an all right game, and if you're into roguelites and you like magic spells and stuff and exploring a game with no instructions, then this one is for you. Then we have our final two entries up next, and this one might be another controversial one, but I have Stardew Valley going into A tier. It's almost like Animal Crossing, but I'd say it's better, and I respect people who are diehard fans for this game. It just isn't really for me. Then lastly, we have Vampire Survivors, and this is a great mobile game for when you're bored just waiting for something. But as an actual PC game, I feel like it flounders a bit, but it's good in short bursts when you're just trying to waste time or have something to play in the background while you talk to your friends. I think this gets a B tier, and that's the end of this list, and I am pretty proud of it.
I mean, you definitely disrespected some good-ass titles, but overall, I've seen you do much, much worse in other lists, so I guess this is kind of a dub for you.
Well, that's a bit of a backhanded compliment, but I'll take it. What's going on, gang? We are back with another tier list. And this time around, we are going to be doing a Jolly Ranchers tier list because we are all big fans of them.
Wow, good going, Sherlock. I'm sure the audience thought we were making a Jolly Ranchers tier list because we hate them so much.
I just wanted to clarify and make it clear why we're doing this.
I agree with Barack. Sometimes it's good to clarify and be as transparent as possible. It has saved me many of times from going to jail.
Wait, what?
Don't ask him to talk further because then he'll go on one of his Joey rants, and we get enough of those whenever we bring up pickles and mint-flavored things. But anyways, let's get this list started. And up first, we got some Strawberry Jolly Ranchers. How do we feel about these fellas?
Out of all the times to open up a dialogue regarding a ranking, this may be top 3, if not top 1 of the dumbest times to ask that, because you know damn well all 3 of us love anything strawberry flavored. That's like asking a fat person if they want dessert after a meal. Like, you already know the damn answer to that.
Motherfucker's so fat that they're in the fitness protection program.
Oh man, me and Joe just went for the Wombo Combo.
All right. I guess that'll teach me for even thinking about opening up a dialogue surrounding a flavor. I guess I'll save the audience some time and immediately put strawberry into S tier. But I guess in all fairness, it's fair to say that everyone most definitely saw this coming. So whatever, I guess. Now up next we have another, what I presume to be S tier, because I have never heard a damn soul complain about the blue raspberry flavor.
Now wait a minute.
God, are you just going to be a contrarian to anything I say, Joe?
I was going to say that the Joe Dog loves himself some blue raspberry icy drinks. And I was actually going to agree with you wholeheartedly.
Oh, well, I'm sorry, and thank you, Joe. I'm not entirely used to you agreeing with me.
I know that it feels a bit wrong to have him agree with you, but you slowly start getting used to it, Barry. It's like having the worst person in the world agree with you on a point, and it just makes you rethink your whole stance on the issue. Like shit, if I said killing innocent people was wrong, but then I heard Joe say, I agree with Donald, then shit, it would have me second guessing myself, and I'll be sitting there asking myself, is killing people really that bad? I call it the Joe effect.
I love it. The Joe effect. It has the perfect ring to it.
I don't think he was saying that to put you in a positive light, Joe. But sure, man, we can just let you live in your fantasy land. Anyways, after that, we got some Cinnamon Fire Jolly Ranchers, and I already know my opinion on this because ain't no way I am eating this.
Full-heartedly agree. If I ask someone to give me a Jolly Rancher and they have the utter gall, the sheer audacity to fucking hand me a Cinnamon Fire Jolly Rancher, then they should be executed for their crimes against humanity.
That's a bit excessive, but I can kind of see where you're coming from.
Okay, guys, confession time. I actually love these things and will twerk for some Cinnamon Fire Jolly Ranchers. Like, even the name is so cool. Cinnamon Fire, like, isn't that cool?
No.
Well, either way, I love some Big Red and I love me some Fireball whiskey, so why wouldn't someone enjoy something as great as Cinnamon Fire Jolly Ranchers? It literally provides a nice sweet heat and is quite delicious.
Joe, if the Catholic Church heard you just now, they would start promoting abortions because of that dumbass opinion.
Yeah, we are putting that garbage where it belongs, which is straight D tier. I don't know who the hell you were trying to convince with that weak-ass argument, Joe. Like, your biggest talking point was, hey, cinnamon is delicious, right, guys? And quite frankly, that wasn't compelling enough. After that, we got 2 back-to-back B tiers, and that is both the lemon-flavored Jolly Rancher and the mountain berry flavor as well.
The fuck is a mountain berry? How is this higher than Cinnamon Fire again?
Stop saying fire like that, Joe, but yeah, Barack, what in the fuck is a mountain berry? Why not just call it berry flavor or like berry bash or something? Why the hell is it mountain berry?
Listen, man, I am not in charge of the naming process for these Jolly Ranchers, so I can't tell you why it's called that. But what I can tell you that it tastes like a handful of berries. So if you're into those berry artificial flavorings, then this one might be the one for you. I'm more surprised no one got mad at me for the lemon ranking.
Well, that's because I like lemon, but I won't twerk, nor will I slightly throw it back for some lemon-flavored candies, unless they are lemon heads.
Okay, I'll make note of that. Anyways, after that, I got grape going into A tier.
Of course you do.
Why is that so obvious to you?
I can't say how or why I know, but just know that I predicted that ranking more easily than I predicted the amount of people that would look at the floor when I dropped a quarter in a synagogue.
Yeah, Barry, your love for grape is quite evident with the fruit tier list. I don't know why you act so surprised every time.
Wow. I guess that bit is getting a bit old, isn't it? Oh, well, after that, I got something. I know that will be controversial because I am an artificial cherry hater. And I already know that all the cherry boys in the comments will get upset because I am placing Cherry Jolly Ranchers into C tier. I know that some people have cherry as one of their favorite flavors, but like, man, fuck artificial cherry.
Now that's a fucking terrible take, Jesus Christ. I don't know what's worse, that take right there or Joe's absurd pickle take.
I had a point, and the people know it. Also, don't worry, Barack. I also don't understand why cherry-flavored things are popular. I always see the option to get something in cherry flavor when I am at the grocery store, and I don't get it. Anything cherry-flavored has that exact same medicine-like taste and leaves a horrible aftertaste. I love eating cherries in their natural form as a fruit. Artificially cherry-flavored things, on the other hand, disgusting.
I hate that you're the one agreeing with me, Joe, but you kind of just spat there for a little.
Motherfucker was spitting saliva in the worst way possible.
Nah, I think I will be on Joe's side for this. Anyways, following that, we got green apple Jolly Ranchers, and I freaking love these things. I feel most green apple flavored things are just guaranteed bangers, like green apple soju, green apple lollipops, green apple gum, you name it, and if it has green apple, it most likely bangs.
You know what, I was losing faith after that cherry take, but now that you said this, I'm like somewhat back on your side again. I love me some green apple.
Him, the Joester, thinks that, he too enjoys some green apple flavored things as well.
Wow, we all agreed on that. What about the ranking, though? Because I do love it. But I don't think it's in the upper echelon for Jolly Ranchers. How are we feeling about an A tier?
I'll allow it.
Allow the Joe Dog to think. Yes, the Joe Dingo indubitably believes in the A tier ranking.
Wow, the Joe Dingo is a new one, but sure, whatever. After that, we got what I think is another A tier. And that is Fruit Punch Jolly Ranchers. I like them, but still don't think they belong high up there with strawberry and blue raz. And unlike you two, I don't shove everything in S tier.
Why the hell did we catch a stray on that? I'm not guilty of always putting stuff into S tier.
Yeah, but whenever we make food-related stuff, I always notice you put stuff in C tier or above. It almost never touches D tier.
Joe, what the fuck, man? I'm defending us from shot Barack took at us.
See, even Joe agrees to an extent, but whatever, because following that, we got one of the best flavors of Jolly Rancher in all of existence. And I will be placing watermelon-flavored Jolly Ranchers up in S tier. Have any comments on that, Donald?
I like watermelon Jolly Ranchers too, so I don't know why you called me out in specific. I will say, though, that I love artificial watermelon a whole lot more.
I guess Donald passed the melanin check because my ass is very indifferent towards the watermelon flavor. I think there's better stuff out there that belongs higher on this list. Maybe we should rethink the current standing and place that one flavor in S tier. Or at least place it into A or B tier.
Joe, I know you want cinnamon fire going into those higher tiers. And I am more than happy to report that it will never happen. Anyways, after that, we got orange-flavored Jolly Ranchers. And I generally like these a decent bit, but I won't die for them. What are you two thinking about this one?
You know, you have not had many bad takes this video aside from the cherry flavor. One, because I also agree that the orange flavor is definitely decent, but not indeed a banger. I don't even know if I want to hear what Joe's opinion on this is, because I know damn well he's going to say something absolutely asinine. I'd have to give this a solid B tier, though.
What can I say that would be that gross Donald? I am a very normal man, but I personally am not surprised that you like oranges, Donald, because you must eat so damn many.
I mean, I'm known to be an orange enjoyer, but I put this shit into B tier, so how is that not surprising?
Well, I just mean that it surprises no one that you have it that high, because with how orange your skin is, we can only assume that you're consuming an inhuman amount of oranges, or at least orange-flavored things.
Joe, how many times do I have to tell your sleep ass that this is literally my natural skin tone? I was born like this.
Okay, let's not get too crazy here, because no way you were born with that natural hue in your skin. Like if you were somewhat tan or pale, I'd accept it. But your ass is quite literally like discolored from all the spray on tan from the front of your face. We can literally see your real skin tone in your face where we see the fake tan not applied.
I have no clue what you're talking about, and it is not a fake tan. It is my natural and very beautiful hue of Donald.
It looks orange as hell, man. Like you can keep lying to us, but switch up the tanning base because orange isn't a good look.
Speaking of oranges, what did one orange say to the other?
Yes, let's swap on to jokes instead of personally attacking me. So what did one orange say to the other Joe?
Do you speak Mandarin?
Your joke was stupid, Joe. But anyways, we are indeed placing this into B tier, and after that we got Pineapple Jolly Ranchers. And I don't think this is a surprise to anybody when I say that the Pineapple Jolly Ranchers get a certified S tier from me.
Absolute banger of a choice here, Barack. I love pineapples so much, and when you put them in candies, you already know that the Don is going to be a huge fan of it. Not to mention that eating pineapple or having some pineapple juice also changes the flavor of, your you-know-what.
Dear God, please don't say that in our video.
That's weird. I've never had a kid tell me that my flavor changed.
What is up, gang? We are back with another presidential tier list, and this time around we got the Great Don rating various delicious-looking pastries. And while I told Barack and Joey that I did not know all of the ones on the list, they insisted that I still do this list.
Come on, Donald, don't sound suspicious about that. Of course, we chose the most elite eater of the three of us for this pastry list. And we just know that you will have good takes on these.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if you just put all of these in S tier.
Joe, you absolute Neanderthal. I would never make an uneven list like that. I know your sleepy self would, but I, on the other hand, have standards.
Yeah, that's totally what I meant by that comment. But Donald, can you get this list started? Because I am getting hungry just looking at all the stuff here.
Jesus, do not tell me what to do, Sleepy Joe. But I will get this wonderfully sweet list started for our fans. Did you guys like what I did there? Well, it doesn't matter because I liked it. But anyways, up first, we got some sort of vanilla pastry with some nice filling. I actually don't know what this is, but just by the looks of it, I can smell it and taste it through the screen, and it actually looks kind of good. My Donalysis provides me with great insight on this, and seeing how it has a nice filling with either syrup or fruit, I can tell this is kind of good. I think I will land on B tier for this dish. As a matter of fact, I may as well grade the next two as well because I do not know what they are, but the next one seems to be like some sort of pie dish, or sweet casserole, or even a brown Betty. Listen, I can't tell you what it is, but I can smell it through the screen and tell you that it belongs in A tier. I see that it's not doing too much and has some nice cinnamon on top, and then you have them in nice little bite-sized pieces. I love that, and that's why it belongs up there. Meanwhile, with this Choco Taco looking thing, I will be putting this into B tier. Don't get the Don wrong, because I do like things when they are wet and sloppy, but that just looks like it is doing a bit too much. Like I take a bite and then white ooze just flows all over my plate and probably falls out of the side of this mysterious cum dish. I think B is a little high, but I am a sucker for pastries, so even though I shit on this, I know that this unknown ass dish will get eating it no matter what.
I'm starting to think that we maybe should not have gotten you to do this tier list if you did not know the first three entries.
No, trust me, I'm good for the next ones, for the most part. Like, I most definitely have us for this next dish, because this next pastry is most definitely carrot cake, and I do like carrot cake, as you can tell by our cake tier list, but in the grand scheme of things, when you compare something as simple as carrot cake to other things on this list, like tarts and churros, then you already know it isn't in the same stratosphere. I love me some carrot cake with some tea, but I can't for the life of me place this in the higher tiers. It is good for a cake, but not for a pastry, if that makes sense. Still, though, I give it a C tier, so it's not completely being shat on.
Me personally, I really like carrot cake no matter what. I think the value of it does not change. If Margot Robbie is pretty in one movie, she won't suddenly stop being pretty in another. Same goes with carrot cake.
Carrot cake is in no way comparable to Margot Robbie. It's more like an actress that looks super cute or hot in one film, but then looks absolutely mid in all other film appearances. I will not go further on carrot cake talk, because up next we got some key lime pie, and let me tell you all that this straight up goes into S tier, and there is no argument against it. I love me some good ass key lime pie, and I am just a fan of citrusy desserts. Like I would kill someone for a tray of lemon squares, which, by the way, if those were on this list, they would also get an S tier.
I would absolutely do horrendous things if I were high and needed lemon squares. Have you guys ever seen a Serbian film? I'd do worse things than that, dude.
Joe, never mention that film in my presence ever again. And what do you mean high? We don't do that type of stuff, remember?
Oh yeah, our monetization, yeah, and by that I mean high on life, because I never do any sort of substance. Hunter does, though.
Yeah, we all know about that twisted and, quite frankly, unhealthy relationship you have with your son Hunter. But that's not the talk of the list, because holy shit, we have another S tier, and that, of course, are churros. I tell you, I was hesitant on building that wall only because I knew I would be depriving the U.S. country of all these delicious Mexican foods and desserts, and the churro is one of them. It is a fried stick of dough with or without a filling, and then you just tack on a bunch of brown sugar or normal sugar in general. This is like the Michael Jordan of pastries because it is just so damn unhealthy, but like that's what makes it so damn good. We then continue with some form of greatness because after that we got a cinnamon roll, and this is a solid A tier. I don't hyper twerk for these things, like I won't throw my ass back to high heaven, but I will give you a solid and firm handshake if you bring some cinnamon rolls to the function, which is still respectable in my opinion. You just can't go wrong with a cinnamon roll.
I don't know, Donald, cinnamon rolls are all right. Like, I would not go as far as to put them into A tier, but whatever.
Whatever is right, because last time I checked, it was the Don making this, not you. Following that, we got another unknown ass pastry, but it looks pretty nice with all that powdered sugar on top. Give me a glass of milk and I'll be set with that. So I am thinking a B tier for that. And as for our next entry, we got cream puffs, and these are okay. The problem with cream puffs is just that they are too easy to eat. I am just eating air instead of an actual dessert, but I will still be giving this a B tier because despite that complaint, it is still very delicious. I absolutely cannot say the same for the next entry because creme brulee is overrated as hell, and I honestly don't jive with it as much as others. Now, I am not saying that it is bad, but I'm also not saying it's the best thing to ever exist. On this pastry list, it hits mediocrity, much like with the carrot cake, so I think a C tier is good.
The hell is creme brulee really?
It's just custard with a caramelized top layer, and that's it. Overrated, as I said. And following that, we got another unknown dessert. It looks like some bread with an orange filling. I think I'll give it a B tier. Whenever I don't know what it is, I want you all to know that I just guess how good it is just by the picture. That won't be the case for this bad boy up next because I got eclairs going straight into S tier. It's basically an elongated donut with some good-ass filling, and if you get me a coffee with that, it'll be wraps. Well, wraps for the toilet because I may have the shits for the next 30 minutes, but after that, I'll be set.
We really did not need to hear about your bowel movements, Donald. You could have just kept talking about the pastry instead.
Speak for yourself, Barry. I, for one, really enjoy it when Donald opens up to us about his tummy issues, and that in turn makes me feel more safe and secure to talk about my tummy issues.
Well, the very last thing I want is for you to feel safe and secure, so I think I'll take you up on your advice, Barack. Anyways, after that, we got pies, and this is an immediate A tier because you can never go wrong with any sort of pie. Me personally, though, I am a cream pie type of guy. The next pastry is like some powdered donut or something. I swear I've had these before, and they bang. I think I'll give it an A tier as well. But now we run into a problem because why the hell do we have the damn peach emoji in this tier list?
Yeah, that thing is so curvy, I can actually incorporate this into my material the more I look at it.
For the love of God, Joe, don't say that. And I could not tell you what that is, Donald. Sorry.
Well, the curvy peach emoji gets a C tier. Looks more like a candy than a pastry. Then after that, we may have a controversial take, but I also have macaroons going in C tier as well because they are kind of overrated. Like, I don't hate them. But when the hell am I ever like, man, I'm craving some macaroons? I'll answer that. It is never. Then after that, we got what I presume to be is mochi. Now, the Don is a man of culture, and if this is actually mochi, then I, of course, am giving this an A tier. Now, I prefer ice cream mochi over the dry-ass regular one, but I still enjoy them a lot and have to once again applaud the Japanese for just having good food in general. I don't know how there are not a lot of fat people over there.
Probably because they don't deep fry all of their food, but god damn it, it is an American right to enjoy a deep fried Twinkie or some deep fried Oreos.
Could have not worded it better myself, Joe. After that, we got some flan, and this is going into A tier right off the bat. Maybe I am just biased, but flan slaps anytime I've had it, and maybe because I've rarely had it, it has been more of a positive experience with me. Following that, we got some weird-ass scrambled egg-looking thing. I swear I remember eating this, but cannot recall the flavor of it, but I'll still give it a C tier. After that, we got another S tier, and that is pumpkin pie. This shit slaps, and because it's seasonal, you don't really get the opportunity to eat it a lot, thus preserving the value of it. I also want to add that if cheesecake were on this list, I would skyrocket that shit to God tier or something above S, because the Don will never not eat a cheesecake.
Trust me, we can tell you never skip out on a cheesecake.
Just like how you'll never skip out on being an absolute creep. But now coming to the end of the list, we have nothing other than an amazingly delicious tart. Now with that description alone, you should already assume I am placing this high, but I have to tell you all that this is getting an S tier from me. I love tarts so much, and just having the sour/bitter fruit on top with the sugary glaze and the beautifully crafted crust at the bottom. Oh my God, it's amazing just to think about it, like my mouth is salivating.
Wow, way to describe your love for tarts. But, Donald, I want to point out something wrong with this list.
What could possibly be wrong with my list? Sure, I may have not known like a couple, actually more like 3 or 4 things on this list, but I tried my best with the knowledge I had and did my best to give everything an absolutely fair rating. Like I am looking this thing over and cannot see a single wrong thing with it.
Whoa, whoa, let's settle down a bit and take a deep breath, because there is something quite obviously wrong with this list that a lot of other lists don't have wrong. Can you spot it, Donald? It's kind of right there in your face.
Barack, stop messing with me, because I am looking up and down on this thing more than a girl in a bikini, and I see nothing wrong with it.
Dude, you forgot to put absolutely anything in D tier. Like, that's such an obvious mistake.
Oh, that's no mistake. Donald is just a fat bitch.
What is going on, gang-a-lang? We are back with another tier list, and this one is kind of a long-awaited one because I know all my Panda Express twerkers kept asking me, "Hey, Donald, when is the Panda Express tier list coming? We need to hear the holy word of the Don."
Ain't a goddamn soul say that.
We don't know that for certain, Joe. How come we can have subscribers fawn and drool over the stuff you say, but all of a sudden when the Don says that, he's got you up in arms?
Because the word of Joe is basically the word of God. Book of Joe, chapter 50, section 2.
I don't think that's entirely right, but I do remember seeing comments talk about how we should have done a Panda Express tier list, and Donald, you are the elite eater. So it would be best if you took over this list and gave us your best Panda Express items, even if I already know the vegetables and spring rolls are not going to get good ratings.
Whoa, 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 let's settle down there because the Don might surprise you. Not about the vegetables, though, because I rather lick rocks than eat veggies on their own. But yeah, without further wasting time, let's go ahead and get this list started. Because up first, we have a guaranteed slapper of an S tier, and I don't want to hear a damn soul complain about this in the comments, because the Panda Express chow mein is to die for, and if there were a tier above this, I'd even put it up there. Legitimately, I cannot enjoy a single meal from Panda Express unless it has chow mein as a side, because you cannot serve me rice if you know damn well I prefer the chow mein. Like, don't get me wrong, I'll still eat it, but I won't be happy.
But you just said that you couldn't enjoy a single meal from Panda if you didn't have chow mein.
It's Simple Joe. He's like that one Goosebumps book, The Blob That Ate Everyone. Or in this case, it should be The Blob Who Ate Everything. Because this fat ass could hate the meal entirely and still find an excuse to leave the plate cleaner than a dishwasher.
Okay, once again, I am past the fat comments because, as I always say, I'm in a bulk, and of course I may be perceived at a slightly larger weight, but I know it's all proportional, so I'm good. But yeah, forgive me for not being wasteful like you and Joe. I will eat because I like to think about all the starving children out in the world, and I remind myself that people struggle to find food every day and would be extremely grateful to just have a small morsel of what I have. And then I laugh because that shit is hilarious and makes my food taste so much better.
You know you can be a dick sometimes.
Whatever, Barack, I know you're just mad because Michelle forces you to be politically correct at all times. Real dogs like me and Joe can just let anything we have come to mind just fly out of our mouths.
Well, I don't like using the words age of consent because me and those words have beef.
Of course, you have beef with that phrase, Joe. Anyways, back to the list because we're getting sidetracked. But yeah, after that absolute banger of an item, we have all kinds of rice, and I have fried rice getting an A tier because I like their fried rice a decent bit. But I'm not about to go to Panda for only some fried rice or go out of my way to get some fried rice from them. I'd rather go to an actual Chinese restaurant because they load up my plate like they're scared I'm going to deport them or something. I swear it's so much food that I barely managed to finish a couple of servings. But yeah, then after we have back-to-back B tiers and the white and brown rice, because honestly, both kinds of rice taste the same. And if for whatever reason you can't have chow mein, well, at least this is a decent substitute. But yeah, they get the same rating because I honestly cannot tell the difference in flavor between the two.
A lot like brown eggs and white eggs. I don't know the difference between either still.
Well, actually, I know the difference. See, brown eggs come from different breeds of chickens. Those chickens generally require more food to produce the same amount of eggs, so they're less efficient, basically. But the flavor is virtually the same.
Oh, well, that's kind of dumb. Why don't they just use the more efficient chickens?
Joe, I don't know, man. I'm not a farmer.
See, this is why the Don would be an excellent farmer if I had a business like that. See, with all my other buildings and establishments, I have the most efficient and cheapest of workers. All throughout the system, I just have a bunch of illegals working for me, and goddamn, let me tell you that one illegal is probably equivalent to like 3 average Americans. So you bet your ass that I'll be efficiently farming chickens with illegals. That shit is like a ×2 multiplier on my chickens and probably my crops. But enough of that, because up next we have an auto D tier, and I think everyone saw this coming, but I hate veggies, man. I think I'd rather perform ass to mouth on Joe rather than eat a full plate of only veggies. Thankfully, though, after that we have a godsend in the crab rangoon and the chicken spring roll, because these two are getting immediate S tiers because the Don twerks for these things. And listen to me before any of you two say anything. I will rate the veggie spring roll an A tier as well. I don't hate it, and I actually quite like it, despite it being only veggies. Doesn't that surprise you, Barack?
Well, it kind of does, but it's also kind of sad that it took veggies getting deep fried in batter to get you to eat some.
Listen, man, if they just deep fried everything, then we'd have no problems, because I swear frying food just makes it taste so much better. If it were up to me, I'd make frying everything mandatory, and the only thing you would get to change is what you get to fry your food in. We can do oil, lard, beef tallow, and so on. God, that would be an amazing thing for all the people in America. But enough of my future ambitions and goals, because we have a weird ass item up next, and that's the apple pie rolls. And now I've never personally tried them, but I can't imagine them being awful. It's just that it doesn't feel like it would be too good in roll form. But hey, I'll give it a C tier as a placeholder because I can't give full opinions on it. What I can comment on is what I believe to be the hot and sour soup from Panda Express, and this is an honest-to-God D tier. Like, goddamn, you are one diabolical individual if you went to Panda Express and thought to yourself, man, all this food seems good, but I'm going to order me some soup. Like, goddamn, I'd send your ass to the gulag if you ever offered me this damn soup. Thankfully, though, we got some amazing palate cleansers to sweep us off our feet, because you all already know that the Don is about to go crazy with all this meat coming up next pause. But yeah, I have back-to-back-to-back S tiers, because the orange chicken bangs, the Kung Pao chicken bangs, and the grilled teriyaki chicken absolutely bang so hard in my mouth. This should be no surprise to casual Panda Express fans, because this is probably what they order all the time. I know the chow mein and orange chicken combo is probably what half of you in the comments probably get either way. But let it be known that there are better things coming up next, and you should all trust the Don because he's the meat expert.
Well, I'd argue that point because the Joe Dog is known to be the best meat wrangler in town, but I guess for purely Panda Express meat, I'll give you that title. But let's not forget that the Joe Dog was the one who made the meat tier list on this channel.
You know what? I'll give you the overall meat title, but this is where I'm in my zone, Joe. This is shitty processed meat that has been frozen for God knows how long. I am in my absolute element right now. But yeah, following those banging S tiers, we then have mushroom chicken getting an A tier, and then black pepper chicken getting a B tier. Listen now, with the chicken meals, you can really do no wrong, because at the end of the day, it's all pretty good, and you're just changing what you have mixed in with it. But I think they're all right to decent, which I mean, I may as well rate the string bean and honey sesame chicken too, since I basically got all the other ones already. But much like how I said earlier, you can't really go wrong with any of these, but in the Don's personal opinion, I think the honey sesame chicken and string bean both get A tiers as well. So you all know the black pepper is my least favorite, but out of all the A tier chicken entries, I think I'd pick honey sesame over the rest, because that one almost squeaked out an S tier. But then I saw what we had left on the list, and I just couldn't put it up there.
Damn, so another list where you overload the ever-living hell out of the S-tier entries. I shouldn't be surprised, because this is a food tier list.
Okay, let's relax now, man, because Panda Express has too many banging items, and I think I'm doing some a disservice already because I have them lower than S tier, but I digress because I have to lay down the law. Following those chicken entries, we now have the beef entries, and I have the black pepper Angus beef going into C tier, because this is honestly the worst one out of all of them. Then I have the broccoli beef going into B tier, because the beef juice actually makes the broccoli tolerable and actually quite delicious. But goddamn, none of those can even hold a candle to this absolute S tier up next, because the Beijing beef has the Don twerking off the walls from how good this is. It is absolutely my favorite beef choice from the whole menu. But if we're talking about protein in general, then we still have some bangers that I'd still prefer.
Oh man, the S tiers just won't stop coming. Just like me on a Saturday night, home alone with the computer.
You, Joe, you're a grown-ass man, bro. I don't think you need to be home alone to do all that gross stuff.
Yeah, but I like to do it all over my house. Sometimes in the kitchen, in the backyard, on the porch of my house, which is conveniently located near seeing distance of a playground.
Those poor kids, Joe, they must be terrified and sad. But not as sad as the Don if he didn't have these bangers in his plate, because up next we got back-to-back S tiers in the chili crisp shrimp and the honey walnut shrimp, because goddamn these things make me twerk in pure joy and glee, because the shrimp has become one of my favorite things to get from Panda Express, and I cannot verbalize just how much I love these freaking things. If you all haven't had the shrimp from Panda, well then you better get up off your ass and drive there and pay the extra $1 to have it, because it is so damn worth it.
More importantly, Donald, where would you rank the eggplant tofu?
The tofu itself isn't bad, but why'd they have to ruin it with the eggplant? I'd give this garbage a damn D tier and not feel bad about it. I wouldn't even offer it to a homeless person. I'd show it to him and eat it in front of him so he feels bad, but that still doesn't change the point that I would never want this.
So you would torture a homeless person with the sight of food and then proceed to eat it in front of them just to mock them further, even though you absolutely hate the eggplant tofu.
Yes, that's exactly what I just said, Barack. Goddamn, bro, are you stupid or are you stupid? What is up, gang? We are back yet again with another tier list. This time we got a cake tier list ready, baked, and fresh for everyone.
Oh, because cakes get baked, so that's why you said baked.
No shit, Joe. Way to point out the super obvious thing I said.
Now let's settle down, Donald. What if there's someone in the audience that didn't get that reference as well?
Well, then I'd be surprised they even mustered up the knowledge possible to open up YouTube and click on this video. Like they'd have to be mouth breathers like Joe to not understand what I meant. But enough of all that, let's get on to our list. And up first we got carrot cake. Now I don't know about you, but I am a fan of carrot cake, like it's still cake and has a good flavor. Give me a slice with a glass of milk and it's game over, man. I think I'll place it into B tier.
I freaking hate vegetables and I would never place this cake that high. If you're so fine with carrot cake, why don't you go ahead and make a broccoli cake? Or better yet, just make a cauliflower cake.
Jesus, Joe. What's the hate for carrots? They're probably the best type of vegetable.
Sleepy Joe being weird is nothing new. Best to ignore his rock-chewing ass and move on to the next item, which is a cupcake. Yeah, I don't know if it really qualifies as a cake. More like just a baked good that happens to have cake in the name. Plus, it's so small that it would piss me off getting that. Like, imagine you're being promised cake and someone whips out a teeny tiny cupcake. Me personally, I would get heated as hell and knock that shit to the ground. Plus, the cupcake word has really fallen off because of EDP 445. Like, I can't even say I do like cupcakes anymore because people will immediately make a reference to him.
Fist bump, Donald?
See, just like that. Did you know the fucker got caught again for trying to meet up with a 15-year-old? Jesus Christ, what the hell has this world come to? I might have to put cupcakes in D tier for that.
EDP sounds like a pretty cool guy. I might have to ask him for some cupcakes sometime soon.
Yeah, you'll be able to ask him once the two of you share a prison cell. Anyways, up next we got a certified hood classic banger right here, and that is cheesecake. I am sorry to any cheesecake hater, but I have this delicious ass shit going straight into S tier. Like, they have places like the Cheesecake Factory centered around those delicious things. Like, how could you not like these things?
I freaking love cheesecake. I can't even begin to describe how much these bang.
Sure, let's all suck off the cake made with cheese instead of giving cupcakes the flowers they deserve.
Jesus, Joe, you didn't even like cupcakes until I mentioned EDP was a fan of them. You need to relax before they catch you texting some minors.
Now, what do minors have to do with this? Last time I checked, this isn't Minecraft.
Joe, I hate you so much sometimes. Let's just jump towards our next entry, which is chocolate cake, and I think we all know where this is going. Let's not lie to each other and try to make it seem like I will not be placing this in S tier as well. I can demolish a whole chocolate cake, and if you put Oreos on top of these things, I will go apeshit for these things.
No complaints from me about this.
Well, I do love chocolate, but guys, if I have too much chocolate or sugar in general, I get really bad tummy aches and then have to diarrhea all over the toilet.
God, we know this, Joe. You make it like your central talking point every video. We get it. Jesus, this is raising my blood pressure. Thankfully, up next, we got yet another banger, and that is red velvet, and I think a solid A tier is in order for this delicious ass cake. Now, I heard red velvet isn't really like a flavor because the red is food coloring, but goddamn, I love the cream cheese that's used on this thing, and that alone makes me a huge fan of this cake.
Have you guys ever had the Nothing Bundt cakes? Those things are delicious, and whenever I go there, I always make sure to get my red velvet or chocolate one.
Ooh, my favorite is the confetti-flavored one.
You are such a little kid, Joe. I bet you like sprinkles on your ice cream, too.
And what if I do?
You know what? I am not surprised in the slightest bit. Anyways, up next we got strawberry cake, and I love strawberries in almost every single sweet or treat, but I ain't gonna lie. I feel like cake is the worst way of having it. That being said, I still think it bangs compared to everything on this list, and will be giving it a solid A tier in this ranking. Don't get me wrong, it's probably the worst strawberry flavored thing. Like, I'd rather have ice cream or strawberry candy, but compared to all the things here, it is still high up there.
That's not that crazy to say, Donald. I don't necessarily agree, but I can see where you're coming from. But more importantly, what is that next cake up on the list?
I have no clue, to be totally honest. I think it's an ice cream cake.
As an ice cream expert, let me verify. Yes, interesting. I think it's all starting to click right now. Yes, the cake and the ice cream combining. So
what is it, Joe?
Oh, I don't know. I left my glasses in the White House.
Jesus Christ. Let's just say it's ice cream cake. And if it is, I may have to place this immediately into S tier. Ice cream cake is possibly the best version of any cake. It combines my two loves into one, and I couldn't be more grateful for that.
Okay, what about that last one? What's that?
Man, quit it with all the questions, always yapping and yapping away. Now let me think. I actually know this one, and I believe it is coconut cake. I just wish our editor would have labeled these so that it would be easier, but fuck us, I guess. Anyways, if it is indeed coconut cake, I'll give it a solid B tier. I like coconut shavings as much as the next guy, but if you ask me, this is OD.
What's that mean? What's an OD? Is that like being an OG?
Come on, Joe, get with the times. It basically means you're overdoing it. Like, for instance, you are being OD with your diarrhea references in our videos.
Oh, like how a drug addict overdoses on his drugs and he is ODing.
Wow, way to take this to a dark place, Joey. Do you possibly have something on your mind relating with substance abuse?
I'm worried about Hunter guys.
Let's just cut the video.
What is up, gang? We are back with another tier list, and this time yours truly is bringing you a Cheetos tier list. I had a lot of time to think in jail, and this is the main thing I was snacking on in there. I must have had at least 50 bags of Cheetos during my very long and excruciating time in prison.
Weren't you there for only 20 minutes? Hold on, let me Google this. Yeah, it says right here that you were only there for 20 minutes. That doesn't seem long at all.
How the hell did you eat 50 bags of Cheetos in 20 minutes? That is actually kind of insane.
Listen, I said it was an estimate on the Cheetos I ate. Also, don't trust Google, it is simply fake news. And I may not be able to fully recall my prison time, and I would prefer if you two would simply not bring up such a traumatic and tough time for me.
You just said all you did was eat Cheetos in there.
Yeah, that was my struggle meal. You would never get it, but anyways, enough of this blabbering. Let's go ahead and get this list started. And up first, we got the Flaming Hot Chipotle Ranch Cheetos, and I will immediately be placing these into C tier. This was kind of mid, and maybe that comes from the fact that I don't like ranch like that. I love ranch, don't get me wrong. I eat it on my wings, put it on my pizza, sometimes my fries. You all know how it goes. But sometimes ranch doesn't need to be placed onto things, and Flaming Hot Cheetos did not need that because they are delicious as is.
Yeah, whenever I have too much ranch, I get bubble guts and I end up just sharting myself when I think it's a safe fart. And then if I keep eating ranch-flavored things despite my body's first warning, well, I end up spewing bile from both mouths of my body, if you catch my drift.
That is absolutely vile, Joe.
It's actually astonishing to me just how putrid you are. But I did see that interview where you reacted to my mugshot, and you said I was handsome, so you're on my good side, Joey.
Have you seen Donald Trump's mugshot yet? Mr. President, are you worried at all about that?
I did see it on television.
What'd you think?
Handsome guy. Wonderful.
Up next on the list, we got some classic hot Cheeto fries, and I think this is an easy S tier. These things slap and are just great to eat. I can't have too many because it gets spicy, but I love the texture they have, and it can be a great switch up when I get too tired of munching on hard, hot Cheetos. So I think that one should be up for no debate, but this next one, see me personally, I am a fan of the cheddar jalapeno Cheetos. I believe they belong at a solid A tier, but I can see arguments for either having it higher or lower. I personally really enjoy the flavor and the slight hint of spice that these things have, and I am sure many others also appreciate it.
Extremely valid. I mess with the cheddar jalapeno flavor as well. I'd say an A ranking for it is just right because I already see like maybe 2 better Cheeto flavors than it.
Ooh, I hope one of them isn't the Flaming Hot Cheetos with lime because I actually have that going into B tier. Now, before everyone hates on me, just hear me out. You can just squeeze limes into your normal Flaming Hot Cheetos and it's basically the same. Some say better.
Yeah, but what if I don't want to cut limes, Donald? Have you ever thought of that?
Have you ever thought about moving your lazy ass every now and then? Of course you haven't. Sorry, Joe, I forgot we're cool now. I'll cool it down a bit, but anyways, up next we got the classic Cheetos, and I also have that going into B tier. I like them a decent bit, but I won't go crazy for them. I respect them for being the OG Cheeto, and will love them forever because of that. But if you ask me personally, these next ones have them beat by a mile. I have the Cheeto Puffs going into S tier because these things are banging. The texture is so much better. I like the airy bit it has and can easily demolish a family-sized bag of these in like record-breaking time.
Oh yeah, now this is one we can most definitely agree on, Donald. I freaking love eating Cheetos Puffs and just seeing how many I can chew in my mouth before swallowing. Then when I finally can't put any more in my mouth, I end up swallowing this big yellow glob of cheese and I feel it slowly move down my throat like a big ball of mucus. God, I love it so much.
That makes me want to rank it lower, but again, you called me handsome, so I am letting a lot of stuff slide today. Up next, we got Hot Cheeto Puffs, and this is joining the Cheddar Jalapeno in A tier. I like these, but I must admit that the classic Flaming Hot are better in my opinion, but it's nice to switch it up every now and then. Now this next one is dangerous, like they should put a warning label on this because I almost ended up in the hospital. These Black Label Hot Cheetos are something fierce. They are so hot, and I kept chugging milk after like 3 handfuls of these. But I must say this, the flavor is absolutely immaculate, and they belong in A tier for entering God's domain of too spicy.
If they're that spicy, can you really even say you enjoyed it? Like, why rate it that high? If you can't handle it and are barely going to eat any?
Because they're good, I don't need to explain it further. Jesus, man. No one ever complains about Icarus flying too close to the sun because he's a motherfucking dog for trying that in the first place. If it slaps, even if it's super spicy. It's like eating something super sour. Like, yeah, it'll hurt a little, but it hurts in a good way. Actually, I take that back. I didn't mean it like that. Anyways, let's just wrap up the list and go on to our final entry, and that is the classic Hot Cheetos. Now, if you think I'm going to come on here and try to say that it is anything other than an S tier, well, then you got me fucked up because the classic Flaming Hot Cheetos is a certified banger and absolutely belongs in S tier.
Is it because it hurts you in a good way? Is that why you like it so much, Donald?
Jesus, I take it back. I knew it was going to be you who was going to rag on me.
I mean, it wouldn't have been Joe. We know that for sure.
Yeah, I know I've been quiet for a while, but I like it when stuff hurts. Like it hurts so good I can't help but let out a little yelp. Like I'm really into the pain as gain sort of mentality, except I want no gain and all pain I live
Let's
for.
cut the video here.
What is going on, gang-a-lang? We're back with another tier list, and the Don has got you all on this Breakfast Places tier list because I will guide you all to what the best things are because, as you all know, the Don is the king of good eats. So I understand that some things on this list will naturally be lower because it's hard comparing fast food breakfast to an actual sit-down restaurant, but we're going to be doing it anyways.
Now, where's White Castle or Sonic? Those have breakfast items, and they should be included here, too.
Joe, as much as I love White Castle, I always feel gross as hell after eating it. And you cannot be serious if you tell yourself, man, I'm craving some White Castle right now, right after waking up. Like you have to be one diabolical ass person to crave that. And honestly, kind of the same for Sonic. I don't think it's as bad as White Castle, but I'd put it in C tier and White Castle in D tier. There, are you happy, Joe? I unofficially ranked these two places and put them in the lowest spots.
This appeases the Joe Dog.
Joe, why do you even like those places? Do you really like it that much?
Oh, I don't know. I would never go to White Castle for breakfast. Are you crazy? I'd have bubble guts all day long.
Okay, so why the hell did you even ask Donald to rate it?
Just because I like hearing the sound of his silky smooth voice.
Makes me uncomfortable to hear you say that, Joe, but a compliment is a compliment, I guess. Anyways, let's go ahead and get this list started. And up first on this wonderful list, we have Burger King. And listen, you all know how much I twerk for the Whopper, but we're talking about breakfast items here. Well, their chicken crisp croissant-wich with egg is pretty banging. But if you're a real eater and want to really fill yourself up for breakfast, then you have to be a real one and order the fully loaded croissant-wich with egg with potato bites. And goddamn, you'll have a good time. That being said, it's still Burger King. So if you're not getting a Whopper, it still won't be the best thing, to be honest. So all in all, I think I'm going to give this a solid C tier because I wouldn't go out of my way for Burger King during breakfast. But hell, if I'm hungry, and I'll eat some Burger King if I must. And honestly, it isn't bad. It's just not great. But a Whopper for breakfast does sound like it would bang.
The Whopper cannot be that good to the point where you'd want it for breakfast, Donald.
I swear you think I'm joking when I say that I would allow myself to be crucified for the Whopper, but I swear to God that is how I honestly feel. The Whopper is one of the most underappreciated burgers, and I said that in more detail in the burger tier list we made, so it should not surprise you, Barack. Anyways, following that entry, we then have back-to-back B tiers in Wendy's and Carl's Jr. I like them both decently enough to place them higher than a C tier, but there are definitely better things than breakfast for these two places, and you've got to be kidding yourself if you think these are S or even A tier entries. That being said, the Don can still grace you all with his favorite breakfast items, and for Wendy's, the Don prefers to have the sausage, egg, and Swiss croissant combo with a side of home-style French toast stick for when I finish my meal and still crave that little dessert at the end. Then for Carl's Jr., I'd have to say the breakfast burger is more to my liking because the bacon, egg, American cheese, and hash brown they put in there absolutely bangs. All of this, and I haven't even mentioned any breakfast burritos from either Wendy's or Carl's Jr.
See, if you ask the Joester, he'd much rather have the breakfast burrito from McDonald's or Taco Bell.
Okay, but see, Joe, the great thing about this is that absolutely no one asked, but I'm afraid you were actually spitting with the burrito take from both McDonald's and Taco Bell. But goddamn, man, you couldn't have waited a couple of minutes or even seconds for me to get to it. It was literally next in our tier list.
It was a matter of national emergency, and I had to say it because I knew you were about to glaze the ever-living hell out of those two places. So I had to hurry and say that I loved it more, so that it doesn't look like I'm a follower.
Joe, I don't think anyone in the audience would have thought that you were a follower.
Nah, bro, I definitely would have thought that he was glazing the hell out of me if he would have said that after I talked about it. But either way, he doesn't know the major burrito life hack I have for McDonald's. But firstly, let me just rate the two places. And funnily enough, I have both Taco Bell and McDonald's going into A tier. These two damn near made it to S tier. But let's be honest here, these are fast food places, so they weren't going to be able to compete with the sit-down restaurants, but they put up very valiant fights, and the Don still loves them. But yes, as I was saying, my favorite things from these places has to Taco Bell's breakfast crunch wrap, because holy shit, that thing absolutely bangs. And the best thing is if you also get some Cinnabon Delights, because goddamn, they're these little puff balls that are filled with cream and are absolutely covered in cinnamon. And even though they're expensive as hell for how little they serve you and how small they actually are, I still have to order it basically every time because every breakfast deserves some dessert. Then for the McDonald's side, I'm going to let you all know an insider secret because I want you all to peep game and lock into what the Don is about to say. Now, real ones already know about this if they've listened to our older tier lists, but you buy yourself a breakfast burrito, maybe even 2 or 3, and then you ask for a side of grape or strawberry jelly for each one. Whichever one works, and it's totally your personal preference, but you just slap that mug on the burrito, and you're left with a wonderfully delicious breakfast burrito that tastes sweet and savory. It's like that one episode of SpongeBob where Mr. Krabs finds out that the jellyfish jelly is actually delicious and slaps it onto every burger. Except this time there's a whole lot less animal cruelty going on. Well, it's McDonald's, so maybe slightly less animal cruelty. Oh, and make sure to get a hash brown, too.
Damn hella big back order you got there, Donald, but no mention of McGriddles or even Egg McMuffins.
The people can go to my McDonald's tier list if they want to hear me suck off the menu even more. But yes, Joe, I do indeed love McGriddles. I just wanted people to peep game and lock in for that one part. Anyways, moving past those two, we then have Cracker Barrel. And this is going to be our very first S tier because goddamn Cracker Barrel slaps. I always get the Cracker Barrel's Country Boy breakfast with a hash brown casserole and pork chops. Goddamn, that just slaps so hard. And I know you are a baby with this stuff, Barack, but I will let you know that Cracker Barrel does have some healthy options too. And I know you and Michelle can go there and order some fresh fruit and grits since you two like eating stuff that is bland and quite frankly just gross.
See, I wish I could, but I swear the first time I stepped foot in a Cracker Barrel, I felt like I was in a sundown town. And all I saw were a bunch of white people just staring at me like I was some sort of art exhibit. I even heard a lady say, of course he would get that, when I ordered the chicken from there. So, yeah, I don't think I'll be going there again. The food was good, though.
Damn, that's tough and all, Barack, but you know what that sounds like to me?
Like a modern-day discrimination?
Nah, man, that sounds like a personal problem because I don't remember either me or Donald asking. Me personally, I'm going to smack on some Cracker Barrel because that's where most of my older friends congregate too. Me and a couple of my old homies just gather around and eat while we say disparaging comments about our young waitress's uniform and how well she fills it out. And she knows she got to work it for old Joe here, because if she don't, then she can kiss that tip goodbye.
See, once again, you amaze me with your lack of empathy and understanding to the point where I just have no other comment. Joe, you are an anomaly.
Nah, he was kind of spitting with that waitress comment. Love it when they employ the young ones. But anyways, after that, we then have Denny's, and this gets an A tier. And listen, I know that there are probably some Denny's dick riders in the comments ready to hop on their cockmobile just for the chance to defend this place. But listen, it's not awful, but it's not in the same league as the other entries going above it, and it's not really their fault either. It's just that I cannot trust the quality of a breakfast place to be elite when they're open for 24 hours every day of the week. I will say, though, that if you had a drunken bender or are on a road trip and get hungry at that time, and there's a Denny's alongside of the road, well, damn, that's like finding an oasis in the desert. But I will not be hard twerking for Wendy's when there are clearly better places to eat at.
Yeah, and the worst part about being open 24 hours a day is that, well, they always got the uglier and older waitresses.
Jesus Christ, I hate you so much, Joe, and I hate you too, Donald.
Damn, what the hell did I do?
Because I just know that you were about to say, facts, Joe, you're so right on that, or some other dumb shit.
I mean, the man was speaking facts, but whatever, bro. Keep hating the truth. Anyways, then after we have two absolute beauties, because I have Waffle House and IHOP both getting S tiers, because goddamn, who doesn't love these two places? Like, damn, get me some steak and eggs or a hash brown bowl, and you'll have the Don absolutely throwing it back harder than Nicki Minaj in the Anaconda music video. Then for IHOP, I got to go with the classic breakfast sampler or split decision breakfast, because sometimes I'm craving bacon and sometimes I'm craving some sausage, and whenever I'm worrying about what to choose, I simply get both.
Okay, that's actually one of the first things I agree with here, because sometimes I crave both bacon and sausage. And I hate that places make you choose between the two. That being said, I'd prefer if both were turkey-based products, because they're healthier and practically taste the same.
God, you almost said something normal for once, but you had to let that healthy comment slide in and just ruin everything you just said. Well, whatever, because it's your breakfast that you're ruining. But anyways, then after we have our last two entries, and I'm giving both Dunkin' and Starbucks solid C tiers. I'm not really a coffee guy, so these don't appeal to me. And the donuts at Dunkin' suck ass, but I'll still eat them. And Starbucks is overpriced slop that tastes mid at best. But hey, I'm sure every middle-aged mother can't live without their Starbucks, even though they'd be better off making it at home rather than buying their $20 Mocha Venti Grande Large Triple Caramel Salted Coconut Pump Espresso Hold the Mayo Macchiato.
That all sounded super personal. You got beef with Starbucks?
Yes, because dumbass Melania always wants it and she makes me go drive and get it.
Donald, it sounds to me that you need to invest in a cage to lock her up. I mean, you did it to illegal, so what difference to do it to Melania?
Jesus, Joe.
Honestly, that's not sounding like a bad idea. What is going on, gang-a-lang? We are back with another tier list, and this time around, the Don is ready to present you all with a burger tier list, because I thought it was unfair that we did a whole ass chicken sandwich tier list for our other video, but we never touched base on who has the best freaking burgers in the business. So I will be ranking them from various establishments, and in preparation for this video, I had to order a burger from every single one of these places, just so that I can maintain the integrity of this tier list.
Are we sure that you didn't give us the idea for this tier list because you wanted an excuse to order a bunch of burgers without feeling bad about it?
Listen, Barack, the Don is in an eternal bulk, so it really doesn't matter what you say, because I wouldn't have felt bad no matter what, because who wouldn't want a ton of meat shoved in their mouth?
The Joe Dog agrees.
Okay, but I meant it purely in burger form, Joe.
Some can say the same about me.
I don't know about that, but sure, whatever, Joe. But yeah, I love this goddamn list, because this is truly the most American list out here, aside from the barbecue tier list we did. But without further wasting time, let's go ahead and get this list started, because up first we have a weak entry, and that's the White Castle slider. And listen here, folks, I want to make it really clear that I in no way hate the White Castle slider. It's just that if you try to pull up with only a small slider and pass it off as an actual burger, or if you try to gas up some White Castle to the Don, then man, you may need your taste buds checked out, because this is just the type of food you eat if you're either fried out of your mind or extremely intoxicated. Now, I don't hate it at all, and like I said before, I actually do like it, but if you put it up against all these other entries, then you know this is falling flat in so many aspects. But I will say that a crave case from White Castle is extremely clutch if you bring it to a party and people will be looking at you like you brought them water and they were dying of dehydration in the Sahara Desert. So overall, I have to give this bad boy a C tier, and I don't think that's a terrible rating at all for something as all right as this.
That was a whole lot of hoopla just to say that it was a C tier. I do say that I do agree with you, though, because these do in fact bang heavily if you're either drunk or stoned.
Why can't we just enjoy things sober? The only thing I want to be high on is life.
Joe, literally just the other day, you were absolutely high on whatever Adderall or like stimulants that they gave you in our debate the other day.
Yeah, it was a whole load of poppers because I needed to be loose before that debate. Ned, let me tell you that I was locked in for a bit, but then after I kept stumbling my words because I was so focused on absolutely not shitting myself, bro.
You're right. I don't know why I even said Adderall when I know it wasn't. God, I don't want to talk about your loose ass, though, Joe. And instead, we'll talk about the Dave single from Wendy's. And this is a solid B tier. I don't really have a lot to say about Wendy's because their burgers and stuff are really good. But honestly, if I had the option to choose another place, then I'd almost go anywhere else, but no disrespect to Wendy's. I still would rather have it more than White Castle or the other B tier entries, which you all will see coming up later on the list.
Sounds like you're hating a bit on Wendy's. Come on, man, they have that 50 nuggets for $14 deal, and they got the biggie bag, too.
Dude, I'm going to sound dumb as hell as a grown-ass man going to the drive-thru and saying, "Can I have a biggie bag, please?" Like, no, I just can't do that. The 50 nuggets for $15 is an insane deal, though, and I'll definitely twerk for that, but I won't twerk for it as much as our next two entries because I have the Whopper and Big Mac both going into S tier. Now, I love Big Macs and will absolutely twerk for them and will sing my praises to the high heavens for it. But a goddamn Whopper is on another level. You can trash the whole Burger King menu if you want, but the one thing you'll never take away is my love for the flame-grilled Whoppers, because you can nail me to a goddamn cross like Jesus Christ and torture me for days on end and try your best to make me trash on the Whopper, but I would never give in. I'll die for the goddamn Whopper and will never take any slander, because with Burger King, you don't get that nice meaty taste because they flame grill their burger, and you can even see it on the burger in the picture. Look at how succulent and supple that meat patty looks, and just imagine how it would give you a foodgasm as it enters your mouth. The other good thing is that you can have it your way, and Whoppers are designed to give customers the freedom to choose how they want their burgers to be made. One time I asked a guy to cut it in half, and the dude actually did it. I ain't ever seen McDonald's do that for me.
Well, have you ever asked them?
Well, no, but I know they wouldn't do that, maybe.
I don't know, I've gone to McDonald's because I wanted a grilled cheese, but I then realized they don't have grilled cheeses. So I did the most logical thing, and I told them in the drive-thru to get me a cheeseburger, but with no meat and those god-awful pickles. I let them keep the ketchup, mustard, and onions. But anyway, I told them to just get that and heat it up and make a grilled cheese out of it, and goddamn, they actually did it. It tasted horrible, but I still ate it because I paid for it.
That was a wonderfully stupid story as to why you should not go to McDonald's for grilled cheese, but I'm glad they at least did it for you, Joe. Anyways, up next we have back-to-back B tiers in the Arby's Deluxe Burger and the Whataburger Burger. And listen, you can all call me a hater, but I finally decided that In-N-Out clears Whataburger. I don't even know why that was a debate, but again, it isn't awful. I think B is a pretty solid spot for that burger, and even for the Arby's one, too. If it was their roast beef, then I would have rated it even higher. But we're doing purely burgers, so if you're interested in a general tier list for fast food places, then go ahead and check it out because it is on the channel.
I love the shameless plug that you add to our videos.
If I don't do it, then no one else will, man, but don't worry because the Don will always sell out. It's a part of the art of the deal. Anyways, after that, we have back-to-back S tiers because goddamn, we have some deliciousness. And I know you can all tell that this is great even if you've never had it, because from the images alone, I am wet as hell. We have the Culver's Burger and Red Robin Burger both going up there, but goddamn, let me just talk about both burgers because I love the hell out of these two places. And the Don is a huge, and I mean huge, fan of having egg on his burgers, because when you take that bite into it and have that runny yolk just spread all over the meat and bun, and it just explodes into your mouth in all the right ways, the only negative is the yolky hands that it leaves you with. But then when you just rub the burger on the yolk on your plate, oh my God, it's just a chef's kiss. I haven't even started on the Culver's Burger because goddamn, this is another masterpiece too. Whenever I have a Culver's Burger, I just remember that this is real meat and it reminds me a lot of the Whopper and how delicious it is. But goddamn, I love me some Culver's. And if you add in that curd burger, oh my God, if any of you go to Culver's, please get a curd burger because it's a normal burger, but with a huge fried curd patty right in the middle. And yes, it's as good as you think it is.
You know what would sound good? Some poutine burgers so that you have your normal burger, but then you add in some freshly fried crunchy fries. And then you got the cheese curds on top. But preferably if they were fried cheese curds because fried things taste so much better, and then load that whole thing up with gravy. A poutine burger would go absolutely hard if you ask old Joe.
God, why couldn't we talk about this during the debate? That was possibly the best thing you've ever said. And I am so sad that those stupid moderators didn't ask questions like what our favorite burger is.
Because it's a political debate meant for a big moment in November between you two.
God, shut up, you nerd. Who cares about that when we could have bonded about burgers? We would have talked about burgers, then favorite desserts from fast food places, and then we eventually would have docked and touched tips.
Okay, let's relax now because you definitely lost me at that last part. But a tier list on fast food desserts would go absolutely schizo nuts. The Don is creaming once again, but I just realized something in saying that we didn't add the Jollibee hamburger on here. Damn, well, for all my lovely Filipinos, I want them to know that the Jollibee burger would be a B tier as well. It's a little sweet, which is kind of weird, but it isn't bad at all. But yeah, I got reminded of Jollibee because they have this amazing mango pie dessert that I would die for. But anyways, let's go ahead and continue with the list because I'm wasting time. And after that, we have a Sonic burger. And I almost put this into C tier because I swear to God that whenever I go to a Sonic location that I'm not familiar with, their food always seemed to taste like hot nuclear ass. Like whenever I go to my usual location, I know they always got me and they hook me up with extra food, but I swear they use a different oil or something because the food always smacks from there. But either way, I think the rating for this has to be a B tier, but it's one of the lowest B tiers on this list. Like, imagine this being a 79.9% rating, and I only rounded it up because I felt bad.
God, man, Sonic just sounds awful in general if you ask me. Like, don't you get your foot-long chili cheese dogs from Sonic Joe?
Oh, hell yeah. I absolutely love those. The foot-long chili cheese glizzy is a must-have. Then you got to ask them for a dirty Dr. Pepper. They'll know what it means.
I can't vouch for the foot-long or the dirty Dr. Pepper, but their normal chili cheese dogs do indeed smack. But yeah, ending off this list, we have an In-N-Out burger, and this gets an A tier. I know all you West Coast people will be moaning and groaning and telling me, did you ask for animal style? Like, yes, I've heard you all say it, and of course I've had animal style. I just hate to be the bearer of bad news, but their burgers aren't all that. I like it enough to be above all the other stuff, but it's not the best burger I've ever had. I'd take a Whopper over an In-N-Out burger any single day of the week.
Yeah, but would you twerk for it?
I'd give it a little jiggle wiggle. Hello everyone, it's me, the Master Grinder, the Don himself. I am here to rank ramen flavors. Since Joe and Barack were really excited to do this one, I just suggested I do the list due to my superior taste buds.
Donald, I'm honestly surprised you wanted to do this one, especially since Joe is a big fan of ramen.
I sure do love noodles. They're just so easy to make and are a great snack.
Joe did the last list, and I'm not fucking letting him do another, but let's start this list off with roast chicken ramen. Who the fuck has ever had this one?
Ooh, I have Donnie. I really like the flavor, but I prefer the original chicken.
See, Donald, maybe Joe should do the list instead.
He is not doing the goddamn list. It is my turn, and I said I was going to do ramen. I'm putting it in C tier. Next, I have the chicken flavor at A tier. Man, this was a real lifesaver when all I had to live off of was the small loan my father gave me back when I was a youngin'.
Wasn't that loan like $1 million?
Listen, Joey, a small loan is a small loan. A man like you wouldn't understand the hardship I had to go through. I remember once I had to dip into my savings to fully buy one of my many apartment complexes in full.
Real big struggle there, Donnie. Did you also use part of that loan for Stormy Daniels?
Next we have beef flavor at D tier. It literally tastes like someone put dog food into my noodles, cooked it with Dr. Pepper, made the noodles out of clay, and then proceeded to run them through feces before serving it to me.
Donald, don't say that. What if people genuinely like that flavor?
I'll believe that people really like this flavor once Lizzo stops lying to everyone about being vegan, because ain't no way that is possible. Moving on, we got the picante chicken, and this nice bit of spice makes it better than the normal chicken flavor and moves it up to S tier.
Amazing take here, Donnie. I'm genuinely surprised you like the spiciness it adds. But that flavor really does one-up the OG chicken.
I know I'm amazing. What can I say? I know they say God sculpts everyone in his own image, but he must have been in his bag when making me. Anyways, next up, we also have shrimp in S tier because that is the staple ramen flavor I always used to get. Surviving in the slums of the Jamaica estates, I remember opening up this for a nice snack.
Isn't that place like a pretty good neighborhood?
Joe, you know nothing of my struggles.
No, I just pulled it up. This place looks pretty nice to live in.
The place was infested with illegals, Joe. Sure, most of them were gardeners, construction workers, maintenance guys, and restaurant workers, but I felt danger around every corner.
Wow, Donald, you know they were probably really good, hardworking people.
Good people can do bad things, Barack. Remember, the McChicken used to be only $1, but now they are damn near $3. I remember thinking back then McDonald's were the good guys, but then they blindsided their #1 consumer, which is me. I've been filled with nothing but vitriol and hate for the franchise ever since. Sure, I still buy their stuff like every other day, but I'll never forget that my precious McChicken is no longer $1. But moving past all that, who the hell has ever had creamy chicken ramen?
I've never even heard of that before this list. Who is making these flavors?
This seems like a Joe type of flavor, something senile people would enjoy.
I have never had it before, Donnie, but it sounds delicious. I feel like I would have remembered a creamy chicken ramen if I ever had it.
Let's be honest, Joe, you most definitely wouldn't have remembered. Up next, we have the Oriental flavor. I once again have never had this. The only type of Oriental I like are the people and their massages, if you get what I mean.
I don't get what you mean. What's cool about a massage?
Just forget it, Joe. You wouldn't get it.
Be glad you don't get it, Joey. That's how Donald is getting in trouble for the Stormy thing.
Can we give up that bit already? This next flavor must have been in Mexico only or something, because I've never seen the chili flavor.
I've had it before. See, Donald, this is why I should have made the list. I think that's a decent flavor.
Joe, you did the last one. I am doing this one, and I have never had it. Your opinion is invalid since I already gave you one.
So why even do this tier list, Donald, plus Joey listened to you on his other lists?
He doesn't get shit after that Sun Chips fiasco. And next we have the roast beef flavor, which is at D tier because that is garbage. Probably tastes like Joe's wife.
Probably tastes more like Stormy, you orange fuck.
Joe, did I not just say to drop that? Let's proceed with the list. This next item is pecan tay beef, and this is a D tier. It also tastes bad. It's like someone added hot sauce to boiled hot dog water to add to my ramen that was already made out of raw sewage.
You know what? I've never heard someone describe it like Donnie.
I know. I'm a genius, a wordsmith, a poet, practically a full-fledged writer. I mean, I do have a book, and up next I have chicken mushroom ramen at B tier. It's good, but I tend to prefer the original chicken more. Same can be said about the lime shrimp, just because I tend to like the originals more than the variants. However, the lime chili shrimp is slightly better, so I have that A tier accompanying the chicken flavor.
Whoa, don't you think you're going a little too fast, Donald? You got to really soak in the flavors and describe them.
Joe, for the last goddamn time, this is my list, and I refuse to hear anything about it. All my decisions are final, and this is the absolute correct list. Some say this is the best list.
All right, Donnie, time for the most important one. Where do you place the pork-flavored ramen?
I place it at D tier for do not eat as it is haram, inshallah, my brothers, and masha'Allah to all living life.
Wait, what the fuck?
Back at it again with our regularly scheduled programming, and this time around, we got a cultural food tier list, since Barack and Joey didn't want me to make a culture tier list because, quote, it is too insensitive and we will immediately get demonetized on YouTube and we won't be able to buy you your gaming PC for Christmas. Now, I was completely fine with it being too insensitive and being demonetized, but as soon as they mentioned the gaming PC, I can't even lie to you all, I immediately folded.
Which is good, because why would we want to do that list? Instead, let's just make a tier list based on their food, because that is slightly less offensive. And we all know you love to make people angry, Donald.
I know he made me angry with the seafood tier list, so I can personally vouch that Donald is a big troll. But just paint it orange instead of green.
You know, Joe, if I wasn't so happy with the plate full of Thanksgiving food I had the other day, I'd personally crucify your ass and hang you up for display. But now is not the time, because I am full of joy and happiness because I finally get to make a great list like this. I think I will go ahead and get started with this list. And up first, we got Italian cuisine. And man, the Italians have a lot of great food. I think pizza alone puts them higher than a B, but then we got stuff like all the different types of pasta that they make. And why am I even trying to reason with anyone? We all know this belongs in S tier. Just give me some spaghetti or ravioli, and we are done with this conversation.
Way to boil down the excellent Italian culture to just spaghetti, ravioli, and pizza. That sounds super amazing and is all that they have to offer to us in a society.
Okay, man, choke on some rocks. I obviously just chose the most obvious ones, but the Don is a fan of all Italian food, and I'm sorry I didn't mention lasagna, tiramisu, or ciabatta. Do you want me to tell you the whole pasta making process while I'm at it? Jesus, man, you want me to say the whole alphabet in Italian as well?
I personally would love to hear you say the alphabet in pure Italian.
Well, you got me because I actually do not know how to speak Italian. I can say prendili per la figa, but that's about it. Anyways, up next we got Mediterranean food, and I personally don't really mind Mediterranean food. I don't hate it, but I am not in love with it. That being said, I still think it places higher than a C tier because it's actually pretty good if you have had it. Just not incredibly amazing, if that makes sense. Like, I'm not trying to hate at all, but if we compare the next entry to Mediterranean food, then you'd understand because I have Japanese food going straight into S tier. I don't think there should be any arguments against it either. I freaking love sushi, and it's incredible that with that alone it merits that high of a grade. But then they freaking have other amazing stuff like teriyaki chicken, udon, yakisoba, takoyaki, and so much more that I can't even begin to talk about. But most of all, they got the best baddies from Asia.
Donald, this isn't the list for that, and we all know that all types of women are pretty, and they are also all queens.
Okay, Joe. Relax. You could have just left it at this isn't the list for that. But yeah, regarding that placement, I have to agree, Donald, because I know you did not mention it, but they have some pretty great stuff. Honestly, it's tied between Korea and Japan for the best foods.
The Koreans won't like that you put them together with the Japanese. They hate each other. Like when Oppenheimer came out, apparently it sold out in a lot of Korean theaters, and the Joe Dog respects that level of hate. I admire it quite honestly.
That is some next level hater shit, but for once I do agree with you, Joe. All you can do is look back and admire. Well, moving on with our list, we got Thai food up next, and when speaking of mid, I genuinely don't think Thai food is that amazing. It's kind of whatever, to be honest, but some pad Thai does hit the spot. But 9 times out of 10, I would rather have Chinese food or some Japanese food if we are being totally honest here. Up next, though, we got a certified banger, and that is Indian food. Now, I know you're all thinking, Indian food? The street vendor videos look so gross. And I want you all to forget about that, because if you actually have some fine cuisine from India, you will realize how delicious it all is. Like all the spices and herbs they use just to cook up tofu or a piece of chicken amazes me. And then they got some naan bread, which slaps so hard. And my personal favorite is some tofu curry with some naan on the side. And with that, I am set. I put massive respect on Indian food and will never take any slander against their name because chicken tikka masala has forever changed me.
Chicken tikka masala freaking slaps, man. And I have to agree with your take completely here. I always see TikTok videos where people hate on them, but me personally, I love Indian food.
I like Indians.
Their food, their people, or what, Joe?
Yes.
This dude's brain is in a blender right now. Let's just move past that and go talk about our next entry, which is Chinese food. And many of you already know I prefer this over Thai food, and I genuinely love all the Chinese restaurants. They always serve you an amount that is extremely excessive, and you get a lot of bang for your buck, but I think that's a part of the charm.
I just think they look at your big ass and assume you want to eat the whole kitchen.
And I bet they look at your sleepy ass and try to sell their youngest daughter to you for marriage. I would not be surprised if I saw a picture of you at a local Chinese-owned massage parlor with the message saying banned for being a creep, all plastered over their walls.
Who told you about that? Was it Barack? I told you to keep that a secret and that I just wanted to test if the happy ending thing was true.
You are truly disgusting, Joe, and I did not mention it, but way to out yourself.
Oh, but I did not out myself. You see, I have the ultimate trump card that will get me out of any legal situation at all. Ahem, it was merely satire. Checkmate, you bums.
God, Joe, I really just cannot believe you're of the same species as me. Like, the fact that we share genomes actively embarrasses me and makes me hate myself more and more every day.
What the heck is a genome? I think you mean Geno Smith, who is a quarterback for the Seahawks. Yeah, the Joester knows about sports and gaming. I am the most talented and interesting man alive.
I hate you so very much. Thankfully, I can just wipe my mind of all that hate with our next S-tier entry, which again should surprise absolutely no one, and that is Mexican food. What don't we have with this beautiful culture regarding its food? I'll have me some chalupas, I'll eat some tacos, I'll eat some burritos, hell, I'd eat some tamales too. I think they have too many bangers to not be an S tier. The only knock I have on Mexican food is how expensive it has gotten over the years. Like, how the hell is one taco freaking $5? Thanks a lot, Joe.
What the heck do you want me to do? They were approaching $5 when you were president.
Guys, we can all admit that I was the best.
Well, if bombing innocent countries qualifies you as the best, then I guess you do take the cake from me and Joe. But that's enough of that, because when I do my tier lists, I like to be clear and concise. Following the Mexican tier, we got some other basically wannabe Mexican food, and that is Cubans. Now, aside from Pitbull, I cannot tell you a single thing about Cuban cuisine. Oh, wait, Cuban sandwiches do exist. I am thinking a D tier, because like if you ask anyone to look over this list, I can guarantee that no person will be like, oh man, I need me some Cuban food. They will simply not say that, and if they do, then may God smite me right now.
Oh man, I need me some Cuban food.
Nice freaking try, Joe.
What do you mean? I love our Cuban people and their food, and I refuse to stay quiet because I will not stand for their slander.
Then tell me one of your favorite Cuban foods right now that isn't a Cuban sandwich.
Well, there's you see, I just really like Pitbull.
That's what I freaking thought, Joe. Jesus, I think I would move it into F tier if I could, just for that sorry display. If the Cubans are upset about this, I just want you all to know that you can't blame me. Go in the comments and blame the Mexicans for having better food.
Donald, don't incite race wars in the comments. That will not be good at all.
Good for the algorithm, maybe. But yeah, you have a point. Let's just move on to our next culture, and that is Caribbean food, and I think it's pretty mid. Like, I got this still going above Cuban food at C tier, but I don't really have much to say about it. Much like with Creole, because I have that going into B tier, so at least it gets a leg up on the rest of the competition.
Donald, I seem to notice that you have a very vacant A tier spot. What's up with that, man? Like, there is no way you believe everything on here is worse or above an A.
Well, if you would let me explain and get to my list in a very timely and orderly fashion, I would be able to explain to you that I don't have anything there yet because we were barely about to get to it. I have our next entry, which is Korean food, going into A tier. I love Korean food so much, but I don't think it will squeeze into S tier because those foods are on a whole other universe. Like, S tier is just something else, but that isn't to say that Korean food is bad. On the contrary, it is very delicious, and I, for one, love me some kimchi fried rice or just going to my favorite Korean barbecue place. I will happily pay any amount you want to get to stuff my face with all-you-can-eat meat because the Don here loves him some meat.
I will outmeet you any day of the week, Donald. Nobody, and I mean nobody, outdoes the Joe Dog in a meat-eating competition.
You know what? After hearing that out loud, I no longer wish to be the #1 meat eater. I will gladly settle out of that one.
Don't worry, I'll give you #2, Donald, because you bowed down to the great Joe Dog's meat-eating prowess.
Okay, funny stuff, guys, but Donald, you told me this was a food tier list based on different cultures' food, right?
Yeah, I mean, it is quite freaking obvious, Barack. God, are you stupid?
Okay, I can't be stupid, because why the hell is there different cultures and stuff like Japanese, Thai, Mexican, you know all that. But then for our very last fucking entry, we have barbecue. What culture is that? That is not a culture.
You idiot, Barack. That is our great American nation. Barbecue screams freedom, and with freedom comes barbecue. Obviously, this is going into S tier as well. I love me some barbecue, and quite honestly, I might have to make a barbecue tier list.
Okay, if we're counting that as American cuisine, then that's fine. But let me take a crack at the list. I love barbecues.
Maybe only because you approved of me doing the animal fight tier list.
Wait, guys, what about me? Can I make it?
No! What is going on, gang? We are back once again with another tier list, but this time we are doing a donut tier list. I happen to be a donut aficionado, so I'm pretty sure I'm the most qualified to be judging all these delicious donuts.
No, that's not quite the reason why we let you do this list, Donnie. See, the main reason why me and Barry thought you should handle the list is because you're a fat ass.
Shut your sleepy ass up, Joe, before I kill you before the dementia does.
Let's all relax now. What Joey meant to say was that you are simply an elite eater who has the best taste buds.
I do have elite taste buds, so I'll let this entire thing slide. But let's go ahead and get this list started. And up first, we got a Long John. These donuts are basically your normal frosted donut, but just long as hell. I think for this, I'm putting it at an A tier.
Dude, I actually really like these. I love to see how far I can put one down my throat before I ultimately take a bite. You guys know what I always say, I love thickness, but this thing has both length and girth, let me tell you.
Jesus, Joe, you are some sort of special, most likely the needs sort of special, to be honest. Anyways, up next we got an old-fashioned, and I am assuming this is just a normal-ass donut. Yeah, I can't really say I love these because it is just fried dough, so I might have to put this at D tier because it's worse than everything else on this list. I do like me an old-fashioned in another way if you all catch my drift.
I don't think I'm catching your drift, quite honestly, but I think an old-fashioned with like some hot chocolate bangs enough to merit a C tier, to be honest. I personally like eating it that way.
That is such an old person thing to say, Joey. God, I bet you have as many wrinkles on your face as you do on your nutsack, bro.
You know what I actually kind of...
All right, enough of that. No nut talk when I'm speaking of donuts. Let's continue on with the list, and I got double chocolate donuts in B tier. It's just a bit too much chocolate, but I still mess with it heavily.
Valid. I feel like too much of a good thing sometimes turns into a bad thing.
Thanks, Barry. I knew you felt the same way as me. And up next, we got the classic sprinkle donut going into A tier because it is a staple. Like you can never go wrong with a sprinkle donut.
I won't lie, I do not like sprinkles. Like, what do? They are just there, and I would rather just have it with just the frosting.
I don't want any opinions from the nutsack man himself. Either way, I'm sure we will all agree on this next one going into S tier, as glazed donuts are literally like perfection. You can never go wrong with this selection, and if you get me a dozen glazed donuts from Krispy Kreme, I think I would cream my pants.
I hate that you use the word cream like that, but like goddamn man, I have to agree that it do indeed be bussin'. I love Krispy Kreme so much, I think I would wipe out an entire country rather than lose Krispy Kreme.
Well, that isn't really saying much, Barack, since you wanted to wipe out all of the Middle East free of charge, but yes, Krispy Kreme is indeed the best. Up next, we got a jelly donut, and I have that in A tier as well. Like, you cannot go wrong with a jelly donut. Shit is just delicious, and I will eat it up any day of the week.
Ooh, I quite like jelly donuts too. I love eating them with tea or something slightly bitter.
God, Joe, do you also eat them while doing your crossword puzzle? You are such an old fart, I wouldn't be surprised if you keel over any day now. Anyways, up next, we got a chocolate frosted donut, and that goes into S tier because it is elite as well. Once again, I just feel like you can never go wrong with this option, and it is always banging.
Extremely valid take here, Donald.
This next one, though, guys, I wanted to put higher, but I was afraid the audience would, kill me if I put it in S. So I am instead putting powdered donuts in A tier. Like, I just love eating powdered donuts.
I love the mini powdered donuts.
Wow. Yes, Joey. I can definitely tell the audience would go feral and jump my ass considering you agreed with me. But quite honestly, I did not expect you to have an actual dub today considering how you always have bad takes.
Yeah, I love eating them with my tea or a fresh tall glass of prune juice just so I can clean out my bowels real quick.
And there goes all that. I take back my compliment, and I will now move on to the last donut, which is, of course, a Boston cream. I like this going into B tier. I just think it does a little too much. Like, I always get my cream falling out of it because they fill it up like I'm some girl in the middle of a bukkake, and I hate that. It's still, once again, pretty good.
You know, in '86, I once participated in a 33-man bukkake to celebrate my neighbor's birthday. He was turning a young 76.
We do not need to hear any more of that. But going back to the list, Donald, I noticed you have basically had everything placed at B or higher, aside from the old-fashioned. But even then, you have a ton of A-tier stuff. Why is that?
I just feel like this is where the food is accurately rated, and people will love it. I think these donut tiers are solid as hell, and most people would agree that they simply belong that high. I genuinely believe that this is how the list should go. All of these donuts belong that high, and I haven't heard anyone say otherwise during this list.
I think you rated them that high because you're such a fat bitch.
What is up, gang? We are back with another tier list, and this time we're doing one that we have been asked to do for quite some time, and that is the energy drink tier list. We have tested many and have had all the ones on this list, and I can confidently say that this is the definitive energy drink tier list.
Well, we can't say that. What if someone just likes different things than us, Donald? We have to be nice and accept everyone's opinions.
Joe, stop trying to play the middleman. That's my job. If they don't like it, they can argue about it in the comments.
Yeah, Joe, this is no democracy. This is a Trump-ruled list through and through. Well, enough yapping. Let's go ahead and start this amazing list. And up first, we have Ghost Energy. I think most people who have had Ghost knows it bangs. It used to be my pre-workout, and I absolutely love the Sour Patch Kids flavor and the Warheads one.
Donald, let's be honest here. You never use this for pre-workout unless you were exercising your gaming fingers. But yeah, anyways, I personally was more of a fan of the Swedish Fish one, but those are all really good selections, Donald.
Don't try to hide that stutter, Barry. You've been hanging out with Sleepy Joe too much, but yeah, that's exactly why I have it going into A tier. There's a lot of variety, and it's just a great tasting drink overall. Up next, we got C4 Energy, and this is pretty mid. I don't really hate it, but I don't really love it either. It is a good substitute if you don't have anything else, and it won't taste bad either. I, however, would prefer the things above it, but hey, a B tier isn't bad at all.
I personally like it if things are mid. It keeps it grounded. Like I'll be eating plain pasta with just oil on it.
That's just weird, man, but this is slightly better than mid. I'd still take it over our next entry, which is a classic, and that is Red Bull. Now, you might be wondering to yourself, how the hell is this a classic but not better than C4? And I'll tell you, it simply just tastes like ass. Hot, fresh ass, if we're being specific. It is a flavor you can get used to and begin to enjoy, but when you compare it with other things on this list, it just isn't up to snuff. The energy boost you get from a Red Bull is good though, so if you have nothing else to use or really need that huge pick-me-up, well then Red Bull is your safest bet, and I would not judge you for choosing this. Now, given all the info, I will now be placing Red Bull into C tier, which again, not really that bad, but still doable.
I feel like that's a reasonable take. Like, are there a lot of people that genuinely enjoy the taste of Red Bull? Like, if you ask me, I much rather have the drink up next because Monster fucking slaps.
Don't go jumping ahead of the list. Wait till I get to it so I can give an opinion. Jesus Christ, Barry, how many of these have we done and you and Joey still do this shit? Well, anyways, up next we do in fact have Monster, the classic drink you'd see in every caffeine enjoyer's hand, and for good reason. Monster has a variety of flavors, and I feel like it was the first energy drink to teach us the lesson that caffeinated drinks don't have to taste like hot, wet ass. I think for taste, energy boost, and legacy reasons, I will be placing Monster into S tier. I feel like it's too much of a legend to be placed any lower than that.
I remember drinking Monsters before my speeches way back when Barry was in office, and to this day it still bangs. But I think I got too used to it now because I'm still sleepy after drinking a couple.
Well, Joey, just keep drinking more and more till you have the inevitable heart attack, because that would truly be the greatest thing you've done for our country. Burn aside, we should move along this list. And up next, we got Mountain Dew Energy, and I think this is pretty decent. It's like a decent to high B tier. And now that I look at the next entry, I have to say the same about Bang Energy. I used to like Bangs, but they kind of fell off for me personally. Then there was all that super creatine nonsense. Like I still don't know what the hell super creatine is.
Okay, cool, but can we move on to the best energy drink ever? I love Prime so much, and I can't wait for Logan Paul to knock out Dylan Dennis in the fight on October.
Joe, I do not care enough about that whole situation, but please take Logan Paul's cock out of your mouth. I personally hate Prime, but only the Gatorade clone of it. That one tastes like garbage, but I will give you this small W, Joe. The energy drink version of it absolutely slaps, but it is most certainly not the best in my honest opinion. I think a solid A tier is good for Prime. I would prefer it over everything in this list but Monster, I think. So I'll give the Logan Paul crew a dub for their energy drink, but 2 thumbs down for the Gatorade one.
I thought both were okay in all honesty, but I think Joey can live with an A rating, right?
I guess that's okay, but I am telling you all that Prime will take over the world and will be the best energy drink in the world. And their Gatorade clone is better because they have cool flavors.
Joe, you are not 12. Please grow up, but let's just move on to our last drink, which is Rockstar. I'm going to keep it a buck with everyone here. I hate Rockstar. It is possibly the worst energy drink I have ever had in my whole life, and I will be placing this into D tier. I had it a long time ago, so maybe it got better, but I will keep my hater energy from back then and refuse to ever buy this horrid drink ever again. It tastes like a used cum rag that's been drenched in gasoline.
How would you even know what a used cum rag drenched in gasoline even tastes like?
No, trust me. He hit it on the head with this one. But to me personally, that flavor sounds like a good time.
What is going on, gang-a-lang? We are back with another tier list, and this time around you all know that the great Don, the only presidential candidate out of the 3 of us, is definitely the most qualified to rank some fast food desserts.
Could have sworn we just chose you because somehow, while being on Ozempic and allegedly cutting back calories, you're still the heaviest one out of the 3 of us.
And we also know that the Don's hammer ain't much to work with because it's the size of a baby carrot, so we know that is definitely not the thing weighing him down.
Listen, Sleepy Joe, I wouldn't talk if I were you because you dropped out of the race, and now I think I'm going to call you Quitter Joe.
Just like how you're going to quit your diet soon.
Damn, he got you.
He didn't get anything. I'm still going to maintain a steady pace, and I'm actually on track to lose 1/4 pound this month.
Maybe you should take some notes from me and learn how to quit. Learn how to quit shoving food in your mouth.
All right, that's enough from you, man. Keep it up and we'll replace you with Kamala Harris.
Yeah, about that. I've already reached out to her and asked if she would like to make a guest appearance in one of our videos, and to quote her, she said, "I don't want to join a bunch of babbling idiots, talk about gross stuff and how much they love blue Gatorade hot dogs." So yeah, it's not looking like we'll get her on any video anytime soon.
Dude, what the hell? We don't even mention blue Gatorade dogs at all anymore. It's literally just Sleepy Joe, and we literally just dunk on him and tear him a new one every time he brings it up.
You know, she must be upset by the fact that I'd always have a blue Gatorade dog every time for dinner, and she'd always complain about it. But I mean, it was my food, so like, I wasn't going to let her tell me what to eat. Man, I remember she threw up when I made a paste out of blue Gatorade dogs by mushing and grinding them over and over until you could literally brush your teeth with them. And then I spread it all over some garlic bread and then topped it off with some anchovies and bulldog spicy hot sauce, the ×2 stuff as well, so it wasn't no easy stuff. But she acts like her Greek salads were any better. Oh, and she'd have some Greek yogurt or some cucumber sandwiches, as if any of that could beat a good old Joe dog or even my oyster sandwich.
Joe that literally beats it by so much. And I actually am amazed that Kamala put up with you as long as she did. I think any sane person would take her salad, and I don't even want to know what the hell an oyster sandwich is.
Yeah, Joe, I won't lie. I think I would rather eat a whole head of lettuce than to eat that blue Gatorade dog paste you talked about earlier, and I shudder at the thought of your oyster sandwich.
Come on, man, it's just an oyster sandwich. See, I get the Italian beef bun, so like the little sub-sandwich bun, and then I get 3 cans of smoked oysters and then get all the juices and put them in a bowl so I can dip my sandwich. Then I layer my oysters on the bun and add pepperoni, onions, garlic butter, and to top it all off, I add in some mayo. It's not that complicated, and honestly, I like it a lot.
That doesn't sound awful, but I don't know, man.
It doesn't sound awful. That sounds dreadful. The mayo is what sends me over the edge, man.
Listen, man, I don't want to think about whatever the hell Joey does in his free time, and I'd rather just get the list started because, goddamn, I don't want to hear Joe talk about his preferred foods. Well, anyways, once again, this is a fast food desserts tier list, and let us get started with our first item, which is the Taco Bell Cinnamon Twist. Now, for this entry right off the bat, I want you all to know that we have a freaking stinker. I know there are Cinnamon Twist twerkers in the comments getting ready to type out their defense, but let it be known that they're a D tier. In this list, they just aren't that good when compared to other things on here, but I'll still say this. I still eat all my Cinnamon Twists despite them being bad.
Well, that's because you're a fat ass.
No, it's simply because I like having the flavor change from salty to sweet on my tongue, and I do the same with any other dessert offered to me after eating my salty food.
Because you're fat, Donald.
You know that not all fat people eat a lot. You two do realize that, right? They can have thyroid issues or something.
Yeah, but you don't have any of those issues. You're just fat because you eat a lot.
All right, I've had enough. I just did one ranking, and you two are already on me like BBC on Piper Perry.
Like what?
Oh, and if anyone is still mad about my rating, just know that the Cinnabons from Taco Bell clear the hell out of the Cinnamon Twists. But we'll get there when we get there, because up next we have back-to-back B tiers in the mini churros from Jack in the Box and the McFlurry from McDonald's. Now, I know a ton of you are already trying to gate my asshole for rating a McFlurry that low, but when will you all realize that it really isn't all that, like, big deal? It's vanilla ice cream that is blended, and not that well, by the way, but blended with some random thing like an Oreo or some M&Ms, which still isn't bad, but it's only a B tier in my book.
I mean, what the hell is wrong with vanilla ice cream? I like simple things like a McFlurry. Since when did desserts have to be this extraordinary thing?
Okay, I'm not saying it's wrong, and I even gave it a B tier, but like, come on, man. Even you know you can make something as good as an Oreo McFlurry quite easily at home.
Yeah, but if I do that, then I won't get to hold the hand of the high schooler making the order for me. Part of the love I have for it is the fact that they hand it to me with their soft, supple, and delicate hands, the hands of someone who hasn't worked hard yet, and the hands of someone who hasn't experienced much yet in life, but more importantly, the hands of youth.
Well, that's pretty weird, but once again, I think this guy has stopped caring since he isn't running anymore.
I mean, I'm pretty sure he was saying worse stuff earlier, and if anything, this is pretty run-of-the-mill behavior from Joe.
You're right. I guess I just haven't heard it in a while. Well, anyways, after that, we then have 2 McDonald's items and the Blizzard all getting an S tier. I mean, the pies are definitely the best thing from McDonald's dessert-wise, and I don't think there's any arguing that, and the blizzard is the damn blizzard. I don't even know how anyone could possibly hate on this. I know Joe twerks hella hard for some blizzards from Dairy Queen.
Oh, you bet your bottom dollar that I'd hardstyle twerk on the wall for some blizzards. And that's only the tip of the iceberg for what I do for a blizzard.
I don't want to know what else you do for a blizzard, Joe. Well, anyways, following that, we then have some Popeyes strawberry biscuits. And listen, man, it's fine if you get these and occasionally have cravings, but your ass cannot tell me that you'd go out of your way for a strawberry biscuit.
I'd go out of my way for a strawberry biscuit from Popeyes.
You've got to be busting my balls here, Barack.
Yeah, I'm just yanking your chain here. They're all right, and maybe I'd add them to my order. But I'm never going to go out of my way for them, like you said. I think a B tier or even C tier is a good ranking for them.
Well, I'm surprised you got the ranking half right, because I am actually placing this into C tier because they really aren't all that. Up next, though, we have a bit of a heater, and that's the Sonic Slushie, because I have this going into A tier. Now, I don't know if a slush counts as a dessert or not.
Why would it not be a dessert?
Because what if someone considers it a drink? I know a lot of people who get a slushie instead of a drink, so I don't know if it's fair to call it a dessert, and that's why I give it only an A tier. Otherwise, I'd have this going straight to S tier.
That's actually a pretty good point you brought up. I guess we should ask our local frozen treats expert and ask Joe for his opinion.
Since when was I the expert? I literally asked him the same question too. What makes you think I'd know? Just because I like ice cream, you're going to assume I'm the frozen treats expert? Way to suck me off and make me seem like a god, Barack.
Literally, you said you were an expert before, but now I already regret going to you for more info.
Well, either way, I'd say that it is, but it also isn't, so, yeah, an A tier works.
That was the biggest non-answer I've heard, but whatever, we're going to roll with it. And up next, we have an obvious S tier in the chocolate fudge brownie from Chick-fil-A, and goddamn, this bangs. I think anyone who has tried this knows that it's literally one of the best desserts someone can get from a fast food place. It puts other stuff like McDonald's cookies to shame, which, speaking of, they're not on the list, but I'd like to let everyone know that despite this chocolate fudge brownie blowing it out of the water, the McDonald's cookie would still get an S tier, because when you order a cookie tote for like $6 from McDonald's, goddamn does it slap. The price alone for that amount of cookies puts it up there, but it's also delicious.
The cookie tote does indeed bang. You're spitting once again, Donald.
All right, relax there, Sucker McSuckerson. I can only get blown so much before busting. Well, after that, I then have Frosties going into B tier. Like, I enjoy them, but they may be one of the most overhyped desserts from fast food places, and I will die on that freaking hill.
How dare you desecrate the sacred name of thy Frosty? Do you know how freaking delicious those things are? Especially once you dunk some salty fries in there. Oh my God, you're going to get the Joe dog going.
It's really not all that, but it's still got a B tier, so I don't know what you mean by desecrate. Let me just end the list, because I'm once again getting hungry. I feel like every time you guys make me do a food tier list, you're both setting me up for failure, because I want to eat after making them.
We'd never secretly pray for your downfall, and would also never swap your Ozempic pills with sugar pills.
See, like, that makes me suspicious.
I'd never spike your drinks, Donald. Don't worry about getting drinks from me, especially at our sleepovers.
See, I didn't even mention anything about spiked drinks, but then he says that statement, and he mentioned that in another video too. I forgot which one, but I don't know how to feel, but I can tell you both that I definitely know how I feel about the next two entries, because goddamn, we have back-to-back S tiers with the Jollibee Peach Mango Pie and the Taco Bell Cinnabon Delights. Like, I can't sing their praises high enough, but I'd recommend everyone to go out and try these two if you can. You will be absolutely orgasming from the sheer flavor power that these two hold.
W choices here. Wow, what a way to end off this list. You really only ever hated on cinnamon twists.
Because those are gross, man. I don't know what you want me to say. More importantly, Joe, how long have you been spiking my drinks?
Yes?
What is going on, gang? We are back with another tier list, and this time around we have the long-awaited fast food tier list. Well, it would be long-awaited if we didn't just mention us making it earlier this week, but either way, it is here, and it is guaranteed to be the best fast food tier list on this whole platform.
Well, that would be up to audience to determine whether or not you do a good job on this tier list, because you know how people get with their fast food takes.
Yeah, like I will kill someone in cold blood if they rate White Castle lower than an S tier.
I won't break the news to you yet, Joe, but let's instead ride the high of this positive energy and talk about this list.
Damn, I have never heard you talk so happily about a list.
It's because we are talking about America's #1 thing, and that is fast food. I love this and will die eating fast food, and I would want to be buried with all my receipts from all the fast food places I visited.
Keep up your diet and it won't be long for that.
I'm going to ignore that and keep the positive vibes going because we all know that fast food is literally what fuels the dawn. But enough of that because we have to start this damn list, and up first we got Arby's, and I honestly feel like people hate on this place too much. You always hear about how much Arby's sucks and how they have the absolute grossest food, but I swear that's only from people who have never had Arby's before, or they went to some bad location because Arby's has some of the best fries in the game with their curly fries. Not to mention that their burgers and chicken are actually good, and sure they have some monstrosities like their Meat Mountain, but if you get something normal, then it should be fine and you should have a pretty good experience with them. Their shakes are pretty good too.
Now this is a banger of a take because I quite do like their fries.
Of course, this is a banger of a take. I have a 99 overall fast food rating. This isn't a Joe list, nor is it your list. Every take on this video should be taken as gospel and be listened to immediately without ever questioning it. I want my opinions to be like Nazi Germany, and if you speak out against me, I will guillotine your ass.
You're talking about the French Donald. The Nazis did not do that, I think.
I don't care. I refuse to be corrected by you, Joe. And either way, I'm sure that the French in some ways are just as bad as Nazis, maybe even worse.
In no way at all are they as bad as the Nazis.
I don't know, Barack. The French do eat snails.
That's literally their cultural dish.
And here in America, we have freedom with a side of kick-ass with all of our obesity-inducing meals. It's quite clear to me that we are better, but anyways, moving on, we got Sonic, and this is a god-awful place. I pray to God that you only go here for the slushies because their food is among some of the worst slop I have ever had. And before you say anything, Joe, yes, it does include their foot-long chili cheese dog.
Now this is outrageous. The foot-long glizzy gladiator deserves to make Sonic an A tier alone.
See, that's where I heavily disagree with you. I refuse to allow my stomach to have an entire foot long of chili cheese meat inside of me with their microwave-ass food. Moving past that atrocity, we have Little Caesars, and this, of course, is an S tier. Now, admittedly, the pizza is not the best, but since when did pizza have to be this grand spectacle? They are simple and have good pizza and all for the price of $5. I don't think it can get more American than that.
Yeah, but their pizzas literally taste like cardboard with some sauce and cheese. Like there's a reason it's $5.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know we had a food critic here. I forgot that not only are you good at bombing innocent people, but you also seem to be some sort of food savant with your shitty Michelle-made healthy foods that taste like skid-marked underwear. And I hate to burst your bubble, but to me, Little Caesars taste like pizza enough, and that's what matters to me. Anyways, after that, we got Carl's Jr., and this is an honest A tier. It isn't bad, but it is pretty good solid food, and I have not been disappointed by them yet. However, up next, we got Joe's favorite up next, and I got some bad news for you, Joe. I don't really like White Castle, but I don't hate it as much as Sonic. This is like a solid C tier because their sliders are ass. But you know what you're doing if you roll up to a White Castle, and most times out of 10, you're pulling up after 12 a.m., and you're most likely trashed from a night of drinking.
This is fucking outrageous.
Joe, it really isn't, and I refuse to hear you out. The fact it isn't in D tier should be more than enough. After that, we got Taco Bell, and you all already know how the Don loves himself some Mexican food, and no matter what people say, I will always be a Taco Bell lover. Get you some spicy potato tacos or some beefy layer burritos, and you are goddamn set. This is an automatic S tier, and since we are talking about Mexican food still, let me tell you all that Chipotle is also going up there in S tier. Even if these two give you the shits, it really does not matter because it is so worth it.
How the hell are you getting the shits from Mexican food? It literally is just meat, cheese, and rice. Like, can your stomach not handle those basic food groups?
Yeah, I actually can't. They always add on some secret ingredient to give you bubble guts after you're done eating. After that, we got Burger King, and that is an honest B tier. I think this is also overhated, and it's actually not as bad as what people think. I will twerk for a Whopper, and I will get crucified for the goddamn Whopper. I will be the face of the Whopper and die for all those people who are afraid to admit that the Whopper is amazing and that I will indeed have it my way.
Now this is something I can get behind. I love me a Whopper, and they had this delicious Fruit Loop shake at Burger King that absolutely smacked. Don't even get me started on the mac and Cheetos.
Well, it's not a terrible take from you, but those mac and Cheetos were kind of mid. Still, though, I'd agree with that Fruit Loop shake take. After that, We got Domino's in A tier, and this has to be the best fast food pizza place around, in my opinion. That garlic crust is to die for. And if you have the app, they constantly give you a ton of points and free pizzas just for buying from them. It is a banger. Then we got Dairy Queen, and this is all right. Their Blizzard saved them, but I think it's a B tier.
Now, those blizzards are to die for. I'd even say that the blizzards are the best ice cream you can get from any fast food joint.
While that's true, I am grading everything about it and not just the damn blizzards. After that, we got In-N-Out and Five Guys both going into A tier. Now, hear me out on these because I know this is where the comment section is going to gape my asshole farther than Goatsy ever could. I just think In-N-Out is super overrated, and I have tried their animal-style shit, but it just isn't worth all that hype. It's still great and amazing. Don't get me wrong, but it's not worth the amount of glazing people put on it. I swear In-N-Out gets glazed more than a Krispy Kreme donut. As for the Five Guys rating, well, that shit is just too overpriced. Like, if I am going to pay above $20 for a burger, then that shit better have gold flakes on top. But nonetheless, the flavor is great, and I love their fry seasoning.
Okay, the Five Guys take I can handle, but are we really going to hate on In-N-Out just because it's overhyped? It is definitely worth the S tier.
You're just saying that because all you liberals love the hell out of In-N-Out and their veggie menu. I am a man of the people, and I am sure the people will agree with me, but if you don't, then don't comment on it. I don't want anyone going against the Don. Anyways, after that, Jack in the Box is up in S tier because their burgers are amazing, their tacos are great, and I will twerk for their goddamn curly fries. Then we have one that is personally very disappointing for me because I have KFC going into C tier. Now, back in the day, this would have merited an A tier or maybe even an S tier. However, nowadays, they just don't seem to care anymore, and it's just been mid to downright bad whenever I go to a KFC now. Seems to me that the downfall of KFC seems to correlate with the Obama administration.
So now you're blaming the downfall of KFC with my terms in office?
I am not saying that they are related, but it makes you think a bit. I'm on to you, Barack. Anyways, after that, we got two back-to-back S tiers with McDonald's and Chick-fil-A. And honestly, McDonald's almost slid down a bit for me because why the hell is a McChicken damn near $4? What the hell are they doing? They are killing the American dream of a cheap McChicken, but they still have a stranglehold on me because I cannot have enough McDonald's in my life. And as for Chick-fil-A, well, you all already know that it's amazing.
Yeah, but they hate gay people, Donald.
Sometimes you have to forgive the bad and just see the good in these multimillionaire corporations. I'm sure that the gays have no issues since they're chicken fucking bangs. After that, we got Panda Express, and for being the only fast food Chinese place, I can tell you that they are doing a damn good job. Get me some orange chicken and chow mein and we are set. I think an A tier is in order for this one, and for Papa John's, I'd say that a B tier is in order. I like seeing Shaq in their commercials, and their pizzas are good, but 9 times out of 10, I am choosing Domino's or Little Caesars, and while we're at it, I'll be slotting Pizza Hut in the same ranking because of the same reasons.
No way Pizza Hut and Papa John's are in the same tier.
Well, of course, you of all people would say that.
What the hell is that supposed to mean?
Well, I know you got beef with Papa John himself because of what he said.
What did he say? Pizza, pizza. Is that what triggered you, Barack?
Joe, you are honestly such a fucking idiot.
At least I don't get triggered by the saying pizza, pizza.
Joe, that is the wrong company, but hell, that makes it funnier. After that, we got Popeyes, and that is an easy S tier. I've tried their new wings, and I have to say that it fucking bangs. I will twerk for some Popeyes. I am throwing it back for any type of chicken they got there, and they have the best chicken sandwich in the goddamn game. Subway, though, I have nothing but bad memories of. I have this going into D tier with Sonic because the last time I had Subway, I freaking threw up, and in the grand scheme of things, I just genuinely don't think this competes with anything on this list except for dog shit Sonic.
What the hell did you order from there?
Ask Joe because he ordered some atrocity of a sandwich, and I forced myself to eat it because the Don refuses to leave an order unfinished.
Joe, what did you do?
Nothing. I just got him the Joe Dog Special, which is a foot-long meatball sub with extra marinara and extra every other sauce, which at the time would have been yellow mustard, brown mustard, ranch, chipotle, light mayo, sweet onion, cold tuna, and at the very end, you got to toast it. And the trick to getting the right Joe Dog Special is to make sure they toast it till it's almost burnt, and make sure you toast it after all the toppings and food are put in, so that you can have some warm tuna and yummy sauce alongside the meatball.
Oh, God.
Just hearing that all again makes my stomach ache in pain. I think I got an ulcer from that shit. Let's please not talk about that again. Let's just talk about Wendy's next, because Wendy's in an A tier, and let's just go and finish this list, because I want to throw up so bad right now. Culver's is an S tier. You all know this, but oh God, I think I'm going to hurl from hearing the order again.
Oh God, he's puking. See what you did, Joe.
Shit, how is this my fault? I told him if he wasn't going to eat it, I'd finish it myself. More for the Joe dog, which would have been amazing.
You are beyond repair.
What is up, gang? Your favorite of the trio is here ready to present you a fried chicken tier list. And despite me trying my best to get Barack to do it, he just simply wouldn't.
Donald, everyone likes fried chicken, but we all know your fat ass loves it the most. The only reason you wanted me to do the tier list is because you were trying to set me up for some jokes, and I will not let you do that.
Why am I never the setup for any jokes? Why are we leaving the Joe dog out of all this fun?
Joe, you are quite literally the butt of almost all of my jokes. If I had to give a percentage of the amount of jokes I said revolving around you, shit, that would probably be around 90%.
Sounds to me that I live rent-free in your head. I don't got to worry about paying a damn dime when staying in your head. I got a whole ass timeshare in there all to myself.
Shut the hell up, Joe. I barely even think about you when I'm not around you.
Really, because some would say that I live with the freest of rent inside of your head.
Okay, let's relax now. And Donald, I am not gonna lie. Joe most definitely lives in that shit rent-free. Like, if we're being real, I think he owns a whole deluxe mansion in there, but hey, I don't judge.
You two obviously don't know what you're talking about. I don't think of Sleepy Joe at all. I say we go ahead and start this tier list because we are holding up the audience. Up first, we got PDQ Chicken, and I'll be placing this into a solid B tier. I like their chicken and just think it's solid overall. I don't really have much to say about it.
Sounds mighty mid to me if we're being honest here, but I've never had it.
That's because you're never in the East Coast, Joe, but yeah, it's pretty good too, all right, if we're being honest. Unlike this next entry, which is very near and dear to my heart, I freaking love KFC, but I know that KFC just isn't what it used to be. The chicken is beyond mid, but their gravy does save them a bit of points. I just hate that most KFC places are very bad and that they only care about their KFC restaurants overseas. We talk about all the stuff we're importing from China, but can we talk about the real issue here? The fact we have KFC exporting all of their talents to their markets. I want some good-ass KFC. It's not fair that I have shitty booty KFC. So for those reasons, I have to place this once great place into C tier.
Wow, you're very clearly super passionate about KFC, aren't you, Donald?
I think I care about KFC almost as much as I care about my kids, but definitely not more than McDonald's. Up next, we got one that'll appease the Filipino audience. All three of you can finally jump for joy that you all get to see Jollibee on these tier lists, and will be even happier by the fact that I am putting Jollibee fried chicken into a solid A tier. I really like their spaghetti, but we're not here to talk about that. I also had their fried chicken, and it is indeed a banger. If anyone is by one of these and are craving fried chicken, the Don would highly recommend you go out there and get yourself a bucket.
I've had their hamburgers before and they kind of slap. They're a bit sweet, but it's like weirdly enough very satisfying.
This is a huge W. You finally said something normal for once, Joe.
I didn't even realize that, but yeah, Jollibee slaps. Up next, we got Church's Chicken, and much like PDQ, I think it's pretty good. Definitely better than KFC, so I am happy with this placement. Up next, we got Zaxby's, and I know a decent bit of people were hating on us for our Zaxby's placement in our previous videos, but I am proud to report that they get a solid A tier from me. I like their chicken.
Hey, look at that. Donald had a change of heart. Hopefully the viewers appreciate that, because that does not happen often.
They'll really start sucking me off when I tell them about this next one. I am putting Bojangles up in A tier alongside Jollibee and Zaxby's. I know the people will love this decision.
First of all, it's pronounced Jollibee, and second of all, what about the people who prefer PDQ or Church's Chicken over all those you put in A tier? What if they get angry?
Don't correct me, Joe. It was a simple mistake, and I doubt anyone will care that much about mid-chicken. Anyways, we got some dangerous entries coming up next. We got the tried and true Chick-fil-A, and we all know that will go into S tier. I feel like I've said all I needed to say because that place is truly the best when it comes to chicken. Then up next, we got Cane's, and I know a lot of you might be haters, but I love their chicken, even without the Cane's sauce. It's fresh and juicy, and I am a huge fan of that. That if you add on top some cane sauce, then you got a dangerous-ass combo on your hands. Then lastly, we got Popeye's chicken. I love Popeyes with all of my heart, so this is going immediately to S tier as well. And I don't want anyone in the comments trying to argue with me and try to say that one of these big three don't belong in S tier. The only one I'll hear you out on is Cane's, and even then, I will be more on their side than anything else.
Well, I think Cane's is on the same level as Jollibee. So I think it should either go down or Jollibee should go up.
Well, I can't really argue with you over fried chicken because you clearly are well versed in the subject, but I don't think I'll be doing either of those options.
Guys, please, can we talk about the real big elephant in the room?
And what is that, Joe?
Well, you see, there's 2 Zaxby's on the list. What's up with that?
You are such an idiot, Joe. That's obviously a mistake.
Yeah, Joe, you are an idiot.
Well, fuck me for asking a question, I guess.
What is going on, gang-a-lang? We are back with another Donald Certified tier list, and this time around I'm going to be talking about different frozen foods and where the Doninator will be ranking these bad boys.
You know, I find it hilarious that the comments always suggest that you do the food tier lists. They are so familiar with your level of fatness.
Yeah, and I'm sure everyone is familiar with how crap your lists are considering everyone was booming on you yesterday.
I don't know what I honestly expected.
I should boom all over your petite face for disgracing my boy Frogger.
All right, save that for an offline session, Joe, because we have a list to do. And up first, we got some banquet frozen nuggies. And while I am a tendies man myself, I still love me some frozen nuggets, and we'll have to place this staple frozen food into S tier. Now I feel like we have a pretty good start.
I couldn't agree more, Donald. Although tendies are indeed superior, I cannot help but to love chicken nuggets.
Okay, keep glazing him.
Barack, what the heck are you talking about? He isn't even glazing. He's just saying he likes nuggets. Goddamn, man. Hop off Joe's jock. Ahem. But anyways, after that, we got bagel bites frozen, pizza bites, and these things slap. But I feel like in the grand scheme of the list, they get a B tier. Like, don't get the Don wrong because he fucks with them heavily, but I hate how they can get super melted and just not cook evenly. But as a snack, these are elite. What's also elite are the Jimmy Dean chicken biscuit sandwiches, and these are going straight to A tier. I don't know why, but I just feel like most Jimmy Dean sandwiches just absolutely bang. But holy shit, what bangs even more is those goddamn chicken fingers up next, which I have to place into S tier. I am actually so happy to be doing this list. I feel like I've gone to food heaven and I don't see any veggies in sight.
Well, I don't see what's wrong with frozen veggies at all. But yeah, these foods can be good cheat meals or snacks.
Oh, Barry, every day is a cheat meal with me. And speaking of snacks, we got some delicious-ass toaster strudels up next. And you all already know the Don is eating this shit up and placing it into A tier. Then after we got a no-brainer S tier, and that, of course, is the corn dog. And I can't even explain why it belongs up here. You all should just already know.
Oh, believe you me that the Joe Dog most definitely knows how elite corn dogs are. I love to get some jam and place it on my corn dogs if I'm feeling a little fruity. But usually I like to just put a metric fuck ton of mustard.
The mustard I smell, but the jam? See, it doesn't sound bad. And I like putting jam on my McDonald's breakfast burritos. So, like, I will actually try out your Joe life hack for once. Moving on, we got every variation of fry up next. And I know a lot of you are going to be like, nah, Blood Donald for real ain't cooking with this list, G, after these ratings, but...
Who is speaking like that? I assure you that no one is saying it like that.
Barack, shut up. I'm about to explain something. But anyways, I am placing all three of these into A tier, and I want you all to hear me out. The reason for this is quite simple, and it all has to do with the big kahuna up next, and that's because the bold and crispy seasoned curly fries just put all other fries to shame. Like 10 times out of 10, if you ask me if I had a choice between the normal golden fries in any shape or form versus the seasoned curly fry, then your ass already knows what I'm going to pick. That's like asking Mr. Krabs if he would rather get $1 or save a bunch of starving children. You already know his stingy ass is going to get the $1, and as a real hustler, I can't quite blame the guy because the Don respects the grind.
What type of grind would ever make you face a moral dilemma like leaving starving children behind or choosing $1?
God, Barack, it's just a hypothetical. Don't get your panties in a knot.
Yeah, Barry, it's like this hentai. I was watching the monster category and I was watching some clips of this one specific hentai. Obviously, I didn't understand what they were saying and I was going about my business watching this girl get railed by, well, a monster. The heat starts picking up and she started screaming, and I was like, oh, okay, shit is about to go down. Well, in a way it did, but instead of her finishing happily in bliss, instead the monster ripped her in half, and all I could do was literally sit there and contemplate what the fuck I was doing. It was like every single decision I made in my life to lead me to that video flashed before my eyes, man. I still managed to finish, though.
I'm sorry, Joe, but how is this in any way related to what we were talking about?
Oh, I just meant that all hypothetically. Like, wouldn't it be crazy if that all happened to me? Ha ha.
Joe, you're not very good at these hypotheticals.
That's because it wasn't one. It actually happened to this human excrement.
Oh, well, that's tough, Joe. But at least you finished like a champ. Anyways, moving on, we got DiGiorno Pizza, and this is an auto S tier. This is my favorite frozen pizza brand, and you all can fight me on it. Then after we got the Eggo Trilogy, and I have the cinnamon toast going into B tier because I don't want pre-added cinnamon on my waffles, thank you very much. Then the thick and fluffy waffles going into A tier because the only thing I like thick and fluffy are my kitties, and I ain't talking about cats. Then we got the Eggo Original Waffles, and these bangers, of course, go into S tier because these are just so damn delicious. Then while I'm at it, I may as well grade our next entry because this also just so happens to be another S tier. Get some cinnamon French toast sticks and some syrup, and goddamn, you're in for a treat. Get some honey in a cup so you can dip it in, and oh my God, you'll get me coming.
Much unlike that poor girl in the hentai I was watching.
Joe, I don't want to hear about that. People eat while watching these, you know.
Then I'm sure they wouldn't want to hear you talk about how French toast sticks get you to come.
Correction, Barack. It's the honey and stick combo that gets me coming, not just the French toast. Anyways, moving on, we got the Freschetta frozen pizza, and this gets an A from me. It's no DiGiorno's, but I won't hate it at all because, frankly, any frozen pizza is good pizza. What isn't good is our next entry, which I have going into D tier because goddamn do fish sticks suck, and I'm sorry to any fish stick enjoyers out there, but this is a fat L. Maybe it was the brand I bought, but goddamn was it bad. Then following that, we got the most obvious of S tiers, and that, of course, is the hash brown patty. But after I got Hungry Man frozen dinners going into C tier, which may surprise a decent bit of you, but these are mainly just my guilty pleasure, especially the Salisbury steak one. Frozen food has evolved past this and has become so much better, but I'll give it some respect. But I mean, like, come on, we got a God tier and the Hot Pocket up next, and of course this is an S tier. Like, there's just no comparison between these two things.
Hot Pockets do indeed bang, and I can't wait to do a tier list on them.
Whoa, Joe, you're going to have to wrestle me for that, the right to do that tier list.
As long as we can do it naked and in the mud so I can get down and dirty.
Suddenly, I am not as interested. But anyways, after that, we got the Jimmy Dean sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit, plus the pancakes and sausage corn dogs, both going into A tier. I like them a lot, but I don't think they belong high up with the elites in S tier. Yuck. Then after we got Kid Cuisine, and if you've seen our 2000s food tier list, then you all already know that me and Joe hate the hell out of these things. And I don't know if the Lean Cuisine is from the same company, but surely it isn't as bad as Kids Cuisine, so I'll place it into C tier. Following that, though, we get back to some good shit, and I have back-to-back S tier with the mini corn dogs and the onion rings.
IDW of a selection here, Donald. Even if Lean Cuisine is placed low, because quite honestly, they're food bangs. My favorite is the chicken enchilada or the meatloaf and mashed potatoes.
Damn, those do sound appetizing, but why the hell did they choose this picture for it? If I saw some meatloaf, I would have definitely given it a higher rating. But then after we got diced, hash brown potatoes, and I don't know why, but these don't bang as much as the patty or normal hash brown, but it's still worth a B tier. It just tastes funnier in my opinion, but then we got tater tots going straight into S tier because we all know how much those things bang. But after that, we got popcorn chicken, and I know people may hate me for this, but I have this going into A tier instead of S tier, and the reasoning for that is because I already have so many chicken products in S tier.
You have 2 literal other chicken products in there, so how the hell would 3 be too many in S tier?
Well, you know what they say, Barack, 3's a crowd. But anyways, after that, we got pizza rolls, obviously going into S tier. I mean, we have a whole tier list video dedicated to it. Then after we got 2 last pizza products, and I have Red Baron pizza going into A tier, while the party pizza goes into B tier. Like, I would rather just have a real pizza or some pizza rolls at that point, but they still bang.
Some pizza rolls got my mouth watering already. I love sucking the sauce out of them and then sticking my tongue right in the hole I made.
That's a little provocative, but I'll allow it. Anyways, after that, we got waffle fries, and these belong in A tier alongside its other fry brethren. Then we got chicken rings, and boneless wings up next, and maybe it's just because of how unappetizing the front of these things look. But I do not have these going into S tier, but rather I think these go into B tier. Like, I know damn well I'd prefer chicken fingers or popcorn chicken to these two, so I don't want to disrespect the others and lump them in alongside my precious A tier entries.
I love chicken rings from White Castle. I have no doubt in my mind that these are the same quality, if not better, than the ones from there, and I see that placement as an L. Something about eating chicken in a ring shape speaks out to the Joe dog, and I love dipping them in cheese. That and the fried clam from White Castle, too.
What the hell? Fried clam from White Castle sounds diabolical.
Hate to agree with Barack here, but that sounds like a war crime. Don't get me wrong, I'd still eat it and tank it like a fucking unit, but that just sounds like a bad time. Anyways, we got our last entry in this list, and I don't know if it was Joe bringing up the fried clams from White Castle, but now I'm a bit turned off from seafood, and the thought of frozen shrimp in a box doesn't really entice me. I think a C tier is fine for this because I do not see myself eating these anytime soon.
You're missing out. These and some fried clams and cheese absolutely bang. Don't even get me started if you got some hot dog water with you. Did you guys see that 7-Eleven is going to start selling those? I got to buy them in bulk, BC. Lord knows I need those, and I can mix my blue Gatorade in them.
There's so much wrong with what you said that I can't even begin to dissect it.
What is going on, gang? We are back with another tier list, and oh boy, am I excited about this one because the Don gets to finally talk about another one of the things he loves most in life, and that, of course, is Chipotle.
Now, this is going to be like Donald's Mecca. It's either this or the McDonald's food tier list.
Don't forget that he would kill for a Mexican food tier list.
You know, this is one of the only times that I must say that the both of you are actually correct. I would throw it back for those two lists, but I want to focus all of my attention and love on what's in front of us, and that is this beautiful, beautiful Chipotle topping tier list. But before I get started, I just want to point out that these rankings will work in a bowl or in burrito form. It's just that real dogs, like the Don, always get a burrito. And if you want to be a real baller and create even more calories for yourself, then you get the burrito and double wrap it with an extra layer of tortilla.
The only thing Joe double wraps is some condoms, because if I double wrap a burrito, then it'll taste like too much tortilla, and I can tell that it will be dry as hell.
Joe, trust me, because you simply do not know ball if that's what you think would happen. I always make sure those Chipotle workers stuff my goddamn burrito, or else I'll be one angry camper. Plus, even if they don't stuff it, it literally won't taste like pure tortilla because you barely notice the second layer there. It's just good for bulking purposes.
Ah, yes, the forever bulk that you seem to be on for the past year and a half.
Oh, the cut is coming soon, and when it does, I'm going to look so ripped. You'll be jealous as hell when my summer body comes in. But enough of these shenanigans because I want to get started on this wonderful list. And up first, we got our types of rice, and that, of course, is both brown and white rice. Now, I'm going to be completely transparent in this and will say that these two automatically belong in S tier. I don't really taste a difference between the two, so pick whichever one you want because these are both needed in your burrito or burrito bowl. Joe, you're full of fun facts. What the hell is the difference?
Well, I'm glad you asked. You see, brown rice is more nutrient dense than white rice. Because of this, brown rice may help reduce blood sugar levels and aid in weight management efforts. However, white rice is good for those with certain digestive issues who cannot digest fiber-rich foods well. So all in all, these are both great options, but if you can digest fiber foods well, then you may as well go with the brown rice, since it is technically better, and I also agree that it doesn't taste that much different, especially in burrito or burrito bowl form.
I was honestly expecting you not to know, and for me to angrily yell at you, but wow, you pulled through, Sleepy Joe. So yeah, pack your shit up with some brown rice. But what I don't have being rated the same are our next two entries. I have the pinto beans going into B tier and black beans going into A tier. See, the reasoning for this is because pinto beans are bigger and mushier, and I frankly don't want my burrito to be so stuffed that it looks like a toddler's diaper.
Speak for yourself on that one, because the thought of a toddler's filled diaper makes me drool. When we talk about a burrito being filled like that. Ooh, nice save, Joe.
That was not a nice save at all, and honestly is pretty disgusting to hear.
Joe, don't listen to him. It was one of the best saves I have ever heard. Quite frankly, you should speak like that more often, especially in public. But yeah, anyways, continuing with the bean talk, I place black beans higher because they're more firm and smaller, so it doesn't feel like it's flooding my mouth like some freshman girl attending her first college frat party. But up next, we got some fucking veggies, and I absolutely despise the fact that I have to rank these, but you all already know that the Don is going to give absolutely no respect towards some damn veggies. The fajita vegetables are going in the absolute dog water D tier, and I'd honestly pimp slap the fuck out of you if you even dare suggest I should have these things on my burrito.
What's the difference between a normal hard slap and a pimp slap?
Well, for one, it really doesn't matter how many fingers you use. Just remember that it's the back of the hand and not the palm. You see, using your palm is a bitch slap. The back of the hand is the pimp slap. Now, if you want to perform a pimp slap, this is how you do it. While very, very angry, and yes, you have to be in a state of anger to exude all your energy into this, you then extend your right arm across your chest in a 90-degree angle. You then tighten your biceps as much as you can, as if you're trying to impress Margot Robbie or Sydney Sweeney, and then you proceed to swing to the right with full speed, aiming for the cheek. The goal is to connect as much of the back of your hand with as much force as possible.
So that's why Hunter calls it a pimp slap when he does that to me.
Joe, everything at home going okay?
I'd rather not talk about it. What if he watches this video? Then it'll be back to the cage for me.
I don't even want to begin unraveling that mess that is Joe's personal life. But yeah, that pimp slap is a good one. Now on to our next set of veggies, which I will give slightly more respect to because I'm putting the fresh tomato salsa into C tier. I still wouldn't want it on my burrito, but I understand that there are some people who enjoy it, and to be fair, it does moisten up the burrito a bit. Then after that, we got some guacamole, and you'd think I'd twerk and have my butt flutter in the air with how good guac usually is. But my problem with Chipotle is that they always fucking put my guac on one side of my burrito because the artards who make it seem to just want to fuck up my burrito at any time possible.
They're probably trying to save your life and get you to consume less Chipotle.
Shut the hell up, Barack. But I'm sure that this problem is fixed with a burrito bowl. But guess what also does not get an S tier rating? The fact that they charge you more to add some guac, like you got me fucked up. Why even have it there to entice me if you're going to be charging me even more, as if I'm not paying a goddamn house loan for one burrito? This has to go into A tier for me. After that, we got the Monterey Jack cheese. And of course, you all already know that I need this in my burrito. It is a must-have, and therefore goes into S tier. And before anyone interject, I just want to say that no, I do not have Queso Blanco going high because this shit is an honest-to-God B tier at best.
You're just not a real cheese lover like the rest of us, Don.
I love cheese. I just don't like that damn Queso Blanco. Following that, we got some more mid. And that, of course, is the roasted chili corn salsa that I have going into C tier. This just makes your order more wet, and while I do like the bits of corn, it just doesn't do it for the Don. What does do it for me is the goddamn sour cream, which I have going straight into S tier. And while, yes, this does have the same issue as guac sometimes, where they just put everything on one side, and when you bite your burrito, you get a mouthful of just tortilla and sour cream. But I will say that the fact that sour cream is free is what puts it up into S tier for me.
Now that's a banger of a ranking right there. Some sour cream literally goes with almost anything, and it most certainly belongs in the burrito or a burrito bowl.
I know. The Don knows how to pump out bangers only, like, have you seen my daughters? Now, goddamn if I weren't there, Dad.
Oh, believe you me, Donald, I most certainly am familiar with your daughter's game. I saw her have a wardrobe malfunction on that walkway. That Reddit post is still up and is indeed a banger. Kudos on making Ivanka.
Joe, don't talk about my daughters in that way.
Yeah, that's incredibly insensitive of you, Joe.
Yeah, because the only man who can talk about her in that way is me, Joe.
Dear God, no. What in the sweet home Alabama is happening here?
Listen, man, game recognizes game, and I know that if I weren't related to her, I'd be all up in that. Anyways, following that banger in S tier and the banger of my daughter, we then have 2 back-to-back C tier placements in both salsas because I frankly don't like adding salsa to my shit. If you like adding some spicy salsa to your shit, then good for you. Like, no one is going to applaud you for it. At most, you'd get an okay badass from me, and I mean that fully sarcastically. But oh man, we got an A tier up next, and that is some romaine lettuce because this adds some nice crunch and freshness to your bowl and burrito, and I personally would take this over the corn and tomato shit. But holy shit, guys, we've reached the holy grail part of the ranking, and that, of course, is all the meats on here, and oh man, call me Joe with the way I am meat watching this list right now.
Oh, the Joe dog knows a thing or two about meat watching. Some would say that I would take home gold in the meat-watching Olympics.
You know what? I'm not going to argue with that. But anyways, up first we got barbacoa. And a lot of people have told me that they've never had it because they stay true to chicken or steak. And boy, do I have news for you, because this shit is an automatic S-tier banger. You are missing out if you've never tried it, and it's halal friendly because it's pure beef. So I'm so happy to report that you can eat it, Barack.
Jesus Christ, we've been over this so many times, but I am a Christian.
Shit, man, maybe you got a cousin named Christian, but I ain't buying that. Your ass on Ramadan time right now. But anyways, carnitas up next. And this one is not halal and is actually made of pork, but thankfully my ass can pig out and eat as much of this delicious shit as I want. And this is going straight into A tier. I won't have it all the time, but a good switch up from barbacoa is needed from time to time. But here comes the one that'll make the people angry, and that is the fact that I have chicken going into B tier. Like, it isn't bad, but man, you can have chicken anytime you want. So why would you want it at Chipotle? I don't get it.
What if I just like Chicken Donald, and I don't mean choking the chicken?
Joe people obviously know you don't mean that.
Honestly, it can go either way with Joe, but I just rather have the other meats on here. But we're on to our final S tier, and that, of course, is steak. Now, this is superior to chicken in every way, but hey, like I said, it's good to switch it up with carnitas or barbacoa, but honestly, I prefer barbacoa to this. Then lastly, we got some sofritas, and I ain't no soy boy. So, of course, I have this going into C tier because it still isn't as bad as those goddamn veggies.
Did you guys know soy can give you titties?
Joe, stop spreading dumb myths like that. Soy has been repeatedly shown to not cause breast growth or impact estrogen at more normal and even high levels of soy consumption.
Damn, what the hell? I've been eating so much soy for no reason because I was trying to grow out my calcium cannons. I was going to call them my Biden honkers.
May God save you.
What is going on, gang-a-lang? We are back with another tier list, and this time around, the great and almighty Don will be handling some precious cargo with this list because I am going to be ranking some cookies. But I won't be ranking any ordinary cookies because I will be glazing the ever-living hell out of some Chips Ahoy cookies. I think these belong in my holy trinity of cookies, and that, of course, is Oreos, Girl Scout cookies, and lastly, Chips Ahoy.
What about those Keebler Elf cookies?
Listen, those are also amazing, but I won't handstand wall twerk for those things. I literally listed off the best ones.
What about Pokimane cookies? If she spits in the batter, I will buy out the whole supply.
Gross, Joe. I'm pretty sure those are pseudo-healthy cookies, but in reality, they're not that healthy.
Well, they're cookies. What the hell did you expect, brother? Did you go in there thinking, man, these sweet treats will surely help me gain muscle mass or lose weight? Like you sound stupid just saying that out loud.
Okay, but I literally didn't say any of that. You just kind of put words in my mouth and ran with whatever you had brewing in your mind. I just meant that she marketed it like that, but that wasn't really the case.
Yeah, I want to put something else other than words in your mouth, Barack. But either way, do not disrespect my queen. See, I'm a big fan of girl streamers, especially when they do hot tub streams or write my name on themselves for a donation. But none caught my attention, quite like Pokimane. I admire her beauty, gaming skills, and the way she breathed. Just everything about her is so, so special. Every day after work, I would rush home, grab a snack, and tune into Pokimane's streams. I loved the way she laughed at her own jokes and had the cutest little giggle. Don't even get me started on her adorable face. I admired her from afar, never missing a stream, always cheering her on in the chat. On my birthday, I even decided to donate a lot of my money to her stream just to get her attention, if even for a little bit. That's all I've ever wanted. Just a moment for her gaze to lock on the webcam and to read out my special donation that was just for her. I love Pokimane, and when I donated the small sum of $5,000, she did it. With her beautiful lips, she quivered out the words, "Thank you, not Joe Biden, 69, for the $5,000 donation. You're such a good boy." Everyone drop a W in the chat for not Joe Biden, 69. And at that very moment, I Joed all over my pants so hard that it just seeped all over and even managed to pool to the bottom of my socks. See, at that, for me, that very moment was unforgettable. I then realized that my admiration for Pokimane was about more than just being a fan. It was about appreciating the positivity and joy she brought into my life. And if I ever see her with a man, I swear to you all that the U.S. will see its darkest day in its whole existence.
What the hell?
Yeah, that was a very long-winded way to say that she was hot, but yeah, I guess I have to agree with you, Joe.
I think that was more so a public declaration of his love and his evil plans to attack the country if a streamer gets a boyfriend, because he has developed such a toxic parasocial relationship with her that he puts her on a pedestal and obsesses over her constantly.
Now, what Joe said seems like a reasonable crash out. I'd do the same, but only if I fumbled Pokimane. Like I'd start World War III, because if I can't have her, then no one can.
You both are so irredeemable. I don't even know how we got to this topic. Please, for the love of God, start the list.
I mean, we got on the topic because we talked about her cookies, but sure, man, I'll go on with the list, even though you clearly were not paying attention to either me or Joe. Well, anyways, up first on this Chips Ahoy tier list, we start off strong as hell because we have 3 back-to-back-to-back S tiers in the Chewy Reese's Chips Ahoy, the original cookies, and the chunky cookies. What can I say? I normally am not a huge twerker for the Chewy cookies, but with the Reese's, it's impossible to dislike it at all. And the original is the OG and tastes amazing, so of course it goes there. And lastly, the Chunky Monkey cookies get the high rating too. You all should already know that Donald likes his cookies how he likes his chocolate.
Not alive and brown?
No, but, no, never mind, but, no, Joe. I like my cookies thick and chunky.
I would have taken brown as an answer as well.
Well, that goes without saying, but yeah, we start the list off with some bangers, and then after we have the normal chewy version of our classic Chips Ahoy cookies, and this just gets an A tier. It's still delicious, but it's just a matter of preference if you like chewy cookies or not, and I prefer the normal original cookies in this instance. I then have the Candy Blast Chips Ahoy going into B tier. I'm not really a big fan of these, but once again, they aren't bad at all. I just would rather have anything else above it. But if it's the only cookies we have at home, then I'd eat it, and still would rather have these over some Keebler Elf cookies.
But what about the Pokimane cookies?
Dear God, not this again. Donald, for the love of everything holy, please just ignore that comment and continue with the list.
I was planning on doing that anyways. I don't need you to come and explain to me why I shouldn't listen to Joe, because that should be everyone's number one thought in their mind as soon as they hear him talk. But yeah, moving on from that, we then have another back-to-back-to-back entry in the next 3, because I then have the Chips Ahoy Chewy Brownie flavor, the soft chunky flavor, and the red velvet flavor all going into A tier. Now the brownie flavor is pretty solid, and if you're a fan of the chewiness, then you'll love this even more. And the same can be said about the soft and chewy chunky cookies, because they're literally what I have in S tier, but chewy, so I don't know how you can hate it. And I'd even understand if you prefer it over the non-chewy version. And lastly, we have the red velvet one going this high because they actually switch up the flavor. And even though red velvet technically isn't an actual flavor, but it does have a mild cocoa flavor, it's not as chocolatey as traditional chocolate cookies, but it does a great job at balancing both chocolate and vanilla flavors. But in this instance, you specifically really taste the cream cheese, and the Don loves himself some cream cheese. And even though Joey made the cream cheese tier list, I want you all to know that I'm no slouch in that department either. But before I hear any thoughts from both of you, let me get this out of the way, because the thin cookies are getting an absolute D tier, and I hate that they are even a thing.
Here we go again with the thin cookie hate. What if I just enjoy having a nice snap to my cookies? Like, it can be compared to people who get that really thinly sliced beef jerky, because that also has a snap and it's more like a chip. Now just imagine that, but in cookie form, and I don't see what's wrong with that. See?
Because I don't want to pay the same price for a damn snap. I will admit that it bangs on beef jerky and even some chips, like with the cheese it snapped. I just don't think it works for me in cookie form. Like, I just don't see the appeal to that, and I'd rather just have my cookies in their purest form. Like, you have me all sorts of messed up if I ask for some cookies and you bring me some damn thins to the function. Like, how the hell am I even supposed to dunk these in milk? I can't, because they're so thin they just fall apart because they're so weak and frail. Kind of like Joe.
If they were like me, then we wouldn't call them thin. We'd call them packers. Want to guess why cookies would be called packers if they were similar to me?
Joe, I think we can make an educated guess.
Because I pack a wallop whenever Jill brings me a snack I don't like. I only want Honey Mussy and Tendies during the gaming sessions.
Oh, well, that's actually what I didn't expect you to say. It was still horrible and demented, but at least different.
I also would call it that because I'm packing a huge joester down my pants.
There it is.
Listen, man, it's about the motion in the ocean. Size doesn't matter in more ways than one. Well, let's continue with the list, and then after we have the Hershey's Chips Ahoy, and this is just a C tier, Listen, I know I pooped on Barack for ranking the OG Hershey's low in our Hershey's bar tier list, but listen, when I'm eating Chips Ahoy, I want something better than just swapping out the chocolate. This just didn't do it for the Don. Then we have the Chunky with white fudge going into A tier. I like this one too, but what keeps it from elevating up to S tier is that it was doing too much. Like it needed to zig when it zagged, and I just thought it hit the peak at A tier. But damn, we're back to greatness because the Reese's non-chewy cookies get an S tier. What is there not to love about these?
Amen to that, brother. Some Reese's always bangs, and I don't think a lot of people would disagree. I feel like it always adds to the candy that I'm eating. Even the cereal was a damn banger.
The Reese's Puffs rap will never go unheard in the Don's household. But Barack, wasn't it you who put the Reese's cereal in A tier? Why are you twerking for it all of a sudden?
Dude, that was a year ago, man. I forgot that I even placed it in A tier. And I'm more surprised that you even remembered.
I took that ranking personally, man. You attacked a whole nation by basically not putting it into S tier. But I won't make that same mistake, and I'll give props where props are deserved. Well, ahem. Moving on to our final 3 entries on our list, we have the s'mores flavor, the chewy Hershey's flavor, but now fudge-filled, and the confetti cake flavor up next. And let me start off with the s'mores one. Now, I love the Pop-Tart version of this flavor, but in cookie form for Chips Ahoy, it left a lot to be desired. I think I have to give that flavor a C tier, and then up next is the chewy Hershey's, but this time it is filled with fudge, and it gives it a little flavor boost, which honestly bumps it up to a B tier because of that extra punch of flavor. Then lastly, to round off this whole list, we're celebrating with the confetti cake flavor. Just kidding, there is no celebration here because this is a mid-tier entry, and I am giving the confetti cake entry a C tier. I just hate birthday cake flavor or confetti-flavored things. Like, I don't know how to describe it, but it tastes funky, but not funky enough to get me to not eat it.
At this point, I don't think there's a food in this world that'll stop you from eating it.
Not true. Give me one of Joe's inventions, and I'll maybe not finish it.
Say less, Donald. One of old Joe's sweaty meatballs coming up. The secret ingredient is the secret Joe juice that I sweat out to give it an extra salty flavor. What's up, everyone? It's your boy, Joe Dog, and I am in my element. This right here, this list right here is going to be my magnum opus. This is the ultimate ice cream list, and keep everything in mind, I will still eat any type of ice cream you put in front of me. But I have favorites. I'm also joined by Barack and Donald.
I can't wait to see everyone in the comments absolutely roast the ever-living hell out of your precious list, Joey.
Now, Donald, let's relax now. What if he has some good takes?
Don't matter, it's a Joe list, so it's bound to be bad to moderately awful.
You simply don't understand, Donnie. This is my shit right here. I am the ice cream man, and I want everyone listening to this to understand. Let's go get this list started, and I'm putting chocolate in S tier because it is a classic elite flavor that you can never go wrong with. Then I also have vanilla there in S for the same reason. These two are like the yin and yang of ice cream. You can never go wrong with either.
Who the hell likes flavors as boring as vanilla? Of course, the one and only vanilla lover, Sleepy Joe, would like something as plain as himself.
Donald, you are such a freaking idiot. I am laughing at how stupid you are right now. Vanilla is the penultimate flavor of simplicity. I don't need all these fancy ingredients or all these flavors to satisfy me. Get me a vanilla ice cream cone from McDonald's and that alone will bang. When you add too much, sometimes things can get worse, like with our next entry, which is double chocolate. I am putting that in B tier because it's just too much, to be honest. I don't need a whole lot of chocolate to be satisfied. But if you love the hell out of double chocolate, more power to you.
I actually respect this line of thinking. Too much of a good thing can often lead to a bad thing, and I'd say the same applies to double chocolate. It just does a bit too much, in my opinion, and the sweetness can overwhelm you.
I didn't know a bunch of pussies were here complaining about too much chocolate. Are you freaking kidding me? I will take that double chocolate and even triple it. Too much chocolate, just that line of thinking is absolutely insane. What are you going to say next, Joey, that the rainbow sherbet is too much?
Actually, Donnie, I believe it has a nice blend of flavors that mesh together really well and provide a great sense of sweetness. In other words, this shit bangs and belongs in A tier. This next one, though, I know I will get flack for, but I want everyone to know that I am not a fan of coffee, to be honest. Sue me. It's a solid C tier for me, but I rather have the stuff above it. But in some cases, coffee ice cream can bang.
Yeah, this is a bit of a bad take, Joey. Coffee ice cream genuinely might be better than actual coffee. Put some nuts in that, and I would take that over double chocolate any day.
True, but I think in the context of this list, it'll make sense. Up next, I got banana-flavored ice cream going into F tier. Something has to go there, and who the hell likes banana ice cream?
I can't wait for all the fruit tier list people to come back and absolutely decimate you in the comment section, Joey.
Bananas as a fruit is different than banana as an ice cream. No way in hell. Up next, we got a real sleeper, and that is pistachio ice cream. I used to think that it would be nasty, and I don't know why. I actually like normal pistachios, and you know what? It translates wonderfully into ice cream form and belongs in A tier.
I've never had it, so I can't hate, but like pistachio, that just sounds unappetizing, to be honest.
That's how they get you, Barry, but trust me if you haven't tried it, it's actually pretty good. Same can be said about cookie dough ice cream. I like mixing that with my chocolate or vanilla ice cream too, but by itself, it's a solid A tier, honestly.
Finally, a solid selection here.
Well, Donnie, I know how much you like Shamrock shakes from McDonald's, so you and quite a few others will be upset, but mint chocolate chip ice cream belongs in C tier.
You've got to be fucking kidding me, Joey. Right when I complimented one of your selections. You probably just don't like mint because you don't like your breath smelling nice in any way, shape, or form.
No, man. I am not a fan of mint, and I will die on that hill. If you want mint ice cream, go mix up toothpaste and vanilla ice cream. But don't go ahead and ruin chocolate by adding it into the mix. Then after that, we get a cleanser and get strawberry ice cream going into A tier.
Come on, Joey, mint chocolate chip isn't that bad.
Don't get me wrong. I'd still eat it, but man, there is so many better things like our next S tier, which is cookies and cream ice cream.
As a big lover of cookies and cream, I support this message. It's essentially just Oreo ice cream, and who doesn't like Oreos?
Word, my brother. I then have butter pecan going into B tier. It's a solid choice, and I enjoy it.
You bumbling buffoon, did you just say pecan?
Yeah, I did say that.
It's pecan, you panty huffer.
How about you pecan on this dick, you orange shit stain? Okay, but jokes aside, do you or Barry know what the hell a dinosaur crunch is?
I'm going to keep it real. I have no idea what the hell a dinosaur crunch is, but I will say the blueness looks good.
Yeah, can people in the comments tell us what it is? I have to agree with Donald that blue means it must be good.
I'll put it in D for dinosaur for the meantime, but up next we got Rocky Road, and oh man, I love Rocky Road. I want to put it in S tier, but I think I prefer Moose Tracks slightly more, so I'm going to put it in A tier, and since you all know I like Moose Tracks more, that then will go into S tier.
Pretty mid-list. I never even had Moose Tracks. I'm only a lover of Moose Knuckles.
Ooh, what flavor is that? Moose Knuckle? Huh, that sounds like a pretty cool name.
Don't worry about it, Joe. You'll never get any of that.
What is going on, gang-a-lang? We are back with another tier list, and this time around we are going to making an ice cream toppings tier list. And you all know that the old Joe Dog here is ripe and ready to get this started, because I'm ready to start a dialogue on these ice cream toppings, because this is possibly something that will either get you on the Joe Dog's good side or on his bad side.
Well, I imagine that it's pretty hard to get on your bad side, Joe. When I'm not baking the absolute crap out of Barack, I then just proceed to dunk all over you, and you just weirdly enough stay by my side like some weird loyal dog. Like no matter how much abuse I put you through, you just kind of sit there and take it. Matter of fact, it almost seems like you enjoy it.
Well, Donald, it is quite literally well documented that Joe is like super into that type of stuff. And honestly, every time we shame him, he just seems to get a kick out of it. And it's probably because of his fetishes. He's a glorified masochist.
Listen, man, I don't know what my kinks have to do with ice cream, but please talk badly about me more, because I need that. But what I will not tolerate is ice cream slander. But when it comes to these toppings, well, the Joester definitely has some strong opinions, because some of these toppings ruin the sanctity of ice cream and ruin the integrity the delicious frozen treat provides. But I will get into those when I get into those, because we haven't even started the tier list yet. And up first, we start off strong, because I have both the almonds and caramel going into A tier. You really can't go wrong with either, because the almonds just provide some nice texture to your bite and also add a nice nutty flavor, and we know how much I love nut. No pause on that, but yeah, and caramel is just delicious. And before anyone says anything, it is not caramel, it is pronounced caramel.
Joe, it's just a different dialect from different parts of the states. They still mean the same thing and are okay being pronounced differently.
Nah, I'm with Joe here, because caramel just flows off the tongue better, and like it's literally spelled like caramel. Like there's a reason there's an A in between the car and the mel.
I see that the Don is a man of culture, and while I acknowledge you're correct, Barack, I just frankly don't care, and it is pronounced caramel. But yeah, then after we have cookie dough and maraschino cherries, this might be controversial, but I'm not digging the dough as much as everyone else. and I think I have to place this into B tier. I like cookie dough, but I don't know if I want it in my ice cream because sometimes it just overpowers the other flavors. Then the maraschino cherries only get a C tier from me because these are mighty mid. I don't hate them, but I also don't need them on my ice cream. Like they're a little cherry on the very top that doesn't enhance, nor does it make my ice cream taste worse. I will say, though, that it does get points for aesthetic reasons because it looks nice on top of a sundae.
Why are we giving out aesthetic points for a food-related tier list?
Because I just have that swagger level and I need my food to look fly if I'm looking mighty fine. But yeah, I just like it for the aesthetic, I think. What I like for taste reasons as well is our two back-to-back S-tier entries up next. Because who doesn't love themselves some good chocolate chunks and then imagine just jizzling all over the top of it with some chocolate syrup.
Joe, I'm sorry, but did you just say jizzling?
Yeah, I'm trying to pour honey on that saying and get it started.
Excuse me, but pour honey?
Yeah, like if I like something or want to glaze it, I'm going to pour honey on it. Real ball knowledge people will understand the Joe Dog.
Okay, but what the hell is jizzling?
It's like drizzling, but you're jizzling, so you're almost ejaculating on whatever you're drizzling the stuff on.
Joe, where do you get this lingo from?
I have my sources, which are the voices in my head. They're very nice people, and I should let them out more often, but yes, I need to get the Joe Dog's lingo trending. Anyways, though, we have a cone and graham crackers up next, and I want you all to hear me out because I'm giving these two a B tier, and many of you are probably saying to yourselves, no way are cones rated that lowly. Now, this is a topping tier list, and I wouldn't count a cone as a topping, but rather a bowl to serve yourself ice cream in. So if you ask me if I want chunks of cone on my ice cream as a damn topping like this list is implying because you can see it broken up in chunks like that, I am very clearly going to say, well, maybe only if I'm in the mood for it because I don't hate it and can sometimes prefer it if I have some vanilla ice cream. Same can be said about the graham crackers too because those taste rather similar in my opinion.
You know what, Joe? I am not going to call you out on any of that because who the hell likes putting waffle cones as a topping? Like, it probably tastes good, don't get me wrong. But I can only have scoops of ice cream on a cone rather than a cone on my ice cream.
That sounds really weird to say, but oddly enough, I understood you completely, Donald.
I smelt the both of you immensely just now, but enough cone talk because we have our first D tier in gummy bears, and I just can't have this on ice cream because of the milk in said ice cream. I don't like mixing fruit gummies with some milky tasting ice cream because those don't gel well in my opinion, but if we're talking about froyo or a sorbet, then the Joe Dog is all ears. Then after we obviously have an S tier in the Heath bar, but what the hell is that next thing? It looks brown. So I want to say caramel, but we already had that on the list, but I'm sure it can't be worse than gummy bears on ice cream, so I'll give it a C tier. But man, oh man, back onto some serious business because we then have back-to-back S tiers in the fudge syrup and the M&Ms. Because goddamn, you cannot go wrong with either of these. I genuinely think there is no way to get a bad chocolate candy on your ice cream because they all slap paired with some vanilla or even strawberry ice cream.
What if you get some lousy-ass candy like Whoppers or even worse, some Tootsie Rolls on your ice cream?
Okay. Don't disrespect the goats of candy and the Tootsie Roll and Big Black Whoppers because I love them both, but I will admit that the taffy may not pair all that well texture-wise. Thankfully, though, I won't have to make a tough decision and rank those two beauties because instead up next we have Marshmallow Fluff. And this, once again, is another all right thing and gets a B tier because it is better than the items in C tier. Then, of course, right after we have an immediate banger with the Oreos. One of my favorite things to do, and I know this isn't a way to use a topping, but I get some ice cream and milk and then blend it all together with like 4 or 5 Oreos and make myself an absolutely banging Oreo smoothie. I love making it a little thick so that it's hard to swallow.
Okay, that last comment aside, that does sound delicious, Joe. I'm going to have to ask for Michelle's permission next time so I can try that.
A real man would just eat it and disregard what his significant other thinks.
That's how you ruin relationships, Donald.
Yeah, the best way to handle that situation is through brute force. My fists don't discriminate on age, gender, or race.
God damn it, Joe, you can't be saying that.
Well, sorry for caring about equality so much. You try to be nice, and this is what it gets you. Well, anyways, let's continue on with the list because we have back-to-back A-tier entries for the next 2 items because I like me some nuts and raspberry syrup, but I wouldn't twerk for them as much as I do for the items in S tier. Like literally the next 2, for example, are a shining example of how good S tier can be. We got a Snickers bar and what looks like some chocolate and nut bar, which combines some of the best things on this list. And of course, these bang. Imagine getting a scoop of ice cream and getting some chocolate nut all up in your mouth.
Joe, can't you just phrase things a bit better?
Should I say big black chocolate nut in my mouth instead?
You know what? It'll probably get progressively worse the more we try. We can just leave it at big black chocolate nut.
I mean, that sounds freaking delicious to me, so I don't know who shat in your Cheerios this morning. But speaking of absolutely ruining someone's day, I have bad news for the sprinkle lovers because this is straight D-tier garbage. They're literally made of sugar, corn syrup, and cornstarch. Does any of that sound good to you? Because to old Joe, this just sounds like a way to skimp out on adding actual ingredients, and worst of all, they just taste like garbage. I absolutely hate sprinkles and refuse to have any added to any type of dessert of mine. Thankfully, though, we got an absolute banger up next in the strawberry syrup because goddamn, this is a certified S tier. This is just what you need if you're choosing to not get any chocolate syrup drizzled all over yourself.
Don't you mean drizzled on your ice cream?
That would be good too. But damn, I should have said jizzling instead, but it doesn't matter because I love me some strawberry syrup.
Well, that's actually valid as hell, Joe, and I like the sprinkle hate you had. I'd be waking up extra early to start hating.
On God, Donald. They say the hate keeps us alive. Anyways, after that, we have malted milk, and this is whatever, to be honest. It gets a B tier in my book because it's still somewhat okay. And preferred to the cherry and whatever mystery goo that Smucker's sauce is. But man, we got some bananas after that, and damn do these slap, and I am not talking about on a Sunday only because you can get some slices up bananas in your ice cream. And they will equally bang, but I must admit that a banana sundae is elite. This still gets an A tier from the Joe Dog, but oh man, the next entry is a straight S tier because actual brownies mixed into your ice cream might be the best chocolate topping on this damn list. It's either this or the actual chocolate chunks with nuts being thrown in there because goddamn, that is a tough one to decide between.
Well, if you ask me, I have to say that the brownies take the cake because they have a nice texture, and you can add nuts to those too.
Well, thank God no one asked for your opinion, Barack, because clearly that's the wrong choice. Everyone knows that the brownie gets too wet and it becomes all soggy while the chocolate stays perfectly hard and crunchy.
Guys, please stop. I don't like it when Mom and Dad argue.
Joe, don't refer to us as your damn parents when you're a grown-ass man who is older than the both of us. Now finish this list.
Yes, Mom.
Now why the hell am I the mom?
So lastly, we have peanut butter, and this is all right. I give it an A tier because I do like mixing it in and having some nice and creamy peanut butter in my scoops of ice cream and just having that nutty flavor in my mouth.
Wow, what a sentence to end off this list.
Would you prefer me to say that I love having the nut inside of me? What is going on, gang-a-lang? We are back with another video, and this time old Joester is going to be ranking some iced tea brands for all of you. And I know all of you are going to love this video because the Joe heads love anything I do. I can fart on the mic and people will think it's gold.
That's debatable because you've been unhinged as of late, and the comments have noticed Joe. I think they're beginning to call you out on that stuff.
Yeah, Joe, people have been pretty disturbed with your behavior on the hair tier list.
Well, it's like the ocean. You know how they say we've explored more of space than we have of our ocean? Well, pretend my personality is the ocean, and we've only hit the surface level of all my misdeeds and things that I've done.
That honestly terrifies me more than a night out drinking with Cardi B.
Or game night with Bill Cosby, after he offers you a drink.
We can even go recent and mention Danny Masterson, or as many know him, Steven in That's the 70s Show.
Well, this isn't recent, but it would be a shame to leave out R. Kelly.
Or having a drink be offered from me.
Joe, I think you meant someone else.
No, I don't think I did. I'm pretty sure I meant to say Joseph Robinette Biden.
Joe, I don't think you realize that the list of people we mentioned were not known for their acting or singing skills, but they were caught doing something they very much so should not have been doing, and some of them are currently serving jail sentences.
Oh, then I guess I don't have a lot in common with the list of people.
Why do you say that, Joe?
Because I haven't been caught. Anywho, let's go ahead and get started with the list because we all know I love myself some iced tea. And up first, we got the Wawa iced tea, and goddamn, I have not heard the name Wawa in forever. But unfortunately, I have bad news for the Wawa lovers because I do not think their iced tea is all that good. It's not bad, but it's not great, or even good to be quite honest. And we all know that means that it is a certified C tier.
I've never been inside of a Wawa's. Is it cool?
Man, it's just a Circle K or a Bookie's.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Do not go comparing those two piles of garbage to my precious Buc-ee's. Real ones know that your comparison was in poor taste and Buc-ee's deserves more respect. But anyways, after that, we got Fuse iced tea, and this one is pretty good. I feel like this is where we start to reach something that isn't mid because I have Fuse iced tea going into B tier. I put some respect on its name because it doesn't taste half bad. And I mean that for all the teas, whether or not it's sweetened or unsweetened, because like many things, I want everyone to know that Joe over here swings both ways and does not discriminate.
We're talking about unsweetened and sweetened tea still, right?
I'll leave it up to the viewers to interpret what I said into any meaning that they want it to be. We then got our certified S tier banger up next, and we made a whole Arizona drink tier list. So feel free to go check that out on the channel. But yeah, I don't know what anyone expected, and the addition of the honey and ginseng to the green tea is just magnificent. And before anyone says that it has too much sugar, I just want to point out that the diet version of this drink literally tastes exactly the same as the sugar-filled version, and it is also a goddamn certified S tier. Like I would baptize my child in pure Arizona tea. Well, either that or some mustard, because Lord knows how much the Joe Dog loves himself some mustard.
The mustard would probably burn the fuck out of your kid Joe, and he'd probably die. Or even worse, end up like your son Hunter.
Well, if they were too weak to survive the mussening, then they were no son of mine. Anyways, after that, we got some Chick-fil-A iced tea, and this stuff is a slapper. But I will always prefer the Arnold Palmer version of this. And I always ask the employees to mix my tea with some lemonade, but on its own, it is mighty delicious. Now, is it deserving of an S tier? Well, no, but it is still pretty freaking good. Like, I am happily going to place this into A tier, but, if we were talking Popeye's sweet tea, then yeah, I'd put that shit straight into S tier.
Joe, you know that the only reason Popeye's sweet tea tastes as good as it does is because of all the sugar they put in it.
Barack, this isn't a diet drink tier list. I'd have to let Donald take care of that one, but anyways, this is a goddamn iced tea tier list. And if you're gonna complain about it having too much sugar, then I don't know what to tell you. But anyways, after Barack had to be a Debbie Downer, I have to now be a negative Nancy myself because I am about to shit all over kombucha tea. Now this is technically an iced tea because it is meant to be consumed cold, but goddamn this shit belongs in D tier. It tastes like hot ass because it's fermented tea, and not only that, but because it has so many probiotics, it then supposedly improves your gut health. But I literally had a kombucha tea like 3 days ago, and I swear I still have bubble guts from it. Like, I don't know if my gut health was that shit, but man, I painted a whole ass toilet bowl in diarrhea because of how fiercely the kombucha was attacking my digestive tract. This is absolute dog water, and I'd only give it to a homeless person.
Joe, then you're going to end up giving them bubble guts, because if that fucked up your stomach, then God knows what it'll do to a homeless person.
Now let's be fair here, Donald, because I actually feel like a homeless person has better gut health than Joe. Like, I think a dumpster burger is probably better for you than one of Joe's patented blue Gatorade hot dogs or even his diabolical Subway sandwich order.
Point taken, because I am still reeling from pain ever since eating his Subway order.
My food is a damn delicacy, and it's a shame neither of you appreciate it. Anyways, after that, we got an iced tea that I've never had, but with the name Honest Tea, well, I can't help but give it a B tier. Like, what a great name.
Joe, are we really rating something based purely off the name? That's fucking dumb as hell.
Nah, but that name bangs, and I refuse to hear anyone otherwise. But after that, we got some brisk iced tea, and oh man, these things freaking bang. Brisk iced tea tier list might have to be made because I love brisk so much. I can chug these all day, but once you go past like 3 or 4, then you start to feel a little funny.
Joe, you do realize that each one of these has like 20 grams of sugar. And that totals to like 40% of your daily sugars. Like, that's 40% of the sugar you're supposed to have for the day. And here you said that you chug like 3 or 4 of these things.
Yeah, Joe, that's kind of a no shit moment right there, because you're having like damn near double the amount of your daily sugars. You need to get on the diet game, my brother.
Don't worry, I will, once I either get diabetes or when you make a diet drink tier list. Donald, I need me some aspartame or sucralose to induce the tumor I have in my brain and make it cancerous.
I can't tell if you're trolling or if you genuinely mean that.
It's like 50-50. But anyways, after that, we got some Lipton, and these are straight up juice. Delicious juice, so don't get me wrong, it still goes high. But I think an A tier is needed because there's no way it belongs in S. Like, I hope no one calls me a Lipton hater because I'm not. But it most certainly does not belong high up there.
This is actually a pretty solid take here, Joe. Like, I'd go lower and put it in a B tier, but I am more than okay with an A tier. Some people only drink Lipton because they don't know better.
Now what the fuck is that supposed to mean? I love myself some Lipton tea whenever I can have it, and it genuinely tastes good as hell. What do you mean by they don't know better?
Well, I'm just saying that Lipton is like Budweiser of tea. It's bad, but people drink it all the time and enjoy it, so who am I to say anything? But once they have the taste of the finer things, they'll realize how far they came when they look back on how they only drank Lipton.
Hey buddy, fuck you. You make it sound like I'm some Neanderthal who hasn't been exposed to the finer things in life. I'll have you know that I installed a Diet Coke button in the White House trying to go and teach me about the quote-unquote finer things in life when you've never had a damn Diet Coke button.
Guys, I feel like we're really detracting from the list. Can we please focus up and hunker down on this?
I can't believe I'm agreeing with Joe on this.
I am a very agreeable person. Just don't make me angry, or Joe Shiesty comes out and he does not play around. Anyways, after that, we got some peace tea, and admittedly, I've never had this, but look at that dumbass logo. Stupid little peace sign trying to get all the hippies to drink it. The only way you'll catch me drinking one is if there are some baddies around me who are big hippies. If that's the case, I got this tea in hand, and I'm dressed up in my baggy jeans, an extra large tie-dye shirt, and just ready to converse about men I trust, or even some Steve Lacy, because we all know that the hoes love Steve Lacy. So it's a C tier.
I mean, I like Steve Lacy, and last time I checked, I'm not a hoe.
You become one when you're asleep around me.
What?
So after that, we got the legendary back-to-back S tier, because I have the next 4 iced teas going into S tier, and that, of course, is the Gold Peak iced tea, which is phenomenal, whether it's unsweetened or sweetened, and the same applies for the McDonald's iced tea and the Pure Leaf iced tea. The good thing about Pure Leaf, though, is that I can get a half and half, and as for the Snapple, well, you all already know that I would give it an S tier, because these things bang and they got cool little fun facts on the bottle cap, and whether they're diet or not, these things are absolute slappers. To be quite frank, I think Snapple might be my absolute favorite in this tier list, and I would have a tough time choosing between making a Snapple tier list or a Brisk tier list.
Bold of you to assume that I would let you do the Snapple tier list. We all know that the Don is a fan of diet drinks, and Snapple has most iced teas beat in that category.
Oh, my bad, Donald. I honestly forgot we had King of the Fats here. Like goddamn Donald, just because you love diet drinks, it doesn't mean you're in any way healthy. And this is coming from me, the Joe Dog, who admittedly isn't the healthiest guy here.
Joe, that is absolutely ridiculous coming from you, who consumes the most asinine things and also has so much sugar that I'm more than certain that you have undiagnosed diabetes. Also, as a side note, I am not fucking fat. I am bulking.
Donald, who the hell are you kidding here? Motherfucker, you so fat that before God said, "Let there be light," he asked you to move first.
Ouch, I bet that one stung.
What is going on, gang? We are back with another tier list, and oh boy, I'm so freaking excited for this one. This has to be one of the best, if not the singular best idea that has ever come from this channel, because today I will be ranking all the things that I like in a woman. I will literally be building my dream woman.
Wouldn't your wife be considered your dream woman?
Oh God, no, let's be serious here, Barack.
Yeah, she's gotten way too old for Joe. He prefers his ideal woman's age to end with teen.
As long as there's a 9 or an 8 in front of that teen. But the Joe Dog can let some things slide.
Wait, what the hell do you mean by that?
Nothing at all. Let's go ahead and get this list started, because this one is a doozy. Anyways, up first we got being adventurous, and I'd like to say that's a fantastic plus. I don't need it. But hey, if she's not afraid to get down and dirty and participate in some extracurricular activities that may or may not involve something that rhymes with egging, then I am all for it. After that, we got someone who is athletic, and I do like me my strong dommy mommy, so I'm afraid that's also a fantastic plus for me. If she's fit, then you know she's going to hit you in all the good ways.
Joe, I was with you on the dommy mommy aspect for a bit, but then you blatantly said that you like it when they hit you, and that's honestly where you lost me.
You don't understand. If I got hit, it's because I probably deserved it, and I was a stupid idiot for ever saying something mommy wouldn't like.
This is cutting a bit too deep into your fetishes, and I don't like that at all.
Well, get used to it, Barack, because this whole video will have a whole lot of that, and I'd argue that the Joe heads like their Joe Dog lore. Anyways, oh my God, after that, we got 2 certified bangers, because my girl must have a butt and some knockers on her. It can be either or, but if she has both, then oh boy, you're almost on your way to being Joe's dream girl. But I feel like we all knew that the Joe Dog was going to put that high up. Let's move on to clothing, and it's a good quality if you know how to dress. But me personally, the less they have on, the better it is for me.
Now that's a banger of a line right there, Joe. You are spitting pure facts right there.
As always, the Bidenator continues to please everyone with this list.
You're not really pleasing me with this list. You know this is a super demeaning list and shows a whole bunch of physical traits that women cannot control and that has to be tough for their mental image.
Hey, I know that we're building a dream woman, but who's to say this doesn't apply to my dream man too?
Well, that still means you're also just making them feel insecure about their body.
Okay, pussy, give me one example where personality can beat a huge badonkadonk.
He has a point there, Barry.
No, he does not.
Sorry, but it's 2 against 1, Barack. I regret to inform you that your words fall on deaf ears, my man. Then we got clothing, and that's a good trait. I like my girl being able to dress me.
I don't think that's what the clothing category means, Joe.
Yeah, sure it doesn't. Anyways, after that, we got confidence, and this goes into A, I'll take it. And the reason for this is that if they have too much self-respect, then they'll talk back to the Joe dog. And this is only okay if they are indeed dommy mommies. If they're not, then it'll be like when my wife complains, "Oh, Joe, sweetie, please don't stare at other women when we're in public." Like, sure, I'll do that if you can magically de-age yourself. After that, we got 2 traits that literally do not matter at all. Like, I don't care if you have dance moves, because mine are obviously better. And as for emotional maturity, I don't need that because we all know that I may be an old man, but inside I am a young, dashing man trapped in this body. I identify as a teenager.
Jesus Christ, that is so creepy hearing from your old and feeble self.
Nah, man, I smell him on that. I too identify as a young man, but I am already dashing, so we don't need to worry about that part.
Well, you know what, if you think that I won't say anything. Anyways, after that, we got abs, and a lot of people don't like abs, and thankfully the Joe dog is not one of those people. You guys ever see the abs on lean beef patty? Now, those are definitely some big dommy mommy vibes, and it is a must-have for the Joe dog. Then, oh brother, we got empathetic, and who the heck cares about that? You can spit on me and stomp on me and just overall treat me worse than a goddamn insect, but if you're hot, then I will let all of that slide.
Joe, do you not have a single ounce of self-respect? Empathy is one of the most basic human traits. Like, that is insane that you don't care about it at all.
Is it really that crazy? Barack, take a moment and let it all marinate in your mind and ask yourself if it's really necessary for the Joester.
Okay, point taken.
Exactly. Remember, this is the Joe dog's list and not yours. After that, we got 2 fantastic pluses, and that is eyes and some good old-fashioned feet. I can already imagine the wonderful smell of the feet, and having some nice piercing eyes that look directly into my soul is absolutely amazing. It takes me back to when I was in high school, and this girl tripped me with her beautifully slender feet and amazing legs, and then said, "Hey, loser, get up off the floor. You look like a fucking idiot." And then she poured all her chocolate milk on me and stared at me with these eyes that were full of disgust, and I couldn't help but fall in love with her in that moment. I think that started my love for chocolate milk, quite honestly.
Joe, that sounds like she bullied you.
Nah, man, she totally wanted me. Sure, we never became a couple, and every time I asked her out, she said, "Ew, look at yourself, you look pathetic." But man, that only made me want her more. Too bad they got her.
What do you mean they got her?
Yeah, what a great memory. Too bad I never saw her after they got her. Anyways, after that, we got flirty and funny, and I'll take it, but it's not really that important either. If someone is funnier than me, then I can't have it. As for the flirty/playfulness, I mean, I don't know if I really need that. Too much affection is a turn-off. Make me work for it. Make the Joe dog absolutely beg for any sort of affection. Don't just go giving it to me. Then, oh boy, my absolute fucking favorite, and that is hair.
Jesus Christ, Joe, that sniff could have been heard from miles away.
Sorry, I got so excited at the thought of hair. Now, this, of course, is a must-have, and you got to make sure that the hair is well-conditioned and smells amazing. After that, we, of course, have height, and this really depends on my mood. Sometimes I want them tall, and sometimes I want them petite. It is still a must-have, but as for honesty and independence, that'll go into the, I'll take it. Because who the heck needs an honest or independent person? Not the Joe dog, that's for sure. Up next, we got a must-have, and those are legs. Ooh, the Joester loves him some legs. They barely edge out feet, in my opinion, and lips and body muscle. I think lips are a good plus, but body muscle stays at a good quality. I'm not opposed to it, but I don't want to date The Rock. I mean, unless...
I don't think you want to date The Rock, Joe.
You're right, he would never go for me. I got too ahead of myself. But anyways, after that, we got occupation, and that goes into the I'll take it category, because why would I care what they do? Openness is a good quality, though, because if they're open to using the swing in my house, then boy howdy, that'll be great. Overall, grooming is a must-have, though, because I cannot be having a smelly person in my vicinity.
Joe, you realize how hypocritical that is, right? You're the same guy who barely brushes, and quite frankly, I don't even know how many times you shower.
I conserve water is what I do. More people should take my approach and shower and bathe less. How about I hit you guys with a joke? Where do they make smells? Ahem, they make them in the olfactory.
Nah, that shit was a stinker.
Whoa, way to keep up with the smell puns, Donald.
Wow, I didn't even notice that. His joke genuinely stunk up the room.
All right, that's enough of that. I do not smell, and I just have a natural man musk, and the ladies dig that.
Onion and cheese is not a natural man musk.
I beg to differ on that, Donald. Anyways, as for our list, we now have someone who is physically affectionate, and this is a fantastic plus, in my opinion. The Joester likes himself some of that, but the problem is that I get too tired too easily.
Shocker.
I know, right? But after that, we got someone who is romantic, and that's a good quality, but everybody stay alert because we got an absolute banger up next, and that is scent. If you have a great scent, then I'm going to automatically fall for you. You can look like Lizzo with a buzz cut and have no redeeming qualities about you. I will date Gorlock Eater of Worlds if they have a good scent.
The hell is a Gorlock Eater of Worlds?
If you know, you know. We've all seen a Gorlock in our lifetime and just know that the Joe Dog will get down and dirty. Then to go with that, we got another must-have, and that is sexual skills. Without getting too descriptive, the Joe Dog needs some of that Gluck Gluck 9000.
Spitting straight fire right now instead of saliva. This is a W for Joe.
W's are all I can carry. Then after that, we got a bit of a boring one because then we got smart. And who the heck cares about that, really? I mean, I'll still take it because if they're smart, then they can help me beat this one level in Super Mario Wonder that I'm stuck on.
What level are you stuck on?
Well, this is a bit embarrassing, but it's the start of the game, but that's not really the question here. After that, we got a smile, and that is a good quality, but not as good as a nice-looking tongue, which will go into a fantastic plus.
What the hell does a nice-looking tongue look like?
I don't know, but that shit gotta be long and resemble a snake tongue, like hiss at me, please. Then after that, we have another must-have, and that, of course, is the voice. I need it to either sound super dainty and like an angel descending from the heavens, blessing me with a beautiful voice, or it has to sound borderline manly and sound like you're gonna rob me for all of my valuables.
What if she just has a normal voice?
Well, that's okay, too. Honestly, I will take anything I can get. Ending off our list, we got wealth and weight, and those don't matter at all. If you make a ton of money, that's cool, but I don't really care. I just want someone to love me. And if you weigh as much as Gorlock Eater of Worlds, I have such a low self-esteem that I will quite honestly take it. To be honest, this whole list was useless. The main thing I want in a girl is for her to have a pulse. I just crave affection so much.
That is some of the saddest shit I have ever heard, Joe.
You're right, I take that back because I have more respect for myself. She cannot be fat, and honestly, if she's hot enough, then she really doesn't need a pulse or be conscious, to be honest.
Wait, what?
What's up, gang? Ending the week of the Joe, we are going to rank Mario games. I swear so many of you have been asking for this, so I'm here to supply what you all want. Special thanks to Chaos Rue, 5,990 for this, because he also said I cooked on the last tier list.
You only highlighted his comment because he complimented you. God, you are so sad, Joe.
The only sad thing about me is how my money is always up, but my troubles keep me up on some real shit. But anyways, let's start this tier list, guys. And to start everything, we have Super Mario Maker in B tier. And the reason behind this is because Super Mario Maker 2 is an A tier. Both games are amazing, but the sequel has a lot more to offer and builds greatly upon the groundworks Mario Maker 1 left over.
Joey, you could not hit this more on the head. I would even argue that it would maybe belong in S tier because it has endless replayability. But I will hear you out on the rest of the list as you have been cooking recently.
On God, I know I've been cooking, and I'ma keep on cooking my gabagoo and put Super Mario Odyssey into S tier. It is arguably the titular title for the Nintendo Switch when talking about Mario games. It was an amazing experience from start to finish, and I just overall really enjoyed the new atmosphere in the game. The new graphics in this 3D Mario game were amazing to enjoy, and the bosses were extremely cool.
We also got to see Bowser getting ready for his wedding with Peach and me personally. I would have liked to see how that would have turned out. Like, he's a huge lizard thing. How would that even work out?
Gross, Donald, don't ask questions like that.
He definitely has a monster dong, and it might be all scaly too. Like a lizard arm, but make it like 3 feet long. Anyways, no more schlong talk as we have to get back to the list, and I have 3D World going in C tier. It was kind of a mid-game, and I'm not counting Bowser's Fury into this, so it is the standalone 3D World game. and it was far too easy for a gamer like me. It still isn't bad, don't get me wrong, but it just didn't hit the same, if that makes sense.
You know what, it actually does make sense. I kind of felt it with that game too. And I can see why they added Bowser's Fury to this later, because it definitely needed something more.
On God, and next up we have New Super Mario Bros. Wii, which I am placing in B tier, and I'm only doing that because New Super Mario Bros. U is a lot better, and that in turn goes into A tier.
You're hating too much on the Wii version. Everyone played that one. I bet I can count on my hand how many people bought a Wii U and actually played that new Super Mario Brothers game.
Okay, but Donald, the actual quality of U is better than the Wii version. Anyone who has played both can vouch.
Barry be vouching, thanks for that. Up next we got Super Mario 3, and this shit is a banger going straight into A tier because of how based the frog power-up is.
You sleepy motherfucker, why didn't you mention how good the variety of levels are? The way it's all set up to be like a play. Why just mention the frog power-up?
Because the frog is epic. Anyways, I'm going to go over these next two right quick, as I think everyone and their mom knows that Super Mario Galaxy is an S-tier game, and the sequel is somehow even better. I don't want to see anyone in the comments arguing, because this is in fact elite.
Listen, Joe, I know Donnie might be a bit upset with this list, but I will let you know that I think you're cooking.
I don't need your opinion, Barack, because what I say is straight up facts. Next up, we got the OG Mario Brothers going into C tier. Like it was a building block for the future, yeah, but who the hell wants to go back and play this game when there are so many other better Mario games? If you do go back, then good for you, but me personally, I never felt the need to replay it after beating it once.
Joe, you have to respect the predecessor. Like the only reason you have any teeny tiny bit of success in office is because I set that all up for you. Respect me, Joe.
Yeah, sure, Donnie. I'll respect you as much as I respect these next 4 Mario game placements. I have Super Mario 2 going into D tier because it isn't really a Mario game and it was too much of a change-up in formula, and frankly, I don't like reskin things. Then I have Lost Levels going with it because Lost Levels is too hard, and if you like it and beat it, you're a masochist. So you kind of have a cool-ass kink, but either way, the game stays in D. Then both Super Mario Land 1 and 2 are going in D tier as well. This is me just being a hater, I'm not gonna lie. I never played those Game Boy Mario games, so I can't make a valid opinion, but it's in black and white and I'm not a fan.
Joey, you were alive before the TV was invented. Let's not act like black and white is an issue for you.
What if I read books during that time and didn't get into electronics or gaming until much later in life, Donald?
Then you're a pussy, Joey.
You are what you eat, what can I say? Moving on, we got Super Mario Sunshine going in S tier. It is once again an elite game, and the FLUDD idea was pretty creative and allowed Mario to platform further and further more than he did in 64.
Okay, Joey, I was holding off, but you totally look like a 3D Mario fanboy right now. How the hell do you only have 3D games in S tier? Now you should have definitely put Mario Maker 2 in S tier, as there is no diversity on this list.
My list, my rules, you chump. And I'm not a 3D fanboy, just wait till I finish the list. Up next, we got 3D Land, and this is going in B tier because I am not a 3D fanboy. It was a solid entry on this list, but not solid enough. Same can't be said for New Super Mario Bros., which I am placing in A tier because this shit banged on the DS and was a good newer 2D Mario game.
Okay, Joey is kind of coming back with this. I'm not going to lie.
I still don't trust him yet. I'm waiting for these next games to really make my decision.
Guys, trust the Joe Dog. Anyways, the sequel to New Super Mario Bros. Was ass. I didn't like the coin gimmick. Frankly, it kind of pissed me off. These gabagoos think I'm obsessed with money or something. I already have too much bread, and that's why it's going in B tier. And since you love 2D Mario so much, here's this for you, Barack. I'm putting Mario Run in C tier.
Okay, but jokes aside, Mario Run is actually kind of solid, not gonna lie. I like playing it on my phone from time to time.
I know that's why I put it there. Then to cap off the list, I am happy to tell you gents that both Super Mario 64 and Super Mario World are S tiers, in my humble but correct opinion. So there, I am not a 3D fanboy Barry.
You literally have one 2D Mario game in your S tier.
He was spitting about 3D, though. I prefer those games. But I can't blame someone small-minded like you, Barry, for liking those. I am just a big thinker and need the extra dimension.
Okay, yeah, sure, but where does Paper Mario 64 and Thousand Year Door go?
Obviously S tier, you rock chewer.
What about the other Paper Mario games?
The dumpster. What is going on, gang-a-lang? We're back with another tier list, and this time around, we have a mean words tier list. Not to be confused with a cuss words tier list, because that will get us demonetized, and I don't like potty words like that.
Joe, you literally cuss at me the most out of everyone here.
Well, that's because you deserve it, you...
Goddamn, Joe. But don't worry, if we ever do a cuss words tier list, the Don will be in charge of that, and we'll make sure to censor everything.
Are we going to censor words like...
Jesus Christ, I can't believe you said all those horrendous and disgusting words, and you said you never cuss.
That was a test run. I don't mean any of those mean words. I am a nice guy that anyone can trust with their kids. I will babysit any kids under the age of 16 for the low, low price of free $99. As a matter of fact, I will pay you to let me babysit your kids, siblings, or any little kid within your possession.
Within their possession? Why do you talk about them like they're objects?
Yeah, Joe, they're not women.
That's also terribly wrong as well. A decent portion of our audience is female. You do realize that, Donald?
Like 7% of them. It's a sausage fest over here.
I respect the 7% of them.
I respect them once they hand over their kids.
All right, enough joking around, guys. Let's get the list started.
Fine, you start her up, Sammy. Well, up first on this mean words tier list, we have buffoon. And first of all, whoever made this tier list online is a freaking buffoon because it is not spelled like that. He's a freaking nincompoop. And quite frankly, I want to place this lower just because the person spelled this wrong, even though I love the word buffoon. I'll give it a B tier, but damn, it would have gone into S or A tier if the freaking guy spelled it correctly.
Joe, I didn't know you were such a grammar Nazi.
Yeah, I figured you were just a normal one like me.
Huh?
I just got mad because buffoon is one of my favorite words, and this freaking troglodyte misspelled it. Like, if he had the Wi-Fi to upload this tier list online, you'd think that he would double check to see if he spelled one of the words right. But I guess he's just chromosome deficient. Anyways, enough of that because I'm being a negative Nancy. After that, we have a mid-tier entry because I have butthead going straight into C tier. Like, I don't really use the word butthead and don't really call anyone that. And if I did, they'd stare at me and try to direct me to the nearest nursing home.
Bold of you to assume they wouldn't do that already.
Listen, man, it happened once. And it only happened because I chugged a bunch of Miralax and ended up shitting myself in Disneyland. That is totally not on me.
How the hell is it not on you? You just said you chugged the Miralax.
Yeah, Joe, I'm not going to lie. Chugging Miralax before Disneyland and not expecting to shit yourself is crazy. You were basically asking for it.
Well, that's because I haven't gone to the bathroom for 5 days prior to that. And oh boy, let me tell you that the Miralax went to town.
Gross, Joe.
Anyways, following that, we have crap. And this is an A tier in the Joe Dog's book because it's effective whenever you describe something lousy like, I just saw Donald eat a bunch of crap, or Barack has a bunch of furry crap under his bed. I like it a lot, but hear me out on the next two because I have crud and damn both going into S tier.
How the hell do you have crud in S tier over crap?
Because crap is too much of a mean word, but I also just think it's funnier to say crud instead of crap. Like, try it out sometime, because if you purposely censor yourself in real life, like saying crud or flip, then people will look at you funny and wonder why you're doing that.
Why do you want people to think you're weird?
Not weird, Barack. They think I'm cool and mysterious. Well, at least that's the persona I'm going for. I'm hoping it sticks.
It totally is, Joe. Every time I ask about you or talk about you to another group of people, they always say, Joe, you mean the cool and mysterious guy?
Hot damn. The Joe Dog is 100% balling. Like I didn't know my strategy was working that well. But yeah, after that we have Dumb Dumb, and this is mid-C tier because it's just kind of whatever. And really it's a downgraded version of our next word, which is dummy, and I have that going into B tier. I don't use it in a mean way, so it devalues it a bit on this list because I find myself saying stuff like, damn, Donald looks dummy thick in those shorts today, or damn, Donald got me dummy hard today.
Dude, we talked about this in other videos. Please stop sexualizing me.
You can tell me all you want, but you can never stop my imagination. But yeah, then after we have dweeb, and I have to give this an A tier. Sometimes calling someone a dweeb just hits hard, like, damn, imagine you're just chilling or gaming on something and someone just calls you a dweeb because you're throwing the game. Like, I'd personally be flabbergasted, but that's why I think it bangs. However, it doesn't bang as much as our next entry because I have flip going straight into S tier, like the saying, all right, dude, what the flip just goes so hard. Fraile, roll the damn clip.
Just you and me now. I'm gonna touch you. Alright, dude. What the flip?
That guy behind the camera reminds me of you, Joe. I don't like it.
Despite the weird comments from the guy, I actually think this video is hilarious. Thank you for this little nugget of joy, Joe.
All right, relax, fam.
Jesus Christ, you can't say that, Joe.
Whoa, relax, man. It's censored thanks to Fraile. I can say almost anything I want here and don't have to worry about any repercussions.
Don't think that's entirely correct.
The Joe heads will forgive any sin I commit. I'm like reverse Jesus. He died for our sins, but the Joe heads will die for my sins.
That is so evil of you, Joe.
And I'm only getting started. But anywho, after that we have fudge, and thanks to the stupid-ass book Super Fudge, I now hate the word fudge, and I would ban this word and send anyone who utters it in public straight to the gulag. Fight for your damn freedom, and I'd host a freaking battle royale in the gulag, and I would...
Can you hear him, Donald?
No, the idiot must have disconnected his microphone by accident. Joe, if you can hear us, plug your headset back in.
Sorry about that, guys. I just got up because that's how serious I was. I was ready to make a big statement. I was ready to lay down the law, you know. I was ready to just go crazy on them.
Joe, quiet your stuttering ass down. You sound weird as hell. Fully plug in your mic or mess with your settings because you sound funny.
Yeah, Joe, and this time Donald isn't messing with you. You actually sound weird.
Okay, how about now? I fully plugged it in, and I think the settings are the same. How am I sounding, fellas?
A whole lot better than before, but I feel like something is missing. I just can't put my finger on it.
Oh, I know. Let me pour a bit of water over the microphone, and that'll fix it. Hold on, let me mute for this.
No way is he actually doing that, right, Barack?
Normally I'd say no way anyone is dumb enough to do that, but we're talking about Joe here.
All right, I think I'm back, fellas. I have to sound good now, right?
I can't believe that pouring water into your microphone actually worked.
Yeah, I'm pretty friggin' smart, but anyways, we have a list to continue, so let me go ahead and get that going again, and I forgot what I was saying before my microphone disconnected, so that segment will be lost to time forever. What won't be lost to time is our next three entries, because I have heck, hell, and idiot all going into S tier because all three of these freaking bang. I always say hell and idiot, and what the heck is a staple of mine? These three are the head honchos of mean words that aren't cuss words, and I would say that if you disagree, then quite frankly, you, sir, are an idiot.
I mean, isn't hell technically a cuss word?
The list says it isn't, therefore it is not. We simply do as the list guides us. Anyways, after that, we have loser, and I am placing this into B tier. I like the word, but it can be a tad bit too mean sometimes, and I rather call someone chromosome deficient than to call them a loser.
Some would argue that what you're calling them is even meaner.
Nah, don't listen to him, Joe. What you said was banging.
Thanks for the positive reinforcement, Donald, but yeah, then after that, we have meanie, and I don't really have a strong opinion on this and think it belongs in C tier. I don't mind the word, but I won't twerk for it. Then after we have pee-poo, and this gets an immediate D tier. I looked at this word for minutes upon minutes and was contemplating it, giving it a higher rating, but this word took the place of pee-pee-poo-poo. And that, quite frankly, has upset me an immeasurable amount. And I placed all my hatred on pee-poo and rated it this low for a reason. If pee-pee-poo-poo was on here, it would get an immediate S tier.
So that's where you drew your fictional line, Joe? When they got rid of a pee and a poo?
Donald, if I don't draw my line there, then what kind of man would I be? I want to be a man who stands up for good values and knows when to stand his ground. I do all this for the future generations for when they look up to me.
Oh, that's sweet of you, Joe.
Yeah. Because when they're on their knees, they'll look up to me.
And I'm taking my comment back now.
Which, speaking of things to play with while on your knees, we have this no-no word. And I want to give it an A tier. I don't know if I can say it, but hell, I friggin' love the hell out of this word and wish I could yell it at the top of my lungs. Then, lastly, we got some mid-word, and that's poopy head. I don't mind poopy head, but it reminds me too much of that little kid from Diary of a Wimpy Kid. He calls people ploopy.
First of all, his name is Manny, and you need to put some damn respect on his name because he is quite possibly the best character in the whole entirety of the Diary of a Wimpy Kid franchise. Like, no one likes Greg, but don't let me get ahead of myself and just start ranting because I'm not you, Joe. Now let's get back on topic because how the hell is Ploopy reminding you of Poopy Head? That makes no sense.
Well, damn, I didn't know you felt that strongly about Diary of a Wimpy Kid. But, I don't know, man. Both those words start with the letter P. And they just kind of sound the same. Like Ploopy and Poopy are essentially the same, and Poopy Head could be confused with Ploopy Head. But either way, it doesn't matter because sometimes certain things or phrases remind us of different things. Like, let's talk about how whenever I see the peach emoji, I just think of your thunder thighs and onion booty.
All right, cut the video.
What is up, gang? We are back with another tier list. And this time around, Donald and Barack picked me to do this tier list because they know I am the meat expert.
Yeah, no one really handles a sausage quite like you, Joey. Frankly, I might give you the title of the #1 meat beater because no one tenderizes their meat like you do.
Oh, thanks, Donald. I really appreciate nice moments like these. Well, what about you, Barack? Why did you choose me to do this list?
I just want to sit back and see the chaos unfold, just to keep it real with you.
The chaos of all this meat being rated? Don't worry, Barry. As the meat expert, I will guide these meats carefully to your mind with these accurate ratings. Speaking of which, these meats got me salivating, so let's get started. Up first, we've got bacon, and I think we all know where this is going. You can put this one anything. I put bacon bits on my mac and cheese, my pizza, my eggs, like this is the most perfect thing to ever exist. I love me some bacon and will confidently place this into S tier.
Okay, that's extremely valid. If you place this next one where it belongs, I may have to also deem you the Meat Master Joe.
Prepare to crown me the king of meats because I have brisket going into S tier alongside bacon. Get a good brisket and it is simply game over. I will drool over this and will take a brisket sandwich over almost anything any day of the week. Get me some good sweet and spicy barbecue sauce alongside it, and oh man, it is wraps for me because I will immediately go into a food coma.
Holy W, Joey, I actually cannot believe what I'm witnessing. A good Joey tier list is crazy rare. I may have to buy a lottery ticket.
No need for a lottery ticket, Donald. Simply get your money up instead of your funny up. Anyways, up next we got turkey, and unless it's turkey ham, I don't really jive with turkeys. Like I feel like we eat it during Thanksgiving because of tradition, but no one else is eating turkey outside of it, and sure, it might be healthy, but this isn't about health. When I'm downing my brisket sandwiches, I do not care about my clogged arteries because I eat for the love of the game, and nothing will stop me from shoving these meats in my mouth. So for that, I will be placing turkey into a solid C tier. I'm afraid chicken clears it easily.
Okay, Joe, but a Thanksgiving turkey slaps. Like, I feel like we are underrating this right now.
Yeah, not very American of you to put turkeys that low, Joey.
Listen, fellas, C tier is not bad at all, and I will eat turkey, but you can't tell me with a straight face to hand you a turkey leg over a steak or something. Anyways, up next we got fish, and man, oh man, I love me some fish. I love the aroma, the texture, the taste, you name it. I love it, like having some grilled salmon belly or some fried fish and chips. Oh my God, call me schizophrenic because the surf and turf goes absolutely bonkers. Just for those things alone, I have to put fish into S tier.
I do indeed love fish, but I would not say I'm a fan of the smell, Joey. Reminds me too much of your upper lip, if we're being honest.
That's because I'm a muncher. If you know, you know. Up next, we got ground beef, and I like ground beef, but solo it doesn't stand on its own that much. It's definitely good as an addition to certain dishes like spaghetti, rice, nachos, you name it, and it probably makes it bang. But you'd have to be a meat demon to eat just ground beef alone with nothing else, and to be honest, I'd respect the hell out of you. As for a rating, I think this would belong in B tier. Still a step above turkey, but not quite an A tier.
I feel like that's a pretty valid line of reasoning. You know, Joe, so far nothing outrageous has been said, but I am quite interested to see what you have to say about sausages.
We will get there when we get there, but right now we got back-to-back heavy hitters because I got steak and chicken both going into S tier. Give me a juicy medium rare steak, which by the way is the only way to have steak. I'll also allow medium well, but I'm a die-hard steak fan. Then when we talk about chicken, oh man, grilled or fried, it is guaranteed to bring you happiness. Like I cannot stress how miserable my life would be without the invention of fried chicken.
Big dubs on these two ratings, Joe. Looking at this list, it's just so hard to rate anything low because every person knows how delicious meat is.
On God, Donald, I do have some things going lower though, but for all my sausage haters, I'm afraid I will not be doing that to these delicious meat rods. You can literally make a sausage out of anything, and they will fit perfectly in your mouth hole, which is why I have these going into A tier. I love me some sausage and will happily eat hot dogs whenever they're available.
So if you like it so much, why is it being placed in A instead of S tier?
Because every time I eat a sausage or hot dog, freaking Donald has to yell out, "Hey everyone, he's about to eat a glizzy." And then everyone stares at me, and I get nervous and end up throating the glizzy in front of everyone. But that won't stop my love for them. But sad story aside, up next we got lamb. Huh? Well, I don't really have a strong opinion on lamb. I had it once and it tasted a bit gamey, but it wasn't awful. But based on my one and only tasting, I have to say it belongs in C tier. But more importantly, we have to talk about lobster, and I will keep it real with everyone. Lobster is a bit overrated, like we hear about how everyone is twerking for lobster. and how they would drench it in butter and stuff. But it's not that amazing. I think it is extremely overhyped, but still delicious. Like I would not pay a lot for lobster, but if it is there, I'll eat it. And for that, I think I will be placing it into B tier. Like it's pretty good, but again, too many people suck it off.
Just like the way you suck off those glizzies, right, Joe? But aside from you sucking those dogs like a vacuum, I have to say that you just haven't had good lobster because it bangs every time I have it. You got to make sure you go somewhere where it's the specialty, like you can't be in the Midwest of America expecting to have some nice and fresh lobster.
Yeah, I actually have to agree here with Donald. You have to go somewhere where you can get it fresh, like just caught and was living a happy life in whatever tank it was in, and then getting murdered because you ordered him off the menu. For something like this, you got to go to like Maine or something to get some super fresh lobster, Joey.
No, I don't think I will. Up next, we got some pepperonis, and I feel like this is a very limited meat. Like, it's still good. Don't get me wrong, but you can't do much with pepperonis, I feel like. Maybe they'll go on a sandwich or pizza, but you can't do much else with them. So I feel like a C tier is warranted. Now that I'm looking at the next entry, I also have to say that salami belongs in C tier as well. Like, it's also delicious, but man, you can't do much with it. I do like salami sandwiches, though.
Really? Because I think you're not a fan of either of these because we kept making fun of your nipples that one time at the beach.
Yeah, we kind of tag teamed you that day. We had Donald calling you pepperoni nips most of the day, and then I piled on and called you salami tits. I blame the alcohol because of all of that. Don't take it personally, Joe.
It was a personal attack from me. Please do take it personally.
Listen, I don't care. I have pretty thick skin, so like, I don't care about those very rude and hurtful comments, and totally didn't keep my shirt on after that because I let it get to me, haha. I just got cold at the beach, so I had to start wearing something because I like to stay warm. Nothing more than that. And you should stop reading into that day. Anyways, up next we got ham, and oh man, I do love me some ham. But it had me thinking, when do we ever eat ham if it isn't on sandwiches? Like I have ham during Thanksgiving, but not during any other time, unless it's on a sandwich because that bangs. So taking all that into account, I think I have to place ham into B tier. Like it's still good, but I don't really have it that much.
Seems to me like you do not have very thick skin, but who am I to judge? But anyways, I still think ham is elite, even if it isn't had very often. Like get me slice of Thanksgiving ham with some cranberry sauce on top and we are set. Plus, wouldn't ham in general be like needed because what else would you put on sandwiches?
Well, I mean, it isn't super needed because you can always put bologna or like salami or pepperoni on your sandwiches. Plus, I don't think it means that type of ham if we're being honest. I mean, look at the picture. It is clearly talking about a big piece of ham, but the rating stands. Let's just go up next, and we got pork, and man, oh man, pork is freaking yummy. Like, I could name off lots of things that encompass pork, but I'll leave you all with one simple food. Pulled pork sandwiches. Jesus, man, I will kill someone for a pulled pork sandwich. And I think that much praise gets it into A tier. I would place it higher, but I know there are some pork haters in the world who unfortunately will never eat this delicious piece of meat.
But Joe, you have bacon up there, and that is almost most certainly pork. So like, what the hell are you even waffling about?
What if I told you that I was talking about turkey bacon? Also, I'm pretty sure beef bacon might be a thing, so like pork bacon isn't the end all be all. So make sure you get your facts straight. But well, in this particular case, you just so happen to be right because I was talking about pork bacon. But you know what? I don't care. And I don't mind having pork below bacon, even if that makes no sense. Because this is my list and you can't do anything about it. Now, finishing this all off, I have shrimp wrapping everything up. I got these little suckers going into A tier. They're delicious. And despite being bottom feeders, they are nutritious as hell and are good in almost any manner that they are prepared.
Okay, let's relax now. I agree with the rating based on flavor, but let's get one thing straight. I wouldn't say they're little, more like average.
Yeah, Donald has a point. You're trying to make shrimps sound like a whole ass snack, but in reality, jumbo shrimp fills you up, man. I do agree that the other shrimps are teeny tiny though, but have enough of those and you'll get stuffed.
I was talking about the other shrimps, Barack, not the jumbo ones. Quite frankly, if you ask me, the jumbo shrimps are a bit too big, and at that point, it's not enjoyable, right? Like, no one likes things that are too big because then they just don't feel, taste good.
Well, I like both big and small shrimp, but this feels like we're not talking about shrimp anymore. But to be honest, I like where this conversation is going.
I don't think I do.
What is going on, everyone? And we are back with another presidential tier list, but this time around we are going to be talking about me and Donald's favorite thing, and that is some milky, milky, num-num goodness.
For once, Joe, I have to say that you are indeed spitting because the Don is known to be a prolific milkman. If I see some good milk, I have to admire it for at least a couple of minutes.
We're talking about the drink, right? Like, this tier list is purely based on the milk drink.
I, for one, am not talking about the drink unless we count that last picture in this tier list.
God, I hope that picture doesn't get us demonetized.
I personally am speaking on behalf of all milk, drink or not, and that last picture certainly intrigues the old Joe dog. I already know what I'm rating that masterpiece, but right now we have to rate the current milk, and that is good old 2% milk. Now, I don't hate this actually, while I do prefer actual full fatty milk because it actually tastes better. And I am not a calorie-challenged human like Donald. However, I will give it some credit because it is still passable as a milk, and so is 1% milk. These both merit a C tier from me because I don't think there's some sort of abomination, and I don't have some sort of aversion for it based on the flavor as well. It still tastes all right with cereal or some milk and cookies.
When the hell did your sleepy ass start using words like aversion and abomination? Did you study up on the thesaurus before coming into today's video, Joe?
See, the fact that you think that words like aversion and abomination are quote-unquote big words. That actually makes me worry more for your brain rather than your already clogged up arteries.
Shut the hell up, Joe. You hear me mess up the meaning of avant-garde once and you think you're some sort of brainiac now. My bad, I didn't know we had Aristotle in the building, except instead of being a philosopher, you instead chose to be something else that starts with the letter P.
A Peter Gazer? Because I will admit that I just can't help to be curious. Like, if you're peeing next to me in the urinal, you can't expect me to not gaze at your Peter. Like, honestly, if you stand next to me, you're basically asking for it. You're basically spread eagle, begging me to just do it.
Jesus Christ, no, Joe. I was just going to call you a pedophile and make jokes about you sniffing kids. This is so gross, Joe, and is that why you always stand next to me when we pee in the urinals?
I can neither confirm nor deny that fact.
Oh, but I can definitely confirm it. I literally saw you peeping on me when I went to go pee last time.
I had to see and confirm if the BBC was really all that it was cracked up to be. And by that I mean I had to confirm that the British Broadcasting Corporation really had the correct height description for Barack. I did it only for that reason. Let's get back into the video.
I think that would be for the best.
So up next, we got some banana milk. And let me be the first to tell you that this stuff ain't half bad. Now, I am a fan of bananas, and I'm a fan of banana-flavored Nesquik. So it should not surprise anyone when they hear me say that this is a solid B tier. Matter of fact, I got a fun fact for everyone regarding bananas.
Oh, God.
No, I swear this is a good fun fact, but anyways, did you all know that artificial banana flavoring tastes more like actual bananas than real bananas? Now, what I mean by that is artificial banana flavoring tastes more like Gros Michel bananas with a brighter and fuller flavor than the Cavendish banana we are most familiar with. The reason why we don't have the old flavoring is because of a fungus that wiped out most of the old yummy tasting bananas, so we genetically engineered the modern day banana to combat that. So the banana we taste now isn't the bananas people had back then.
That was actually a pretty cool fun fact, Joe.
Thanks, I pride myself in my fun facts. Anyways, up next we got two substitutes for milk, and that is almond milk and coconut milk, and quite honestly, the Joe dog really likes these two a lot. Like, I think an A tier is warranted for them both, and let me explain why. They're just good, I don't know what else to say. Like, unless you're allergic to nuts, then I can understand why you wouldn't want almond milk, but then there's coconut milk to drink. And yes, I understand that this in no way will replace dairy milk for some people, but if you understand it and appreciate it for what it is, I'm sure you'd enjoy it more that way. Sometimes I just drink a glass of coconut milk by itself, because it's just that good and flavored almond milk is literally the best. Some chocolate almond milk tastes almost exactly like normal chocolate milk, but with less fat and more protein. Just make sure you get one with low amounts of sugar.
Look at Joe here appeasing all the vegan subscribers with his almond milk is good take. I know damn well your sleepy ass is drinking cow milk.
I do drink cow milk, but whenever I go to Barry's, he always has almond or coconut milk.
Barack, is this fucking true?
Yeah. It's not my fault, though. Michelle won't let us get anything that isn't soy, coconut, almond, or skim milk. So I just have flavored almond milk throughout the house, and Joe has the audacity to ask for juice every time he's here, knowing damn well that all we have is homemade prune juice, and when he drinks too much of that and gets the shits, He then has the audacity to ask me to bring him a glass of almond chocolate milk for when he goes to the bathroom.
I must have misheard. Do you mean for when he comes out of the bathroom?
The fucked up part is that I wish I meant it that way, Donald. He makes me bring him a glass before he goes in to do his business.
A glass of chocolate almond milk while blowing up a friend's toilet is one of the best things you can have in life. I am sorry you two have yet to experience that, but it's more of a if you know type of situation. Anyways, we actually have one of the best things you can have in life, and that is some chocolate milk, and you all already know that I have this going into S tier. Who the hell doesn't like some chocolate milk? Like, this is a goddamn staple, and I refuse to hear anyone out if they think it should be placed lower. I will literally orgasm if you bring me some chocolate Nesquik. I remember I once chugged so many that I literally puked all over my car. But then again, I probably shouldn't have had 6 of them in a row on a hot summer day.
Why the hell were you drinking that many on a hot summer day? Like, why would you ever subject yourself to that?
Same reason why I edge for over an hour. I just like having too much of a good thing. After that, we got some goat milk, and I don't really have strong opinions on it. Like, I have had it once, and I remember it being okay. Like, I think I only thought it was weird because I knew it was goat milk. I'll give it a C tier because I honestly don't think it was that awful. What is truly awful is that dry milk powder, because that shit belongs in the garbage. It belongs in D tier, and I have no bad feelings about putting it there. Then I may as well talk about the next two, because I think that's lamb milk and cow milk, but straight from the teat. I'm giving both a C tier because I have never had lamb milk, but I can imagine that it's not worse than dry milk powder. And some fresh milk from a cow's teat is the freshest milk you can have. Just make sure you boil it a bit, or I've even heard people say they put some alcohol in it to clean out the bacteria. I don't know about that, but it tastes pretty all right. I would not go out of my way for it, though.
What's your hate with dry milk powder? What if someone can't have normal milk because they're lactose? And that's the closest thing they can have to normal milk.
With all due respect, this is how I can tell you're a freaking nincompoop Barack. Dry milk powder does in fact have dairy/lactose, so it isn't for those who are intolerant of lactose. God, you're such an idiot. You have room temperature IQ, yet you have the utter gall to try to tell me how to rank things? I'm honestly ashamed of you, but not as ashamed as those who like skim milk, because this watered down milk tastes awful and belongs in D tier as well.
Rare W from Joe here, because I freaking hate skim milk, and I almost thought you were going to rate this high because you were sucking off almond and coconut milk, and you rate 1% and 2% milk a C tier.
See, I actually like those, and never disrespect almond or coconut milk in front of me again. But back to the skim milk. I just think it's doing too much and crosses the line when it has absolutely no fat. It gets rid of all the flavor and makes it taste bad. Then I have soy milk going into B tier because it is also good, but kind of has an odd flavor to it that I can't describe. But hey, I still somewhat enjoy it despite it tasting a bit off. What doesn't taste bad is our next entry, which is strawberry milk, which immediately goes into S tier. I love me some strawberry milky, and I can drink that like water. See, while I'm pooping, I drink my chocolate milk, but when I'm pissing, I do the strawberry one instead. There's layers to this.
Gross, disgusting layers that we really should not learn about you, to be honest. Like, I feel like at a certain point there has to be a thought in your mind that says, maybe I shouldn't share this information with the public.
Nah, I want my Joe heads to get more Joe lore, and it would be a disservice to not feed them that info. They need all the lore they can get. But enough of that, because we are nearing the Ned of our list, and you all already know I want to talk about our last entry in great detail.
Dear God.
No, I feel him on that one.
Thank you, Donald. But anyways, after that, we got normal full of fat milk, and this is going into S tier. This is the best type of milk to have, and I love me some red cap milk. No surprise there, but what I have questions on is what the hell that next milk is. Like, the image is cut off and it isn't labeled, so I have no clue what it is. For all sakes and purposes, I will just say that this is evaporated milk or condensed milk. And this stuff is amazing for treats and desserts, so you know you gotta have some handy if you got a sweet tooth and know how to bake. I am giving that a B tier because you can't really have it by itself. Well, I mean, you can, but it is not advised. Then after we got some steamed milk, and with steamed milk it is a lot heavier than frothed milk, which is why baristas typically use it as a milky layer on top of your coffee. So for that fun tidbit of knowledge, I will give it a B tier as well. I like having it in my coffee whenever I do drink some.
I'm actually amazed with the amount of milk facts that you know. You were actually the most qualified for this list.
Of course I was. I am the great Joe Dog, And enough of these other milks. Let's talk about the mother of all milks. Pun intended, by the way. But now we got some breast milk. Mommy milky num num, so good. But yes, the flavor with this is, the answer is that the exact flavor of breast milk varies from person to person and from day to day. It's affected by factors like what you eat and how fresh it is. In general, many people say that it tastes like skim cow's milk. So if you have it in a bottle, it's a D tier. But if you have it the way God intended and you suckle a woman's teat, then it's an absolute S tier, and I will have it there. I also think some men can breastfeed, and I have to say that if I had breast milk from a man, I'd still give it an S tier.
You dirty, dirty dog, Joe.
All right, that's enough before we get demonetized.
How about you demonetize these nuts, Barack? But on another note, I have a serious question. What if men had to breastfeed babies with their cock? What is up, gang? We are back with another tier list, and we've been getting comments to do a shake tier list. So I decided to get the gang around and go ahead and start another ranking. I am the ice cream expert, so I think this extends to shakes as well.
Well, shakes have ice cream in them, so I would say that you are the most qualified based on that. But if we were counting the amount of calories someone eats a day, well, Donald has you beat by a mile.
Barry, shut the hell up. I told you that I am on a bulk. When I finally cut, I'll be so freaking shredded.
Only thing you're cutting is some more snacks open. Anyways, let's start this list off, and we have a pumpkin shake. Now, I like pumpkin pie, but if you hand me a whole-ass shake dedicated to the flavor of pumpkin, you and me are going to have some problems. I like pumpkins, but they should not be in shake form. Like, I don't know how to explain it, but I just feel like it is simply way too much pumpkin to go through in one sitting. Like, imagine slurping on pumpkin-flavored sweetness for like 5 minutes straight. And if you get a super thick shake, it's basically game over. I will be placing this into C tier because I guess no shake can be truly awful. But goddamn, pumpkin shakes are not the best thing you can get.
Joe, you exaggerate so much. People love pumpkin a lot, and Starbucks makes a killing off pumpkin spice lattes. This is why I know more about business than you.
Yeah, they sell pumpkin spice lattes. It has a hint of pumpkin. It's not the entire thing like a shake would be. Anyways, continuing my hater rampage, I am putting mint shakes. So a shamrock shake from McDonald's, or as I like to call them, shamcock shakes, right into D tier.
Joe, hold your ass down. I get hating those things, but I, for one, enjoy shamrock shakes, and you have to realize a lot of people in general love those shakes. The comments ate you alive last time you talked badly about shamrock shakes.
God, fine. I'll put it into B tier since I guess I can skip brushing my teeth and just have a shamrock shake instead, but I won't be happy about placing it that high. You have to at least let me place this next one into C tier then.
I don't even know what the hell it is, so sure. Go ahead and place it into C tier.
Barry, I am so surprised you don't know what it is. There's a banana right there. It's your favorite thing to suck on and eat.
On God, Donald, we do not be fucking with the bananas. I will confidently place a banana shake into C tier and have no qualms about it. Up next, though, we got our very first S tier, a classic shake, really, and that is the pure chocolate shake. I love this thing, and I genuinely believe it is extremely hard to mess up a chocolate shake. If you somehow find a way to mess that up, then you have a talent for screwing up everything in life. The simplicity behind this flavor and the deliciousness is what boosts this into an S tier. And
this is an extremely uncommon Joe W., but I will let it slide and allow you to spit.
on God, I be spitting, guys. Sometimes it's saliva, and sometimes it's the truth. But anyways, up next we got a peanut butter shake, and this is a pretty good one. If you love peanut butter, and I have loved it ever since someone taught me a cool trick involving peanut butter and a dog. Ever since then, I have loved it, and a shake version of it is absolutely delicious. And I will confidently be placing this into an easy A tier for this list.
What the hell did you say in that first part, Joe?
That I love peanut butter? I don't know what's so weird about that. You know, a lot of people love peanut butter Barack.
Joe, that is not what you said, but you know what? I'm too scared to talk further about what you did with that peanut butter. Please just go on to the next shake.
I was planning on doing that anyways. This next shake is my personal favorite, and I have the cookies and cream shake going straight into S tier as well, because who doesn't like this? It's basically an Oreo shake, and I love Oreos so much. I get the double stuffed Oreos and make a quadruple stuffed Oreo by taking two apart and putting them together. I love that creamy white stuff so much.
I bet you're a huge fan of that white stuff going inside. Do you swallow all of it, Joey?
Well, of course I swallow it all. How else am I supposed to eat it? You acting kind of strange, slime. Anyways, we got yet another S tier coming up, and that is the strawberry shake. I freaking love strawberries, and I can drink them in juice, eat them fresh, eat them in ice cream form, and I will also devour it in shake form. I think this was an easy one to grade because of how fire strawberries are.
Well said, Joey. As a fellow strawberry lover, I am proud to stand by your statement. Even more proud you did not say any weird stuff during all of that.
Thanks, Barry. I try really hard to not be myself sometimes. Well, to wrap up this list, we got vanilla-flavored shakes. Now, this is a tough one for me because I love the hell out of vanilla ice cream, but vanilla shakes are just a bit too much vanilla, if that makes sense. It's the same as the pumpkin reasoning, except I can handle more of the vanilla.
Is it because it's so good and creamy, all that yummy white vanilla going inside of you and on your lip?
Donald, sometimes you weird me out by how freaking accurate you are. Yeah, it's thick and creamy, and I love it inside of me, but not too much. So in total, I will be giving it an A tier.
Are we even freaking talking about vanilla shakes anymore?
No.
What is going on, gang-a-lang? We're back with another tier list, and this time around we are going to see the Joe Dog's favorite movie genres because it was about time we ranked some things like this. And I am going to be ranking it based on how much I'd like it if I were to pay and watch it in theaters.
I'm ready to see what you're going to put up there, Joe, because if there's literally anyone that I can't predict, it has to be you. And that's not necessarily a good thing.
We're just lucky that this list is so normal because I cannot see a way Joe can make this weird at all. We're literally talking about movies, and that's it.
Give me some time, and I will do my best to Joe up this list.
I don't even want to ask what the verb version of Joe means. So, can you just get this list started?
Ask, and you shall receive. So starting up this list, we have action, and let me just put it out there that the Joester is a huge fan of some dumb action films. Sometimes I just want to turn off my brain and not worry about the plot and watch stuff blow up with cool action sequences. I love movies like Nobody and Mad Max. I have to place this into S tier. But can we talk about how in Mad Max Furiosa, Anya Taylor-Joy had a shaved head, and she kind of has a weird face, but oddly enough, I feel like it does it for me. Like, I don't know why, but she would be a hot cancer patient.
Jesus Christ, we are not going to talk about that because she is an amazing actress. And that movie was amazing, and I don't want to hear you talk about her in that way.
Nah, Joe might be spitting here because she had this certain look and it wasn't good, but I also wasn't turned off.
Is this what you two think about while watching one of the best movies of 2024?
Make sure to wipe your face after you finish Barack. And yes, I do think about that quite often while the film plays. Sue me, Barack, because damn, I paid for the movie, so I'm going to do whatever the hell I want. But anyways, then after we have adventure movies and animation both going into A tier because these are excellent genres, but like they are more secondary than anything else in my opinion. Like they're good for movie combos, like if you get an action adventure or comedy animation movie. But on their own, I just feel like it would be tough to have those exist as is. Like you need it to be supplemented with something else, while with action, you can have pure action and it would still bang. Still though, I think these two bang.
You know what, that's actually valid, but couldn't you say that about any of these genres, Joe?
I mean, I could, but some of these would just bang on their own. And remember that this is a list made by the Joester for the Joehead community. But following that, we have comedy and listen here. The Joe Dog is already too hilarious on his own. So why would I want to watch other people be funny? Like comedy movies to me are things that if they're playing, I'll have them on because who wouldn't want to watch some Step Brothers from time to time or maybe even some grown-ups. But if you go to a theater and watch these movies, then you're doing too much because I can already envision all the laughs people will have in the audience and they'll piss me off because I swear some people will be laughing at just about anything. Adam Sandler can make a fart joke and all the middle-aged divorced parents will be cackling so hard that you'd swear there was a dying animal in the freaking crowd. Still, though I saw Ricky Stanicky the other day and it was all right, and that's how I feel about the genre in general. Good to watch at home, but not in theaters, so I will give it a B tier.
It's pronounced Stanicky Joe, but yes, that's some straight hater energy, Joe. I won't lie, I feed off that hater energy, so I like it.
You two are some damn crabs when it comes to that. Let people laugh at whatever they want.
See, that's how I know that you're the type of person to laugh during the laugh track, during Big Bang Theory, Barack. Can't think for yourself, you absent-minded amoeba. But anyways, after we have one that may be controversial, but I'm putting crime into C tier and it only goes that high because the D tiers I have are absolute stinkers, but damn, who cares about crime? Like, why would I want to see some Law and Order ass type movie on the big screen?
Because if you combine it with the mystery genre, then you get some cool murder mystery. Or if you combine it with a documentary, then you get some cool, real-life, true crime movie.
Yeah, and guess where that documentary goes on? Freaking Netflix or Hulu. They never air those in theaters, and now since you mentioned it, I may as well rank it, because I have that as our first D tier. You all got me all sorts of f***ed up if you think I'm going to go in theater to watch a documentary.
On God, Joe, those only bang in a miniseries or if I leave the TV on and Animal Planet is playing in the background, but now it's not even about animals because they'll instead put on some BS like Lone Star Law.
Whoa, don't disrespect Lone Star Law and the Alaskan Bush People show on there because those bang. I will not stand for any slander because the Joe Dog loves those, but notice how their show's on Not Movies Everyone. Anyways, after that, we have an A tier in drama because there are some good-ass dramas out there and stuff like Marriage Story really makes me think and gets me sentimental.
Whoa, Joe, I didn't know you knew of that masterpiece. I'm surprised you actually like it, but why does it make you think? You having a rough patch with Jill?
Nah, we're good. She's usually a good wife because she knows that if she doesn't behave, then the cage will be waiting for her. I just think about the movie because I can't believe that Scarlett Johansson is so hot. But anyways, up next, we have an absolute banger up next because I'm placing fantasy straight into S tier. I love me some fantasy movies with the elves and gnomes and stuff. Give me some fun adventure about some naked halflings who go on to rule the world.
Joe, you're just asking them to make Baldur's Gate 3 into a movie.
Wait, was his character naked the whole time?
Of course he was Donald. Metropolis Maxwell did not grow up wearing clothes because he was a street urchin who didn't have much growing up, and he got so accustomed to free balling. I wish I could free ball, but once you do it around a park, then all of a sudden you're a bad guy. God, I wish I can change that law, but whatever. After that, we have history. And this is all right. I think a B tier because sometimes it bangs and other times it doesn't. Same with horror because you either get some good movies or some god-awful, unwatchable slop that you'd only put on to laugh at. So I think that also gets a B tier.
I mean, that's just how it is with horror movies, Joe. It's a mixed bag, but I enjoy the genre a lot. What's your favorite movie, Joe?
The Human Centipede trilogy.
Jesus Christ, never mind. Just continue with the list.
Too much of a cinematic masterpiece for you? I mean, I also like a Serbian film, but I'll hold that conversation for another day. Anyways, after that, we have another certified stinker, and that, of course, is the musical genre. This goes straight into D tier, and I refuse to hear anyone out. Then after, we have a certified banger going into S tier, because who doesn't love a good mystery movie? My personal favorite is Memento because I like how the guy tattooed stuff on his body to try to remember. But then the whole twist to the movie is that he purposely made himself misremember the events and basically lied to himself. And I liked how the whole movie was backwards.
Wow, thanks, Joe. What if I wanted to watch the damn movie, but you ended up spoiling it for me, so now there's no point in me watching?
Man, shut the hell up. The movie came out in 2000. If you haven't seen a movie that came out 20 years ago, then that's on you, man. But anyways, then after we have our lovey-dovey genre in romance, and occasionally this bangs, and if you combine it with a comedy, then I guess you'll get the Joe Dog in the theater, especially if there's a hot girl. So I have to give this a solid-ass B tier. The Joester loves to love, and the best part about romance movies is that you already know that the theater will be filled with women and couples. And no one will see the Joe Dog go to town in the top left corner of the theater, just admiring everyone in the stands.
You're a freak, Joe. You know they have cameras in there.
Oh, believe me, I know. I like to put on a little show for the security reviewing the footage, but I digress because we have yet another banger in the science fiction genre. And this, of course, gets an automatic S tier from the Joe Dog. I love me some science and magnets and stuff. You know, one of my favorites are the Planet of the Apes films. And hear me out when it comes to those female monkeys.
I don't think I want to hear you out on this.
I, for one, would love to hear what Joe has to say.
In this instance, I don't think a single soul listening wants to hear Joe out on whatever disgusting comment he has regarding the female apes.
You guys are missing out because I had a lot brewing up in my mind about whether it would be considered bestiality or not, because the main issue is the fact that animals can't consent. But since these are hyper-intelligent apes, then that issue goes away, and well, that changes things. Forgive me for wanting to start a freaking dialogue. They always do hate on great minds like myself, but anyways, after that, we have a thriller movie, and damn, this bangs hard, but this is another that I feel like needs to be combined with another genre in order to truly thrive, and we'll give it an A tier. But my only problem with this genre is that after watching such an intense movie, I just feel like my heart is going to give out and I need my inhaler or like a couple seconds as a breather because goddamn, these movies got me biting my nails and puckering my butthole.
Goddamn, Joe, you're just asking for it at your old age. Like, why would you want to put yourself through an intense thriller in your 80s?
It's the only time I truly feel alive, Donald.
Well, that's depressing.
Well, it's either then or when I'm on the prowl for kids on the streets.
And suddenly now I'm not as sorry for you.
It comes with the territory, Barack. Sometimes you just got to chalk it up to the game. But enough of that because we are on to our final two entries. And that, of course, is war movies and Western movies. And call me old-fashioned, but the Joe Dog loves himself a Western movie or even a war movie. I have to place both of these into S tier because, damn, you can get yourself some nice gory films with war movies or you can have a nice cowboy story with Western films. And given how much people like Red Dead Redemption 2, we should definitely get more movies with cowboys who shoot stuff and rob trains and fight bears.
Is that all Red Dead was for you? You played that masterpiece of a game, and your biggest takeaways were, wow, I can shoot stuff and rob trains.
Don't forget that he also said that he could fight bears, Barack.
Okay, yeah, my bad. The biggest plus of them all is that he got to fight a damn bear. That game has one of the best stories possible, but that's all he pulled out of his ass. It's just so absolutely asinine.
Well, I also like to lasso people and drag them on my horse until they die. What is up, gang? We are back with another tier list, and we want to shout out everyone for giving much love to our chicken wing tier list. You guys made Barack's day with that one, and since we've been seeing people beg for a music tier list, I figured I would be a man of the people and piss everyone off when I rate their favorite genre of music low. We were originally going to do a PlayStation exclusives tier list, but that can be held off for another list.
Yeah, Joe, that's a pretty long intro. Can we get into what the people really want?
Donald, do not rush me. Making a tier list is like taking care of a newborn child. If we cause it any disturbance, then it'll grow up to hate you and end up doing coke while recording it on camera.
You speaking from personal experience, Joey?
I don't want to talk about that right now. Let's instead dive first into this tier list. And up first, we got alternative metal, pop, and lastly, rock. And here's the thing with these alternative genres. They are pretty experimental and have a unique sound that can sometimes lead to some pretty good bangers. What I've noticed personally is that it's a lot of hit or miss with these three, and you really have to rummage through a lot of garbage in order to find the good stuff. To be fair to the garbage, though, it isn't entirely their fault, as most of the time it is underground bands or artists that just haven't hit their stride yet or are just starting off their music career, so you can't hate it too much. I'd give alternative metal and pop a B tier, but I will actually be giving an A tier for alternative rock because I find that it bangs more often than not.
Wow, I cannot lie. An actual nuanced take was not something I was expecting from you, Joey.
Well, prepare for the unexpected, Barack. I'm more than just a handsome man who happens to be president.
You're only the president part, Joe, because you and handsome never go together.
Yeah, well, you and handsome also don't go together. Boom, roasted. But enough of that. Let's get on to our next set of music genres, and that'll be blues, Christian, and country. I personally have blues music in B tier because even though I don't enjoy it that much, I can recognize that it heavily impacted a lot of genres that a ton of people love and cherish. So I'll give it legacy points. But ultimately, this belongs in B tier for me. Then if we talk about classical music, well, I am not a fan of this as well. Like, don't get me wrong, it can be a little nice, especially for thinking music or like, apparently this music makes you smarter, but I don't know. Me personally, if I'm in the car, I will not be asking my friends, hey, yo, Donald, can you put on my favorite song? It's called Toccata and Fugue in D minor by J.S. Bach. Like, you all have me fucked up if you think I will say that around the ladies. Still, though, I'll give it a solid C tier because that's the stuff they'd play back in like the medieval era. But we move on to our real stinker, which is Christian music. I am sorry to any Christians out there, but I have not found any good Christian music in existence. I will have to place this into F tier.
Go figure, the second Catholic president we have rates good old-fashioned Christian music so low.
I can't even lie, Donald. Have you ever heard Christian rap?
Okay, well, that doesn't count because it is awful.
Oh, but it does, and whenever I listen to that, it just stinks up my room. Anyways, up next we got country, and I love me some country, but there is a slight caveat. I only listen to country in the summer. Like when I think of country, I think of some nice-ass weather, windows rolled down in my car, or just sitting outside relaxing with a nice cold one. I don't really listen to country that much outside of summertime, but I still give it an A tier for being clutch during that time. But I'd understand people placing it in S tier.
Common Joey L, because this definitely belongs in S tier. Like, just because you listen to that shit in the summer doesn't mean that we all just abide by your rules. I am a big country fan and will have that on at all times of the year.
Yeah, and I just said I'd respect that, bro. This is my list, though, and I have it going there. I even have it grouped up with our next entry, which is EDM music, because I also have that going into A tier. Like, have you guys ever seen the girls at the raves? Boy, howdy, let me tell you that it almost got an S tier from me, but I think A is a nice place for it.
How are you going to rate a whole music genre just based on what girls look like Joe?
Like how I just did? I don't know what you mean by that. I kind of did it pretty easily, but anyways, up next we got emo music and folk music, and to tell you all the truth, I don't really like either, but I'll respect them enough to merit a C tier, because I feel like putting it in D tier would be a bit too mean. I understand that a lot of people enjoy listening to this, but for me personally, it is just a no.
Okay, but in all seriousness, who listens to emo music anyways, and what the hell is folk music?
Come on, Donald, put a bit of respect on My Chemical Romance, and as for the folk music, well, it's kind of like soft-spoken songs that come in the form of stories, I think. Don't quote me on that.
No way your ass said to respect My Chemical Romance.
The Joe Dog said what he said, but anyways, let's move on. And our next two are funk and hardcore punk. And I got funk going into B tier because I respect the hell out of the Isley Brothers and Marvin Gaye. This is a solid as hell genre of music and still holds up. But as for the hardcore punk, yeah, the Joe Dog is most definitely not rocking with that. I have it going into D tier because I think anything with hardcore in the title is a bit too much. Like you're doing too much and you should diversify instead of going all in.
Joe, that is literally the whole point of it. They don't want to diversify, but instead solidify their foundation of punk music and go even harder.
Well, it sounds like shit, so maybe they shouldn't. Up next, we have an S tier. And to all my indie music haters, I want you all to suck on some Joe balls because indie is quite literally one of the best genres. The reason for this is because indie isn't just one thing. It can literally be any sound at all. You got indie rock, indie pop, indie alt, and the list goes on. But the point is that this is just music produced without any outside influence. This can be a guy who is making some bangers out of his mom's basement, or just someone who separated from their label because it was infecting their sound too much. And I respect the hell out of people who do their own thing. It's a free spirit sort of thing, and when people experiment with their sounds or aren't influenced by mainstream stuff, you can get some dangerous bangers on your hands.
You say you like free spirits. Is that why you're so lenient with Hunter all the time? Is he a free spirit to you?
Well, he's free, just not free from the coke, but I'm sure one day he will be, but enough of my son who hates me. Let's talk about instrumental music only, and I have to keep it real with everyone. This is a D tier. I enjoy it a lot, but I feel like on its own, I won't be listening to instrumentals unless I really mess with the artist, but even then, I'd rather hear the original song with lyrics or what have you. Following that, we got another freaking S tier, and that is jazz. Who doesn't like jazz? It's honestly more relaxing than classical music, and it just makes me feel good, like I can maybe relax on my couch with a bit of whiskey. Or it can make me feel like I'm some detective in the 50s and I am trying to crack a case for a murder. I love jazz.
Wow, that's high for jazz, but I love playing some Frank Sinatra during Christmas or dusting off an old Louis Armstrong record every now and then.
I am more of a Miles Davis type of guy, but I respect that. Following that, we got two foreign entries here, and that is Korean pop and Latin music. And I feel like for both, I will put them into a B tier. I like them both a lot, and I can jive with them, but what the fuck are they saying?
I can't speak for the Koreans, but I know that the Latin musica gets muy very loco, and they just talk about girls and doing the deed.
Oh shit, I may have to raise that one up higher, not gonna lie. But I have to talk about this next one. I know a lot of people are metalheads, but I regret to inform you that I am placing metal into S tier. Had you there for a bit, didn't I?
I was about to split a wig, man, I can't even lie. I would have hounded you and forced you to change this rating.
Well, I know you're used to not having people consent, but fortunately for me, I do indeed like metal music. I just wanted to pull a fast one on the audience a bit. Up next, we got opera. And this is kind of mid, but saying you went to see an opera is kind of a flex. Like you tell people, I just attended the opera the other day. They're going to look at you like, God damn, this guy is fancy. But in reality, they don't know. I spent the whole day prior just watching TV and eating hot dogs in my stained wife beater and boxers.
What type of stains?
Lots of mustard and some ketchup. If you're in a pinch, you can suck on that part of the shirt and get a little flavor bomb in your mouth.
That is so asinine.
Yeah, we all know my ass is a 9, but flattery will get you nowhere, Barry. Up next, we got a triple threat because these next three all happen to be S tiers. I mess with pop music heavily, and if you're a hater on pop, then I can tell you get no play.
Joe, out of everyone here, you get the least amount of girls.
Yeah, because you don't see them. Anyways, pop is a banger because it's just so catchy, and I will always bop to Call Me Maybe or some Poker Face. And the other two belong in S tier because post genres and prog genres encompass a lot of things. Like you'd have to Google both, but just know that they have too many things in them to be left out. Like it's just a catalog of genres, and it quite frankly isn't fair that they're on this list. Moving on from those two, though we got punk music, and I am not huge into the punk scene, but I'd give it a solid B tier.
Cannot wait to hear what Barack would rate rap at probably an S tier in his book.
It actually is deserving of an S, and you know I am into more music than just that, if you actually paid attention to my end of the year best music playlists I make.
Yeah, he actually does make those things, but this is my list, and I say, rap belongs in S tier. Every time I hear Sexy Red talk about Hellcats and her coochie, I'm always amazed by the marvelous lyrical choices in her music. To quote her, my coochie pink, my booty hole brown. And I unfortunately can inform you that one of those things is not true.
Gross Joe.
Yeah, but someone had to find out, and I might as well let it be me. Next up, we got reggae and rock, and for reggae, I am feeling a solid A tier. I really like listening to that, and Hunter tells me they play that in a lot of clubs in Miami. I wish I'd know, but he never invites me.
Oh, it's amazing. I went there with him recently.
Aw, man. I wish I could have gone. But anyways, after that, we got rock, and this is a freaking staple. And no one can argue with me, because this is an automatic S tier. For theater and musicals, you guys can most definitely argue with me because I am placing this into D tier. I freaking hate musicals whenever they're in my shows, so I doubt I'd like them as a genre.
That's a bit hateful. Like, how is opera higher than theater?
Are you a theater kid or something? It goes there because I said so. I am not trying to fucking watch Footloose. But let's hurry and wrap this up and finish off the list. We got trap music and R&B. I'll give trap music a solid B because it can be good at times, but I am somewhat indifferent. But with R&B, oh man, I will twerk for this genre. Give me some smooth-talking R. Kelly music and I will forgive him for peeing on those little girls.
Now hold on, let him cook here.
Free R. Kelly.
Do not free him. He does not speak for us. What is up, gang? Your presidential trio is back for another tier list, but this time we're going to do one based on Nintendo consoles only. And you all already know that this video will bang.
Leave it to Barack to always try to fit in the word bang into any sentence he says. What's next? This video will blow up. Is it always bomb related with you?
I was just saying it was a good video. Don't start this BS again, man.
You guys ever try opening naughty websites on the Wii? Man, it was awkward pulling up those things in the living room TV.
Not gonna lie, Joe kind of real for that comment.
Preach!
Anyways, up first, we got the first Nintendo home console, and I'm putting it at a solid C tier. Like it isn't bad, but I'm not picking that up first when I have a Super Nintendo instead.
I'm going to be honest, I can't even remember what games were on there.
Does not surprise me one bit that you don't remember. What year is it again, Joe?
Shit, I don't know, man. Do I look like some mathematician?
God, Joe, it has nothing to do with that. Whatever, man, let us just go into the next console, and you were already sucking it off, Donald. But I personally am placing the Super Nintendo into A tier.
Why the hell is this not an S tier? Please tell me how one of the most influential consoles somehow does not make it to the top.
Now hold on, let him cook.
Wow, thanks, Joe. But yeah, let me cook up something fierce because my S tier consoles are truly elite. I think this list is accurate as hell.
It better be, since it's already kind of pissing me off.
Don't worry, up next we got an obvious ass one here, but Virtual Boy heading into D tier. It was VR before VR, but it was also ass before the invention of ass. I can almost say the same for the Game Boy, which I have going into C tier.
Now this is some bull. Explain yourself for this one, Barack.
Me personally, I like the DS.
Okay. Thanks for the input, Joey, but not now. Donald, I have this in C tier because although it was the first iteration to inspire the future consoles, it just kind of sucked. Like, do you remember any good games on it? Plus, it was in black and white. Don't worry, though. You'll go back on the Barry train once you see me placing the Nintendo 64 into S tier.
Now we are cooking with oil.
Sleepy Joe, you buffoon, it's cooking with fucking gas. But yeah, I will admit, Barry, this was possibly the easiest dub you could give yourself. Don't go off riding your own jock over this easy placement. Everyone who played the Nintendo 64 knows of how gas it was and how elite games like Super Mario 64, Donkey Kong 64, Star Fox, Smash, and all those other games are.
Okay, fine, but how are we feeling about the Game Boy Color? I have it going into B tier personally.
Okay, that's a dub right there. I feel like it's the correct placement, as it hasn't hit the peak yet with Nintendo handheld consoles.
I remember when color TVs were a thing, and that was cool. Color on my Game Boy was cool too, and the Pokemon games banged.
Spitting for once, Joe Dog.
Wait for this next one. This next console is heavily underappreciated and was elite as hell if you had it back then. I have the GameCube going into S tier because those games on it were so freaking good. Twilight Princess, Wind Waker, every single Mario Party on it slapped Pokemon XD, Metroid Luigi's Mansion. Like, I can keep going.
Shout out to Super Monkey Ball. Fraile, Mr. Editor, please change the background music to Super Monkey Ball music.
Joey gets the vibes. This music is banging. Next, we have the Game Boy Advance, and this was almost an S tier for me, but the DS is peak for me, and I can't rate them the same, so I will go with a very high A tier ranking. Like, imagine an 89.9, and that's the rating for the Game Boy Advance.
You are tripping for this one dog. The Game Boy Advance is a certified banger.
Okay, but get this. You can play Game Boy and DS games on our next entry, and for that reason alone, I put the DS in S tier, and like, that shit was just elite as hell in its own right as well.
Gen 4 and 5 for Pokemon dominated the DS for me. It was two back-to-back masterpieces.
I didn't think of the fact that it can play both. I actually agree with this take now. What the hell?
Won't be the last time you agree with me, because I have the Wii going into S tier, and that was like a gimme right there. It can play GameCube games, and it had powerhouse titles on it as well.
Ahem, like how we are currently playing Super Mario Galaxy on our channel right now, and you can all see it right now.
W on the shameless plug Joey. Plus, that game is arguably the best 3D Mario platformer, but I digress. We must now move on to the 3DS, which I have going into B tier. This might be the most controversial one here, but I feel like there should have been more on it. I don't think it had its full potential unleashed.
I oddly enough agree with you here. I just played Pokemon and Smash on it.
I just used it to look up porn.
And that's enough. We now will move on to the Wii U, which I have going into C tier. Had good games and a neat idea, but it could not deliver in the end, and barely anyone had a Wii U. It felt like the biggest flop Nintendo had in a while.
I can't even lie. I love the hell out of my Wii U, but it definitely felt like Nintendo was in their flop era when that came out. They were extremely down bad for sales.
I'm down bad for some mommy milkers.
You need to relax today, man. Jesus Christ.
I know what he's doing after we finish this video.
I don't even want to think about it. Gross. Lastly, we got the Switch, and it may be recency bias, but I have this in S tier. After their flop era, Nintendo came back and like dicked down everyone. It has some of the best games and ports to their console. I love their new releases so much, but I just wish it was a bit more powerful.
You know what? I wanted to be a hater, but you did cook a bit with this list. I actually agreed with most takes on this list.
Okay, but guys, which one is the best to look up mommy milkers on? Hamburgers. What is going on, gang? We're back with another tier list, and this time around we're going to be doing the long-awaited nut tier list.
Was this really a long-awaited list? I don't remember seeing a single soul beg for this in the comments.
Barack has a point, but more importantly, Joe, are we talking about nuts or are we talking about nuts, if you catch my drift?
Yeah, we're talking about nuts, but I won't elaborate further on the type of nuts until we reach them on this list, that is. And speaking of, let's go ahead and rate our first nut, which is the good old almond. Who doesn't like these?
People who are allergic to nuts. Frankly, I think people who are allergic would hate this list in general.
Imagine being allergic to freaking nuts, man. Weak-ass immune system, diatomaceous-ass body. Like, nuts are just a plant, and you're going to sit here with a straight face and tell me that you're afraid of a goddamn plant. Next, you'll tell me that people are afraid of bananas or something because they're deathly allergic.
Well, there are some people that are actually allergic to bananas, Donald.
Oh my God, why are there so many softies out in the world? Listen, everyone, even if you're allergic to certain things, don't let that stop you from eating or drinking anything. If you're allergic to peanuts, shellfish, or hell, even some goddamn bananas, just power through whatever it is that you're feeling. It'll be worth it in the end.
What if their throat swells up to the point they can't breathe and they end up dying because they ate an Uncrustable?
Barack, that is simply natural selection, but hey, if they were smart, they'd carry an EpiPen or something. Shit, wouldn't an inhaler work too? Either way, at least they die a warrior's death.
Don't think eating yourself to death is a noble way to die.
Speak for yourself, Barack. But that's enough allergy talk because, quite frankly, the Joester's quite tired about all this talk revolving it. Let's instead continue on with the list. And up next we got peanuts. And this is the classic peanut that everyone knows and loves, and I am also giving this bad boy an A tier. I hate the shell and having to break them, but the taste is amazing. But that reminds me, Barack, what did a nut say to another nut?
Ooh, a joke. I love these corny ones sometimes, but I don't know. What did he say, Joe?
Look busy, the boss is coming.
Wow, suddenly I am not really a big fan of this joke.
Barack, you need to calm down before you end up like Ken.
Who the hell is Ken?
Can these nuts fit in your mouth?
Oh my God, he fell for it. He got you with the classic 1-2 combo.
You know what he did actually get me, I'll admit it. Thankfully, this isn't as bad as what happened in Norway.
Wait, what happened to you in Norway?
You know, it's a pretty touchy subject, but everyone was in shock and awe because they all believed that there was Norway. These nuts can fit in your mouth.
Oh my God.
Okay, that's enough jokes. I didn't like that one, and these jokes are from 2014. I refuse to go back to that meme era, and we will instead move on with this list instead of saying dead memes. Anyways, after that, we got these Brazil nuts, and these, quite frankly, are all right, but to me, they taste kind of funky.
Not the type of nut that you usually like, Joe?
Yeah, I just can't put my finger on it, but my mouth and tongue know that this nut doesn't taste quite right.
So it's safe to say that the Brazilian nut in your mouth doesn't taste as good as other nuts in your mouth?
Donald, please grow up.
Why? He actually just made an astute observation because Brazilian nut is actually not that good and belongs in C tier, to be honest. Sorry to all my Brazilians, but your nut does not taste good in my mouth. After that, we got what I believe to be as a black walnut, and per their name, the shells are black and will instantly stain your fingers so they seem like a hassle. But I'm sure you can use them for some nice dye.
Joe, this isn't fucking Minecraft, man. Who the fuck is going to be going through the whole dyeing process just for fun?
A dye enthusiast, maybe? I don't know, but yeah, because of how bad they stain and their earthy and bittersweet flavor, I have to then give this nut a D tier ranking. Unfortunately, I wish I could love this black nut as much as everyone else must.
Joe, stop saying it like that for the love of God. I can't tell if you're doing it jokingly or not.
Barack, don't go getting your black nuts in a twist because of Joe.
Wait, what? Does he have black walnuts?
One could say that.
Shut the hell up, Donald.
Oh, well, I'll leave whatever weird thing you two are doing to yourselves because the old Joe dog has got himself a list he needs to finish. Following the worst nut of my life, we then have a very okay nut coming up. That, of course, is pecan, and a lot of people argue if it's pecan or pecan, and quite frankly, I don't know either. I'll let you all argue in the comments, but as for the flavor of this nut, I actually like it quite a lot when it's added onto various desserts, but on its own, it actually is kind of mid, to be honest. I think a solid B tier ranking is in order for this, because I acknowledge the nut's versatility and how it pairs well with baked goods like a pecan pie, but on its own, it just doesn't have what it takes to claim the top spots on this list. It constantly needs to be carried by other ingredients, in my opinion.
This has to be the first time in my life I've ever heard someone do a deep dive on pecans and care about it so damn much. Like, what could you possibly have going up there that would blow a pecan pie out of the water?
Well, actually, our next entry, which is the cashew, is actually going into S tier. I'm not saying it blows a pecan pie out of the water, but hell, man, I will give it some motherfucking respect because I can down cashews by themselves like it's goddamn candy. I'll load up my mouth with some cashew nuts and chew them all up until I get a good glob of nut to swallow down my throat. I respect the hell that it can taste that good without being carried by other shit like how the pecans clearly do.
Wow, first of all, pause on that statement. And secondly, why the hell do you care so much about if it gets carried or not by other stuff? We're just talking about overall enjoyment.
Nah, Barry, I think I'm starting to see Joe's vision. I agree that cashews are delicious on their own. You can't say the same about pecans for some people, but you can argue that cashews do what pecans do, but on a bigger and larger scale, because they're also used for baking and shit.
So why didn't we do that for peanuts then? They taste good on their own and are used in a ton of dishes.
I don't like that dumbass shell they have, and they don't taste as good as cashews.
So of course, as always, this list just falls on someone's personal bias.
Well, it wouldn't be a good list if we didn't throw in our 2 cents. The Joe dog carves his own path in life and follows no one at all. Unless they happen to be hot as hell, in that case I will follow you. Just don't call the cops on me, please.
Joe, the age group you're chasing probably won't even know how to type in the numbers 911.
One can hope, Donald, but nowadays no one knows anymore. Anyways, following that S tier, we got another one, and that is hazelnut. They taste good on their own, but more importantly, they are a key component in one of America's greatest treasure. And while it's not made by Americans, I can assure you all that we love the hell out of it, and that is Nutella.
Oh my God, I fucking love Nutella. I couldn't agree more with you, Joe.
Donald, remember that time you made a sandwich and I called you fat as shit for it? Can you please tell the audience what in the ever-living hell you made with Nutella?
Shit, it's not really that fat. Sure, Melania didn't let me eat the sandwich because she said that would put me on my deathbed, and I had to watch Baron's little ass eat that delicious sandwich in front of me. But fine, I'll tell the audience. I swear it's not even that bad, but whatever. I first grabbed 3 slices of Hawaiian sweetbread, and I covered 2 layers in Nutella, and it was the first piece and both the front and back of the middle piece. That middle slice of bread was getting gangbanged by Nutella. But anyways, after that I put some, and you're going to love this, Barack, I put some grape jelly on the last piece of bread so that it would smush together with the Nutella. But before that, if you want to get fancy, you can add a drizzle of honey or syrup. I did both personally. But anyways, on to our finishing touches. I then added Oreos to the bottom half all throughout, and then I got some Samoa Girl Scout cookies and added them to the top layer. So all in all, you should be left with a pretty dense but albeit delicious ass sandwich.
Jesus Christ, I can't even wrap my mind around how many grams of sugar that must have had. No wonder Melania didn't let you eat it, because your fat ass would have either keeled over and died or would have instantly become diabetic. I swear they could probably use your blood for honey at that point.
Well, I didn't get to eat it either way, and the worst part was watching Baron's smug ass face eat that shit with no fucking milk.
No Bev for that monstrosity is insane, but everyone in the audience should try making that.
Please don't do that, everyone. You are literally asking to go to the hospital.
Nah, go and do what Donald couldn't do. Anyways, after that whole debacle, we have macadamia nuts, and I don't think I've ever had one by itself, but macadamia nut cookies are absolute bangers that belong in A tier. I always make sure to grab one from Subway after I order my Joe Special from there.
Oh God, please don't bring that shit up again.
All right, I'll just keep going with the list. And after that, we got 2 back-to-back bangers, and that is coconut and pistachio. I have both of these going into S tier because they are elite flavors for ice cream, and both taste amazing on their own. Some pistachios absolutely bang, and coconut is the best.
Very valid takes here regarding the coconut, but Joe, I don't know if pistachio is an elite flavor for ice cream.
Do me a favor, Barack. Never fucking question my authority when it comes to ice cream, because you're a fucking amateur when compared to me. A fucking newborn fetus would have better ice cream ratings than your bum ass. Peanut head shaped motherfucking dark walnut looking ass.
Jesus Christ.
Damn, my bad, Joe.
Sorry, I just get really triggered when someone tries to critique my ice cream takes. Anyways, after that we got our last 2, and up first we got walnuts, and this goes into B tier. They kind of taste like ass to me by themselves, and I actually don't know what nut is up next on the list. If someone in the comments can tell me, I'd appreciate it, but it can't possibly taste as bad as black walnuts, because those taste like straight ass. So I'll place them in C tier.
Joe, how many times have you tasted ass, for Christ's sake?
Too many times to count, Barack.